Chapter 1. The Initial Reward of the Yi Jing. In the year 1473 of the Great Qian Dynasty, in the region of Manzhou, within the confines of Linshui County, Lichuan Township, there stood a dilapidated mountain deity temple. Xiao Bieli struggled to sit upright, feeling as if his entire body had been disassembled. "Where am I?" he murmured, gazing at the surrounding desolation, bewildered. Hadn't he spent the previous night indulging with a few clients in a club, enjoying a lavish experience for 19,888? Who would play such a cruel joke on him? A surge of foreign memories flooded his mind. Run. I will hold him off. Scenes flashed before his eyes. Could it be? I have truly traversed worlds? After a considerable pause, he succeeded in untangling the memories swirling within his mind. Indeed, he had crossed over. The original owner of this body was also named Xiao Bieli, the third young master of the Xiao family in Lichuan County, Linen Prefecture. His mother had perished during childbirth, while his father was the second master of the Xiao family. At the tender age of 6, he had been betrothed to Lin Qingtian, the eldest daughter of the Lin family. The two had shared a childhood bond, innocent and untainted. However, 3 years prior, Lin Qingtian had joined the Zhongyuan sword sect, one of the 9 sects and 6 factions, becoming a true disciple of the sect. The Lin family had relocated to Qingzhou, severing all ties between them. Just a day prior, Lin Hai, an outer disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, had arrived in Linen County. And then his uncle, Xiao Fuxing, had attempted to take his life. Had it not been for his father's desperate struggle alongside a few loyal servants to ensure his escape, he would have surely met his demise. The original owner had even witnessed his father fall to Xiao Fuxing's blade, though his father, possessing initial level cultivation of his 7th rank, had managed to inflict considerable injury upon his assailant before succumbing. Yet, despite this, the original owner had been struck by Lin Hai's sword during his flight. It was likely he had not survived otherwise. He would not have found himself in this new world. Observing the sky, it seemed that not much time had elapsed since the original owner's demise until his arrival here. My unreliable father must have named me after the ancient gentleman's parting hook out of fondness, never expecting this fate. However, even though I have traversed worlds, this truly is a catastrophic beginning. Xiao Bieli gazed at the gaping wound on his chest, deep enough to reveal bone and still oozing blood, his heart sinking. At this moment, even moving was a challenge. If things continued this way, death would be inevitable. System? Xiao Bieli called softly. In his previous life, he had read countless novels. A system was an essential companion for any traveler. When no response came, he began to feel anxious. Was he to meet his end so soon after arriving? Would death mean he cannot return? If he could go back, that would be fortunate. If not, it would be a tremendous loss. System, dear? Ding. Enemy experience gains. System loading. Loading complete. Binding successful. The enemy experience gain system is dedicated to serving the host, striving to cultivate them into the world's strongest. By slaying enemies, the host can obtain experience points or item rewards. Experience points can enhance martial arts proficiency. Indeed, excitement surged within Xiao Bieli. Those authors were not deceiving him. A system was indeed an indispensable asset for every traveler. According to the memories of the original owner, this world is home to formidable warriors capable of splitting mountains with a single sword strike and cleaving rivers with a mere knife. This body has also received martial training and is on the verge of completing blood refinement, thus generating internal energy and stepping into the 9th tier of cultivation. The martial arts realm is divided into 9 tiers, with the 9th tier being the lowest and the 1st tier the highest. Above the 1st tier, one is referred to as a terrestrial immortal. Detecting severe injuries to the host, the system is automatically initiating repairs. A gentle energy surged into Xiao Bieli's body, enveloping him in a warm sensation akin to soaking in hot water. After several breaths, that feeling dissipated, and Xiao Bieli felt a surge of strength coursing through him. Even the wound on his chest had vanished without a trace. Ding! Detected that the host has an unclaimed novice gift pack. Would you like to claim it now? Claim. Xiao Bieli responded without a moment's hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the masterful techniques Yijinjing, Kuangfeng Daofa, Baiduan Dao, and 1,000 experience points. Would you like to claim them now? Ding! Claim successful. All martial arts skills begin at a proficiency of 5%. Please check your rewards. Yijinjing? Xiao Bieli was overjoyed. The name of Yijinjing was well known to him. It is a premier martial art of Shaolin, reputed to have been created by the venerable Bodhidharma. It is said to possess the power to transform one's constitution and is a formidable internal skill. Claim, in an instant, a wave of memories surged into Xiao Bieli's mind, as though he had practiced Yijinjing for several years. His body underwent a transformation, releasing a foul odor. A layer of greasy black substance coated his skin. In the blink of an eye, he had grasped the fundamentals of Yijinjing, and a faint internal energy began to emerge from his dantian, swiftly circulating through his limbs and bones before converging back to the dantian. Have I really entered the first tier? Xiao Bieli could hardly believe it. The original owner had trained for many years without achieving this level. Yet now, with merely 5% proficiency in Yijinjing, he had reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier? Truly, it is a renowned martial art of the past. If this is the effect of 5% proficiency, what might occur at 100%? Xiao Bieli gazed at the long knife in his hand. Bang! With a gentle slice, the offering table beside him shattered into countless fragments. Is this the power of a first-tier warrior? Xiao Bieli murmured softly. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level, pinnacle of the 9th tier. Martial arts, Yijinjing 5100, Kuangfeng Daofa 5100, Bibo Palm 10100, Black Tiger Fist 20100. Experience 1000. Fortunately, I have the novice gift pack, otherwise I would have no experience at all, Xiao Bieli quietly remarked. Currently, the proficiency of the 2 martial arts provided by the system is still too low. I must enhance them first. The Bibo Palm and Black Tiger Fist are techniques practiced by the original owner. They are merely foundational skills, thus not requiring further enhancement. Just right, I still have 1,000 experience points, Xiao Bieli muttered. With the system at my disposal, I shall develop cautiously for a while and then assess the situation for revenge. He certainly harbored no intentions of avenging his original self's father at this moment. Not to mention that the Tsungyuan sword sect is one of the 9 great sects and 6 factions of the realm. Even his uncle was a 7th grade martial artist, far beyond what he could contend with at present. Do not hold it against me. Allow me to eliminate a few more foes and strengthen my prowess, and then I shall assist you in avenging this grudge. Xiao Bieli sighed, then silently contemplated. Consume 100 experience points to enhance the Yijinjing. A warmth surged within Xiao Bieli's dantian, a stream of inner strength blossoming and swiftly circulating throughout his body. Yet as he focused intently, he observed that the proficiency of the Yijinjing had not increased at all. The Yijinjing is an internal martial art, and its quality far surpasses that of the Gale Blade technique. Perhaps I should first enhance the Gale Blade technique. Consume 500 experience points to elevate the Gale Blade technique. As Xiao Bieli's words fell, his hands began to radiate warmth, an influx of experience in mastering the Gale Blade technique flooding into his mind, as if he had diligently practiced it for decades. Before him, the panel transformed to reveal. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, peak 9th grade. Martial arts, Yijinjing 5100, Gale Blade Technique 30100, by Bo Palm 10100, Black Tiger Fist 20100. Experience, 400. The proficiency has increased by 25 points. 100 experience points can enhance proficiency by 5 points. Lin Hai and the Xiao clan members have not seen my corpse. They may not abandon their pursuit of me. I must continue to strengthen myself. Consume all experience points to elevate the Gale Blade technique. Once again, a wave of warmth coursed through him as a multitude of experiences related to the Gale Blade technique surged into his consciousness. The proficiency of the Gale Blade technique on the panel transformed to Gale Blade Technique 50100. The Gale Blade technique should be considered as having entered a realm of proficiency, should it not? For me, at this moment, it suffices. I shall reserve future experience for enhancing the Yijinjing. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached. Hurry! There are traces of blood here. It must be Xiao Bieli, the head of the household, commanded that if he is alive, he must be seen, and if dead, his corpse must be found. A group of burly men wielding swords and blades surged into the scene. Upon catching sight of Xiao Bieli, the leader's face lit up with joy. Chapter 1. The initial reward, the art of muscle transformation. In the year 1473 of the Great Qian Dynasty, in the barbarous region of Lingshui County, Lichuan County, stood a dilapidated mountain deity temple. Xiao Bieli struggled to sit up, feeling as if his entire body had been shattered. Where's this? He gazed at the rundown surroundings, bewildered. Hadn't he just been enjoying a night of extravagant indulgence with several clients at a club, spending 19,888? Who would dare play such a trick on him? Hiss! A surge of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. Run quickly. I will hold him off. Scenes flashed before his eyes. Have I truly traversed into another realm? After a considerable pause, he finally sorted through the memories swirling in his mind. Indeed, he had crossed over. The original owner of this body was also named Xiao Bieli, the third young master of the Xiao family in Lichuan County, Lin Prefecture. His mother had perished during childbirth, while his father was the second master of the Xiao family. At the tender age of 6, he had been betrothed to Lin Qingyuan, the eldest daughter of the Lin family. The two had been childhood companions, innocent and carefree. However, 3 years prior, Lin Qingyuan had joined the Tsingyuan Sword sect, one of the 9 sects and 6 associations, becoming an esteemed disciple. The Lin family had then relocated to Qingzhou, severing all ties between them. Just a day ago, Lin Hai, an outer disciple of the Tsingyuan Sword sect, had come to Lin Prefecture, and then his uncle, Xiao Fuxing, had attempted to kill him. If it weren't for his father's desperate efforts alongside several loyal servants to rescue him, he would have met his demise. Tragically, the original owner had witnessed his father fall to Xiao Fuxing's sword, although his father, possessing initial 7th grade cultivation, had managed to inflict significant injury upon his assailant during the struggle. Nevertheless, during his escape, the original owner had been struck by Lin Hai's sword. It seemed he had not survived the encounter, otherwise he would not have found himself in this new existence. Judging by the time, it had not been long since the original owner had perished until his arrival. My unreliable father must have named me after the ancient master's parting hook out of fondness, never expecting this twist of fate. Yet, despite the circumstances, this truly is a cataclysmic beginning. Xiao Bieli glanced at the grievous wound on his chest, deep enough to reveal bone, still oozing blood, and felt a chill within. At present, even movement was laborious. If this continued, death would be inevitable. System? Xiao Bieli murmured softly. In his previous life, he had read countless novels, and a system was essential for every transmigrator. No response came, and panic began to rise within him. Was he to perish so soon after arriving? He wondered if he died now, would he ever return? It would be fortunate if he could go back otherwise. The loss would be monumental. System dear? Ding! Enemy kill experience. System loading. Loading complete. Binding successful. The enemy kill experience system is dedicated to serving the host, aiming to cultivate the host into the strongest in the world. By vanquishing foes, the host may acquire experience points or item rewards. Experience points can enhance martial proficiency. Indeed, Xiao Bieli felt a surge of excitement. Those authors were not misleading. A system is indeed a requisite for every transmigrator. According to the memories of the original owner, this realm is inhabited by formidable beings capable of cleaving mountains with a single sword strike and severing rivers with a single blow. This body had also been trained in martial arts, merely a step away from refining blood to generate inner strength and ascending to the 9th grade. The path of martial arts is categorized into 9 grades, with the 9th grade being the lowest and the 1st grade the highest. Those who transcend the 1st grade are referred to as terrestrial immortals. Detecting severe injuries in the host, automatic system repair underway. A gentle energy surged within Xiao Bieli's body, enveloping him in warmth as if submerged in warm water. After several breaths, that sensation faded, and Xiao Bieli felt invigorated. Even the wound on his chest had vanished. Beep! Detection indicates that the host has yet to claim a novice gift pack. Would you like to claim it now? Claim. Xiao Bieli responded without hesitation. Beep! Congratulations, host has acquired the masterful techniques Jing, Fierce Wind Blade Technique, 100 Forge Blade, and 1,000 experience points. Would you like to claim them immediately? Beep. Claim successful. All martial arts skills begin at a proficiency of 5%. Please check your rewards. Jing. Xiao Bieli was ecstatic. The name of Jing resonated deeply within him, renowned as a pinnacle martial art of Shaolin, allegedly created by Patriarch Bodhidharma, possessing the ability to transform one's constitution and serving as a formidable inner strength technique. Claim. In an instant, a surge of memories flooded into Xiao Bieli's mind, as if he had trained in I Ching Jing for years. His body underwent a transformation, accompanied by a foul odor emanating from him as he was purified by the technique. A layer of black, greasy substance coated his skin. In the blink of an eye, he had grasped the fundamentals of I Ching Jing. A faint inner strength began to emerge from his dantian, swiftly circulating through his limbs and bones before converging back into the dantian. Have I truly entered the ranks? Xiao Bieli questioned, somewhat incredulous. The original owner had trained in martial arts for years without achieving this level. Yet he had now reached the pinnacle of the 9th grade with merely 5% proficiency in I Ching Jing. Truly, this was a legendary skill. If 5% proficiency yields such results, what might full mastery accomplish? Gazing at the long knife in his hand, he made a gentle downward stroke, and with a resounding crash, the nearby offering table shattered into pieces. Is this the strength of a grade 1 martial artist? Xiao Bieli murmured softly. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, pinnacle of 9th grade. Martial arts. I Ching Jing 5100. Fierce Wind Blade Technique 5100 by Bo Palm 10100. Black Tiger Fist 20100. Experience 1000. Fortunately, there was a novice gift pack, otherwise I would have had no experience at all, Xiao Bieli remarked quietly. However, the proficiency of the 2 martial arts provided by the system is still too low. I must enhance them first. The Bai Bo Palm and Black Tiger Fist are techniques the original body practiced, merely foundational skills, thus they do not require improvement. Exactly, I now possess 1,000 experience points, Xiao Bieli murmured. With the system at my disposal, I shall take my time to develop cautiously before seeking vengeance. He had no intention of avenging his original self's father at this moment. Not to mention that the Tsungyuan sword sect is one of the 9 sects and 6 clans of the world. Even his uncle was a 7th grade martial artist, far beyond what he could contend with at present. Do not blame me, he said. Let me first eliminate a few more foes to enhance my strength, and then I shall assist you in avenging this grievance. Xiao Bieli sighed, then silently recited in his heart. Consume 100 experience points to elevate the proficiency of the I Ching Jing. A warmth surged within Xiao Bieli's dantian, a stream of internal energy blossoming and swiftly circulating throughout his body. Yet, upon gazing intently, he found that the proficiency of the I Ching Jing had not increased in the slightest. The I Ching Jing is an internal skill, and its quality is far beyond that of the Gale Blade technique. Perhaps I should first enhance the Gale Blade technique. Consume 500 experience points to elevate the Gale Blade technique. As Xiao Bieli's words fell, warmth enveloped his hands, and a torrent of experience related to the Gale Blade technique flooded into his mind, as if he had diligently practiced it for decades. Before him, the panel transformed into Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, pinnacle of 9th grade. Martial arts. I Ching Jing 5100. Gale Blade Technique 30100 by Bo Palm 10100. Black Tiger Fist 20100. Experience 400. The proficiency has increased by 25 points. 100 experience points can elevate proficiency by 5 points. Lin Hai and the Xiao family members have not seen my corpse. They may not abandon the pursuit. I must continue to enhance. Consume all experience points to elevate the Gale Blade technique. Once more, a wave of warmth surged within him, with countless experiences related to the Gale Blade technique inundating his mind. The proficiency of the Gale Blade technique on the panel also transformed to Gale Blade Technique 50100. The Gale Blade technique should be considered as having entered the realm of mastery. Wouldn't you agree? For me at this moment, it is sufficient. I shall reserve future experience for enhancing the I Ching Jing. At that very instant, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached. Hurry! There are traces of blood here. It must be Xiao Bieli. The family head ordered that if he is alive, we must see him, and if he is dead, we must see the corpse. A group of burly men wielding swords and blades entered in succession. Upon seeing Xiao Bieli, the leader's face blossomed with joy. Chapter 2. Iron Cloth. Wang Hu. Xiao Bieli gazed upon the middle-aged man at the forefront, letting out a soft sigh. Within the depths of his original memories, the individual before him was one of his father's esteemed subordinates, a capable man of considerable standing within the Xiao family. The others present were merely household servants, none having achieved any notable rank. Young master, please accompany me without resistance. Do not put me in a difficult position. Wang, who regarded Xiao Bieli with a complete absence of respect. Why waste breath on him, Wang? The master has commanded that we take the body back, regardless. The other servants of the Xiao family looked at Xiao Bieli with eyes filled with greed. The master had already proclaimed that whoever brought back Xiao Bieli's corpse would be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. A sum such as this, even if Wang, who took the lion's share, would still allow each of them to pocket several taels. A fortune compared to their meager monthly wages of less than 1 tael. You needn't display your meager skills, Wang, who declared, fully aware of Xiao Bieli's capabilities. Although he had trained in martial arts for a few years, his inconsistent practice left him far from mastering any rank. The other servants, armed with wooden clubs, approached Xiao Bieli with malicious grins. Swish! The blade of the 100-forged knife was drawn. The two closest Xiao family servants had their heads severed, blood splattering across those nearby. A message appeared, visible only to Xiao Bieli. Experience 10. Experience 10. Everyone froze. The strike had been too ferocious and too swift for them to comprehend. Thud! The 100-forged knife sliced through the necks of 2 more servants, who collapsed lifelessly. Experience 10. Experience 10. Is this the sensation of taking a life? A thrill surged within Xiao Bieli's eyes, devoid of any discomfort. Instead, he felt invigorated. Dressed in vibrant attire, riding a spirited horse, relishing the world of martial arts. Was this not what he had longed for? Unceasingly, Xiao Bieli executed his moves, the whirlwind blade technique unfolding in his grasp, each stroke resulting in a spray of blood. In mere breaths, 6 individuals had fallen, several others wounded. Seizing the opportunity, Wang, who let out a thunderous roar, his long knife descending like a mountain strike towards Xiao Bieli's back. Yet, it was as if Xiao Bieli possessed eyes in the back of his head. Clang! The 100-forged knife intercepted Wang Hu's strike. Then, in a flash of steel thud, Wang Hu's right hand, clutching the knife, was severed at the wrist, both hand and weapon tumbling to the ground. The remaining onlookers were left in shock. This strike had been astonishingly swift. Wang Hu, a martial artist of rank, had failed to withstand even a single blow from Xiao Bieli. Run! Someone shouted, and the 5 remaining Xiao family servants dashed towards the entrance of the mountain temple in unison. Xiao Bieli delivered a powerful kick upon Wang Hu's long knife. Whoosh! Thud! The blade pierced through the bodies of 3 individuals, pinning them against the temple's courtyard wall. Experience 10. Experience 10. The remaining 2 individuals, overwhelmed with fear, stumbled and collapsed onto the ground. Young master, spare us. We were merely following orders. Please, let us go. The 2 servants repeatedly bowed their heads, pleading for mercy. Meanwhile, Wang Hu, clutching his blood-soaked right arm, gazed at Xiao Bieli in terror. You have been deceiving us all along. At merely 17, a peak 9th tier, and you have mastered your swordsmanship to such an extent. A chill ran through his heart, leaving him perplexed. Such talent could easily secure a place in a prestigious sect. What was there to conceal? Grant me a swift end. With a swift motion, the long blade sliced through the air. Wang Hu's lifeless body fell to the ground. Experience 100, Tier 7 Iron Cloth Technique 1. Has he dropped a technique? The drop rate is quite generous. Furthermore, a 9th tier martial artist yields 100 experience. Young master. The 2 servants continued their desperate pleas. With a graceful leap, Xiao Bieli landed beside them. In your next life, strive to be a better person. The blade swept through the air once more, severing 2 heads that soared skyward. Experience 10. Experience 10. Xiao Bieli dared not linger in the mountain shrine. After hastily collecting several taels of silver and a bit of dried food from the corpses, he departed in haste. It wasn't long before another group appeared at the mountain shrine. Aside from Wang Hu, nearly everyone had met a swift demise. The skillful swordplay led them to wonder if someone had come to Xiao Bieli's aid. Chen Zhong, the steward of the Xiao family, inspected the shrine and spoke softly. Within the shrine, the other Xiao family servants remained silent, too frightened to utter a word. Only Lin Hai, an outer disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, stepped forward, examining the bodies before coldly stating, "The scene has been deliberately tampered with, making it impossible to discern how many people were involved. However, Your servants from the Xiao family died less than a stick of incense ago. They cannot have gone far. Summon all the hunting dogs and pursue them. Xiao Bieli is a target personally designated for extermination by the young master. If he escapes, you all know the consequences. Yes, yes. Chen Zhong nodded repeatedly. Despite being a peak 9th-tier martial artist, he knew he could not afford to offend Lin Hai. I will immediately send the Xiao family members in this direction to pursue. Deep within the depths of Luoxia Mountain, Xiao Bieli exhaled deeply, consuming the dried food he had found alongside the sweet stream water. He had been fleeing through the mountains for over an hour, and even as a 9th-tier martial artist, he found it increasingly taxing. Woof, woof. At that moment, the sound of barking dogs echoed nearby, and 2 fierce hounds lunged toward him. With a swift slash, he severed their heads, which soared into the air. Typically, hunters would not venture into Luoxia Mountain at dusk. It seemed the pursuers had arrived. A sense of urgency gripped Xiao Bieli's heart. Without a moment to consider covering his tracks, he hastily continued deeper into the mountains. Luoxia Mountain was vast. If he could evade capture for a few more days, he would be free as fish in the sea. For an outer disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect lacked the power to mobilize nearby families to seal off the entire Luoxia Mountain. Moreover, with the system he possessed, the Xiao family would likely be inconsequential in a year or two. As for the Zhongyuan sword sect, once I possess sufficient strength, this vendetta shall be avenged. Before long, the grass by the brook was parted, revealing a group of individuals emerging beside the stream, none other than Lin Hai, accompanied by 6 or 7 servants from the Xiao family and 2 dogs. Young Master Lin, the dogs still have warmth. They haven't fled far, one servant remarked, gently touching the decapitated hound. Pursue. Lin Hai coldly uttered a single command. In the sparsely lit night, Xiao Bieli leaned against a great tree, exhaling deeply. Would he have to claim the iron cloth himself? Claim it. With a resounding boom, a torrent of experience related to the iron cloth surged into his mind. A wave of warmth coursing through his body, recklessly traversing his skin and tempering his flesh. Xiao Bieli exerted himself fully in practicing the iron cloth technique. His once fair skin transformed into a dark hue, akin to that of rugged leather. With only 5% proficiency in the iron cloth, it remained insufficient to withstand blades and swords. However, it was better than nothing. Moreover, I now possess experience. At that moment, the panel before Xiao Bieli had transformed into Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level, peak of 9th rank. Martial arts, Yijin Jing, 5100. Iron cloth, 5100. Gale blade technique, 30,100. Azure wave palm, 10100. Black tiger fist, 20100. Experience, 210. Gazing at the flickering flames below the mountain, Xiao Bieli noted how this group of pursuers clung to him like shadows. Despite hastening through the mountains for several dozen miles, he had yet to shake them off. Now beset by attackers, with blades and swords indiscriminately swinging, layering the iron cloth might just preserve his life in a critical moment. With this thought, he expended all his experience to enhance the iron cloth. Chapter 3, Counterattack. Boom. A surge of warmth erupted from within Xiao Bieli, coursing through his limbs and vitals, accompanied by the experience of training in the iron cloth, as if he had practiced it for over a decade. Moments later, the warmth dissipated. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level, peak of 9th rank. Martial arts, Yijin Jing, 5100. Iron cloth, 15100. Gale blade technique, 50100. Azure wave palm, 10,100. Black tiger fist, 20100. Experience, 10 points of experience. What could be done with that? Both the iron cloth and gale blade technique belong to the same tier of martial arts, each consuming 100 experience points to increase proficiency by 5%, Xiao Bieli murmured. As the flaming torches drew nearer, he furrowed his brow and turned towards the depths of the forest. Having slain so many during the day, he feared the arrival of other formidable experts from the Xiao family. His uncle was a 7th rank master, and even with the system at his disposal, he could not yet dispatch that wretched being. With a swift thrust, he vanquished a vicious hound and a martial artist, earning experience 10. Without even pausing to collect the spoils, Xiao Bieli turned and fled deeper into the woods. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before he was captured. His expression darkened. He had underestimated the tracking methods of this world. For 3 consecutive days, he had been pursued multiple times. Fortunately, I did not encounter any top-tier masters. The strongest were merely two skilled individuals from the Xiao family who had achieved the first rank. With their adeptness in the Gale Blade technique, they could be easily dealt with. Over the past few days of evasion, a considerable number of adversaries fell by my hand, leading to the following status. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, pinnacle of the 9th rank. Martial arts, Yijin Jing, 5100. Iron cloth shirt, 15100. Gale Blade technique, 50100. By Bow Palm, 10100. Black Tiger Fist, 20,100. Experience, 340. In these few days, two 9th rank opponents had perished at my hands, along with over a dozen guards, boosting my experience points to over 300. I have come to appreciate the advantages of martial arts training amidst ambushes. Those who had not achieved the first rank, despite wielding blades and swords, could only leave superficial marks on me, allowing me to strike without restraint. Otherwise, even if I could eliminate those two 9th rank foes, it would not have been so effortless. Consume all experience points to enhance the iron cloth shirt. Xiao Bieli murmured softly. Boom. A wave of warmth surged forth, accompanied by a delightful sensation. Iron cloth shirt, 30100. Experience, 40. Young master, spare us. We were forced into this. A day later, deep within the falling sunset mountain. Experience 10. Experience 10. Experience 100. On the ground lay a disarray of corpses, as Xiao Bieli stood resolutely, blade in hand. At this moment, numerous nicks marred the surface of his tempered blade, and his clothing had become tattered, scarcely better than that of a beggar. With a cold gaze, Xiao Bieli dispatched two more foes, their bodies collapsing softly to the ground. Experience 10. Experience 550. He wiped the blood from his tempered blade using the clothing of the fallen and spoke softly. Consume all experience points to enhance the iron cloth shirt. As his words fell, a heat enveloped him, and a multitude of experiences related to the iron cloth shirt surged into his mind. Moments later, the enhancement was complete. Host, Xiao Bieli. Age, 17. Cultivation, pinnacle of the 9th rank. Martial arts, Yijin Jing, 5100. Gale Blade technique, 50100. Iron cloth shirt, 55,100. By Bow Palm, 10100. Black Tiger Fist, 20,100. Exhaling deeply, Xiao Bieli's gaze sharpened. I am now effectively encircled by them. Moreover, the number of experts in the encircling team is increasing. If Xiao Fuxing truly arrives, my escape will be impossible. Choosing a direction, he resolved to push forward. This individual is advancing at an alarming rate. Lin Hai's expression darkened. Having tracked him for an entire night, there had been numerous traces along the route previously, but now they were dwindling. If this continued, they would lose the trail. There's only one person's trace. Are you certain Xiao Bieli is an unranked waste? Lin Hai inquired, turning his head. Xiao Bieli had indeed been seen in Linen Prefecture, and it was true that he had not yet attained the rank of a master. Could it be that after experiencing life and death, he had achieved a breakthrough? Previously, Xiao Bieli had indeed not reached that level. One of the guards hastily remarked. A sudden scream pierced the air. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of combat echoed from a distance to the south. It must be from Steward Chen's side. One of the Xiao family's guards exclaimed. Meanwhile, Lin Hai had already dashed towards the source of the conflict, swiftly leaving the guards behind with a few agile movements. Upon arriving at the scene of the skirmish, Lin Hai was met with a sight that astonished him. Chen Zhong, at the pinnacle of the 9th rank, wielded a long sword while engaged in combat with Xiao Bieli. However, Chen Zhong bore several long wounds, blood staining half of his body crimson. Young Master Lin, save me. Chen Zhong exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Lin Hai, parrying Xiao Bieli's blade with a sword of his own, his voice ringing out. Well done, young lad. You've been concealing your true strength. Xiao Bieli's eyes glinted with malice as he observed the young man, noting his exceptional swordsmanship at such a tender age. I cannot allow you to live. With a clang, Lin Hai unsheathed his sword. As an outer disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, he had trained rigorously, and despite his status, his swordplay was remarkably refined. Whoosh! The long sword sliced through the air with remarkable agility, targeting critical points on Xiao Bieli's body. Excellent. So, it's you who wishes to end my life? Xiao Bieli's gaze hardened. If it weren't for this nuisance, none of this turmoil would have arisen. Determined to eliminate this threat, he decided to go all out. With a fierce display of his wind blade technique, he struck. Clang, Clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing resounded. Lin Hai was taken aback to see his furious thrust completely countered by Xiao Bieli, prompting him to change his tactics and aim directly at Xiao Bieli's chest. Clang. Xiao Bieli deflected the blow with a horizontal strike, stepping forward instead of retreating, his left fist aimed squarely at Lin Hai's face. Take this, Xiao Bieli shouted with fervor. Lin Hai, his eyes flashing with determination, managed to block Xiao Bieli's long knife with his sword while channeling his inner strength through his left hand. Bang! Their fists collided, and both retreated several paces. Indeed, an outer disciple is just an outer disciple, Xiao Bieli remarked nonchalantly. Although Lin Hai was at the 8th rank and slightly stronger in terms of power, it was still within a manageable range. Everyone, attack together. Lin Hai's expression darkened as he shouted angrily. Despite being merely an outer disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, he was not someone from a small family to be scorned. The remaining dozen or so guards from the Xiao family exchanged glances and, almost in unison, charged towards Xiao Bieli. A tempest of fury ensued. Xiao Bieli's blade struck swiftly. With one slash, 2 bodies fell to the ground. Experience 100. Experience 10. As the momentum of his blade shifted, blood sprayed forth. Among the guards, only 1 or 2 had attained mastery, comparable to Wang Hu, and they were no match for the current Xiao Bieli. Young Master Lin. A voice trembled. Unable to suppress the fear within, yet not daring to flee, looking towards Lin Hai for guidance. Clang. Just as Xiao Bieli unleashed another powerful strike, Lin Hai made his move. The blade struck with a cunning precision, targeting Xiao Bieli's back. You wretched beast. Xiao Bieli's expression shifted slightly. Yet evasion was no longer an option. With a swift thrust, he severed the head of the sole remaining 9th-tier warrior among the guards. Experience 100. If I am to perish, I shall ensure you do not find solace. Turning, with a crackle of joints, Xiao Bieli's skin darkened to a shade of deep azure. His muscles resembling forged steel. He did not flinch or evade, eschewing any extravagant maneuvers. The forged blade was raised high above his head, embodying the might of a powerful strike, and descended with force. Lin Hai bore a smirk of mockery. His sword was already at Xiao Bieli's chest. Was it not too late to resist? Clang. The long sword struck Xiao Bieli's chest, producing a sound akin to metal clashing against metal. A strike that should have been fatal was unexpectedly thwarted. With a fierce slash, Lin Hai's body was cleaved in two, blood spraying forth, and entrails scattered across the ground. Experience 500, 6th-tier golden silk armor 1 flee. Quick escape. The remaining Xiao family guards could no longer maintain their composure, discarding their weapons and fleeing in haste. Humph. Xiao Bieli scoffed, leaping forth, and in an instant, 2 heads soared into the air. Experience 10, Chunzhong, witnessing the advancing Xiao Bieli. Knelt upon the ground. Third young master, I have watched you grow. This action comes at the behest of the family head. Spare me. Even the initial 8th-tier Lin Hai had perished at Xiao Bieli's hands. Now, gravely wounded, he could not even flee. How could he hope to contend with Xiao Bieli? To hell with you. Without allowing Chunzhong to finish, Xiao Bieli struck, sending Chunzhong's defiant head flying, landing amidst the nearby grass. Experience 100. Xiao Bieli withdrew the long sword embedded in his chest, crimson blood gushing forth. He retrieved a healing balm, applying it to the wound. I underestimated the iron cloth shirt. Observing the wound, scarcely half an inch deep, Xiao Bieli murmured softly. Initially, he had deemed the iron cloth shirt a mere trifle, opting to enhance it amidst the onslaught, believing it would offer greater safety in a melee. To his astonishment, the iron cloth shirt, with over 50% proficiency, had mitigated much of the force from an 8th-tier warrior's full strike, allowing him to successfully retaliate. From this day forth, the sea is vast for the fish to leap. Zhongyuan sword sect, Xiao family, await my return. With that declaration, Xiao Bieli plunged into the depths of the forest. Chapter 4, 8th tier. Damn it. Damn it. How could Lin Xiao be dead? What on earth transpired? Xiao Fuxing gazed upon the scattered corpses, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He had merely remained at the Xiao residence to oversee the aftermath, believing that Lin Hai could effortlessly eliminate his nephew. Yet now Lin Hai lay dead here. The death of an outer disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect was not a major calamity. However, Lin Hai was a representative acting on behalf of a true successor of the sect. With Lin Hai's demise, how could he explain this to his superior? To curry favor with that individual, he had even sacrificed his own brother. Now, would all his efforts be in vain? Family head. It was Xiao Bieli who killed Lin Xiaoxia. A member of the Xiao family's guards, who participated in the search, spoke quietly. Crack. No sooner had he finished speaking than his neck was snapped by the grim-faced Xiao Fuxing. Damn it. Bring Lin Xiaoxia's body down the mountain. I shall personally visit the Changhe gang. Lu Qi, you continue the search and track down Xiao Bieli's whereabouts. Let the fireworks signal. I will come to you as soon as I return from the Changhe gang. Lin Hai is not only an outer disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, but also the beloved grandson of Lin Tiantong, the elder of the Changhe gang. Although he is unafraid of the Changhe gang, he does not wish to offend Lin Tiantong, especially considering the Changhe gang's connection with the Sanjiang alliance. This matter must be explained to Elder Lin. Meanwhile, deep within the depths of the Luoxiao mountain, in a thicket, host, Xiao Bieli. Age, 17. Cultivation, peak of the 9th rank. Martial arts, Yijin Jing, 5100. Quanfeng Daofa, 50100. Taboo shirt, 55100. Bibo palm, 10100. Heihu fist technique, 20,100. Experience, 1540. Gold and silk armor awaiting extraction. Indeed, fortune lies in misfortune. This can be considered a wave of sudden wealth. Xiao Bieli gazed at the experience points displayed on the system panel and spoke softly. Killing Lin Hai granted him 500 experience points. And with the 6 or 7 renowned martial artists recruited by the Xiao family and the miscellaneous fish, his experience soared. Upon examining the martial arts skills on the panel, he immediately dismissed Bibo Palm and Heihu fist technique. Even with the experience points, he needed to prioritize upgrading the skills provided by the system. Unless it was an unparalleled divine skill of this world, it would be unwise to squander such hard-earned experience points. Claiming the golden silk armor. As Xiao Bieli silently intoned in his heart, a perfectly fitting armor materialized in his hands. This golden silk armor was entirely golden, unlike anything seen on television. It appeared merely as an ordinary sleeveless inner garment. Golden silk armor, rank 6, impervious to weapons below rank 6. Can withstand 30% of internal energy. Seeing the description of the golden silk armor, Xiao Bieli's eyes brightened. Initially, he hesitated over whether to level up the Taboo shirt to its maximum, especially since he had relied on its 55% proficiency to block Lin Hai's lethal strike. However, now that he possessed the golden silk armor, he could prioritize upgrading other martial arts instead. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Bieli silently declared, consume 1,000 experience points to enhance Yijin Jing. Yijin Jing, 6100, boom. A warm current surged within his dantian, coursing through his limbs and bones. And in an instant, one of the 12 meridians was unblocked, advancing him to the early stage of the 8th rank. Yet, this was not the end. Another meridian was unblocked, followed by a third, and then the warm current returned to his dantian. Hiss! Xiao Bieli inhaled sharply. The proficiency of Yijin Jing increased by 1% for 1,000 experience points, yet he had unblocked 3 meridians. The 8th rank in martial arts involves the process of unblocking the 12 meridians. The more meridians unblocked, the greater the internal energy one can contain, until all 12 are fully opened. 1% proficiency in Yijin Jing corresponds to 3 unblocked meridians, meaning that with just 3 more instances, he could reach the peak of the 8th rank. Calculating thus, it appears that the elimination of merely 6 8th-grade martial artists suffices. This renders the ascent to higher realms devoid of pressure. With an accumulated experience of 540 points, one could fully master the Gale Blade technique. Xiao Bieli spoke softly. With the acquisition of the golden silk armor, the urgency to enhance the iron cloth technique diminished considerably. Boom. An influx of countless experiences related to the Gale Blade technique surged into Xiao Bieli's mind. His hands burned with intensity, and a layer of calluses formed, as though he had devoted years to the relentless practice of the Gale Blade technique. After a brief moment, host, Xiao Bieli, realm, early 8th grade, martial arts, Yijin Jing, 6100, Gale Blade technique, 75100, iron cloth technique, 55100, by Bo Palm, 10,100, Black Tiger Fist, 20100, experience points, 40. The proficiency of the Gale Blade technique surged by 25 points. Swish. The battered, well-forged blade was drawn from its sheath, its gleam illuminating the air, manifesting countless blade shadows. Surrounding trees, as thick as a man's fist, fell as if responding to an unspoken command, neatly severed into several segments that tumbled to the ground. Clang. The blade was sheathed once more. Sigh. Xiao Bieli exhaled deeply, murmuring, "It is no wonder that Tian Buoguang could confront the majority of the martial world's experts with this very technique and his lightness skill. With my current early 8th grade cultivation, coupled with the Gale Blade technique's 75 proficiency, even in a direct confrontation with Lin Hai, I could claim his life within 3 moves. It seems evident that I must elevate these martial arts to their utmost levels. However, having slain a disciple from the outer sect of the Zhongyuan sword sect, and considering that Lin Hai appeared to be acting under orders, lingering here is ill-advised. With this thought in mind, Xiao Bieli meticulously assessed the spoils he had carelessly gathered before setting off in the direction away from Sanshui County. In Linshui County, at Daju Port. Linshui County lies to the south of Luoxiao Mountain, whereas the Xiao family resides in Lichuan County to the north, with the 2 counties separated by the mountain range and accessible only via a single official road. Venturing off this path necessitates traversing the mountain. Yet, due to the multitude of venomous snakes and fierce beasts inhabiting Luoxiao Mountain, only seasoned hunters dare to scale its heights. As dusk approached, the usually bustling Daju port stood desolate, with only a solitary large vessel moored at the dock. "Captain, the sky is darkening. Where are the passengers? We ought to depart. Indeed, if we delay any longer, night will fall, and who knows when we shall reach Dongjiang County by tomorrow." As the sun neared the horizon, the passengers aboard grew increasingly impatient with the captain's reluctance to set sail. Although the journey from Linshui County to Dongjiang County follows the current, it still requires a day and a half, and given the scarcity of travelers today, they had already been waiting on the boat for nearly an hour. Alas, with so few passengers, I might not even recoup my expenses. The captain sighed, lamenting the deteriorating business due to the ongoing conflicts between the 12 linked docks and the Sanjiang Alliance. "Look, here come 7 or 8 people. Surely, we can depart now?" Someone called out, gazing toward the dock. A smile spread across the captain's face. With these additional 6 or 7 individuals and their cargo, this journey would yield at least a modest profit. Once again, it is the time for the incense to burn. And after the boatmen have loaded all the cargo onto the vessel, the captain prepares to set sail. "Wait, boatman, allow me to accompany you." At that moment, a deep voice resonates in the ears of those aboard. Upon catching sight of the speaker, their brows furrowed. The newcomer appeared disheveled, clad in tattered garments, holding a large bundle in one hand and carrying a long knife on his back. Could he possibly be a beggar? Xiao Bieli lightly leaped from the dock, landing gracefully on the deck of the grand ship, tossing a couple of silver coins to the captain. "This ship is bound for Dongjiang County, isn't it? Perfect, for I am also headed there." Chapter 5. The Long River Gang. What extraordinary skill! Among the crew, there were those with discerning eyes, and upon witnessing Xiao Bieli's prowess, they abandoned any thoughts of casting this beggar off the ship. When traveling, it is prudent to be accommodating to others, for should one provoke a formidable figure, one's life could be at stake. "Very well, young hero, please come aboard." The captain, receiving the silver, wore a broad smile. "Set sail, set sail." With the boatmen strenuously maneuvering the vessel away from the dock, it glided downstream with the current. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a crimson hue, Xiao Bieli stood on the deck, murmuring softly, "Once we have left the Sanshui County, I must remain inconspicuous. It will be difficult for the Xiao family to locate me thereafter. Have you heard? A significant event transpired just a few days ago in the neighboring Lichuan County." Voices reached Xiao Bieli's ears as a group lingered on the deck, engaged in idle chatter. "What event? Old Lu, aware of your extensive travels, do not keep us in suspense. Indeed, do tell. If it is truly noteworthy, I shall share a cup of this fine huaiyao with you." A crowd encircled a stout man, whose temples bulged and eyes sparkled with vitality, a clear indication of a formidable individual. Old Lu basked in the attention, chuckling. "Who does not know that you, Nyo Sampao, are stingy with your coins, purchasing only watered-down wine? I refuse to drink it. I have just come from Lichuan County. Yesterday, Master Xiao heir of the Xiao family passed away." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Master Xiao heir was a 7th rank expert, and the patriarch of the Xiao family stood at the pinnacle of the 7th rank. Surely, even the Long River Gang of Lichuan County would not dare to kill him? Indeed, there are but a handful of 7th rank experts in all of Lichuan County. Could it be that an outsider has slain Master Xiao heir? The murmurs continued. For a 7th rank master here could command respect across an entire county. Old Lu shook his head. You are unaware. It was none other than Xiao Bieli himself who killed Master Xiao. I have heard that yesterday, Xiao Bieli attempted to engage in an illicit affair with the wife of the Xiao family's eldest son, only to be caught by Master Xiao. In a fit of rage, Master Xiao resolved to hand Xiao Bieli over to the family patriarch for punishment. Knowing full well that such a fate would mean certain death, Xiao Bieli ambushed Master Xiao on the road. To this day, both the Xiao family and the Long River Gang are still searching for Xiao Bieli's whereabouts on Luoxiao Mountain. The crowd was incensed. How despicable! This Xiao Bieli is truly a beast, daring to lay hands on his own sister-in-law. Even one's biological father can turn against them. What, then, is to be said of a sister-in-law? Nevertheless, the turmoil within the Xiao family bears no connection to the Changhe Gang. Why are they pursuing Xiao Bieli? The reasons remain elusive, yet the Changhe Gang is currently scouring our neighboring county for Xiao Bieli's whereabouts. Alas, we are indeed in a tumultuous season. Just the day before yesterday, our county's benevolent Wang De was colluding with the 12 linked caves, only to be annihilated by the Changhe Gang, leaving only young Master Wang alive. Now, the Changhe Gang is on the hunt for him, while in Lichuan County, another name has surfaced, Xiao Bieli. Due to the ongoing strife between the Sanjiang Alliance and the 12 linked caves, the waterways have become less frequented, and many merchants now hesitate to venture into our San Shui County. Listening to the boisterous discussions on deck, Xiao Bieli's expression remained impassive. His father, after all, was the second in command of the Xiao family. His sudden demise would undoubtedly require an explanation from them. Xiao Fuxing would never admit to having killed his own brother. Thus the burden of blame must fall upon him. What surprised him, however, was Xiao Fuxing's willingness to tarnish the reputation of his eldest daughter-in-law. In these times, such slander could render a woman unable to hold her head high for the rest of her life. Moreover, amidst this scandal, there was no mention of Lin Hai, the outer disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect. And what role did the Changhe Gang play in this affair? The Changhe Gang is considerably more formidable than the Xiao family, with their leader, the seven-fingered divine eagle, Sun Changhe, being a sixth-grade powerhouse. The Changhe Gang wields considerable influence not only in Lichuan County, but throughout the entire Sanshui County, and behind them lies the Sanjiang Alliance, the true sovereign of Sanshui County, to whom even the county magistrate must show deference. They have slain disciples of the Zhongyuan sword sect, and I find myself still concerned about the Changhe Gang. With this thought, Xiao Bieli could not help but shake his head. There are those within the Zhongyuan sword sect who wish for his demise. What is one Changhe Gang in comparison? Furthermore, life and death are matters of fate. As long as he remains alive, it is his adversaries who should be apprehensive, given that he possesses a system panel. The cabin of the large ship had been reserved by a group that boarded prior to Xiao Bieli. The leader, aged around 35 or 36, donned a luxurious brocade robe. He appeared slightly portly, yet exuded an air of astute competence. Can one discern the identity of this youth? Is he perhaps a member of the Changhe Gang? Wang Tianfu peered through the window at Xiao Bieli, who sat quietly in a corner of the deck, listening to the lively discussions outside. He turned to a robust man in his 40s beside him and inquired. The skill displayed earlier in boarding the ship indicated at least a peak 9th grade prowess, or even 8th grade. His status was undoubtedly significant. Deng Yong shook his head, stating, "There are only 3 or 4 young 9th grade peak experts in the entire Changhe Gang, and I am familiar with them. He is definitely not among them. We have already dispatched our brothers to split into 3 groups and take the land route to escape. They have drawn the majority of the Changhe Gang's attention, and those brothers believe we intend to exit via Luoxiao Mountain. Even if they are captured, the Changhe Gang will only search Luoxiao Mountain. Furthermore, once we leave Sanshui County, heroes from the 12 linked caves will be there to assist us. At that point, even the Changhe Gang will be powerless against us." With a resounding clap on the table, Wang Tianfu's eyes burned with fury. Damn the Changhe Gang. Had it not been for the relentless pressure exerted by the Changhe Gang, intent on devouring my Wang family, my father would never have dared to take the perilous step of collaborating with the 12 linked docs. In the days to come, I shall ensure the Changhe Gang pays dearly. Alas, Deng Yong sighed. Surviving this ordeal was already a blessing. Even if I were to reach the 12 linked docs, would they truly avenge the grievances of my Wang family by assaulting the Changhe Gang? Moreover, the Changhe Gang has the formidable Sanjiang Alliance backing them, a colossal entity that dominates the entire Sanshui County. Even with the full might of the 12 linked docs, they might not be able to contend with such a behemoth. The sun had yet to fully set, yet a mist was already rising over the river. Beyond the verdant hills, boats glided through the emerald waters. I hope they are not coming for me. Xiao Bieli's ears twitched. He could already hear the sound of oars slicing through the water. He sighed softly. The scenery of Yuanjiang was indeed exquisite, yet it seemed someone was intent on shattering this serene beauty. He had already unsheathed his forged blade, resting it beside him, his right hand gripping the hilt. A swift vessel approached, and behind it, a larger ship followed. By the insignia, it was a vessel of the Changhe gang. A gasp escaped. The Changhe gang was well known in Sanshui County. Someone quickly recognized the flag atop the large ship. Found it. The previous ships were mere decoys. This must be the one. Surround them. At that moment, the air was filled with the sound of alarms as small boats encircled their larger vessel. On these small boats stood sturdy members of the Changhe gang, their faces adorned with cold smirks as they regarded those aboard the larger ship. Not far from the small boats, a larger ship surged through the waves, defying the current, already 100 meters away. The captain and the crew had skillfully hidden themselves in the corners of the ship, trembling in fear. Why would a vessel of the Changhe gang appear here? It seemed they were indeed targeting our ship. Xiao Bieli's gaze swept over those on board, ultimately resting upon a group that had just emerged from the cabin. Their faces pale, some requiring support to stand. Xiao Bieli realized that the Changhe gang's true aim was this group, not him. Chapter 6. The Gale Blade Technique Achieved. Wang Tianfu, you have made it easy for me to find you. Such a level of disguise. Do you truly think you can deceive me so easily? By day, you sent others fleeing in 3 directions and even spread false news of your escape from Luoxia Mountain. Fortunately, I remained vigilant. Otherwise, you would have indeed slipped away. The elder at the helm of the large ship bore a long scar across his face, with a pair of hooks at his waist. As he spoke, the smile that twisted his scarred visage appeared all the more sinister. It was the soul-snatching hand, Chen Yuan. Damn it! Deng Yong shielded Wang Tianfu behind him, his expression changing drastically upon recognizing the elder's face. Young master, Chen Yuan is a peak 8th grade master. I cannot guarantee that I can withstand him. When I engage him, you must jump into the river and escape. There may still be a glimmer of hope. Wang Tianfu's countenance was equally ashen. He had heard of Chen Yuan's notorious reputation. Although merely at the pinnacle of the 8th rank, Chen Yuan was ruthless, relishing in the torment of others. Those who fell into his clutches found it exceedingly difficult to leave with their bodies intact. With a decisive thrust, Chen Yuan boarded the grand vessel occupied by Xiao Bieli and his companions. He cast a glance at Wang Tianfu before turning to Deng Yong, sneering, Deng Yong, do you truly believe a worthless fool like you can obstruct me? Rest assured, none of you shall escape today. Young master, flee, Deng Yong bellowed, drawing his sword with a flourish, the blade exuding an overwhelming ferocity as the wind howled around them. Clang! Deng Yong's long knife was intercepted by a hook forged from fine iron. Your master met his demise at my hands just 2 days ago. Now I shall send you to join him. Chen Yuan's face twisted into a malevolent grin as one iron hook countered Deng Yong's blade, while the other sliced towards Deng Yong's waist, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, straining to summon his inner strength for defense. In mere moments, Deng Yong found himself at a disadvantage. Run, young master, Deng Yong shouted. But the iron hook grazed his waist, staining it with crimson. Xiao Bieli shook his head, despite both being at the 8th rank. Chen Yuan not only possessed greater depth of power than Deng Yong, but also wielded techniques far more intricate. Within a few dozen exchanges, it seemed inevitable that Deng Yong would succumb. Meanwhile, Wang Tianfu and his companions were engaged in combat with the members of the Changhe gang who had surged onto the ship. Except for Wang Tianfu, who was an 8th rank fighter, his 2 companions were merely at the entry-level rank and could hardly withstand the ferocity of the Changhe gang members, who were as fierce as wolves. Wang Tianfu fought while retreating, despair evident in his eyes. Although Deng Yong managed to hinder the Grim Reaper like Chen Yuan, his swimming skills were poor, and with a dozen small boats surrounding them like vultures, even leaping into the water would not guarantee his escape. Catching a glimpse of Xiao Bieli seated at the edge of the deck, Wang Tianfu's eyes lit up. Previously, he and Deng Yong had suspected the unkempt youth's identity was anything but ordinary. Now, their only chance for survival lay in dragging him into the fray. Wang Tianfu repelled an 8th rank fighter from the Changhe gang, hastening to Xiao Bieli's side, and called out, young hero, save me. If you rescue me, this 2,000 taels of silver will be yours. With that, Wang Tianfu produced an exquisite wooden box from his chest and tossed it toward Xiao Bieli. Upon seeing Xiao Bieli catch the brocade box, a smile of relief spread across Wang Tianfu's face, though it quickly froze in disbelief. Clang! The sound of a blade being drawn resonated, followed by a sickening thud. Wang Tianfu's head soared into the air, blood spraying forth. His eyes wide with incredulity as he collapsed to the ground. Experience 500, Disguise Mask 1. Exhausting all experience, he elevated the Gale Blade technique. Xiao Bieli contemplated, realizing that since the Changhe gang was also searching for him in the neighboring county, it was highly likely he would be recognized by this group. Thus, he deemed it prudent to utilize the experience. Boom. His hands burned with heat as a torrent of training experience for the Gale Blade technique surged into his mind, deepening the calluses on his palms. Host, Xiao Bieli, Realm, Initial Stage of 8th Rank, Martial Arts, Yijin Jing, 6100, Wind Blade Technique, Perfected, Iron Cloth Shirt, 55,100. Azure Wave Palm, 10100, Black Tiger Fist, 20100, Mastery, Experience Points, 40. Observing the 4 additional characters on the system panel, Xiao Bieli furrowed his brow. However, after perfecting the Wind Blade technique, he indeed felt that the forged blade in his hand was akin to an extension of his own arm, maneuvering with exquisite precision. Hiss! The people aboard the ship gasped in astonishment at this unexpected turn of events. The occurrence was so sudden that even the 8th rank member of the Changhe gang, engaged in combat with Wang Tianfu, momentarily failed to react. The others on the ship were equally stunned. Some had already discerned that this seemingly destitute youth possessed remarkable skills. Yet Wang Tianfu was also of 8th rank. Even a surprise attack resulting in the death of an 8th rank fighter would be a formidable feat. You seek death. Deng Yong bellowed in rage, clashing head-on with the soul-snatching hand of Chen Yuan. Ignoring his injuries, he lunged towards Xiao Bieli with a powerful kick that propelled him into the air. Chen Yuan showed no intention of obstructing him. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Xiao Bieli, a hint of suspicion flickering in his eyes. However, a nearby 8th rank member of the Changhe gang, upon observing Chen Yuan, leaned in closely to whisper, causing Chen Yuan's expression to shift drastically. With fury, Deng Yong slashed downward with tremendous force, aiming directly at Xiao Bieli's face. His inner strength was vast, yet his technique was lacking. The fierce wind rushed towards Xiao Bieli, whose countenance remained unchanged as he swiftly drew the forged blade once more, its light shimmering. The speed of Xiao Bieli's earlier strike that had felled Wang Tianfu now paled in comparison to this one. PFF. Blood gushed from Deng Yong's neck as he crumpled to the ground. Experience points, 500. Sheathing his blade, Xiao Bieli turned to Chen Yuan and smiled. Since you have recognized me, what do you intend to do? Although he had just dealt with Deng Yong, he had kept a vigilant eye on Chen Yuan's side. While he couldn't hear their conversation clearly, Chen Yuan's changing expressions suggested that they had indeed identified his identity. Seeing Chen Yuan remain silent, Xiao Bieli continued. I fail to comprehend why the Changhe gang, having a rather indifferent relationship with the Xiao family, would choose to meddle in this affair. Humph. Chen Yuan scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. Xiao Bieli, you have killed your father and wronged your sister. The Changhe gang must act to rid the world of such evildoers. Eliminate him and bring him back for the Xiao family to deal with. Xiao Bieli. The individuals aboard the ship were momentarily taken aback. They had just been discussing the benevolence of Wang Da and Xiao Bieli, only to find that Wang Da's son, Wang Tianfu, had been slain by none other than Xiao Bieli himself. As Chen Yuan's words echoed, the 3 8th rank experts from the Changhe gang, who had leapt onto the large ship, sprang into action almost simultaneously. Each wielding a short blade, they executed their moves in perfect harmony, striking one after another in relentless succession. Kill your father and wrong your sister? Is that what that scoundrel Xiao Fuxing has been spreading about you? In an instant, a tempest of rage and despair surged in Xiao Bieli's eyes as he bellowed. He seeks to curry favor with the disciples of the Zhongyuan sword sect by attempting to take my life. Were it not for my father's desperate intervention, I would have long since perished at his hands. Today, I shall first exact some interest from you all. Let Xiao Fuxing prepare himself, for I shall seek him out. Since Xiao Fuxing aims to tarnish his reputation, how could he allow him to succeed? What? The people aboard the vessel were taken aback. To appease the Zhongyuan sword sect? It was rumored that Xiao Bieli was betrothed to Lin Qingtuan, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, who had joined the Zhongyuan sword sect and become a true disciple. Could it be that there existed a web of love and hatred between the disciples of the Zhongyuan sword sect and Xiao Bieli? After Xiao Bieli's declaration, they found themselves believing his words more than ever. After all, compared to the narrative of Xiao Bieli's patricide and fratricide, his own account seemed far more credible. Only the Zhongyuan sword sect could elucidate why the Changhe gang stood with the Xiao family, aiding them in their endeavors. Clang, clang, clang. In a heartbeat, Xiao Bieli engaged the 3 8th-grade masters of the Changhe gang in a fierce exchange, with blades flashing and sparks flying. Despite their synchronized efforts, they found themselves unable to subdue Xiao Bieli. Meanwhile, the sole hooker, Chun Yuan, gripped his twin hooks tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Bieli. Finally, after Xiao Bieli had exchanged 43 blows with the 3 8th-grade swordsmen, Chun Yuan's eyes gleamed with determination. He lunged toward Xiao Bieli, his iron hooks slicing through the air with a chilling whistle, one aimed at Xiao Bieli's chest, the other targeting his abdomen. Alas, the previously loquacious old Lu sighed softly. Drawing from his years of experience traversing the land, he recognized that at such a tender age, Xiao Bieli had already attained the rank of an 8th-grade master. A rare prodigy indeed. However, it was unfortunate that he had encountered Chun Yuan, who shamelessly resorted to a surprise attack. This lad, it seemed, was doomed. A smile tugged at the corners of Xiao Bieli's mouth as he suddenly propelled himself off the deck, meeting the oncoming blades and hooks with a fierce strike. He poured all his strength into this blow, holding nothing back. Clang, clang, clang. The spectators were left bewildered, unable to comprehend how Xiao Bieli had executed such a strike. All they heard was the resonant clash of metal, and then they beheld the 3 Changhe gang masters, who had been besieging Xiao Bieli moments prior, now sprawled upon the ground, while Xiao Bieli and Chun Yuan had exchanged positions. Drip. A droplet of blood fell upon the deck. You even donned superior inner armor. I am unwilling to accept this, Chun Yuan lamented, collapsing softly to the ground. Experience points, 500. Experience, 500. Skyward Leap 1. Chapter 7. The vast sea awaits the leaping fish. Silence enveloped the ship, punctuated only by the sound of blood dripping onto the 100-forged blade. No one could have anticipated that the esteemed sole hooker Chun Yuan, along with 3 8th-grade masters of the Changhe gang, would meet their demise at the hands of Xiao Bieli. Especially old Lu, who had visited Lichuan County. Xiao Bieli was merely 17 years old. An 8th-grade master at 17 was no slowpoke in the entirety of Sanshui Prefecture, yet it seemed he had remained an enigma until now. Flee! Quickly retreat! A series of shouts echoed, and the members of the Changhe gang swiftly reacted, leaping into the river one by one. With a swift motion, Xiao Bieli released his meticulously forged blade, piercing the bodies of 2 adept 9th-tier members of the Changhe gang at the edge of the boat. Experience 100. Experience 100. Following this, he kicked the blade lying beside the corpses, and once again, 2 more 9th-tier members were impaled as they approached the boat's edge, preparing to jump in. But alas, they were a moment too late. Experience 100. Experience 100. Meanwhile, others had already plunged into the river, and the gang members in the small boats, sensing the peril, hastily distanced themselves from the larger vessel occupied by Xiao Bieli. He chose not to pursue, but instead rummaged through the corpses of the soul snatcher, Chun Yuan, and his companions. To his dismay, he found only a few dozen taels of silver, though he did manage to tuck away the wooden box that Wang Tianfu had thrown to him. Shaking his head, he turned to the captain of the boat and asked calmly, "Might I borrow a set of clothing?" The captain gulped, not daring to refuse, and quickly fetched a clean outfit from the rear of the boat. "I hope this attire is to your liking." "Thank you." Xiao Bieli flicked a silver ingot into the captain's hands, and then gracefully leaped onto a small boat left behind by the Changhe gang. With a gentle push, the boat darted downstream like an arrow released from a bowstring. Only after Xiao Bieli's departure did the crew aboard the larger vessel dare to rise. Was that truly Xiao Bieli? Indeed, could the Changhe gang mistake his identity and risk their lives? Remarkable. At such a tender age, he has slain the soul snatcher. Chun Yuan, the Xiao family in Lichuan County is likely in peril. Do you think there is any truth to what Xiao Bieli claimed? I sense his words ring true. Could it indeed be that Xiao Fuxing killed his own brother? I share your sentiment. The individuals on the deck murmured as they watched Xiao Bieli's receding figure. Old Lu's face bore a look of contemplation, regardless of the veracity of Xiao Bieli's words. The head of the Xiao family will likely find it difficult to sleep soundly from now on. A 17-year-old 8th-tier adept, who, if he survives, is destined to become at least a 6th-tier master, and there are but 2 6th-tier masters in the entirety of Lichuan County. Host: Xiao Bieli, Realm, Early 8th Tier, Martial Arts, Yi Jing, 6100, Gale Blade Technique, Perfected, Iron Cloth, 55100, Azure Wave Palm, 10100. Black Tiger Fist, 20100, Techniques Refined. Experience Points, 2940. Items: Cloud Leaping Technique, Pinning Collection, Disguise Mask, Pinning Collection. Gazing at the panel before him, Xiao Bieli sighed. I cannot decide whether to thank Wang Tianfu for granting me such a wealth of experience, or to blame him for exposing me. With the additional 500 experience points from slaying Wang Tianfu, he had amassed over 3,000 experience points in this endeavor, along with a new light-footed skill, Cloud Leaping Technique. Collect Cloud Leaping Technique. Cloud Leaping Technique, 5100. Boom. An abundance of techniques and experiences regarding the cloud leaping skill flooded into Xiao Bieli's mind. Even with a mere 5% proficiency, he felt as though his body had become a touch lighter. He expended 2,000 experience points to enhance the Yi Jing. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Bieli spoke softly. While both swordsmanship and physical training held significance, nothing surpassed the importance of attaining a higher realm. If he could elevate the Yi Jing to its peak, he would at least be regarded as a 3rd-tier master, and even with just a single technique, the Gale Blade, he would be formidable enough to dominate the Sanshui County, leaving the barbarian regions in awe. Boom. Countless experiences related to the Yi Jing surged into his consciousness, and a stream of pure vital energy surged forth from his dantian, coursing through his limbs and veins. As the 12 primary meridians were opened, Xiao Bieli could effortlessly feel the increase of his inner strength, accompanied by a tingling sensation, as a layer of oily black substance manifested on his body. Was this the refining of the marrow through the Yi Jing? Xiao Bieli understood. Yet the intensity of this experience was evidently less overwhelming than the initial 5%. Host: Xiao Bieli, Realm, Late Stage of the 8th Rank, Martial Arts, Yi Jing, 8100, Gale Blade, Perfected, Iron Shirt, 55100, by Bow Palm, 10100, Black Tiger Fist, 20100. Cloud Leaping, 5100, Subtle Techniques, Disguise Mask, Pinning Collection. Experience Points, 940. With 940 experience points remaining, he decided to invest them all into the Iron Shirt. Xiao Bieli murmured. Previously, achieving mastery in the Gale Blade had granted him a nuanced understanding of the technique, allowing him to perceive the profound depths of his speed and control over his strikes. This time, the 900 points of experience were just sufficient to elevate the Iron Shirt to its pinnacle, and he was eager to discover whether it would bestow upon him any surprises. Boom. A torrent of experiences related to the Iron Shirt surged forth. His skin heated up, and the muscles within his body began to writhe, becoming increasingly firm. Not only his skin, but his muscles and bones underwent tempering, and he could even hear the sound of his bones grinding together. Originally standing at approximately 1.73 meters, the full mastery of the Iron Shirt inexplicably added 5 to 6 centimeters to his height, bringing him close to 1.80 meters. The garment, previously riddled with cuts from blades, now hung awkwardly on him. Even those familiar with Xiao Bieli would struggle to recognize him now. Iron Shirt, Perfected. Copper Skin. With the Iron Shirt reaching perfection, the panel displayed an additional attribute, Copper Skin. Just copper skin, without iron bones? Xiao Bieli shook his head, reflecting. The perfected Iron Shirt has already brought me considerable gains. With the full mastery of the Iron Shirt combined with the golden silk armor, even a 7th-tier opponent would find it challenging to defeat me. Moreover, in my current state, even the original owner's uncle might not recognize me. And I also possess a mask. Upon reflection, Xiao Bieli softly spoke, retrieve the disguised mask. As his words fell, a remarkably lifelike mask materialized in his hands, seemingly tailored exclusively for him. Once donned, it fit flawlessly, allowing him to transform from a handsome youth into a dashing young man of just over 20, brimming with chivalry. With this mask, Xiao Bieli felt no discomfort. It was as if he bore nothing upon his face, allowing even the subtlest shifts in expression to manifest effortlessly. This mask was a treasure indeed. In this moment, he felt as though the vast ocean lay before him, ripe for exploration, unable to contain himself. Xiao Bieli let out a triumphant cry to the heavens. Having traversed through time, he found himself pursued relentlessly, within mere days. He had ascended from an insignificant individual to a minor master of the 8th rank, possessing a measure of self-defense in this small sphere of existence. Stepping onto a small boat, he infused it with his inner strength, propelling it to greater speeds until it vanished from sight. Chapter 8. The Blade of Justice. The following day, Xiao Fuxing followed closely behind a young man of approximately 24 or 25 years, who bore a long sword on his back. As they entered the Changhe gang, although Lu Jun was merely in the mid-8th rank, he was personally greeted by Sun Changhe, the gang's leader and a master of the 6th rank, at the entrance of the gang's headquarters. This was due to Lu Jun being a disciple of the inner sect of the Zhongyuan sword sect, one of the 9 sects and 6 gangs. Within the Changhe gang's assembly hall, Lu Jun's face darkened like the deepest waters as he fixed a steely gaze upon Sun Changhe. You mean to say that Xiao Bieli has fled to Dongjiang County? He is nowhere to be found. Sun Changhe hastily replied, Yesterday, while our men were searching for Wang Tianfu in the Yuanjiang River, they fortuitously encountered Xiao Bieli. We initially aimed to capture him, but 4 of our 8th rank members, including the pinnacle 8th rank Chen Yuan, perished at his hands. According to those who ventured to Yuanjiang, Xiao Bieli's swordsmanship is exceedingly swift, and he wore a superior quality inner armor that even Chen Yuan's hooks could not penetrate. Upon finishing, Sun Changhe turned his gaze toward Xiao Fuxing, coldly stating, At merely 17 years of age, Xiao Bieli has already reached the 8th rank. Perhaps his swordsmanship has already attained the realm of effortless mastery. I have never heard of such a prodigy from the Xiao family. Could it be that the head of the Xiao family is deliberately shielding this genius of yours? Xiao Fuxing's expression shifted, his heart seething with anger as he retorted, I personally slew my second brother. I truly had no inkling of Xiao Bieli's exceptional talent. It seems my brother deliberately concealed this from me. They must have been wary of me all along. Sun Changhe let out a cold laugh. Who knows if this was merely a performance orchestrated by your brothers? Regardless, the blame for Xiao Bieli's escape cannot fall upon the Changhe gang. We are merely assisting the Xiao family in the search. Why should the burden rest upon us? I might as well say it was your gang's incompetence that allowed Xiao Bieli to flee. Hearing the escalating argument, Lu Jun furrowed his brows and interjected sharply, Enough. Xiao Bieli is a target of senior brother Zhua. If we fail in this task, we will all face dire consequences. Since he has gone to Dongjiang County, let us pursue him there. Sun Changhe's face revealed a look of consternation as he spoke softly. The Dongjiang prefecture lies within the territory of the 12 linked docks. The relationship between my Sanjiang alliance and the 12 linked docks has become increasingly strained. If we venture there recklessly, I fear the 12 linked docks may take action. At that moment, the esteemed elder Lin Tiantong of the Changhe gang entered, glancing at the few individuals gathered in the Hall of Unity. He clasped his hands towards Lu Jun and remarked, Although the 12 linked docks wield considerable power in Dongjiang Prefecture, they are not omnipotent. I happen to have some acquaintance with the 3 masters of Baiyun Villa in Dongjiang Prefecture. That Xiao Bieli killed my grandson. We cannot allow him to roam freely in Dongjiang Prefecture. Lu Jun nodded in agreement, stating, I have already sent word to Brother Zhua. The 12 linked docks are nothing to fear. They would not dare disrespect my Zhongyuan sword sect. Sun Changhe, gather a few reliable experts. I shall accompany Elder Lin. It is imperative to see the living and the dead. Dongjiang Prefecture, Song County, 70 miles outside the city lies Xiaohe Town. Xiaohe Town is modest in size, comprising only a few hundred households, with but one inn, the Donglai Inn. This establishment serves both as an inn and a tavern for merchants and travelers to rest and dine. Typically, the Donglai Inn hosts a steady stream of guests. But due to the fierce conflict between the 12 linked docks and the Sanjiang Alliance, business has dwindled considerably. At present, during the lunchtime hour, only 4 tables are occupied in the inn's main hall. Among them, 2 tables are occupied by patrons armed with weapons, seated at the center, engaged in animated conversation. The other 2 tables are positioned in the corners, deliberately avoiding proximity to the group of martial artists. Cicadas chirped loudly outside the inn. Alas, sighed the young attendant, Xiaoyu, standing at the entrance. If this continues, my miserly master may very well send me back home. Just then, a young man, exuding a chivalrous aura with a sword at his side, dismounted from his horse. Xiaoyu's spirits lifted. Finally, a customer had arrived. Esteemed guest, will you be dining or lodging? We still have a few rooms available, and this morning a hunter delivered wild boar meat, along with 2 side dishes. Xiaoyu eagerly approached, taking the horse's reins. 1 pound of wild boar, 2 dishes, and a jug of wine. Don't forget to feed the horse. The young man, after making his order, entered the inn, surveying his surroundings before settling not far from the group of martial artists. Upon noticing the sword at the young man's waist, the martial artists displayed expressions of wariness, yet their caution lessened significantly upon seeing his youthful visage. Shortly thereafter, the dishes the young man ordered were served, and he began to eat heartily, indulging in the meat and drinking from a large bowl. Just as he was about to satiate his hunger and thirst, he muttered, "By the heavens, this oppressive heat is unbearable. Even traveling feels ill-suited." The conflict between the 12 linked docks and the Sanjiang alliance presents us with a prime opportunity to establish our names. Tell me, do you think that with the reputation of our Wushan 3 heroes, we could secure a position as an elder within the 12 linked docks? He continued, "Let us first enjoy a drink at the inn. Once it cools down a bit, we shall continue our journey." A cacophony of noise erupted as 3 armed wanderers in their 30s entered the establishment. Upon noticing the gathering of fellow adventurers at the center of the hall, their voices diminished slightly, brows furrowing as they took seats at the periphery. "Young man, bring forth the wine and delicacies." Right away, before long, the server approached the trio known as the Wu Mountain Heroes, presenting their orders. Just as he prepared to depart, a young man, having drained his last cup, called out to the waiter with a grin, "Pray tell, do you happen to know of a man named Han Long in this little town?" Han Long. The server furrowed his brow, pondering momentarily before replying, "I am acquainted with most of the townsfolk, but I have not heard of this individual. You might inquire with the proprietor. He knows many more than I." No sooner had the server finished speaking than the leader of the Wu Mountain Heroes interjected, "Is the Han Long you speak of the same who recently slaughtered the entire Qin family of 13? That Han Long is a scoundrel indeed," he continued. Chen Mingyuan, an old acquaintance, offered him shelter, only for Han Long to take advantage of his hospitality. In a drunken stupor, he assaulted Chen Mingyuan's wife and daughter, and upon being discovered, he mercilessly turned on the entire Qin family, absconding with their wealth. If that Han Long is in this town, I shall ensure he feels the full might of the Wu Mountain Heroes. The other 2 members of the trio echoed their agreement. Such a beastly individual, should we cross paths, indeed he shall learn the consequences of his actions. Eldest brother, your swift blade is renowned throughout the Eastern River Prefecture. I fear that the mere mention of the Wu Mountain Heroes may send Han Long scurrying in terror. At that moment, the leader of the Wu Mountain Heroes sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. The previously raucous group of adventurers had their hands poised on their weapons, the effects of the 2 bowls of liquor they had consumed evaporating in an instant, cold sweat trickling down their brows. "What business do you have with Han Long?" The rotund, crimson-faced leader of the central group rose, weapon in hand, advancing menacingly towards the youth. The other members of his group similarly gripped their weapons, casting icy glares at the young man. Yet the youth remained unfazed, finishing the last drops of wine in his jug. "I seek his head, to exchange it for silver." Laughter erupted from the central group of adventurers, mocking the youth who had yet to fully mature, attempting to play the role of a bounty hunter. Only the crimson-faced leader refrained from laughing, his brow furrowing as he coldly inquired, "How did you come to know of my whereabouts?" Since the massacre of the Qin family, he had altered his appearance and maintained a low profile, surrounding himself with trusted companions. Could it be that one among them had betrayed him? The 2nd and 3rd members of the Wu Mountain Heroes nearly toppled from their seats, having just been boasting moments prior, now confronted with the true source of their fears. Chen Mingyuan, who had perished at Han Long's hands, was a pinnacle 8th grade master, known for his exceptional marksmanship in Song County. Their leader was merely at the initial stage of the 8th grade, beads of sweat forming as they instinctively turned their gaze towards the youth standing not far away. The young man gazed earnestly at Han Long and remarked, "Of course, I procured the information from Jianshan Pavilion." The patrons of the inn were momentarily taken aback. Jianshan Pavilion is one of the 6 major factions in the realm, primarily engaged in the intelligence trade. However, it refrains from meddling in the affairs of the 9 sects and the 6 factions, as well as the 8 demonic gates, thus flourishing in the martial world. Yet, it is common knowledge that the intelligence from Jianshan Pavilion comes at a steep price. Han Long coldly inquired, "How much silver did you spend on that information?" 220 taels. "And if you kill me, how much silver can you claim?" 80 taels. Han Long chuckled a loud, mocking laugh that echoed through the room as he fixed his gaze on the young man, taunting, "So, even if you were to kill me, you'd still incur a loss?" The youth nodded. "In terms of silver, Yes, it would indeed be a loss. However, I am different. I relish the act of killing. Yet I do not wish to indiscriminately slay individuals and be branded as a target for all in the martial world. Thus, I seek to eliminate those who truly deserve it. Moreover, if you happen to possess silver, returning with your head might yield a profit. The onlookers in the inn were taken aback by the youth's words, feeling a sense of pity for this young life. They did not believe the youth's claims, instead perceiving him as someone driven by a sense of justice to eliminate Han Long. In their youth, they too harbored such ideals, but alas, those flames had long since extinguished. Regrettably, not only will you lose the 220 taels spent on information, but you shall also leave your life here. Han Long coldly declared, break his limbs and hang him by the roadside. I shall see if there are any self-proclaimed heroes bold enough to come and trouble me. At Han Long's command, the sound of metal clashing filled the air as several weapons were drawn, aimed at the youth's arms and legs. Since Han Long had spoken, it was imperative that the young man be left without limbs to be displayed along the roadside. The second and third of the Wushan three heroes could not help but turn away, unwilling to witness the impending bloodshed. Suddenly, they heard their leader's exclamation, and upon looking up, they beheld the youth standing unharmed in the hall, while 5 corpses lay strewn around him. Before they could inquire what had transpired, they comprehended the fate that had befallen those 5 individuals. With a swift motion, the youth's blade moved with such speed that they struggled to react, like a tempest unleashed. In an instant, the 2 remaining subordinates of Han Long found themselves wounded, their throats and chests gashed, toppling to the ground. At that moment, Han Long let out a fierce roar, wielding his treasured blade with the might of a mountain as he aimed to strike at the youth's face. In that instant, the youth recognized the gravity of the situation. The young man's swordsmanship surpassed his own, and it was executed with such swiftness that there was not a single flaw to exploit. Therefore, he had been searching for an opportunity, and now, as the youth's blade descended, the moment of his best chance had arrived. Clang, clang. The blades clashed, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of strikes. A spray of blood erupted from Han Long's mouth, staining half his body crimson. As the crowd finally realized, in the blink of an eye, Han Long bore at least 10 wounds from blades, with blood oozing from his neck. Spare my life. Clang. The broken heaven treasure blade fell to the ground as Han Long desperately attempted to cover his throat, yet blood surged forth between his fingers. Thud. Han Long collapsed onto the ground, staining the floor with crimson. Experience 500. 5 tigers severing the door blade 1. Xiao Bieli, unperturbed by the blood, rummaged through Han Long's belongings and extracted a pouch containing dozens of taels of silver, alongside several banknotes of 100 taels each. However, the blood had tarnished the notes, leaving uncertainty as to whether the moneylender would accept them. Xiao Bieli placed a few silver ingots on the table and called out to the innkeeper, "Innkeeper, it's time to settle the bill." Chapter 9, Shunlang. Boss, who is that person? Han Long had not even endured 20 exchanges against him. As Xiao Bieli exited the inn, the second of the Wu Mountain trio finally rose from the ground, swallowing hard as he spoke. The leader of the Wu Mountain trio was rendered speechless, his right hand trembling. The clash between that young hero and Han Long had been utterly terrifying. In his eyes, Han Long's martial prowess far surpassed his own by at least tenfold, yet Han Long had fallen in less than 20 exchanges against that youthful swordsman. Shall we still proceed to the 12 linked villages? The third one inquired softly. Perhaps we should reconsider, he replied, unbeknownst to Xiao Bieli. His earlier display of skill had dissuaded the Wu Mountain trio from pursuing their ambitions at the 12 linked villages. He wrapped Han Long's head in his garments, found his horse, and raced towards Tsang County. Host, Xiao Bieli, realm, late stage of the 8th rank, martial skills, Yijin Jing, 8100, gale blade technique, perfected. Iron cloth shirt, perfected. Green wave palm, 10100. Black tiger fist technique, 20100. Ladder cloud soaring, 5100. Subtle techniques, bronze skin, powerful diamond finger, awaiting collection. 5 tigers severing the door blade, awaiting collection. Experience, 5120. Exhaling deeply, Xiao Bieli gazed at the experience points displayed on the system panel, a smile gracing his face. The 12 linked villages and the Sanjiang Alliance had been at odds, engaging in numerous conflicts recently. Were it not for the mediating efforts of the Zhenwu Hall, the true masters from both sides might have been drawn into the fray. He had no intention of joining the 12 linked villages or confronting the Sanjiang Alliance at this time. After all, While the 12 linked villages were formidable, they paled in comparison to the Zhongyuan sword sect, one of the 9 sects. Should they recognize any signs of his intentions, he could easily find himself captured and delivered to the Zhongyuan sword sect. In the year 1473 of the Great Qian Dynasty, the founding emperor of the Great Qian was a terrestrial deity of the highest rank, whose might resonated across the 24 provinces of Great Qian, compelling all forces to bow beneath the ironclad cavalry of the dynasty, including the 9 sects and 6 clans. Following the establishment of the Great Qian, Emperor Qian founded the Zhenwu Hall to oversee the martial realm. During the zenith of the Zhenwu Hall, even the practitioners of the 9 sects and 6 clans refrained from confronting its masters directly. However, the present state of the Zhenwu Hall, while not entirely diminished, had lost much of its former prestige. Across the 6 counties of the Eastern River Prefecture, the Zhenwu Hall often issued tasks for the capture of wanted criminals. One reason lies in the insufficient manpower of the town martial hall, while another stems from the elusive whereabouts of the wanted criminals. It would be a futile endeavor for the members of the town martial hall to search aimlessly, consuming both time and effort without yielding results. After arriving in Dongjiang County, he remained in silence for 10 days before finally transcribing the names of the wanted criminals from Dongjiang County at the town martial hall. Having already received rewards on 3 previous occasions, he now only needed to bring back the head of Han Long to claim an additional 80 taels of silver. Each time, he would first visit Jiangshan Pavilion to procure information regarding the movements of the wanted criminals, using the silver obtained from Wang Tianfu, specifically targeting those he deemed manageable in the vicinity of Dongjiang County. Han Long had fled the farthest, covering a distance of 70 li. However, his efforts were not in vain. Having eliminated several individuals, he had gained over 5,000 experience points and even acquired 2 martial arts techniques. Yet, it was high time for an upgrade. By the riverside, Xiao Bieli dismounted and sought refuge in a shaded area, silently reciting, "Extract the 5 tigers' broken door blade and the great strength diamond finger." Boom. Countless cultivation methods for the 5 tigers' broken door blade and the great strength diamond finger surged into Xiao Bieli's mind, accompanied by a wealth of training experience. Moments later, he opened his eyes. Thus, upon reflection, it became evident that the Qin family's stronghold in demigods and semi-devils, relying on the incomplete 5 tigers' broken door blade, possessed a certain degree of prowess within the martial world. What he had initially perceived as a mere supporting technique turned out to be a superior martial art, surpassing even the Gale Blade technique in rank. With merely 5% proficiency, he could still glean some insights. However, with a fully mastered Gale Blade technique at his disposal, there was no pressing need to elevate the 5 tigers' broken door blade for the time being. As for the great strength diamond finger, its power was formidable. Currently, he wielded only a standard forged long sword, which could potentially break against a skilled opponent. With surplus experience points, he could enhance this technique to a degree. Yet, the advancement of his realm held greater significance. Thus, he decided to consume 3,000 experience points to elevate his Yi Jin Jing. Boom. A wave of warmth surged from his dantian, flowing through Xiao Bieli's limbs and bones. In a mere moment, the last 3 channels of the 12 meridians were opened, with the immense internal energy swirling within his meridians. Suddenly, the Cheng channel within the 8 extraordinary meridians was unblocked, and in an instant, Xiao Bieli stepped into the initial stage of the 7th rank, quickly attempting to connect to the Dai channel, only to find that it remained unlinked. The internal energy birthed from his dantian fell into a state of dormancy. Host, Xiao Bieli, realm, initial stage of the 7th rank, martial arts, Yi Jin Jing, 11,100. Gale Blade technique, perfect. Iron cloth shirt, perfect. 5 tigers' broken door blade, 5,100. Great strength diamond finger, 5,100. Cloud ladder technique, 5,100. Subtle techniques. Copper skin. Experience points, 2,120. Gazing at the information on the panel, Xiao Bieli furrowed his brow and murmured, after reaching the 7th rank, "A mere 2% proficiency does not suffice to elevate even a minor realm? At this rate, I require an additional 1% proficiency to fully connect the Dai channel and reach the limits of the initial stage of the 7th rank." The 7th and 8th grades are akin, both involving the unblocking of meridians. However, in the 8th grade, the unblocking of the 12 primary meridians requires a painstaking effort. Aside from the initial peril associated with unblocking the first of the 12 primary meridians, Subsequent unblockings become a natural progression once sufficient accumulation is achieved. The 7th grade, conversely, presents a different challenge. Each attempt to breach the 6 extraordinary meridians carries its own dangers, mildly resulting in obstructed vital energy or severely leading to irreparable damage to the meridians, making future progress exceedingly difficult. In the early stages of the 7th grade, one must unblock the Chong and Dai meridians, followed by the Yangwei meridian to advance into the mid-stage of the 7th grade. Consuming 1,000 experience points enhances the Yi Jin Jing. Boom. Within the Dantian, a surge of pure internal power manifested, and in just a few breaths, the Dai meridian was successfully unblocked, leaving only a slight connection to the Yangwei meridian to step into the mid-stage of the 7th grade. Sighing with relief, Xiao Bieli smiled. After 7 days of relentless effort, I have finally reached the 7th grade. Even without consuming experience, I am confident I can achieve the mid-stage of the 7th grade within 3 months. With 1120 experience points remaining, Xiao Bieli contemplated for a moment before stating softly, use all remaining experience to enhance the Tiyun zone. Now that he possesses some skills for both survival and combat, he realizes the necessity to improve his abilities to chase and escape. Otherwise, encountering a true master would spell trouble, as he would be neither able to fight nor flee. Boom. Heat radiated from beneath Xiao Bieli's feet as a multitude of experiences in Tiyun zone flooded into his mind, as if he had diligently practiced for years. Moments later, the proficiency of Tiyun zone surged to 60%. Is it only the internal martial arts that require such extensive experience points, while other martial skills demand comparatively less? A foul odor wafted into Xiao Bieli's nostrils. This latest enhancement of the Yi Jin Jing had resulted in a rather unpleasant experience. Without hesitation, he leapt into a small river to cleanse himself, then resumed his journey towards the martial hall of Dongjiang County. At the entrance of the martial hall, Xiao Bieli dismounted and strode in, holding the severed head of Han Long. Ah, young Hiroshun has returned. Your speed in capturing wanted criminals surpasses even that of seasoned bounty hunters. The martial hall personnel chuckled upon recognizing the disguised Xiao Bieli. In Dongjiang County, wanted criminals are scarce, typically taking 10 days or more for someone to come and claim the bounty. Yet, this young man had already arrived for the 4th time within 7 days, each time presenting a captured criminal's head. Such persistence is hard to overlook. This is Han Long's head. Xiao Bieli placed the wrapped head upon the table. Since arriving in Dongjiang County, he had operated under the name Xin Lang. In his past life, he had delved into the literary worlds of Jin, Gu, and Huang Liang, with a particular fondness for the legendary figure Xin Lang, who, upon completing his tasks, would depart quietly, concealing his accomplishments and fame. Chapter 10, Baiyun Mountain Villa. Indeed, it is Han Long's head. After Han Long committed his misdeeds in Song County, many took on the task, but unexpectedly, he was slain by you, young Master Shun. That scoundrel truly deserved his fate. Upon seeing Han Long's severed head, several masters from the Jinwu Hall gathered around. Xiao Bieli merely smiled and inquired, I have brought the head. What of my reward? Please wait a moment, young Master Shun. I shall fetch it at once. In a brief period, 80 taels of silver were presented to Xiao Bieli. He weighed the silver in his hands before departing from the Jinwu Hall. At Jinwu Hall, one need only remember the targets for bounties. There was no requirement to undertake tasks, merely to bring in the person or the head to claim the reward. Under the blazing midday sun, the oppressive heat engulfed the land. Manzhou lies in the southern region of Daqian, where the summer climate is sweltering. Although Dongjiang County is a renowned city within Manzhou, the streets were presently sparsely populated. Xiao Bieli deftly navigated to the century-old Baixiang Lu, a well-known tavern in Dongjiang County. Before he even crossed the threshold, he could hear a cacophony of voices emanating from within. Ah, young master, you have arrived. Please come in. The enthusiastic tavern attendant greeted him warmly. This young master had frequented their establishment several times recently, each occasion indulging in their signature dish, the Baixiang chicken, priced rather steeply. It was a luxury most wandering heroes would hesitate to order, thus the attendant recognized him distinctly. As per his usual order, he requested a serving of Baixiang chicken, a pound of beef, 2 side dishes, and a jug of wine. Xiao Bieli settled into a window seat on the 2nd floor, providing a splendid view of the Yuan River, where a lone boat glided gracefully by, enhancing the picturesque scenery. The atmosphere was raucous, yet he had come not only for a meal, but also to glean some intelligence. Taverns are known to be hotbeds of information. And given the elevated prices at by Xianglu, ordinary folks seldom dined here, making the second floor predominantly occupied by armed wanderers and merchants. Before long, the dishes he ordered arrived, and he raised a cup of wine, downing it in one swift motion. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat. While it could not compare to the spirits of his previous life, it possessed its own unique charm, being far from the diluted concoctions. Have you heard? Yesterday, the third elder Chu Bufan of the 12 linked rings and the left guardian Han Guang of the Sanjiang alliance clashed upon the Yuan River. It is said Han Guang suffered some setbacks at the hands of Elder Chu. Is that true? Han Guang is a 5th-tier master. What of it? Our Dongjiang County is not devoid of masters. On the second floor, most were engrossed in discussions regarding the tensions between the 12 linked rings and the Sanjiang alliance. Xiao Bieli paid little mind. The two factions were long-established powers in Manzhou, harboring animosities for nearly 2 decades. Although prior skirmishes had not escalated to this extent, in the past 2 months, both sides had ignited true hostilities, even drawing the involvement of 5th-tier masters. Nevertheless, it appeared to be somewhat contained. There had been no rumors of any 5th-tier masters sustaining injuries. Truth be told, the prolonged conflict between the 12 linked rings and the Sanjiang alliance had fostered a tacit understanding. It was unlikely that 5th-tier masters would resort to desperate measures against one another. I have heard that the Baiyun Villa is currently seeking a young man from Linshui County. They are offering a reward of 100 taels of silver for any information leading to him, and a staggering 2,000 taels if he is captured. It is said that this individual is merely of the 8th rank. If I were to find him, my worries would be over for a lifetime. A drunken patron rose and proclaimed loudly. Xiao Bieli's ears perked up. The young man from Linshui County. Could it be him? Indeed. The Changhe gang and the Xiao family have not yet given up. 2,000 taels, they are quite generous. In the past, as the second young master of the Xiao family, he had a monthly allowance of merely 20 taels, sufficient to sustain a family of 5 for an entire year. The wooden box he acquired from Wang Tianfu contained only 2,000 taels in notes and a little over 100 taels in silver. Now, merely providing his whereabouts would yield 200 taels? Who could this be? Why such a reward for information? Has someone offended the young master Bai? Who would dare to cross him in Dongjiang County? It was mentioned that the individual hails from Linshui County. Could it be that the Sanjiang alliance is seeking him, enlisting Baiyun Villa's assistance in the search? It seems likely, as the Sanjiang alliance has little footing in Dongjiang County, and with their relations deteriorating with the 12 linked rings. They would surely face retaliation from their experts if they attempted to search for him themselves, prompting them to request Baiyun Villa's involvement. Xiao Bieli perked up, casting his gaze towards the drunken patron who shared this news, noting that the alcohol did not reach his eyes. Was he feigning inebriation? Since his arrival in Dongjiang County, he had kept a low profile for over 10 days, only beginning to accept bounties a few days ago to enhance his strength. Moreover, his current physique and appearance were vastly different from before. Even his distant uncle would fail to recognize him if he stood before him, let alone the people from Baiyun Villa. They had not received news of him for some time. Was this an attempt to stir the grass and startle the snake? Nevertheless, Lin Hai, being a member of the Zhongyuan sword sect, had indeed provoked Baiyun Villa into action. During this period, he had gained some understanding of the martial world in Dongjiang County. Strictly speaking, the martial prowess here was superior to that of Linshui County. The strongest force in Linshui County was the Sanjiang alliance, comprising several factions, one of which was the Changhe gang. In contrast, Dongjiang County boasted 3 factions that could rival the Sanjiang alliance: the 12 linked rings, Baiyun Villa, and the Zhonyu sect. The 12 linked rings were undoubtedly the strongest, but Baiyun Villa and the Zhonyu sect were not far behind, forming a tripartite balance of power. Let us cease our speculations. Baiyun Villa is in search of a member from a small family in Linshui County, a person guilty of patricide and heinous crimes, who has fled to Dongjiang County. As for his appearance, I happen to have brought back a portrait from Baiyun Villa. With that, the speaker produced a portrait from his bosom, unfurling it and holding it high above his head. Xiao Bieli looked up, and indeed, the likeness on the portrait was strikingly similar to his original visage. At least 7 parts alike. Even though his physique had changed, anyone who recognized that face would undoubtedly identify him. Fortunately, he had acquired a human mask, otherwise, he would have had to flee to even more distant lands. At the age of 16, Xiao Bieli had reached the late 8th rank, possibly even the pinnacle of it, excelling in the art of swordsmanship. It was rumored that he possessed a piece of exquisite inner armor for protection. Below his portrait lay an introduction to him, a 16-year-old of the 8th rank. What a pity he was a beast. Such talent was sufficient to secure a position as a core disciple in formidable factions such as the 12 Linked Forts or the Three Rivers Alliance. How could he have fallen to such depths? Regardless of his innate abilities, those great powers would never accept him, for no one would nurture a treacherous wolf. Amidst the cacophony of insults from the second floor, Xiao Bieli merely shook his head, dismissing their vitriol. The level of derision he encountered was far beneath that of the online trolls he had known in his previous life. Although the presence of a facial disguise, coupled with the transformative effects of his perfected iron cloth technique, rendered him unrecognizable to the Baiyun Mountain Manor for the time being. An urgent sense of unease welled up within him. This world was far more formidable than the Jianghu depicted in the classic novels of Jin, Gu, and Liang. Perhaps only the realms crafted by Huang Yi and Feng Yun could be compared. What tracking methods might exist that he was unaware of? He must hasten to elevate his strength. After a fragrant incense had burned for a while, satiated from food and drink, Xiao Bieli departed from the 100 Fragrance Pavilion and returned directly to the inn. He sat cross-legged on his bed, practicing the I Ching Jing. Despite the presence of a system panel, he understood that mastery comes from diligence, while neglect leads to decay. Progress is achieved through contemplation, whereas carelessness brings ruin. Regular practice was certainly not misguided. Chapter 11. An invitation as the foremost power in Dongjiang Prefecture. Baiyun Mountain Manor was situated 30 miles outside the city, nestled on the mountainside of Baiyun Mountain. Gazing up, the mountain loomed majestically, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial abode. The manor itself was obscured among the peaks, partially hidden from view. Surrounding it stood proud pines and cypress trees, with a single stone-paved road leading directly to the manor's grand entrance. At this moment, deep within Baiyun Mountain Manor, Lu Jun sat opposite a refined middle-aged man in his 40s, who was none other than Zhou Chong, the third master of Baiyun Mountain Manor. Lin Tian, the elder of the Longhe gang, sat at their side. Before Lu Jun and Zhou Chong lay a table adorned with various portraits and accompanying textual descriptions. Lu Jun perused the images, one by one, among them the likeness of Shun Lang, beneath which was inscribed, Shun Lang, origin unknown, proficient in swordsmanship, has completed 4 bounties from the Junwu Hall since 7 days ago. Zhou Chong spoke, young hero Lu. These are the young men of the 8th rank who have recently appeared throughout Dongjiang Prefecture, all skilled in the art of swordsmanship. There are a total of 9. Yet none are the Xiao Bieli you seek. I suspect that Xiao Bieli has already fled beyond Dongjiang Prefecture. If he chooses to remain hidden in the deep mountains, even with the combined efforts of Baiyun Mountain Manor, Sangyu Sect, and the 12 Linked Forts, it would be unlikely for us to locate him. Were it not for Lu Jun being an inner disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, he would have long given up. An 8th rank individual, if truly intent on evading capture and hiding in the mountains, would be as elusive as finding a needle in the ocean. Lu Jun furrowed his brow and murmured, I am fully aware that locating Xiao Bieli in Dongjiang County is quite a formidable task. However, this matter concerns senior brother Zhua, and I dare not treat it lightly. I must trouble the third master for assistance. I do not seek to definitively find Xiao Bieli. I only wish to create some commotion to demonstrate my efforts to senior brother Zhua. Otherwise, I shall find myself in dire straits. It need not burden the third master for long. I have already dispatched someone back to the Lu family in Qingzhou to procure the tracking goo. As long as Xiao Bieli remains in Dongjiang County, I will be able to locate him. If he is not here, then there is no need for your involvement. Consider this a favor owed by the Lu family to the third master. At this moment, Lu Jun felt a tinge of regret. Had he initially chosen to visit the Xiao family instead of the Sanjiang alliance, Xiao Bieli would undoubtedly have evaded capture, and senior brother Zhua's mission would have been accomplished. Tracking goo? Zhou Chang's heart stirred. The tracking goo is a unique insect from the Gu God sect, one of the 6 demonic sections. Although it is merely a 5th-tier goo, its difficult refinement makes it far more valuable than the average 4th-tier insect. Moreover, the Gu God sect remains secluded within the miasma-laden 10,000 Great Mountains, rarely interacting with the outside world. The Lu family possesses such a goo? And what of senior brother Zhua? To his knowledge, there is only one true disciple with the surname Zhua in the Zhongyuan sword sect, and that is Zhua Qingyun, ranked 7th on the Dragon and Tiger list. A prodigy among prodigies. The Dragon and Tiger list features 72 exceptional talents under the age of 35. Merely achieving a rank on this list signifies the potential to ascend to the 4th-tier master realm, representing the young generation's promising figures. In the entirety of Dongjiang County, there is not a single 4th-tier master, and in the past century, no young prodigy has managed to grace the Dragon and Tiger list, highlighting its prestigious nature. Across the entire Barbarian Prefecture, there are only 4 4th-tier masters, all elusive and rarely seen. With this thought in mind, Zhou Chang no longer hesitated. He smiled and asked, "How does young hero Lu wish for me to proceed?" Lu Jun replied nonchalantly, "I need to stir up some noise to show senior brother Zhua that I am making an effort to rectify the situation. Since these individuals have all appeared in Dongjiang County recently, I would trouble the 3rd master to bring them all back for my verification. If they truly are not Xiao Bieli in disguise, they may be released afterward." Zhou Chang frowned slightly and said softly, "There is no need to apprehend everyone. That would be excessive. Even if Xiao Bieli were to disguise himself, it suffices to bring back these 5 individuals who share similar height, build, and age." Lu Jun glanced at Zhou Chang and nodded. "In that case, I shall defer to the 3rd master's judgment. However, the commotion must be considerable, otherwise, I shall find it difficult to report to senior brother Zhua." Xiao Bieli had only recently begun practicing the I Jing Jing. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks resonated through Xiao Bieli's ears. He rose and opened the door. To his surprise, standing outside was Zhu Shou, a skilled practitioner from the Jinwu Hall, whom he had encountered on 2 previous occasions. When he had accepted the bounty at the Jinwu Hall, he had conversed with Zhu Shou several times. Yet, he was uncertain as to the purpose of Zhu Shou's visit at this moment. Zhu Shou cupped his hands in greeting and smiled. "Young hero Shun, I apologize for the intrusion." Xiao Bieli stepped aside to allow Zhu Shou to enter the room, casually closing the door behind him. He inquired, "May I ask what brings you here, esteemed elder?" Zhu Shou replied, "I have come with a request for the assistance of the young hero, Shun." Xiao Bieli responded, "The Jinwu Hall is a formidable establishment. What matter could possibly require my aid?" Zhu Shou continued, "Are you familiar with the Tianlang Stronghold?" Tianlang Stronghold. Xiao Bieli was taken aback. He had indeed heard of this notorious name. The stronghold lay nestled among the mountains, a mere 100 miles from Dongjiang County, and its leader, the 3-headed wolf Hu Xiong, was a 6th-tier master, well known in the region. However, it was the stronghold's infamy that overshadowed its reputation. The Tianlang Stronghold was infamous for its ruthless pillaging and violence. Despite its many transgressions, it had managed to evade destruction for years, suggesting support from a more powerful force. "Has the Tianlang Stronghold robbed Jinwu Hall?" Xiao Bieli queried. Zhu Shou shook his head. Although Jinwu Hall lacks formidable masters in Dongjiang County, the Tianlang Stronghold does not dare to rob us. This time, they have pilfered a shipment from the Ma family. The Ma family has attempted to negotiate with them multiple times, offering silver in exchange for their goods, yet the Tianlang Stronghold has ignored their overtures. In the ensuing conflicts, they even killed the Ma family's eldest son, Ma Yuan. I share a friendship with the Ma family head, Ma Mingfeng, and he has come to me for assistance. I can only help him find a few trustworthy individuals. Xiao Bieli shook his head. With a 6th-tier master guarding the Tianlang Stronghold, I fear I am powerless. You need not confront Hu Xiong, Zhu Shou assured him. Ma Mingfeng himself is at the pinnacle of the 7th tier. He has enlisted a renowned expert from Dongjiang County. We only need to deal with the other masters of the Tianlang Stronghold. Ma Mingfeng has promised a reliable 7th-tier expert for this venture and will offer 500 taels of silver. As for you, young hero Shun, I consider you worth the same, given your prowess in dispatching Han Long and his numerous subordinates. Xiao Bieli inquired, "When shall we strike?" The original owner's father was also a 7th-tier master, yet the silver he received from the Xiao family each year barely amounted to 2,000 taels, which had to cover the wages of their servants. Little remained after these expenses. The typical fee for a 7th-tier master undertaking a mission was around 200 to 300 taels, making this indeed a premium offer. Moreover, he needed to slay foes to enhance his cultivation, and the Tianlang Stronghold's notorious reputation presented an opportunity. With Jinwu Hall's backing, he would have some measure of protection against any retaliation from the Stronghold's patrons. Zhu Shou replied, "Tonight, I have already coordinated with 7 individuals for the Ma family. You, young hero Shun, are the last to join us. Should you choose not to participate, please keep this matter confidential." Xiao Bieli declared, "I shall go. I have just exhausted my funds." Zhu Shou's face reflected a mix of emotions. For he was aware that this individual before him was one who spent silver to gather intelligence at the Jiangshan Pavilion, while others profited from bounties at Jinwu Hall. It was only this one who pursued righteousness at a loss. Chapter 12. The Wolf. Since that is settled, young hero Shun shall accompany me. We have arranged to meet at the mountain shrine outside the city at the hour of the end. We should arrive just in time. Zhu Shou added. As for the silver, 200 taels will be paid up front, with the remaining 300 to follow upon our return from the Tianlang stronghold. Having spoken, Zhu Shou handed 200 tael silver notes to Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli nodded, accepting the notes, and after a brief moment of tidying up, took his long knife and departed the inn alongside Zhu Shou. The two rode swiftly on horseback, reaching the mountain temple outside the city after a short while. By that time, the temple had already gathered a considerable number of individuals, all armed wanderers. Upon hearing the commotion from outside, they instinctively gripped their weapons, but relaxed their guard upon recognizing Zhu Shou accompanied by a young man. All eyes fell upon Xiao Bieli. Though they were puzzled as to why Zhu Shou had brought a youth with him, none dared to voice their thoughts. To infiltrate the wolf den was a perilous undertaking. Even a moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. Yet, they were seasoned wanderers accustomed to a life on the edge, earning their keep through bounties. Thriving on the edge of peril, as long as they were not required to confront the den's formidable leader, Hu Xiong. They could always make a hasty retreat if circumstances turned dire. Moreover, the wolf den was a significant establishment. Should they manage to penetrate its vault, there might be ample rewards awaiting. Once the Ma family arrived, they could set forth. Nodding in agreement, the group exchanged glances, while Xiao Bieli surveyed the assembly. Having only recently arrived in Dongjiang County, he was unfamiliar with the local community, recognizing not a single familiar face. Nevertheless, the county town lived up to its reputation. What was rare in Lichuan County, a 7th-grade master, had gathered in such numbers within this modest mountain temple. Zhu Shou, standing a short distance from Xiao Bieli, suddenly inquired, I have not heard of the esteemed young hero Shun during my time in Dongjiang County. Surely, you are not a local? Xiao Bieli nodded, responding, I hail from Yunzhou. Yunzhou, you say? Zhu Shou pondered for a moment, struggling to find the words. Although he belonged to the Jinwu Hall, he was a native of Dongjiang County, having lived 40 years without venturing into Manzhou or mingling with individuals from Yunzhou, leaving him at a loss for conversation. The atmosphere grew somewhat somber, but fortunately, the Ma family arrived promptly. A throng of individuals filed into the mountain temple. Xiao Bieli scanned the newcomers, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the head of the Ma family, Ma Rufeng, and the elder standing beside him. The elder, clad in a black outfit, possessed long arms and hands of a dark hue, clearly a master of martial arts. His prowess was evident in the formidable grip of his hands. Furthermore, the elder's temples bulged prominently, and he moved with a commanding presence, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. Was he a 6th-grade master who had successfully opened the Rin and Du meridians, transforming his inner strength into true energy? With such a figure in their ranks, complemented by over 10 7th-grade masters, the wolf den would likely be unable to withstand their onslaught. Xiao Bieli discerned the reality. While the wolf den was not weak, it surely could not boast 10 7th-grade masters within its walls. As long as the expert invited by the Ma family could eliminate Hu Xiong, it appeared the wolf den was destined for annihilation. It is the Hunyuan hand, Elder Zhang. A voice rang out. Elder. Most of those present in the mountain temple recognized the identity of the elder in black. Hunyuan hand, Zhang Chong, remained silent, merely nodding gently to the crowd. Ma Ruffin glanced around at the assembly and, with a respectful gesture, addressed the gathered warriors within the temple. I am grateful for your willingness to lend your strength. Once this matter is resolved, in addition to the promised silver, I shall also present each of you with a token of gratitude. Within the mountain deity temple, many individuals experienced a flicker of interest. Although the Ma family was not a formidable clan in Dongjiang County, they engaged in the herbal medicine trade. Might the small gift that Ma Ruffing mentioned be a form of elixir? While diligent practice is essential in martial arts, the aid of medicinal baths and pills is also indispensable. However, it remains uncertain what Ma Rufing's gift truly is. Thus, without further ado, let us set forth, Master Ma. Indeed, with Zhang as our esteemed elder, dealing with Hu Xiong will be a trivial matter, for a mere heavenly wolf stronghold poses no challenge. Several voices echoed within the mountain deity temple. Others turned to Zhu Shou and inquired, Zhu Shou, How many individuals from the Heavenly Wolf Stronghold are listed on your town marshal hall's bounty? This reward should not conflict, correct? Zhu Shou shook his head, replying, this time, I have invited you all on behalf of Brother Ma. As long as you bring back the heads to the town marshal hall, the reward is yours to claim. Xiao Bieli glanced at the questioner, who appeared to be in his 30s, holding a long sword with a somewhat wooden expression. Let me be frank. You all have accepted my Ma family's payment. Should you fail to exert effort during the task, do not expect to keep the remaining silver. Ma Ruffing addressed the group. Speaking calmly, let us proceed. By doing so, we shall arrive just in time to infiltrate the Heavenly Wolf Stronghold under the cover of night. The group mounted their horses and made their way toward the Heavenly Wolf Stronghold. Nestled within the mountains, the stronghold was accessible only via a few narrow paths, compelling them to abandon their steeds and navigate through the mountain ravines on foot. After 2 hours, they could finally discern the outline of the stronghold. The night was dark and windy, the inky blackness enveloping the concealed Heavenly Wolf Stronghold deep within the mountains. The stronghold was constructed against the mountainside, its 2-meter-high walls casting a silent shadow in the night. The rough stone walls emanated an air of sternness and authority. The gates were tightly shut, massive wooden doors reinforced with iron bars, seemingly proclaiming the sanctity of this place. A few dim lanterns flickered in the wind, their feeble glow barely illuminating a small area at the entrance. The watchful bandits, vigilant with weapons in hand, sensed subtle movements in the darkness, indicating that other mountain bandits were lurking, poised to strike like beasts in the shadows should an intruder dare to breach the stronghold. Before Ma Ruffin could speak, 2 of the hired blades slipped away from the group, stealthily approaching the lurking bandits. Xiao Bieli followed closely behind. In swift succession, the hidden bandits barely had time to scream before they were silenced by Xiao Bieli's swift strike. Experience 10. Experience 10. Once the guards at the stronghold's gates had fallen, Ma Ruffing turned to Zhang Zhong, offering a respectful gesture. Elder Zhang, I entrust Hu Xiong to you. Zhang nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, a mere Hu Xiong is not worthy of my concern. With that, Zhang Zhong advanced deeper into the Heavenly Wolf Stronghold, but had not ventured far when, whoosh, dozens of hidden arrows whizzed through the darkness. Humph! Zhang Zhong let out a cold snort. His right hand splayed open as he forcefully struck out. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated in the air. The air before Zhang Chang's palm seemed to be explosively compressed, as all the incoming dark arrows shattered into fragments under the force of his strike. Someone has infiltrated the stronghold. The sentries have been eliminated. Quickly, inform the chief. Cries of alarm echoed from within the Tianlang stronghold, which, previously shrouded in darkness, now illuminated with flickering flames. Xiao Bieli gazed at Zhang Chang's retreating figure, a grave expression crossing his features. The true energy emanating from him, characteristic of a 6th-tier expert, was indeed remarkable. Chapter 13, Mid-Stage of the 7th Tier. As torches ignited within the stronghold, the bandits surged forth, their murderous intent palpable as they advanced toward the entrance. Several figures leaped from the depths of the stronghold, navigating the rooftops with agility. Charge in! Ma Ruffing exclaimed in urgency upon witnessing this scene. The Tianlang stronghold was heavily fortified. He had initially intended to quietly eliminate a portion of their elite before launching a full-scale assault to ensure Hu Xiong's capture. However, now that their presence had been revealed, a direct attack was inevitable. The vendetta for the death of my kin must be avenged. I will deal with Hu Xiong. Hunyuan Master Zhang Chong declared, striding forward to confront the 3-headed wolf, Hu Xiong, who was hastily emerging from the depths of the stronghold. In mere moments, the two clashed. Who dares to enter the Tianlang stronghold? Ah, it is you, Zhang Chong, the old scoundrel. What audacity grants you the courage to step into my domain? Hu Xiong bellowed. Your stronghold has committed numerous atrocities, slaying my nephew from the Ma family. Today marks the end of your reign. Bang! Bang! In an instant, Hu Xiong engaged Zhang Chong in combat. At that moment, over 100 bandits had gathered near the stronghold's entrance. They, too, recognized the gravity of the situation. Among the assailants, Xiao Bieli appeared the youngest and seemingly the most vulnerable. Suddenly, a dozen bandits charged toward him. Come on. Xiao Bieli shook his head. He had accepted Zhu Shou's invitation precisely because the Tsongyuan sword sect had located the Baiyun villa, instilling in him a sense of urgency. Thus, he had come to Tianlang stronghold to gain experience and elevate his cultivation. With a swift movement, he unleashed his finger like the wind. The Dali King Kong finger. At 5% proficiency, activated. Bang! His fingertip struck the weapon aimed at him, sending it flying. Even with only 5% proficiency, the might unleashed was formidable. Bolstered by his perfected iron cloth shirt, any ordinary bandit struck by it would likely suffer broken bones. Xiao Bieli showed no mercy to these bandits. Experience 10. Experience 100. Experience 500. Damn it, he is a master. Old Fong, even at the 8th tier, could not withstand his strike. He must be a 7th tier expert. The bandits targeting Xiao Bieli cried out in alarm, and in the blink of an eye, only 3 remained. Their faces etched with fear as they retreated. Useless fools, a voice thundered, as a middle-aged man, resembling a disheveled scholar, pushed past the 3, brandishing a severed head in his hand while fixing his gaze on Xiao Bieli. The owner of that severed head, Xiao Bieli, was recognized. He was one of the skilled sword-bearers summoned by Zhu Shou, whom they had encountered previously at the Mountain God Temple. Fifth Master. Fifth Master. This lad is formidable. You must exercise caution. The Fifth Master cast a cold glance at Xiao Bieli and declared, regardless of his prowess, anyone daring to trespass into my Tianlang stronghold today shall meet their demise. That requires you to possess such capability. Xiao Bieli shook his head dismissively. In the instant their words fell, both men acted almost simultaneously. Xiao Bieli extended a finger, unleashing a torrent of energy, swift as the wind. The Fifth Master of Tianlang stronghold, refusing to yield, soared into the air and pointed a finger at Xiao Bieli. Bang! Their fingertips collided, unleashing a terrifying force that sent shockwaves through the air. In the astonished gazes of the mountain bandits, the Fifth Master was forced to retreat 3 steps, leaving a deep footprint in his wake, barely managing to stabilize himself. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli remained utterly unfazed. Such formidable finger strength. A 7th-tier master at such a young age? The Fifth Master's expression changed dramatically. Only moments ago, he had vanquished a 7th-tier expert who had failed to endure even 30 exchanges against him. Yet now he found himself at a disadvantage against this youth. Clang. Ignoring the Fifth Master, Xiao Bieli unsheathed the long blade at his waist. The Fifth Master's realm was likely above his, but the quality of his true energy paled in comparison to Xiao Bieli's Yijin True Qi, compounded by the strength granted by his perfected iron cloth shirt, which accounted for the slight disadvantage the Fifth Master faced. Otherwise, with merely 5% proficiency in the mighty diamond finger, he might not have been pushed back at all. Swish! A flash of blade light emerged. The two were already in close proximity, and this strike was executed with such swiftness that it took less than half a breath from the moment the blade was drawn to the instant it struck. The Fifth Master had no time to evade and could only brace himself for the blow. With both hands forming fingers, he unleashed 9 strikes in the blink of an eye, each capable of leaving a deep mark upon the blue stone, given his status as a 7th-tier master. Yet, he could only hope to block the impending blade. However, his hopes were destined to be dashed. In the very moment he launched his 9 strikes, Xiao Bieli's blade light accelerated by another third. Thud! Blood sprayed forth. 2 fingers soared into the air, and the Fifth Master's agonized scream abruptly ceased. Blood gushed from his neck as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Experience 1000. A line of text appeared, visible only to Xiao Bieli. Regrettably, no martial arts were acquired. Xiao Bieli sighed, having anticipated that a first kill of a 7th-tier master would yield some surprise. How dare you strike down the 5th Master? A bandit exclaimed, disbelief etched upon his face. Their leader was still engaged in combat, and it was uncertain whether Tianlang Stronghold would face defeat today. How could this young man dare to slay their 5th Master? You think I came here to spare lives? Xiao Bieli executed his cloud-leaping technique, soaring towards the mountain bandits like a great bird. Kill. With so many of us, even if each of us wields a blade, we will reduce this lad to a pulp. Clang. Clang. As the formidable Xiao Bieli approached, a flicker of valor ignited within the hearts of the mountain bandits. They were, after all, individuals accustomed to dancing on the edge of blades, possessing a certain courage to fight to the death. However, alas, in the face of overwhelming strength, such bravery proved utterly futile. Flee. Make haste. With the last of the 8th-tier bandits collapsing, the remaining rogues could no longer withstand the pressure and scattered in all directions. Xiao Bieli, however, chose not to pursue them. In that brief moment, the experience points on his system panel had already surged past 4,000. At this juncture, the sounds of battle within the stronghold had diminished considerably. Turning his gaze, Xiao Bieli spotted the two sword-wielders he had encountered earlier in the mountain deity temple stealthily, making their way deeper into the Tianlang stronghold. Observing this, he meticulously examined the spoils from the bandits he had slain, discovering a manual of the Gale Finger technique among the belongings of the fifth sub-leader. Subsequently, he too quietly followed suit. The confrontation with the fifth sub-leader had taken place near the main gate of the stronghold, and while other experts were still engaged in combat within, they were situated deeper inside. Corpses littered the stronghold, and Xiao Bieli even encountered several bodies of those who had accompanied him, revealing that the Tianlang stronghold was not easily breached. It would be prudent to enhance my abilities first, for safety's sake, he murmured, retreating into the shadows and finding an unoccupied chamber. With determination, he intoned silently, consumed 3,000 experience points to elevate the Yijin Jing. In an instant, a rich surge of true energy erupted from his dantian, seamlessly connecting the yang and yin meridians, propelling him to the mid-level of the 7th tier. Chapter 14. The People of the Sanjiang Alliance. Having reached the mid-level of the 7th tier, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes, feeling the density of true energy within him intensify. Satisfied, he nodded. Fortunately, he had the system panel at his disposal. Otherwise, relying solely on arduous training, it would have taken him ages to reach this stage. Damn it, those rascals are heading toward the leader's chamber. Stop them. Just then, shouts erupted from the depths of the stronghold, followed by the sounds of combat. Max out the cloud ladder technique. Xiao Bieli spoke softly. Although Hu Xiong was currently engaged with Zhang Zhong, both being 6th tier experts, the outcome was uncertain. Zhang Zhong might not emerge victorious. His experience points were insufficient for further elevation to the next small realm. If he could perfect the cloud ladder, it would increase his chances of escape should Hu Xiong return. Countless experiences of practicing the cloud ladder flooded into Xiao Bieli's mind, igniting a warmth in his feet. On the panel, the proficiency of the cloud ladder had reached perfection, and his attributes now displayed. Martial arts. Yijin Jing, 15100. Gale blade technique. Perfect. Iron cloth shirt. Perfect. Cloud ladder. Perfect. 5 tiger door slicing blade. 5100. Great strength diamond finger. 5100. Techniques refined. Copper skin. Light as a swallow. Experience points. 330. This journey had indeed elevated him to a minor realm and perfected his skill in the cloud leaping technique, yielding considerable gains. However, the greatest threat from the Tianlang stronghold, Hu Xiong, was momentarily occupied. If there were valuable treasures within the stronghold, this presented an opportune moment. Sensing something amiss, he chose to withdraw. With the perfected cloud leaping technique, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. As the sounds of battle deep within the stronghold began to diminish, Xiao Bieli resolutely advanced towards the heart of the stronghold. Yet, he had not ventured far when, swish, a flash of steel sliced through the air from around a corner. Aiming for his lower body, Xiao Bieli's expression remained unperturbed as he unsheathed his long knife, striking first. Clash. The blades collided, sparks flying in every direction. The assailant gasped softly, having waited some time for his prey to draw near, only to be thwarted at the last moment. Is it you? Why do you attack me? Xiao Bieli furrowed his brow. Recognizing the man before him as the one who had earlier inquired at the mountain god temple about claiming a bounty on Zhu Shou from the Tianlang stronghold. You've got some skill. I underestimated you. The black-clad man chuckled. You were rather extravagant in Dongjiang County, purchasing intelligence from Jiangshan Pavilion for bounty tasks. Capturing you would yield far greater rewards than what the Ma family could offer. The middle-aged man in black shook his head, wariness creeping into his eyes as he began to retreat. Realizing that a surprise attack had failed to eliminate Shenlang, he doubted a direct confrontation would fare any better. It would be wiser to bide his time, return to Dongjiang County, and seek allies before making his move. Had he known Shenlang would be here, he would have brought a couple of accomplices along. Do you think you can simply strike and retreat? Xiao Bieli scoffed, recognizing the glint of greed in the man's eyes. Those who wield blades are accustomed to bloodshed. Do not expect their principles to be high. With a sudden forceful step, he launched himself at the middle-aged man in black like an arrow released from its bow. We are both of the 7th rank. I advise you to know your limits. Or else. The black-clad man's warning was cut short as he was engulfed by a tempest of flashing blades. You, he shouted, his aura suddenly surging as he maximized his true energy. His long knife crackled with power, striking with the ferocity of a storm. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, The blades clashed. A tremendous force surged through the blade, causing pain to the hand that held it. Regret flooded the black-clad man's heart as he attempted to retreat. Damn it! Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Shun Lang's long knife slicing at an unusual angle. With no choice left, he halted, raising his long knife in defense. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as the blade in his hand shattered. Before he could utter a plea for mercy, the black-clad man's head soared into the air. Experience points, 1,000. Xiao Bieli rummaged through the corpse, retrieving 300 taels of silver notes and some scattered coins, then proceeded deeper into the Tianlang stronghold. Within the depths of the stronghold, there were few corpses to be found. Even the sounds of combat had nearly dissipated when, as Xiao Bieli advanced, a sudden series of fierce shouts echoed from not far away. Damn it! This is a trap. There are masters within Tianlang village. It was Hu Juexian of the Sanjiang Alliance, urging, quickly, flee. Among the exclamations, Xiao Bieli could vaguely discern that a few were uttered by Zhu Shou. His voice raised in alarm. In this world of warriors, it is not always true that a mid-level 7th rank is inherently stronger than one at the initial stage. Before one opens the Ren and Du meridians, it is merely a matter of accumulating true energy. Some possess profound skills, yet their techniques may falter against those who, although possessing lesser internal strength, possess superior martial prowess. Only upon opening the Ren and Du meridians and stepping into the 6th rank does one's internal energy transition from acquired to innate true energy, greatly enhancing the lethality of their true energy when unleashed. Along his journey, Xiao Bieli had come to understand Zhu Shou. He was likely a peak 7th rank master who had opened the 6 extraordinary meridians. Although he had never witnessed Zhu Shou in action, the respect others held for him suggested his true strength was formidable. From the tone of Zhu Shou's voice, he could sense a palpable fear. Was Hu Juexian of the Sanjiang Alliance truly so powerful? Could he be a 6th rank master? If so, Zhang Chong of the Hunyuan Hand would be in peril. Though he had not heard of Hu Juexian before, this did not inhibit the rise of trepidation within Xiao Bieli. This journey had already yielded considerable gains. Now, he merely needed to methodically accept the bounty tasks from the Zhenwu Hall and bide his time until he reached the 6th rank. Once he achieved that, he would return to Lichuan County to exact vengeance, be it against Xiao Fuxing or the Changhe gang. All would be crushed. For now, however, it was prudent to focus on his development. With this thought, he drew upon his internal energy and activated the Tian Zong technique, sprinting down the mountainside. Yet, having previously been only 100 meters from Zhu Shou and the others, he could now hear the sound of slicing air approaching from behind. Turning, he beheld a middle-aged man, approximately 37 or 38 years old, wielding a longsword, striking with a single, sweeping blow. A flash of light, a brilliant beam of sword energy, imbued with an icy chill, shattered the roof tiles, transforming them into a multitude of projectiles aimed at the fleeing figure. True energy unleashed. Xiao Bieli's heart jolted. Indeed, he faced a 6th rank master. The Sanjiang Alliance was a force in Linshui County, and to find such a master within Tianlang village was unexpected. Had the recent conflicts between the Shire Lianhu and the Sanjiang Alliance arisen from the latter's desire to penetrate Dongjiang County? There was no time for contemplation. As a desperate cry pierced the air, "Spare me!" The 3 7th rank masters he had previously encountered were overwhelmed by the shattered tiles, which, infused with innate true energy, forced them to spout blood and fall to the ground, grievously wounded. Not only those 3, but even the Ma family head, Ma Rufeng, along with the remaining 2 7th rank masters, were injured by the debris, blood trickling from their lips, though their wounds were less severe, allowing them to escape. Scatter and flee. Otherwise, none of us will survive. Zhu Shou bellowed. The remaining individuals, heeding his words, dispersed in different directions. Unable to withstand the onslaught of a 6th rank master, they had no choice but to scatter, hoping to seize a slim chance of survival. As for whom the 6th rank master might pursue, that would simply be a matter of misfortune for whoever crossed his path. Hu Juexian observed the panicked figures scattering in different directions and shouted at several masters of the Sanjiang Alliance behind him. "What are you waiting for? Go pursue them. They are all injured and cannot escape far. We must bring them all back." After issuing his command, he proceeded toward the area where Zhang Chong and Hu Xiong were engaged in combat. Hu Juexian's expression was grim. The Sanjiang Alliance intended to expand its influence into Dongjiang County, while the 12 linked caves were also courting Tianlang village. However, They had pledged allegiance to the Sanjiang alliance 6 months prior, and the alliance leader intended for Tianlang village to feign loyalty to the 12 linked caves. Once the Sanjiang alliance formally engaged with the 12 linked caves, Tianlang village would collaborate with them from within. His purpose for being here today was to convey the leader's orders to Hu Xiong, the three-headed wolf, to ensure his compliance. Unexpectedly, the Ma family had summoned the formidable Zhang Chong to invade Tianlang village at this critical time. Moreover, Hu Wolf was unable to deal with Zhang Chong and was left to clean up the mess. If he failed to capture these individuals, Tianlang village would become a useless pawn. Xiao Bieli and Ma Ruffling fled in the same direction, both diving into the forest almost simultaneously. As they sprinted away, Xiao Bieli was oblivious to their location. Which way should we go? A commanding shout echoed behind them as two figures relentlessly pursued Xiao Bieli and Ma Ruffling. Qiu Kuei, the second in command of Tianlang village, and Yu Wenba, the third in command. Qiu Kuei's martial arts are on par with mine. Ma Ruffling, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, glanced at Xiao Bieli, who was keeping pace with him, and spoke gravely. Young hero, we must strike together if we are to survive. Previously struck by a shard of tile, he had sustained significant internal injuries, and now, pushing his vital energy to sprint, his body was beginning to falter. His hope for survival now lay entirely with this individual summoned by Zhu Shou. Swish. Seeing Xiao Bieli remain silent, focused on fleeing, Ma Rufing's eyes darkened. His sword burst forth with a gleam of silver, aimed at Xiao Bieli's chest. Given his internal injuries, he knew that even united, they would not stand against Qiu Kuei and Yu Wenba. If he could keep this young man occupied and hinder Qiu Kuei, he felt confident he could escape from Yu Wenba. As for the vengeance for his son, he had long since cast it aside. Although it was his most exceptional son who had perished, he had more than one son, and at merely 50 years of age, he could still sire more. Humph. Xiao Bieli hesitated for a moment. Faced with Ma Rufing's thrust, he neither dodged nor evaded, but charged directly forward. Swish. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his long knife and deflected upward. A flicker of astonishment crossed Ma Rufing's face. He had initiated the attack, and the thrust was nearly upon its target. Did this young man intend to perish alongside him? Was he overestimating his chances? In an instant, Ma Rufing's internal energy surged. He had initially employed only 50% of his strength, but now, to slow Xiao Bieli down, he unleashed 80%. Whoosh! Yu Wenba, appearing to be in his 40s, donned a coarse short garment that revealed his sinewy muscles. With a cruel smile glimmering in his eyes, he raised his hand as Ma Ruffing struck, unleashing dozens of concealed weapons that blocked the path ahead of both Xiao Bieli and Ma Ruffing. Should the two adversaries before Xiao continue their relentless pace, they would inevitably confront a storm of concealed weapons. Qiu Kuei, with a fierce determination, stomped the ground, leaving a deep imprint, while the chain gun in his grasp was hurled forth, aimed directly at Xiao Bieli's unprotected back. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Both combatants comprehended the sudden actions of Ma Ruffling, yet they remained perplexed by the youth's choices. This strike seemed utterly futile. However, the reason soon became apparent. Clang! Ma Ruffing's long sword struck Xiao Bieli, yet contrary to expectations, the anticipated scene of Xiao being cleaved in two did not materialize. Instead, a resounding clash of metal echoed through the air. Thud! Ma Ruffing's head was sent soaring, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Experience 1000. Clang! Just then, Qiu Kuei's chain gun reached its target, colliding with Xiao Bieli, who was jolted backward yet managed to regain his footing. Remarkable inner armor? It was unexpected that this young man possessed such exquisite protection. No wonder he exhibited such audacity. Qiu Kuei, with avarice gleaming in his eyes, retracted the chain gun, contemplating the immense worth of such armor which far surpassed that of renowned weapons, easily fetching 1,000 taels of gold. Nevertheless, he had no intention of selling it. For those who danced on the edge of the blade, possessing such armor was tantamount to gaining an extra life. Why waste words with him? Let us subdue him swiftly. If we fail to capture him, we too shall face dire consequences. Yu Wenba, wielding a heavy iron staff, nonchalantly remarked. Though the inner armor was formidable, it could only offer limited protection. A single strike from the youth would surely rearrange his innards. If one blow did not suffice, he would not hesitate to deliver another. Qiu Kuei shot a glance at Yu Wenba and replied coolly, I shall claim this armor. In return, I will compensate you with 3,000 taels of silver. Very well. As you wish. Yu Wenba concurred. The two exchanged a knowing glance before launching their assault. Despite their dismissive words, their actions were resolute and unambiguous. They advanced towards Xiao Bieli, one to the left and the other to the right. Yu Wenba's iron staff, imbued with true energy, whirled with ferocity, striking down towards Xiao's head with the force of a mountain. Meanwhile, Qiu Kuei's chain gun was drawn taut, resembling a spear, its tip dancing with lethal intent as he unleashed 19 thrusts in rapid succession, each aimed at sealing Xiao's vital points. Although the young man was fortified by armor, there were always vulnerable spots left unguarded. From the moment their words fell to the instant they struck with full force was but a fleeting breath. Qiu Kuei was swifter than Yu Wenba, and in an instant, the spear's gleam was upon them. Did they truly consider him an easy target? Xiao Bieli sighed. Boom. The pinnacle of iron cloth palm activated. With his internal energy surging, Xiao felt as though he had grown in stature, his skin transforming to a tough, brownish hue, akin to that of leather. Ignoring the onslaught of Qiu Kuei's chain gun, he stood resolute as dozens of spear flashes rained upon him, producing a cacophony of clanging sounds. A clamor of clashing metal resonated through the air, causing Qiu Kuei's countenance to shift dramatically, his face etched with shock. The individual before him turned out to be a master of unorthodox martial arts. Die. In that fleeting moment, Yu Wenba's iron staff descended upon Xiao Bieli, aiming for his skull. Yet at that instant, clang! Xiao Bieli unsheathed his blade once more, this time without an ounce of restraint. The full-fledged gale blade technique unfurled in his grasp. The pristine arc of the blade struck first, clanging against the vulnerable point of Yu Wenba's weapon, swiftly followed by a second strike. With a splatter of blood, Yu Wenba's hands were severed from his body, followed by his head soaring into the air. Experience 1000. From the moment Xiao Bieli drew his blade to the instant Yu Wenba's head was dislodged, scarcely a moment had passed. Even Qiu Kuei failed to react in time. By the moment he attempted to retreat, it was already too late. Xiao Bieli's long blade surged towards him like a tempest. Qiu Kuei dared not hold back, wielding his chain spear with an unparalleled swiftness, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. Clang! Sparks flew. After several dozen exchanges, Xiao Bieli had discerned every nuance of Qiu Kuei's spear techniques. Indeed, Qiu Kuei's martial prowess surpassed his own, yet his chain spear was not a renowned weapon capable of piercing Xiao Bieli's iron cloth shirt. In terms of momentum, he had already succumbed. Furthermore, Qiu Kuei himself did not regard Xiao Bieli as a worthy adversary. Contemplating this, Xiao Bieli altered his blade technique, causing Qiu Kuei's face to pale, his spear technique faltering. With a swift stroke, a blade of light cleaved through the air, and Qiu Kuei's head was sent soaring into the sky. Experience 1000. Red Sleeve Blade 1. Chapter 16. A grim fate awaits. Xiao Bieli gathered his spoils and, without a moment's pause, made his descent down the mountain. A short while later, Hu Juexian and the three-headed wolf, Hu Xiong, accompanied by 3 seventh-grade experts, arrived at the forest where Xiao Bieli had slain the 3 men. Among them, Hu Xiong bore the severed limbs of Zhang Zhong, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon witnessing the scene within the woods, Zhou Song, the 4th leader of the Tianlang stronghold, hurried forward to inspect the 3 corpses. They had perished at the hands of a master swordsman. Ma Rufeng had been dispatched with a single blow. It had taken him merely 2 or 3 strikes to eliminate the 3rd leader, while the 2nd leader bore numerous wounds. Zhou Song inhaled sharply. Despite Yu Wenba and Qiu Kuei not being weak among 7th-grade warriors, how could they have perished while pursuing Ma Rufeng? Who was the assailant? Hu Juexian furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly. How many managed to escape this time? The 3-headed wolf, Hu Xiong, responded. According to the confessions of those we captured, a total of 25 had come, of which 7 were brought by Zhu Shou from the Jinwu Hall, including Ma Rufeng, who died here, for managed to flee. The Tianlang stronghold must concede defeat. Cursed be Ma Rufeng. Hu Xiong delivered a forceful kick to Ma Rufeng's lifeless head. Initially, he had dismissed the Ma family. Yet he was taken aback by Ma Rufeng's unexpected alliance with the formidable Zhang Chong. Had it not been for Hu Juexian's timely presence, he might have met his demise here. One cannot allow others to slumber peacefully at one's side. With the fierce rivalry between the 12 linked rings and the Sanjiang alliance, the former had previously sought to recruit him. Now, having conspired with the Sanjiang alliance, news of this betrayal would surely incite retaliation from the 12 linked rings against the Tianlang stronghold. Remaining at Tianlang stronghold was no longer an option. Hu Juexian glanced at Hu Xiong and said calmly, "The events have transpired. You shall accompany me to Linshui County, since you have chosen to join the Sanjiang Alliance. The leader will undoubtedly treat you well." Hu Xiong nodded. At this juncture, he had little choice. Staying in Dongjiang County would only lead to his demise. However, the losses at Tianlang stronghold were severe, with 3 out of 5 leaders perishing. Even if he joined the Sanjiang Alliance, his status would likely be lower than he had anticipated. Xiao Bieli sprinted away, not stopping until he had traversed the mountainous terrain surrounding Tianlang stronghold, finally locating a horse tethered by the roadside. After galloping for several dozen miles, he finally felt a sense of relief. Although he possessed the maximum level of iron shirt and exceptional inner armor for protection, he had no desire to confront a 6th-grade expert just yet. Fortunately, he had garnered considerable rewards. Xiao Bieli glanced at his system panel. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, mid-7th grade. Martial arts, Yijing Jing, 15, 100. Gale blade technique, perfect. Iron shirt, perfect. Cloud ladder, perfect. 5 tiger breaking door blade, 5, 100. Mighty Vajra finger, 5, 100. With refined techniques, copper skin, and agility like a swallow. Experience points, 3, 330. Red sleeve blade, pinning collection. To his astonishment, a mere kill of a 7th-grade pinnacle opponent had yielded such a remarkable reward. Xiao Bieli sighed softly. Having spent considerable time in this world, he was no longer the naive newcomer he once was. In the realm of martial arts, most weapons wielded by wanderers were nameless. Swords were simply swords, and knives were merely knives. Only those capable of slicing through gold and jade earned illustrious names. Much like a person's reputation within the martial world, weapons that could attain renown within a region were referred to as famous artifacts. However, exceptions existed. Some wielders could elevate even an ordinary weapon to fame simply due to their formidable prowess. The red sleeve blade, belonging to Su Mingjin, the master of Jin Feng Shiyu Lu in his past life, was undoubtedly superior to many renowned weapons in Dongjiang County. He was in dire need of a fine blade. Extract. Xiao Bieli commanded without hesitation. A moderately sized blade manifested in his grasp, its crimson blade shimmering with transparency. As he lightly touched the blade with his fingertips, a chill coursed through his palm. Swish! The blade flashed. With a gentle jab of his finger against a tree as thick as a thigh, the massive trunk collapsed with a resounding crash, its severed end smooth as a mirror. A magnificent blade indeed. Had he acquired the red sleeve blade prior to this, he would not have required an elaborate technique to slay Chiu Kuei. A single strike would suffice to sever the chain gun, rendering Chiu Kuei vulnerable without a suitable weapon. Expending 3,000 experience points, he enhanced his mastery of the Yijing Jing. With the proficiency of the Yijing Jing advancing, an exceptionally pure internal energy surged forth from Xiao Bieli, coursing into the Yin Qiao meridian. In an instant, the meridian was unblocked, allowing him to successfully ascend to the late stage of the 7th rank. Xiao Bieli exhaled a sigh of relief. Transitioning from the mid-phase to the late phase of the 7th rank had augmented his true energy by a remarkable 30%. This journey to the Tianlang stronghold had elevated him by 2 minor realms and perfected his Ti-Yun Zong technique, yielding significant rewards. Alas, he still required considerable experience to reach the 6th rank. He expended all his experience to enhance the Great Power Diamond Finger. Presently, the Baiyun Villa was in search of skilled swordsmen. Although it was unlikely he would draw suspicion, it was prudent to master another martial art. With his current true energy and the strength conferred by his perfected iron cloth shirt, employing the Great Power Diamond Finger would suffice to contend with any 7th rank martial artist. A surge of experience flooded in as he practiced the Great Power Diamond Finger, as though he had diligently trained for months. However, a frown creased Xiao Bieli's brow. 300 experience points had only increased his proficiency by 3 points. While this was fewer than the experience required for the Yijing Jing, it was still substantial, as previously. Techniques like the Gale Blade could yield a 5-point proficiency increase for 100 experience points. Was it because the Great Power Diamond Finger was of a higher grade than the Gale Blade technique? Initially, he presumed that the Yijing Jing required 1,000 points to elevate proficiency by even a single point due to its internal nature. Now it seemed the disparity lay solely in the higher grade of the Yijing Jing. System, if you possess this parameter, why not display it clearly? He mused. Yet the system panel remained unresponsive. At this moment, the horizon began to blush with dawn, heralding the sun's imminent rise. Shaking his head, Xiao Bieli mounted his steed and set forth towards Dongjiang County City. Just as the city walls came into view, the sound of urgent hoofbeats approached from behind. Turning, he beheld Zhu Shou and a blade-wielding companion, whom he had encountered at the mountain god temple, galloping towards him in haste. Both appeared disheveled, their faces pale. Zhu Shou fared somewhat better, but his companion was half covered in blood, one arm dangling limply, clearly broken. Upon seeing Xiao Bieli, especially noting his lack of any injuries, Zhu Shou's face registered disbelief. "Young Master Shen, are you unscathed?" Had he not witnessed Shun Lang dispatch the fifth master of the Tianlang stronghold during their recent encounter, he might have doubted Shen Lang's association with the Sanjiang alliance. Their grievous wounds stood in stark contrast to Shen Lang, who appeared merely disheveled, seemingly unharmed. "Fortunately, I did not venture deep into the Tianlang stronghold. I remained on the outskirts. Moreover, once you called out, I sensed something amiss and quickly fled, thus avoiding any pursuers," Xiao Bieli explained. "How did you end up like this, my esteemed seniors? What about the others?" Upon hearing these words, Zhu Shou's eyes dimmed slightly, and he sighed. "The Tianlang stronghold has actually colluded with the Sanjiang alliance. They are likely facing dire circumstances. I wonder how Elder Zhang Chong is faring. However, when we made our escape, Hu Ju should have gone to assist Hu Xiong. Otherwise, we would not have managed to flee. 2 sixth-grade experts surrounding Elder Zhang Chong surely spells trouble." Chapter 17. Taking on tasks. "This time, I have brought misfortune upon you all. In the future, should there be any bounties from the Jinwu Hall, I will inform you both at the earliest opportunity," Zhu Shou said, cupping his hands toward Xiao Bieli and another individual who wielded a blade. "It is not Zhu's fault. None of us anticipated that Tianlang stronghold would conspire with the Sanjiang alliance," the blade-wielding individual remarked. Xiao Bieli nodded in agreement, stating, "The Dongjiang prefecture is under the influence of the 12 linked caves. Once the news of Tianlang stronghold's collusion with the Sanjiang alliance spreads, Hu Xiong will dare not remain in Dongjiang prefecture, let alone venture into Dongjiang city to seek trouble with them." Upon returning to the city, Xiao Bieli parted ways with Zhu Shou, who was gravely injured and needed to return to recuperate. Moreover, there was no place in the entire Dongjiang city safer than Jinwu Hall. Being a member of Jinwu Hall, Zhu Shou was assured that even the 12 linked caves would not have the audacity to cause a disturbance there. Although Jinwu Hall was not particularly strong, it had the backing of the imperial court. Any disruption, there would be a slap in the face to the court. Xiao Bieli himself had not sustained significant injuries, but he still took 2 days to rest. During this time, he rented a small private courtyard. Though modest in size, it offered a pleasant environment, costing only 20 taels of silver for a year's rent. On the 3rd day, Xiao Bieli emerged from the courtyard and made his way to the Baishang Tower. Frequenting the Baishang Tower on numerous occasions, he was greeted by a young server as soon as he stepped inside. "Young Master Shin, is it the same as before?" Xiao Bieli nodded and ascended to the 2nd floor. At this time, it was lunchtime, and the 2nd floor was filled with patrons, leaving only a few empty tables. Xiao Bieli found an available seat and settled down. The surrounding clamor did not bother him. After the server brought a pot of fine Huadiao wine, he poured himself a cup and downed it in one gulp. Though the wine at Baishang Tower did not possess the high alcohol content of distilled spirits from his previous life, it still carried a spicy flavor and a grainy aroma, creating a unique experience amidst the noisy conversations of the wandering heroes around him, as taverns are known for their lively exchange of news. Although most of the patrons on the 2nd floor discussed trivial matters occurring in Dongjiang Prefecture, occasionally, one could glean useful information from the chatter. "Have you heard? People from the 12 linked caves went to the Tianlang stronghold, but now it seems the stronghold is deserted. The Tianlang stronghold has betrayed us, colluding with the Sanjiang alliance. What a disgrace for the martial world of Dongjiang Prefecture. As long as there are benefits to be had, those bandits care nothing for Dongjiang or Linshui Prefecture. Sigh. Times are becoming increasingly difficult. Just a few days ago, several young masters from outside prefectures were invited to Baiyun Villa, and they have yet to reappear. They must have met with a tragic fate. Are you courting death, daring to speak of Baiyun Villa? Pray tell. What purpose does the Baiyun Villa have in seizing those individuals?" One inquired. What else could it be but a suspicion that they are connected to the elusive Xiao Bieli from the Linshui County? As the names of Baiyun Villa and Xiao Bieli reached his ears, a flicker of intrigue sparked within Xiao Bieli. While it was possible to seek information from Jiangshan Pavilion or the Jinwu Hall, the more one engaged, the greater the risk of exposure. At present, Shenlang had demonstrated the prowess of a 7th-tier martial artist during the battle at the Tianlang stronghold, and for the time being, Baiyun Villa had yet to cast suspicion upon him. Over time, the members of the Zhongyuan sword sect would likely relinquish their pursuit. A young, justice-driven wanderer exclaimed indignantly. Even so, innocent lives should not be taken. Beside him, an elder, placing a morsel of meat into the young man's mouth, smiled apologetically at those around. My grandson is young and naive, having indulged a bit too much. Surely Baiyun Villa has its reasons for such actions. Within the bustling tavern, with many eyes and ears present, who could ascertain if there were members of Baiyun Villa on the second floor? What is there to fear? Another voice chimed in. Indeed, Baiyun Villa has acted unjustly. They sought only Xiao Bieli, yet have caused the demise of several innocents. Such behavior is reprehensible. None on the second floor dared to respond. Baiyun Villa had been prominent in the martial world of Dongjiang County for 3 generations. They were not to be trifled with. Consequently, the conversations on the second floor of Baishang Tower had noticeably quieted. I find Baiyun Villa's actions perplexing, Xiao Bieli mused inwardly. If they truly wish to find him, they should conduct their inquiries discreetly. Creating such a commotion only invites suspicion. Should he choose to flee Dongjiang County, locating him would indeed be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. With that thought, Xiao Bieli swiftly devoured the remaining dishes on the table. Young lad, settle the bill. Upon departing Baishang Tower, Xiao Bieli had not ventured far when he sensed he was being followed. His expression remained unchanged as he strolled leisurely toward his rented courtyard. Along the way, he discerned at least 3 or 4 pairs of eyes lingering upon him. Is it Baiyun Villa? Have they already cast their suspicions upon me? But that seemed unlikely. At merely 17, he should not be associated with such matters. Xiao Bieli pondered, masking his unease while a sense of urgency began to stir within him. After all, Baiyun Villa housed formidable 5th-tier masters, and if they intended to act against him, escaping their grasp would be quite a challenge. Upon arriving at his rented courtyard, he was greeted by 2 figures at the entrance. One was none other than Wang Yuan, the man who had returned with Zhu Shou. His complexion bore more color, indicating a marked improvement, yet his injuries remained unhealed. Spotting Xiao Bieli, Wang Yuan's eyes brightened, and he hastened toward him in a few quick strides. Young Master Shun, Wang Yuan exclaimed, halting before Xiao Bieli and bowing respectfully. This is Lu Dali, the head of the Weixin escort agency, who has come specifically to seek you out, young Master Shen. Lu Dali, with a slight bow towards Xiao Bieli, expressed originally, I intended to seek Brother Wang's assistance for a transport mission. However, I was taken aback to learn of his recent injury. Thus, I turned to you, young hero Shun, for help. Transport? Xiao Bieli's face betrayed a hint of skepticism. The Weixin escort agency is a prominent establishment in Dongjiang Prefecture. Do you truly require my escort? The Weixin escort agency held considerable renown within Dongjiang, with its 2 chief escorts, Cheng Huai and Cheng Hai, both esteemed peak 6th-tier masters. Xiao had certainly heard their names. Lu Dali chuckled softly. Times have changed. In the past, we primarily utilized waterways for transport, allowing us to carry a substantial load. However, with the ongoing conflict between the 12 linked forts and the Sanjiang Alliance, the waterways have become perilous. We are now left with no choice but to traverse the land. Moreover, the current unrest in Dongjiang Prefecture has escalated. Even the Ma family has suffered grievous misfortunes. Many merchants seeking to procure goods are now reliant on escort agencies for protection. It is not only Weixin. Other agencies in Dongjiang are equally overwhelmed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bieli began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Overland transport is laborious and time-consuming, whereas the waterways would typically require merely 2 to 3 days. Land routes demand 6 to 7, effectively doubling the duration. Naturally, as time extends, the likelihood of mishaps increases. Chapter 18. The escort mission. This journey was destined for Lechuan County in Dongjiang Prefecture, spanning 6 days. Lu Dali produced a coin pouch from within his robes and extended it to Xiao Bieli, stating, "This serves as a deposit. The remaining sum will be paid upon our return." With the reputation of Weixin Escort Agency, we generally face little trouble. The inclusion of young hero Shun in this venture is merely a precaution. Should your intervention be required, the remuneration shall be doubled. Xiao Bieli examined the coin pouch, which contained several dozen silver taels. While it paled in comparison to the generous offer made by Ma Ruffling for his confrontation with the Tianlang bandits, it was nonetheless quite generous. After all, Engaging with the Tianlang bandits carried substantial risk, compounded by the personal vendetta Ma Rufeng held against them. However, this particular mission, a mere 6-day journey to the neighboring Linshui County, did not seem overly arduous. Perhaps he would not even need to intervene. Wang Yuan, sensing Xiao Bieli's hesitation, leaned closer and whispered, Weixin Escort Agency possesses extensive connections in Dongjiang. Should you cultivate a friendship with them, acquiring any necessary alchemical elixirs or herbs for your training would become significantly easier. Wang Yuan was acutely aware that, although Shun Lang was younger, his background was undoubtedly remarkable. He had witnessed Shun Lang's prowess firsthand when the latter dispatched the 5th chief of the Tianlang bandits with only a few moves. Furthermore, after the Sanjiang alliance emerged from the Tianlang stronghold, only 4 of the more than 20 members survived. Both he and Zhu Shou were left in disarray. Yet Shun Lang emerged unscathed. His martial skills likely surpassed all expectations. For an escort tasked with navigating perilous paths, having a formidable ally can prove invaluable. Thus, if there were any bounties they could not fulfill, clues could be pursued together. Very well, I shall accept this escort mission, Xiao Bieli stated with a calm demeanor. As it stands, the presence of individuals shadowing him in the shadows indicates that the Baiyun Villa still harbors suspicions regarding his intentions. This presents an opportune moment to utilize the reputation of the Weixin Escort Agency as a means to temporarily depart. Moreover, the destination of this escort mission is Lichuan County. Although his time in this realm has been brief and he has yet to meet the original owner's father, the original owner was, after all, desperately saved by his father. The vendetta for his father's death must be addressed when the chance arises. The Zhang sword sect is currently unable to take action, and with Xiao Fuxing being merely a 7th-grade practitioner, the act of killing should not pose significant complications. Lu Dali's face broke into a smile. We shall convene at the eastern city gate at dawn. Brother Shun, until we meet again. At Baiyun Villa. The 3rd master observed with dissatisfaction. The commotion is still too minimal. Lu Jun remarked, casting a discontented glance at Zhou Chong. During this period, although Zhou Chong had caused the demise of several individuals, they were largely obscure figures within Dongjiang County, resulting in insufficient uproar. Should senior brother Zhou inquire, he might assume that Zhou had accomplished little. Zhou Chong furrowed his brow. 7 or 8 lives have already been lost. If this continues, the master of the villa may become displeased. Although our lineage holds considerable standing within Baiyun Villa, the master is ultimately not he. If the uproar escalates excessively, it may lead to my own accountability. I suspect that had the master not been aware that I am acting on behalf of the disciples of the Zhang sword sect, he would have intervened long ago regarding the unwarranted deaths. Lu Jun shook his head. 3rd master, the tracking goo is nearly at hand. You must create a bit more disturbance for me. This is the final opportunity, and you mentioned that only 2 individuals suspected of being Xiao Bieli remain, correct? Zhou Chong frowned. Those 2 have been confirmed. They should not be Xiao Bieli. Huang Yiping is the disciple of the Wind Thunderblade, Lu Zhao. And Shun Lang's martial prowess is at least mid-7th grade, if not late 7th grade. Though he wields a blade, how could Xiao Bieli, at merely 17 years of age, possibly possess such strength? Lu Jun replied nonchalantly. The Wind Thunderblade, Lu Zhao, is merely a novice at the 6th grade. 3rd master, proceed without hesitation. Should Lu Zhao dare descend the mountain, my Lu family's experts will naturally handle him. Eliminating a well-known 6th grade expert's disciple should also demonstrate my earnestness in rectifying this situation. As for Shun Lang, let us deal with him in passing as well. Zhou Chong spoke solemnly. Young Master Lu, this is the last time. Otherwise, I shall find it difficult to sustain my position. The following dawn, Xiao Bieli arrived at the eastern city gate, though Lu Dali and the others had yet to arrive. After waiting for approximately the duration of a tea session, a caravan laden with goods emerged from the city gates. Lu Dali and the escort team were among them. The caravan was sizable, comprising around 20 to 30 individuals, accompanied by nearly 20 escort members, totaling approximately 50. Brother Shun, over here. Upon spotting Xiao Bieli, Lu Dali hurriedly called out. Xiao Bieli inclined his head slightly. The individuals within the caravan turned their gazes towards Xiao Bieli, for Lu Dali had already informed them that he had found a skilled companion for this journey. However, they were taken aback to discover that Lu Dali's selection was so remarkably youthful. This journey would undoubtedly rely on the prowess of the young hero Shun. The proprietor of this escort mission, Manager Qian, offered a polite gesture towards Xiao Bieli. Although he privately deemed Lu Dali's choice of escort to be rather youthful, the esteemed reputation of the Weixin escort agency assured him that no mishaps would occur along the way. Furthermore, 2 seventh-tier masters accompanied them, and their merchant association also boasted a 7th-tier expert, rendering them nearly impervious to the usual mountain bandits. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the caravan set forth. Xiao Bieli rode at the rear of the procession when suddenly a voice broke the silence. "Hey, Uncle Dali, why did you bring him along for this escort?" It was the only female escort in the group, Cheng Min, clad in a neat and agile waist-length warrior's attire, her hair tied back, and her countenance strikingly beautiful. The moment Cheng Min appeared by his side, Xiao Bieli felt the gaze of several youthful escorts upon him. A graceful lady is indeed a gentleman's desire. He understood their scrutiny. During his past life as a student, he too had harbored secret affections for a goddess while jesting with male classmates, feigning indifference while his heart was tumultuous. Moreover, with Cheng Min bearing the surname Cheng, she likely had connections to the 2 heads of the Weixin escort agency. However, such matters were of little concern to him. "I was recommended," Xiao Bieli replied candidly. Cheng Min leaned closer and whispered, "I heard that during the recent skirmish at the Tianlang stronghold, you were present? Was a 6th-tier master involved? I heard that the esteemed Zhang Chong from the Hunyuan hand has gone missing." Xiao Bieli nodded. "I heard he is missing, but I cannot say for certain. I did not encounter him when I descended the mountain." Cheng Min pouted. "Why are you so oblivious?" Witnessing her expression, the young escorts in the caravan felt their hearts shatter. It was well known that the young lady was notoriously aloof within the agency. When had they ever seen her display such emotion? The merchant convoy traveled along the official road, and at their current pace, they could reach the nearby county town by day's end. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. Despite having set out only half a day, ominous clouds loomed overhead, threatening to unleash a deluge at any moment. "Manager Lu, we cannot proceed any further. The cargo consists of dyes and fabrics that cannot be exposed to water." Manager Qian's countenance darkened. These dyes and fabrics were of considerable value. Though waterproof measures had been taken, he could not guarantee that they would remain dry in the event of a torrential downpour. Such goods represented a third of his wealth. Otherwise, he would not have embarked on this journey personally. Observing the skies, Lu Dali chuckled. "Fear not, Manager Qian, there is a dilapidated temple ahead. Though it has been abandoned for over a decade, it should suffice to shield us from the rain. Let us seek refuge there until the storm passes, and then we shall continue." Chapter 19. The ambush. The dilapidated temple Lu Dali mentioned was not far off, originally consisting of 5 or 6 buildings. Age and neglect had reduced them to ruins, leaving only one grand hall capable of providing shelter from the rain. "Let us move the cargo into the main hall. We can find a place to wait it out." Manager Qian instructed the caravan members to unload the goods from the carts and transport them into the hall. Shortly after the cargo was moved inside, a rumble echoed through the air. Thunder clapped, and a gentle rain began to fall. "Behold the rain," which shows no sign of abating anytime soon. Lu Dali stood beside Xiao Bieli, spitting disdainfully as he spoke. According to past experience, this month typically brings sporadic showers. Yet, this particular downpour had persisted for half an hour without any intention of letting up. Manager Qian expressed his concern. This journey, which should take 6 days, might stretch to 8 or 9 if the rain continues to make the roads impassable. Fortunately, the goods remained dry. At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed from outside the temple. The guard stationed at the entrance of the temple called out, "Manager, someone is approaching." Manager Qian furrowed his brow and looked at Lu Dali. Could it be scouts from the bandits? Lu Dali shook his head. This rain came too suddenly. There's only this one refuge nearby. It's only natural for someone to seek shelter, and from the sound, it appears to be just one person on horseback. So there's no cause for alarm. Moreover, this temple is an unclaimed wilderness, and it wouldn't be right to deny entry to anyone. We have yet to leave the boundaries of Dongjiang County, and my Weixin escort agency still holds some respect here. As they conversed, a slender black-clad swordsman, around 23 or 24 years of age, led his horse to the temple entrance. He merely glanced at the merchant group before turning to secure his horse, seeking a spot outside the main hall to sit and quietly consume a cake soaked by the rain. "My friend, I am the head of the Weixin escort agency." Lu Dali approached and offered the warm cake he had heated moments before to the black-clad swordsman. "If you do not mind, we have some freshly baked provisions here." The swordsman looked at Lu Dali but remained silent, continuing to eat the rain-soaked cake. "What a peculiar person," murmured Cheng Min, standing beside Xiao Bieli. Lu Dali said nothing in response. One must exercise caution in unfamiliar territory, and it was indeed wise not to accept food from strangers. After a while, although the rain had not ceased, it had noticeably lessened. At that moment, however, the sound of hooves grew urgent once more. Lu Dali frowned. This time, it was not merely the black-clad youth, as at least 6 or 7 horses could be heard, accompanied by the sound of footsteps squelching in the mud. The members of the Weixin escort agency, aside from Cheng Min, had been on many escort missions and were well experienced. With a mere glance from Lu Dali, every hand instinctively reached for their weapons. Damn it! Thank goodness this temple is still standing. We've been soaked to the bone. Let us go inside to dry off and warm ourselves. Listening to the raucous sounds approaching from a distance, Manager Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they were not the target. As a group of individuals filed into the dilapidated temple courtyard, the leading burly man noticed that the hall, which offered shelter from the rain, was already filled with people. With a frown, he coldly declared, "This place is reserved by my Flying Eagle stronghold. You are all asked to leave." Upon hearing the name of the Flying Eagle stronghold, Lu Dali forced a smile, tossing a silver pouch to the leading man. "Gentlemen, I am Lu Dali of the Weixin Escort Agency. Among the goods on this journey, there are items that must not come into contact with water. I kindly ask for your consideration, and let this silver serve as a token for your refreshments. We shall shift the goods slightly to provide everyone with a place to rest, and once the rain ceases, we shall depart." In Dongjiang County, typically, when a mountain stronghold hears the name of the Weixin Escort Agency, they merely require a small toll to avoid further trouble. As we are all merely trying to make a living, the Weixin Escort Agency has operated for many years, traversing both the underworld and the legitimate realm. Although he had not heard of the name Flying Eagle Stronghold, it was likely that the people of Flying Eagle had heard of the Weixin Escort Agency. Moreover, this group was not small, comprising nearly 20 individuals, all armed, and certainly not to be trifled with. Should a conflict arise, they would likely gain the upper hand. Such a meager sum of silver, is it enough to send off a beggar? The leading brute weighed the silver pouch in his hand, disdain evident in his tone. Before his gaze fell upon Cheng Min, leering as he said, "In this manner, I shall give your Weixin Escort Agency some face. Once the rain stops, you may leave. But this woman must stay." Xiao Bieli's eyes flickered. Since their entrance, he had been observing these individuals. It seemed they were indeed fixated on Cheng Min, yet their gazes lingered upon him. Are they from Baiyan Manor? Xiao Bieli sighed inwardly, realizing he had implicated the Weixin Escort Agency. "You filthy cur!" Lu, the escort leader, shouted, refusing to engage in further conversation. Does the Weixin Escort Agency fear them? Some of the younger escorts had already drawn their weapons, while only the veteran escorts, such as Lu Dali, wore expressions of grave concern. These men were aware that this was a confrontation with the Weixin Escort Agency. Their audacity suggested either overconfidence or a deliberate quest for trouble. "You seek death." Cheng Min could no longer restrain herself. As the daughter of the Weixin Escort Agency, she found herself besmirched on her first escort mission. With a swift motion, she drew her long sword, her martial prowess at the mid-8th rank, but her speed was remarkable. Aimed directly at the forehead of the leading brute. What a fiery temper! The man from Flying Eagle Stronghold laughed, choosing not to evade Cheng Min's thrust. His right hand slithering like a serpent along the blade, aiming to grasp her sword hand. Clang! A flash of crimson light erupted. No one witnessed how Xiao Bieli drew his blade. A horrific scream escaped the mouth of the leading brute from Flying Eagle Stronghold as his hand, intended to seize Cheng Min's arm, was severed at the root. Terror filled his eyes as he clutched his severed limb, retreating in haste, shouting in anger, "Attack! Kill them!" Puff! Before he could finish his sentence, his head soared into the air, his body collapsing to the ground. Experience 1000. Kill! Kill! Following Xiao Bieli's decisive strike, the experts of the Weixin Escort Agency and the merchant convoy finally reacted, launching an assault against the remaining members of Flying Eagle Stronghold. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli did not pause. With a swift movement, he charged towards the entrance. Puff! Puff! The glint of his blade flashed, and 2 more heads ascended into the air. Experience 10. Experience 500. As soon as Xiao Bieli unsheathed his blade, adversaries fell to the ground, leaving the members of the Weixin Escort Agency and the trading caravan in a state of stupor, particularly Lu Dali and the caravan's sole 7th-tier master. They rushed forth instinctively. Yet Xiao Bieli's lethal speed rendered them powerless to intervene. They could only witness a succession of bodies collapsing. To Xiao Bieli, these fallen foes represented mere experience points. Although he harbored no desire to become a notorious villain reviled by all, hunted by the elite sects of righteousness seeking to enhance their prestige, he resolved to convert any adversary bold enough to confront him into a source of experience. However, he had no intention of sparing the experience that came so readily to him. Chapter 20. The 13 Guardians of the Broadsword. Is he truly that formidable? Murmured one of the Weixin escort's bodyguards, as Chung Min, who had retreated to a safe distance, gazed on with awe. With every sweep of his crimson blade, bandits from the Flying Eagle stronghold crumpled to the earth. Even the silent black-clad swordsman, gnawing on a damp flatbread, felt a surge of battle spirit. Rising from his seat, though he showed no inclination to intervene, quickly summoned the two envoys. The leader has fallen. We can no longer hold our ground. If the envoys do not take action, we shall all perish. As the number of casualties at Xiao Bieli's hands multiplied, the blade of his red-sleeved sword became increasingly stained with blood. The crimson light flashed once more, and yet another figure collapsed. Experience 100. Damn it. Let us fight back, they shouted, retreating until escape was no longer an option. Finally, two peak 8th tier bandits could no longer contain themselves. Leaping forward with a blade and an axe, assaulting Xiao Bieli from both sides. Yet, as the blade flashed, both suffered grievous wounds to their chests and fell to the ground. Experience 500. Experience 500. In the instant those corpses hit the ground, two 7th tier masters, who had been lurking outside the courtyard, sprang into action, their blades clashing with a metallic ring. These two wielded their swords with remarkable speed, synchronizing their strikes as if they were one, unleashing a tempestuous assault upon Xiao Bieli. Those are the two leaders from Dogzi Ridge, exclaimed Kong Tong, another 7th tier master from the Weixin escort agency, his expression darkening. As one of the 6th 7th tier experts from the Weixin agency, he had previously accompanied the chief escort to Dogzi Ridge and recognized these two. He knew of their connection to the White Cloud Manor, having heard the chief escort mention it. Yet he puzzled over why the bandits from Dogzi Ridge would target them this time. Could it be that the White Cloud Manor intended to strike at the Weixin escort agency? Lu Dali's complexion also darkened as he whispered, "If Brother Shen falters, we must act together, old Kong. Their martial prowess exceeds even ours, and had we not secured Shen Xiaoxiao's presence, this escort would surely be lost." Excellent. A cold glint flickered in Xiao Bieli's eyes. These foes were indeed intent on confronting him, and their profound vitality revealed their status as peak 7th tier masters. Had he not previously advanced to the late stage of the 7th rank at the Tianlang stronghold, he would have had no choice but to withstand the attack from the two with his golden silk armor and iron shirt. However, the situation within the merchant convoy was markedly different from that at the Tianlang stronghold, where the crowd was dense and eyes were everywhere. Should his swordsmanship and golden silk armor be revealed simultaneously, it would likely provoke the full wrath of the Baiyun Mountain Manor. Fortunately, he had now reached the late stage of the 7th rank, his quality of Yijin true energy far surpassing that of the two adversaries. Moreover, he wielded the crimson sleeve knife. As the two men launched their blade strikes like a tempest, Xiao Bieli stood his ground, unflinching. In a fleeting moment, he unleashed 19 strikes with the crimson sleeve knife, the collisions ringing out like chimes. Suddenly, the expressions of the two men shifted drastically in their horrified gaze. The scarlet blade met their dual weapons. With a resounding clang, their blades shattered, yet the crimson blade's momentum remained unyielding. Blood sprayed forth as the hands gripping the knife were severed. Before they could utter a word, the crimson blade flashed again, and with a swift motion, two heads soared into the air, blood splattering against the temple's walls. As the storm subsided, a faint sunlight fell. Experience 1000. Experience 1000. 13 Guardians of the Underworld, Horizontal Training 1. New martial arts? An art of horizontal training? To survive in the martial world, one must either possess great strength or exceptional lightness of foot combined with resilience, thereby increasing the odds of escape. Yet 3 bandits remained, now paralyzed by fear. Sitting on the ground, unable to utter pleas for mercy, Xiao Bieli merely cast a glance at the 3 and chose not to kill. These bandits were merely of the 9th rank, with the others not even reaching that level. His experience points had now reached 6,490, and gaining an additional 120 points posed no significant challenge. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, late stage of the 7th rank. Martial arts, Yijin Jing, 18,100. Storm blade technique, perfect. Iron shirt, perfect. Cloud leaping technique, perfect. 5 tiger breaking door blade, 5,100. Mighty Vajra finger, 8,100. Techniques mastered, copper skin, light as a swallow. Experience points, 6,490. 13 guardians of the underworld, horizontal training, to be claimed. The harvest was scarcely inferior to that of the Tianlang stronghold. Sheathing his knife, Xiao Bieli turned to Lu Dali and said, "Old Lu, please inquire of them to ascertain if they are specifically here to cause trouble. These small fry likely know little." Moreover, even if Lu Dali discovered that these individuals were indeed targeting him, it would be of little consequence. He could simply withdraw from the convoy. However, as long as no 6th rank experts from Baiyun Mountain Manor intervened, he would welcome a few more ambushes. By then, he would undoubtedly possess the strength of a 6th rank expert himself. Lu Dali gestured for the escort to bind the remaining 3 bandits, then approached Xiao Bieli and the manager Qian, whispering, "The bandit stronghold at Guzi Ridge has some ties with the 3 masters of Baiyun Mountain Manor. I fear they may be coming for us. We should leave promptly and travel through the night. Otherwise, we might encounter trouble." Upon hearing the name of Baiyun Mountain Manor, Manager Qian's heart tightened, and he quickly inquired, "What shall we do? Even if we profit from this venture, I still have to return to Dongjiang County." Lu Dali shook his head reassuringly. "Do not worry, Manager Qian. The martial world has its own rules, as does the court. Your merchant association is not a force of the martial world. If Baiyun Mountain Manor were to take action against you, the Jinwu Hall would intervene." After saying this, Lu Dali turned to Xiao Bieli, stating, "I sense that Baiyun Mountain Manor is targeting my Weixin escort agency this time, and we have inadvertently implicated Brother Shun. However, rest assured, Brother Shun, Baiyun Mountain Manor does not hold absolute power in Dongjiang County. Our chief escort has a close relationship with Elder Chu Bufan from the 12 Linked Rings, and should Baiyun Mountain Manor truly attempt to harm my Weixin escort agency, the 12 Linked Rings will not stand idly by. At that time, you need only remain with my Weixin escort agency, and you shall be safe." Xiao Bieli nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Lu. There are still many good people in this world." He reflected on Lu Dali's esteemed position within the Weixin escort agency. Considering that should Lu Dali report the matter to the chief escort, Baiyun Mountain Manor might find itself in a precarious situation without sufficient clarification. Lu Dali replied, "What are you saying, Brother Shin? It is thanks to your timely intervention that our agency has avoided significant losses. I will go and conduct an inquiry. Once Manager Qian has finished loading the goods, we shall set off. The longer we linger, the more unsettled I feel." Chapter 21, Pinnacle of the 7th Rank. After the goods were loaded, the merchant convoy resumed its journey. "Young Master Shun, it is truly thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I, Old Qian, would have lost half a lifetime savings," Manager Qian exclaimed. He presented several silver notes to Xiao Bieli, each worth 100 taels, 5 in total. Xiao Bieli shook his head politely, replying, "Manager Qian, you are too kind. I have already accepted compensation from Brother Lu for this escort mission, so I cannot accept your silver." Previously, during the expedition to the Tianlang stronghold, he had acquired a considerable amount of silver notes from the slain 7th rank masters, and now possessed several thousand taels, which he would not exhaust in the near term. Moreover, these individuals had come targeting him. After the merchant convoy had traveled for an hour, 2 figures appeared in the dilapidated temple. Observing the numerous corpses strewn about, Lu Jun furrowed his brow, remarking, "The strikes are executed with such precision. Shunlang's martial prowess is indeed formidable. As an inner disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, also at the pinnacle of the 7th rank, I believe I could only achieve this level." The Grand Elder of the Changhe gang, Lin Tiantong, sighed. It appears that Shunlang is indeed not Xiao Bieli. This individual likely possesses a noteworthy background. It would be wise to refrain from provoking him for the time being. Moreover, since you personally eliminated Huang Yiping, the Thunderblade's Lu Zhao will surely seek an explanation from Baiyun Mountain Manor. "Humph." Lu Jun snorted disdainfully, responding, "Merely a Lu Zhao? He is nothing but a trifle in the eyes of you barbaric folk. My Lu family's experts are on their way. I shall see if Lu Zhao dares to demand an explanation from me. Shunlang's party is headed to Lichuan County. Return at once and instruct Sun Changhe to eliminate Shunlang. I will not permit anyone I intend to kill to live." Although Lin Tiantong felt some dissatisfaction with Lu Jun's words, he thought it was somewhat excessive to be referred to as a barbarian, despite their remote location in the Man state. However, he dared not express his feelings, for the Liu family was not inferior to the Sanjiang alliance, and even more so. They were backed by the Zhongyuan sword sect, one of the 9 factions. As night fell, the merchant caravan arrived at a small town and settled there for the night. After dining at their lodgings, Xiao Bieli returned to his room. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level, late stage of the 7th rank. Martial arts, Yijing Jing, 18,100. Wild wind blade technique, complete. Iron cloth shirt, complete. Ladder cloud ascension, complete. 5 tiger breaking door blade, 5,100. Great strength diamond finger, 8,100. Skillful techniques, copper skin. Light as a swallow. Experience points, 6,490. 13 guardians horizontal training. To be collected. Gazing at the system panel, Xiao Bieli silently contemplated. Collect 13 guardians horizontal training. Boom. Countless techniques for the 13 guardians horizontal training surged into Xiao Bieli's mind, accompanied by various insights and experiences related to the practice. He sensed a burgeoning force within himself yearning to break free. 13 guardians horizontal training skill, 5,100. Exhaling deeply, Xiao Bieli murmured. So it is. Practicing the 13 guardians horizontal training generates a unique energy, hidden beneath the skin, capable of deflecting blades and resisting true energy. In terms of intent, it surpasses the iron cloth shirt. However, with over 6,000 experience points, it is prudent to first elevate my realm, consuming 3,000 experience points. I shall enhance my Yijing Jing. Boom. As Xiao Bieli's words echoed, a torrent of experience related to Yijing Jing flooded his consciousness, while a pure essence of true energy emanated from within, coursing through his limbs and bones. Crack. In an instant, the Yangqiao meridian was unblocked. He had reached the pinnacle of the 7th rank. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level, pinnacle of the 7th rank. Martial arts, Yijing Jing, 21,100. Wild wind blade technique, complete. Iron cloth shirt, complete. Ladder cloud ascension, complete. 5 tiger breaking door blade, 5,100. Great strength diamond finger, 8,100. Skillful techniques, copper skin. Light as a swallow. Experience points, 3,490. At last, he had attained the pinnacle of the 7th rank. Xiao Bieli took a deep breath. With just over 3,000 experience points remaining, it would require 3,000 experience to elevate a small realm at this stage. Now, with only a little over 3,000 experience points left, it was certainly insufficient to unlock one of the Rin and Du meridians and step into the 6th rank. Furthermore, the Baiyun Villa had already set its sights on him, so it was unwise to hoard experience. He resolved to enhance his other martial arts. Both internal and external skills must develop comprehensively. Back in the Tianlang stronghold, he had effortlessly slain several martial artists of the same realm, largely due to the effectiveness of his perfected martial arts. The iron cloth shirt alone had given him a significant advantage, and the 13 Guardians horizontal training was undoubtedly worth improving. He decided to test whether the 13 Guardians horizontal training operated similarly to the Great Strength Diamond Finger, requiring 100 experience points to increase proficiency by 1%. Consuming 100 experience points, he aimed to enhance the 13 Guardians horizontal training. Boom! A warm current emerged from within the skin membrane, incessantly striking Xiao Bieli's protective layer, rendering it as resilient as cowhide. Much like the iron cloth technique, 100 points of experience could enhance proficiency by 5 points. What a bargain! Xiao Bieli's eyes sparkled with delight. Should the 13 Guardians horizontal training reach perfection, the benefits would undoubtedly surpass those of the iron cloth. It was with the incomplete iron cloth that he had once turned the tables on Lin Hai, who was of a higher realm than himself. To cultivate the 13 Guardians horizontal training to perfection, as Xiao Bieli's words resonated, a thunderous roar echoed around him. His skin membrane heated up, and the blood within his body coursed faster, as though a force was striving to break free. After a moment, this surge of energy dissipated, concealed within the sinews surrounding Xiao Bieli. 13 Guardians horizontal training, perfection. Experience points, 1590, with the 13 Guardians horizontal training reaching its zenith. Could it even reflect a portion of another's true energy? Building upon the foundation of the iron cloth, coupled with the perfected 13 Guardians horizontal training, could my mastery of horizontal training be deemed harmonious and profound? I wonder how many strikes from a 6th rank master I could withstand with my current prowess. Could I possibly slay foes beyond my realm? Xiao Bieli felt a surge of eagerness within, but he quickly suppressed this perilous thought. With the system panel at his disposal, why engage in such dangerous endeavors? A mere 6th-rank master is nothing, even without trouble seeking him out with diligent efforts. He could reach that level in a month or two. At that time, confronting a 6th-rank master would yield even swifter experience. Perhaps before long, he might even contend with 5th-rank masters. He expended 300 experience points to enhance the mighty diamond finger. He consumed 1,200 experience points to elevate the 5 tigers breaking the door blade. As Xiao Bieli uttered these words, a torrent of experience flooding his mind felt as if he had painstakingly studied these techniques for months. After a while, he opened his eyes. The 5 tigers breaking the door blade truly lived up to its reputation as a superior knife technique in the Dragon Tiger world, surpassing the Gale blade by a significant margin. If the 5 tigers breaking the door blade were perfected, perhaps my swordsmanship would ascend to yet another level. Yet again, the quest to break through to 6th rank and elevate my blade techniques found me lacking in experience. In the Dragon Tiger world, Morong Fu had once employed the 5 tigers breaking the door blade against foes, illustrating its strength among the martial arts of that realm. Yet, the Qian clan's disciples lacked the insight to grasp the critical moves, resulting in the technique's key elements failing to be passed down. What he possessed was the complete 5 tigers breaking the door blade. Chapter 22. Returning to Lichuan County. The following day, early in the morning, the merchant convoy set out once more. Fortunately, the journey ahead was free of rain, although they did encounter bandits twice. However, the reputation of the Weixin escort proved beneficial, and with a few negotiations, they passed through smoothly. After all, the merchant convoy was sizable, boasting several 7th-rank masters, and the bandits were merely seeking wealth, not wishing to waste their efforts in vain. Moreover, the silence surrounding Baiyun Mountain Villa left him with a tinge of regret. Along the journey, he encountered no opportunities for harvesting experience. Brother Shun, we are nearly at Lichuan County, Manager Qian informed him. Since delivery in Lichuan County will delay for a day, I shall take you there to indulge in some merriment tonight. Lu Dali winked at Xiao Bieli, conveying a knowing glance that only men could comprehend. Sounds delightful. Xiao Bieli nodded. In his previous life at the Xiao family, he had been rather obedient. Although the monthly allowance was not meager, indulging in those extravagant establishments was still somewhat beyond his means. Moreover, he had been under strict supervision. Daring to frequent such places would likely result in dire consequences. Sighing at this thought, Xiao Bieli reflected on his father's benevolent nature towards him, contrasting it with the resentment he felt towards his uncle, more so than towards the Zhongyuan sword sect. I want to go as well. Cheng Min interjected eagerly. Lu Dali chuckled. Those places are hardly suitable for young ladies. If I were to take you there, your father would surely have my head. Cheng Min instantly grasped the implications of Lu Dali's words, her cheeks flushing a delicate hue as she exclaimed, Uncle Dali, if you wish to frequent such places, that's your affair, but you cannot lead young Master Shin astray. Laughter erupted from Lu Dali as he turned to Xiao Bieli. Well, it ultimately depends on young Master Shin's desire. Xiao Bieli smiled in return. Of course I wish to go. Manager Qian quickly added, I must express my gratitude to all of you, especially to young Master Shun. Today, I, Old Qian, shall treat you all. Do not attempt to outdo me, Lu Biao. Young Master Shin has declined my thanks, and I cannot let that slide. If you do not allow me to treat you today, I shall be quite displeased. Lu Dali responded, Very well, then, let Manager Qian indulge us. Manager Qian beamed. At home in Dongjiang County, my family is rather strict. I have never set foot in such establishments. However, I have visited Lichuan County twice, and the Cuihong courtyard is truly commendable. Tonight, we shall venture to Cuihong courtyard. Cheng Min scoffed at this, retreating to the back of the group, her gaze lingering on Xiao Bieli, hoping to hear a refusal from him. Alas, she was met with disappointment. Xiao Bieli had no intention of declining. Cuihong courtyard was conveniently located just a street away from the Xiao residence, facilitating his affairs. As night descended, within Cuihong courtyard, the atmosphere was vibrant and luminous, adorned with sumptuous dishes laid out upon the tables. Xiao Bieli, Manager Qian, Lu Dali, and their companions were in a private room, toasting and exchanging pleasantries. Not far from them, a group of graceful songstresses danced elegantly. Within the private room, only Manager Qian and a few 7th-tier experts were present. The remainder of their party was either guarding the goods at the inn or enjoying drinks in the main hall of Cuihong Courtyard. The costs at Cuihong Courtyard were considerable. Despite Manager Qian's wealth, he could not treat everyone equally. Having never been to Cuihong Courtyard before, Xiao Bieli was surprised to discover that Manager Qian had a penchant for refinement. In his past life, he often indulged in less sophisticated pleasures, lacking an appreciation for the more cultured experiences. However, from the perspective of one who has traversed this path, it is evident that these songstresses have been meticulously cultivated by the Zhong courtyard. Were it to be in a past life, with a touch of beautification, they would undoubtedly be goddesses of live streaming. Noticing that Xiao Bieli's spirits were rather low, Manager Qian chuckled. Rest assured, my young friend, these are merely appetizers. Later this evening, you shall reside in the Zhuhong courtyard. I have already made the necessary arrangements. Ah, Manager Qian, what do you mean? I have merely come to broaden my horizons. Xiao Bieli replied earnestly. Although he too was a man of the world, this realm differed from his previous life, lacking many of the constraints he was accustomed to. If he were to contract any ailment, he wondered if the Yi Jing would be able to fend off such viruses. Laughter erupted from Lu Dali and the others, recalling how they too were once like Shenlang during their first visit to such establishments. However, after a few visits, shyness dissipated. After all, they traversed the rivers and lakes in pursuit of fame, fortune, and women, did they not? As the night deepened, the group finally emerged from their private room. Just as they exited, a maid from the Zhuhong courtyard approached to escort the inebriated revelers to their respective chambers. Young Master Shun, allow me to introduce you to our esteemed courtesan, Miss Yunyan. After the maid assisted Xiao Bieli into his room, the matron smiled and said, Yunyan, tonight you must graciously entertain this young hero. With that, she departed, closing the door behind her. Yunyan, supporting the tipsy Xiao Bieli, made her way to the bed. Suddenly, Xiao Bieli stumbled, and they both fell onto the elegantly adorned bed. By the time Yunyan regained her composure, Xiao Bieli found himself half atop her. Young master, Shen Xiaojia. Xiao Bieli's weight was too much for Yunyan to escape, and resigned to her fate, she ceased her struggles. Soon, her eyelids grew heavy, and she succumbed to slumber. Once Yunyan's breathing steadied, Xiao Bieli rose from the bed. His previous inebriation vanished from his countenance. He opened the window and nimbly leaped onto the rooftop, making not a single sound. As he neared the Xiao residence, he removed his mask, revealing a handsome and youthful visage. Today, he would reclaim the identity of Xiao Bieli. Within mere breaths, he arrived at the Xiao estate, intimately familiar with its layout. He stirred not a single guard as he made his way to the quarters of Xiao Fuxing. At that hour, Xiao Fuxing's residence was ablaze with light, indicating that he had yet to retire. Just as Xiao Bieli landed on the courtyard wall, he overheard his uncle's voice emanating from the study. Has that little scoundrel not been found even in Dongjiang County? An elderly voice responded. After the little scoundrel vanished from the river, he left no trace. However, the Grand Elder has returned today. He claims that Lu Xiaojia has discovered a method to track down Xiao Bieli. Within 10 days, should Xiao Bieli remain in Manzhou, he will undoubtedly meet his demise. What method? I do not know. The Grand Elder did not reveal it. Through the window, Xiao Bieli confirmed the identity of the speaker, Lian Zhongxin, an elder of the Changhe gang. Xiao Bieli had encountered him a few times, and he shared a close camaraderie with Xiao Fuxing. A sigh resonated between the two. Who? Xiao Fuxing abruptly turned, and upon seeing the figure standing at the study door, he appeared as though he had seen a ghost. Yet, it was Lian Zhongxin who reacted first, sneering, Nephew, you've certainly made it easy for us to find you. Chapter 23, Revenge. Xiao Fuxing sighed. You really have some nerve, returning to Lichuan County so soon. It's no wonder that the young hero Lu searched for you in Dongjiang Prefecture for so long, without a trace. Don't blame your uncle. Offending the Zhongyuan sword sect means the entire Xiao family could face annihilation. Initially, I intended to surrender you, but your father objected. I cannot allow the entire Xiao family to perish alongside you two, can I? Humph. Lian Zhongxin scoffed disdainfully. What is this, old Xiao? You've committed the deeds, yet wish to play the virtuous? Lu has been searching for Xiao Bieli for ages, and if we deliver his head, we shall certainly reap the rewards. Truly, there are no benefits in being both a harlot and maintaining a facade of virtue. Xiao Bieli nodded slightly. I come with no other intention today than to settle a score. Rest assured, all of you shall perish today. None shall survive. His gaze sharpened suddenly, fingers splayed, and with a swift motion, he pointed fiercely. Great power, diamond finger. Fool. Xiao Fuxing bellowed, his astonishment unmistakable. The study was too confined, and with Xiao Bieli positioned at the door, they had no means of evasion. They could only brace themselves for the impending strike. He opened his right hand, stepping into the 7-star stance, and met Xiao Bieli's finger with a palm strike. This was the Xiao family's ancestral technique, the ripple palm. The ripple palm possesses 5 layers. When cultivated to perfection, its power can be stacked 5-fold. The Xiao family maintained their esteemed status among the many clans in Lichuan County thanks to this technique. Xiao Fuxing had evidently mastered the ripple palm to a profound level. Lian Zhongxin stood in the corner, arms crossed, showing no intention of intervening. Despite Xiao Bieli being at the peak of the 8th rank, he still fell short before Xiao Fuxing. The Xiao family's guards were woefully inadequate. A mere 8th rank could infiltrate unnoticed. Whoosh! The formidable, great power diamond finger collided with the terrifying force of the ripple palm. Contrary to Lian Zhongxin's expectations, the anticipated scene of Xiao Bieli being overwhelmed by Xiao Fuxing did not unfold. With a sickening sound, Xiao Fuxing's right palm was pierced by Xiao Bieli's finger, leaving a gaping wound through which the stark, white bone was visible. Ah! Xiao Fuxing screamed in agony, stumbling backward. What kind of finger technique is this? It is not of the Xiao family's martial arts. Ignoring Xiao Fuxing's cries, Xiao Bieli's figure shifted as he launched another fierce point toward Xiao Fuxing's chest. Act quickly. This little wretch is of the 7th rank. Xiao Fuxing's eyes widened in fury, disregarding the injury on his right hand. With palms flying, he summoned his internal energy to its utmost limit, a powerful force radiating through his palms as he countered Xiao Bieli's strike. Without a moment's hesitation, Lian Zhongxin drew his sword from his waist, the blade glinting with deadly intent. He was aware that Xiao Bieli was clad in superior inner armor. Thus, he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes aimed directly at Xiao Bieli's throat and limbs. Just as the sword light approached, Xiao Fuxing activated his iron cloth and 13 guardians training to its utmost, transforming his once fair arms into a shade of dark blue, muscles bulging, veins twisting grotesquely. The terrifying force of his fingers tore through the air as his hands collided with one another. Bang! Flesh and blood scattered as Xiao Fuxing was sent hurtling across the room, crashing into the study wall with such force that it left a deep crater. Experience 1000. At that moment, Lian Zhongxin's sword arrived, yet Xiao Bieli, seemingly possessed of foresight, extended his left hand with precision, gripping the sword as if it were a mere blade of grass, effortlessly twisting it until the finely crafted steel was contorted into a helix. Blood erupted from Lian Zhongxin's hand. Realizing the peril he was in, he leaped towards the window in a desperate bid for escape. Whoosh! A crimson blade, imbued with a terrifying force, pierced through his chest, pinning him firmly against the wall. Gah! A mouthful of blood spewed from Lian Zhongxin's lips, and he fell silent. Experience 1000. Thus, a wish of the original master was fulfilled. Glancing at Xiao Fuxing's lifeless body, Xiao Bieli sighed. Rest assured, once I uncover the mastermind behind this, though I may not be able to confront them now, when my skills have matured, I shall avenge my father's death. Moments later, chaos ensued as someone burst into the room. Quickly, over here. The commotion from the study had alerted the Xiao family's guards, who rushed in only to be met with a gruesome sight. Blood smeared across the floor and 2 corpses lying still. Dead. The head of the family is dead. The newly appointed steward of the Xiao family collapsed in shock, while the other guards stood frozen, bewildered. Within the span of a month, first the second master met with misfortune, and now the head of the family lay lifeless. Was the Xiao family doomed? Hurry, notify the Changhe gang. Elder Lian is dead. Move quickly. Call back the eldest son. In an instant, the Xiao family was thrown into disarray, while Xiao Bieli had already returned to the throne courtyard via the rooftops, channeling all his gained experience into the 5 tigers break door blade. Noticing that young Mistress Yunyan was still in deep slumber, Xiao Bieli silently recited, 5 tigers break door blade, 37100. An overwhelming surge of experience related to the 5 tigers break door blade flooded into Xiao Bieli's mind, as though he had diligently practiced the technique for years. With a proficiency of 37%, the 5 tigers break door blade's power was now comparable to the perfected gale blade technique. However, while the gale blade technique prioritized speed, the 5 tigers break door blade focused on raw power, demonstrating different emphases. Should his proficiency increase further, merging the merits of both techniques might elevate his understanding of the blade to new heights. After a brief moment, Xiao Bieli released young Mistress Yunyan from her slumbering hold and lay down beside her. After the passage of half an hour, a cacophony erupted within the Tsuhong courtyard, rousing numerous guests who were spending the night there. Young Miss Yunyan rubbed her temples, sat up from her bed, and cast a glance at the inebriated Xiao Bieli, who lay beside her, unable to suppress a frown. Listening to the commotion outside, she rose and opened the door, seizing a maid by the arm and inquiring, "What is happening out there?" The maid replied in hushed tones, "Miss, I have heard that the elder of the Changhe gang and the head of the Xiao family were murdered in the Xiao residence. The Changhe gang is now scouring the city for the assailant." What? Miss Yunyan's heart raced. In Lichuan County, the Changhe gang wielded immense power. Even her Cuihong courtyard had its affiliates. Moreover, the Changhe gang was backed by the formidable Sanjiang alliance, which dominated the Linshui prefecture. Who would dare to stir up trouble in such a place? The maid cautioned, "Miss, it would be wise to awaken your guest promptly. Given the gravity of this incident, the Changhe gang will undoubtedly come here to investigate." Meanwhile, within the Changhe gang, the leader, the seven-fingered divine eagle, Sun Changhe, and the grand elder, Lin Tiantong, stood in the assembly hall. The bodies of Lian Zhongxin and Xiao Fuxing lay on the ground, while the remaining experts of the Changhe gang had dispersed throughout the county in search of the murderer. Lin Tiantong examined the corpses and shook his head, stating, "I visited the Xiao residence. The person who killed Xiao Fuxing and Elder Lian possesses martial prowess far superior to theirs, and the study yielded scant clues. The assailant's finger strength was formidable, taking Xiao Fuxing's life with merely 2 fingers. Although Xiao Fuxing was only at the late stage of the 7th rank, he had mastered the 5th level of the Bibo palm. Even I would require dozens of strikes to subdue him, especially with Lian Zhongxin nearby. I suspect the assailant is at least a 6th rank master. Only a 6th rank expert could slay both men in mere moments." Sun Changhe nodded. Such finger strength indeed suggests a 6th rank master. But why would a 6th rank master target Xiao Fuxing and Lian Zhongxin? Is it possible that Xiao Fuxing was the true target, and Lian Zhongxin merely an unfortunate casualty? Lin Tiantong spoke gravely. "A 6th rank master is a challenge only you can contend with, leader. If we cannot locate him and he does not intend to implicate our Changhe gang, I propose we let it go. However, the request from young hero Lu to eliminate that Shun Lang serves as a convenient pretext. Coincidentally, Shun Lang has arrived in Lichuan County, and we have just lost an elder. Eliminating him would lend us a semblance of justification." Chapter 24. The Changhe gang's targeting of Shun Lang's son. Changhe pondered. What background does this Shun Lang possess? Lin Tiantong shook his head. "Leader, Shun Lang's background is of little consequence. What matters is that the alliance leader is inclined to foster a relationship with the Lu family, while Lu Jun, though merely an inner disciple of the Zhangyuan sword sect, is a direct descendant of the Lu family. His aunt is an inner elder of the Zhangyuan sword sect, a 5th rank master. That is adequate. Should we proceed as planned, the Lu family will owe us a favor, and the alliance leader will owe you one as well. In the future, our Changhe gang could enjoy greater resources within the alliance." Bang! At that moment, a splendid firework erupted in the southern part of Lichuan County. Lin Tiantong and Sun Changhe emerged from the gathering hall, gazing at the fireworks illuminating the night sky, their brows furrowed. Have they truly been located? Lin Tiantong shook his head. Now that suspicious individuals had been identified, it was time to investigate. Sun Changhe countered, "Let us go together. Shun Lang will not leave Lichuan County tonight. We can deal with him tomorrow. First, we must ascertain who dares to stir trouble in such a prominent place." The following morning, Xiao Bieli stepped out of her room, where Miss Yunyan still bore a look of lingering resentment. As the top courtesan of the Cuihong courtyard, she had expected to share an intimate moment with the extraordinary young hero, only to find him fast asleep by the time her companions arrived. Upon seeing Xiao Bieli, the maid hurriedly announced, "Young Master Shun and Manager Qian are waiting for you downstairs." Xiao Bieli nodded and descended the stairs. "Ah, how did young Master Shun rest?" Manager Qian teased upon her arrival. Xiao Bieli replied, "Not too bad, though I did indulge in too much wine yesterday." Lu Dali chuckled, "That's the spirit. After all, one must enjoy their drink." Manager Qian smiled and said, Come, let us grab a bite to eat. After such a night of revelry, I am quite famished." The trio arrived at a tavern where Manager Qian, clearly familiar with the place, quickly ordered their meal. Normally, breakfast patrons were sparse, but today the establishment was nearly full. Manager Qian surveyed the dining hall with curiosity, remarking, "The commotion last night was indeed considerable. It seems the experts from the Changhe gang were all involved. Indeed, I was awakened by the noise and could not sleep for half the night. What transpired? Are you unaware? Last night, Master Xiao Fuxing of the Xiao family, along with an elder from the Changhe gang, was killed at the Xiao residence. The ruckus was all about finding the murderer. Have they apprehended the culprit? Of course, they have. It is said that someone witnessed a cloaked swordsman in the southern city slaying over a dozen members of the Changhe gang and departing with ease. Listening to the surrounding diners, Xiao Bieli felt somewhat bewildered. Is someone being framed for this? Manager Qian took a sip of his wine and lamented. The Changhe gang is the most formidable faction in Lichuan County and a member of the Sanjiang Alliance. It is surprising that the murderer managed to escape. Lu Dali shook his head, stating, in the realm of martial arts, one's life hangs by a thread. One never knows when it may be taken. Thus, one must savor life. Just like me, as long as I have silver, I spend it all. Xiao Bieli lifted her cup of wine, choosing to remain silent as she absorbed the conversations around her, sifting for valuable information. Hey, do you all still not know the identity of that cloaked swordsman? A tipsy wanderer interjected. This statement instantly piqued the curiosity of the diners present. What identity? Could it be from the 12 linked caves of Dongjiang County? I have heard they are currently embroiled in fierce conflict with the Sanjiang Alliance, effectively sealing off the waterways. Surely, it cannot be the 12 linked caves. If they had truly come to settle scores, they would undoubtedly seek trouble with the Sanjiang Alliance. The wanderer in the martial world chuckled and said, the third young master of the Han family, Han Wuyin. A hush fell over the crowd. Moments later, someone exclaimed, is he not the third young master of the Han family, whose entire clan of 73 souls was slaughtered in one night a decade ago? At the time, it was rumored that the Longhe gang was responsible. Could it be true? Indeed, I recall hearing that only the steward and the body of the third young master, Han Wuyin, were never found. So that explains why he would strike against Elder Lian. But why would he act against the Xiao family? The head of the Xiao family is close to Elder Lian. He must have been implicated. Xiao Bieli suddenly realized. The original owner was young 10 years ago and bore little memory of the incident. However, he believed he had left no trace. And even if Han Wuyin were not the scapegoat, it should be impossible to pin the blame on him. Come, let us drink. Lu Dali raised his cup and remarked, Han Wuyin indeed possesses some skill. I heard that even Elder Lin Tiantong of the Longhe gang attempted to capture him yesterday, but failed. The three clinked their cups, and suddenly, a group of disciples from the Longhe gang entered the tavern. The patrons in the hall were startled. It is Elder Lin, they exclaimed, hastily rising to pay their respects. The Longhe gang held immense prestige in Lichuan County, and Lin Tiantong, as their elder, was akin to a sovereign. Even Manager Qian and Lu Dali stood to greet him with cupped fists. Only Xiao Bieli narrowed his eyes. If memory served, Lin Hai, whom he had slain, was indeed Lin Tiantong's grandson. Lin Tiantong's gaze swept through the hall and finally settled on Xiao Bieli. As he smiled faintly, young hero Shun, pray tell, how have we of the Longhe gang offended you? Upon your arrival in Lichuan County, your first act was to slay one of our elders? What? The people in the hall were taken aback. It was not Han Wuyin who had killed Elder Lian, but this young man before them? Impossible. Lu Dali exclaimed loudly, yesterday, young hero Shun was with us the entire time. The people from Tsuhong Courtyard can attest to that. Elder Lin, young hero Shun was invited by my Weixin escort agency. He could not possibly be the one who harmed your Elder Lian. Moreover, young hero Shun is not even from Manzhou. This is his first visit to Lichuan County. How could he have enmity with your Longhe gang? Lin Tiantong shook his head. I have already inquired with those from Tsuhong Courtyard. By the time Elder Lian was slain, you had long since finished your drinks. Tsuhong Courtyard and the Xiao family are merely a street apart. There was ample time. Furthermore, young hero Shun has demonstrated remarkable swordsmanship in Dongjiang Prefecture. The technique used to slay Elder Lian mirrors that which he exhibited previously. Whether true or false, young hero Shun must accompany me back to the gang. The leader shall make the final judgment. Chapter 25. How does Elder Lian compare to you? Elder Lin. Young hero Shun was invited by my Weixin escort agency. You cannot touch him. Lu Dali interposed before Xiao Bieli, his voice cold. Had it not been for young hero Shun's timely intervention, they would have suffered tremendous losses in the dilapidated temple. As I helplessly watched the Long River gang take away young Master Shun, my conscience could not bear the weight of the betrayal. How could the Weixin escort agency expect to recruit assistants in the future? Manager Qian, with a forced smile, attempted to mediate Elder Lin. There must be some misunderstanding in this matter. However, Lin Tian remained indifferent to Manager Qian, his gaze fixed on Lu Dali as he calmly stated. This individual has slain an elder of the Long River gang. It is best that you, head Lu, do not become entangled in this affair. Otherwise, the Weixin escort agency may find it exceedingly difficult to operate in the Linshui County in the future. Lu Dali's face flushed crimson with indignation. Yet he was also filled with trepidation. As merely the head of the Weixin escort agency, should he be the cause of their inability to function in Linshui County? The weight of his guilt would be monumental. After all, many of his brothers within the agency relied on each escort mission for their livelihoods. Xiao Bieli discerned Lu Dali's predicament and stepped forward, addressing Lin Tian with a calm smile. Elder Lin, are you implying that your esteemed gang's elder met his demise at my hands? Lin Tian nodded. Indeed. Although Han Wuyin possesses commendable martial skills, he wields a sword. The wounds on the elder's corpse mirror those inflicted by your blade in Dongjiang County. The long knife, unsheathed, like a tempestuous storm, left dozens of gashes upon the elder's body. Xiao Bieli inquired. Dozens, you say? Lin Tian affirmed. Precisely. Behind Lin Tian, a burly man with a full beard interjected impatiently. Why waste words with him? If he refuses to accompany us, we shall simply break his limbs and carry him back. Xiao Bieli turned to the bearded man. And you are also an elder of the Long River gang? A 7th-tier master, perhaps even superior to Elder Lin? The bearded man retorted arrogantly. I am a revered elder of the Long River gang, indeed a 7th tier. As for whether my strength surpasses Elder Lien's, you may find out for yourself. In that instant, as the bearded man finished speaking, the unmistakable sound of a blade being unsheathed echoed. Zhang. The red sleeve blade was drawn, unleashing an electrifying resonance that sent shivers down the spine. The 5 tigers break the door blade, dominating the mountains. Upon witnessing Xiao Bieli's sudden strike, the bearded man felt an overwhelming sense of alarm. However, the proximity between them left him no time to evade. He could only brace himself for the blow. With a cacophony of cracking bones, his arms felt as though they had expanded, and infused with inner strength, he struck out against the crimson blade. Thud! The bearded man was sent flying, crashing through the entrance of the tavern, which splintered into shards, landing in the street. Experience 1000. At that moment, a streak of sword light appeared, aiming for Xiao Bieli's neck. The assailant was Lin Tian. Despite his immediate reaction, he was still a step too late. His eyes glinted with malice, knowing that even if he lost a 7th-tier master, eliminating Xiao Bieli would be worth the cost. Yet Xiao Bieli exhibited no extraneous movements. With a gentle flick of his long knife, he effortlessly deflected the incoming strike. The esteemed master Mize perished. The streets echoed with the cries of the Longhe gang's followers, and the crowd turned to gaze outside the tavern. There lay the bearded man, lifeless on the ground. A grievous wound stretching from his shoulder to his abdomen, staining the thoroughfare with his blood. A collective gasp arose from the patrons within the tavern. A 7th-tier expert had fallen, unable to withstand even a single strike from the young man before them. Could it be that this young man was indeed the one who had slain Elder Lin? Sheathing his blade, Xiao Bieli turned to Lin Tiantong with a smile, asking, Elder Lin, how do the martial skills of that Elder Lin compare to those of the esteemed Ma Gongfeng? If one stroke suffices for a kill, why should I wield more than one blade? Lin Tiantong regarded Xiao Bieli with a countenance as dark as a stormy sea, finally speaking after a long silence. So, you killed Ma Gongfeng merely to prove that you could dispatch Elder Lin without excessive effort? Xiao Bieli nodded. Indeed. Seeking evidence is far too cumbersome. I believe that by demonstrating the ease of slaying a 7th-tier expert like Elder Lin, I can absolve myself of suspicion. Or do you, Elder Lin, feel that Ma Gongfeng was insufficient and wish to test my blade personally? A soft sigh escaped Lu Dali's lips. The opportunity for negotiation had vanished. With Shen Xiaoxia having slain a 7th-tier expert of the Longhe gang, the rift was irrevocably widened. He leaned closer to Manager Qian, whispering, if a conflict arises, you must depart swiftly and expedite the handling of goods back to Dongjiang County. Brother Shun has made his move. I cannot remain idle. Manager Qian merely nodded in response, understanding the gravity of the situation. Their business ties with the local merchant association were substantial, and antagonizing them would jeopardize their operations. The patrons of the tavern, now fully aware of the implications, realized that this was Lichuan County. There was no need to resort to murder to prove one's worth. Furthermore, it appeared that Shun Xiaoxiao intended to confront Lin Tiantong as well. The leader of the Longhe gang, Sun Changhe, was a 6th-tier master. Even if Lin Tiantong were to fall, how could Shin hope to escape from Lichuan County? Lin Tiantong shook his head vehemently. To kill, without provocation. Even if you are not the one who ended Elder Lian's life, you are undoubtedly of the demonic path. To slay a member of the Longhe gang means that next year on this day, you shall be commemorated as the one to be sacrificed. With a swift motion, a beam of sword light erupted from Lin Tiantong's hand, striking faster than his previous hurried thrust. This swordplay was elusive, like the antlers of an antelope. And in an instant, the shadows of the blade enveloped Xiao Bieli's vital points. You certainly surpassed that previous fool, yet your strength remains limited. Without flinching, Xiao Bieli unsheathed his crimson sleeve blade the moment the sword light approached. The clash of blade against sword erupted in a shower of sparks. A sharp crack echoed as Lin Tiantong's finely crafted sword, forged from the finest iron, was cleaved in two, an exquisite weapon. Lin Tiantong felt a surge of alarm and retreated hastily. Ever since Shun Lang had dispatched Ma Gongfeng with a single strike, it had become evident that Shun Lang's martial prowess was on par with his own, combined with the advantage of a legendary blade. Lin Tiantong realized he was utterly outmatched. Without any hesitation, Lin Tiantong turned and dashed towards the long street. Wish to flee? Xiao Bieli sneered. A gust of wind at his feet, almost instantaneously catching up to Lin Tiantong. Just as he was about to draw his blade, whoosh. A pebble, propelled by a sharp gust, hurtled towards Xiao Bieli. With a swift motion, Xiao Bieli raised his hand and slashed down. Bang! The stone exploded, and Xiao Bieli landed on the long street. Observing the direction from which the stone had come, he coldly remarked, "Since Master Sun has arrived, why hide in the shadows?" Chapter 26. The 6th grade. Merely this. What? The individuals who had pursued from the inn were taken aback upon hearing Xiao Bieli's words. Master Sun Changhe of the Changhe gang has personally come? He is a 6th grade master, a figure of considerable renown throughout the Linshui County. Lu Dali clenched the hilt of his long blade at his waist, ultimately releasing a long sigh. If it were merely those few individuals from before, he would have had the confidence to shield young Master Shin from them. However, now that the 7-fingered divine eagle Sun Changhe has arrived, even if he were to intervene, it would be futile and would only bring harm to the brothers of the escort agency. Originally, I simply wished to invite young Master Shin to clarify the misunderstandings with my Changhe gang. Sun Changhe emerged from the far end of the street, gazing at Xiao Bieli and shaking his head. But now, Shin Lang, you have killed a protector of my Changhe gang. This matter requires an explanation from you. It also demands an explanation for my Changhe gang. Sun Changhe, clad in a purple long robe, had only his thumb and index finger remaining on his left hand. He was known as the 7-fingered divine eagle, naturally practicing the eagle claw technique. His right hand, darkened in hue, clearly indicated that his eagle claw technique had reached its zenith. Ha! Xiao Bieli laughed heartily. Sun Changhe, had you acted promptly and captured me at the outset, perhaps I would have regarded you with a measure of respect. Matters of the martial world possess little in the way of reason. If you wish to kill me, then strike directly. Even if I perish at your hands, how many would rise in my defense? Just as you extinguished the Han family, did not your Changhe gang prosper as a result? To be a harlot, yet desire to erect a signboard of virtue? Last night, when I visited the Xiao family, I overheard Lian Zhongxin mention that Lin Tiantong had returned from Dongjiang County, and that he had found a method to locate him. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Sun Changhe's expression darkened, and with a swift gesture, he struck down like a gale. The fierce energy of his fingertip pierced through the air towards Xiao Bieli, while simultaneously he charged towards Xiao Bieli like a bolt of lightning, his true energy flooding his intact palm as it reached for Xiao Bieli's face. Come on. I too wish to ascertain the chasm that lies between a 6th grade master and myself. Boom. With the iron cloth shirt and the 13 bodyguards honed to perfection, Xiao Bieli felt his body surge with newfound strength, his muscles taut and ready. His fingers spread wide, infused with internal energy, and then, with a sudden thrust of his thumb, he met the descending force of the fingertip attack head-on. Great power diamond finger. Bang! Xiao Bieli's body trembled, retreating 2 steps before stabilizing his stance. At that moment, Sun Changhe had already leapt before Xiao Bieli, his claw imbued with terrifying power, reaching towards Xiao Bieli's face. Xiao Bieli exhibited no fear, directing the mighty Vajra finger towards Sun Changhe's claw, while simultaneously wielding the red sleeve blade to cleave towards Sun Changhe's enscathed right arm. With a resounding crash, the mighty Vajra finger collided with the eagle claw technique, leaving Sun Changhe visibly astonished. Yet, he had no time to ponder further, as the blade's glint flashed towards him. In the blink of an eye, Sun Changhe's right claw met the red sleeve blade in dozens of contacts. Despite the red sleeve blade being a renowned weapon, Sun Changhe's extensive combat experience prevented any disarmament of his right arm. This could not continue. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged from Sun Changhe as he thrust two fingers of his left hand fiercely towards Xiao Bieli's chest. The air whistled with a menacing energy. The two were too close. Sun Changhe's eagle claw technique had reached its apex, exerting considerable pressure on Xiao Bieli. As Sun Changhe unexpectedly thrust his fingers, Xiao Bieli could only respond with a countering finger. However, at the moment of their impending clash, Sun Changhe's fingers slithered past Xiao Bieli's arm like a serpent, delivering a piercing jab imbued with fierce energy to Xiao Bieli's chest. Contrary to his expectations, the anticipated explosion from Xiao Bieli's chest did not occur. Instead, the impact felt akin to striking iron. A terrifying recoil surged back, forcing Sun Changhe to stagger back several paces, his fingers trembling from the force. Xiao Bieli also felt the repercussions, retreating 3 steps before spitting out a mouthful of blood. He loosened his collar to reveal a dark bruise left by the thrust on his chest. "You are indeed a master of external martial arts?" "No. You have perfected an external martial art to its utmost form?" Sun Changhe's face was filled with disbelief. In the world of martial arts, most practitioners encountered external martial arts and various striking techniques, while internal cultivation methods were typically the treasures of smaller factions. For instance, in his Longhe gang, which dominated a county, there were only 7 complete internal cultivation manuals, with merely 1 capable of connecting the Ruan and Du meridians. Thus, external martial arts became the choice for many martial artists. Generally, as long as one can endure hardship, one can gain entry into external martial arts, providing some measure of reliance in the martial world. However, few could reach the pinnacle of such practices, as training in external martial arts consumes one's internal vitality, leaving countless hidden injuries in the body. While one may not perceive the damage in youth, most meet untimely ends as they age. Nevertheless, even the most basic external martial art, when perfected, could rival the prowess of an 8th-rank expert. Shun Lang possessed a remarkable blade technique, suggesting he had a capable master. And the external martial arts he practiced were certainly not of the lowest caliber. What exactly is Shun Lang's origin? At this moment, Sun Changhe felt a twinge of regret. He bore no enmity with Shun Lang, yet for the sake of the Lu family's friendship, he had incurred such a formidable adversary, which seemed rather unwise. Curse it. Today was indeed too reckless. Until he stepped into the 6th rank, it would be prudent to avoid confrontations with 6th-rank experts. Had that thrust possessed an additional 50% of power, even the iron cloth shirt might have been breached. If it had doubled, even the 13 protectors of external martial arts would have been unable to withstand that energy. Unbeknownst to all, the spectators on the long street were left utterly astounded. A seasoned 6th-tier master was engaging in combat with a rising star, and it appeared that he was not gaining the upper hand. Manager Qian could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Old Lu, just how formidable is young Master Shun's martial prowess?" Lu Dali shook his head. "Though he is a 7th tier, he seems even more ferocious than a 6th tier. Kill." Despite his regrets, he had already struck, having offended Shun Lang, leaving him with no alternative. If Shun Lang survived, he feared he would never find peace and sleep again. Sun Changhe surged forward like lightning once more, his right hand transformed into a claw, striking ruthlessly at the vulnerable points of Xiao Bieli's neck, lower body, and eyes. He did not believe that Shun Lang's unorthodox martial arts held any flaws. "Ha ha." Xiao Bieli laughed heartily. "Since you lack strength, I have a plan." Initially, he merely sought to test the true strength of a 6th-tier master. But now that Sun Changhe was unable to breach his defenses, and having merely sustained a minor injury from the previous strike, he realized he might indeed be able to slay a 6th-tier opponent. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. At this moment, Xiao Bieli ceased to be on the defensive, with the white tiger leaping through the gorge and a roar that summoned the winds. He unleashed a torrent of lethal techniques from the 5 tigers, breaking the door blade and the gale blade. For a time, it seemed as though Xiao Bieli was dominating Sun Changhe. Lin Tiantong, observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow deeply. At last, he cast his gaze towards Lu Dali and Manager Qian, coldly commanding, "Seize these two. I wish to see whether Xiao Bieli cares for the lives of his friends." Chapter 27. No attempt to seize the head. Upon noticing Lin Tiantong's gaze directed at them, Lu Dali felt as though he were facing a great threat. Though he too was a 7th tier, he was merely a mid-tier, leaving him at a considerable disadvantage compared to Lin Tiantong. In Lin Tiantong's hands, he could not even guarantee his own survival, let alone protect Manager Qian. Manager Qian's complexion turned pale, his body quivering. At that moment, as Lin Tiantong took a step forward, he suddenly halted, murderous intent. He sensed a trace of malice in the air, but he could not fathom from where this palpable threat was emanating, given that Xiao Bieli was engaged with the gang leader. However, he would soon discover the source. A figure clad in black, wielding a sword, leapt forth from the rooftop, the man and blade appearing as one, exuding an intimidating sharpness. And this figure's target was none other than the 7-fingered divine eagle, Sun Chang'e, who was ensnared by Xiao Bieli. Han Wuyin, you too are a 6th tier. Did you conceal your strength yesterday? Lin Tiantong shuddered, his face paling. When he arrived in the southern city the previous day, he had clashed with Han Wuyin. Though only for 5 exchanges, Han Wuyin's displayed might have been comparable to his own. Now, the sword was imbued with a fierce energy, its aura emanating from the blade, a feat achievable only by a 6th tier master. Before the sword even arrived, the piercing energy stung Sun Chang'e's skin. Sun Chang'e emitted a wild howl, his right hand tracing countless claw shadows in the air, forcing Xiao Bieli back, before abruptly turning, his claw aiming to seize the incoming sword. Clang, clang. Countless claw shadows fell upon the long sword, causing it to veer slightly. A spurt of blood erupted as Sun Chang'e staggered back, a gaping wound appearing 3 inches below his chest. That strike pierced through his abdomen, staining his purple robe with dark crimson. The cloaked swordsman, having landed his blow, unleashed a flurry of strikes in the blink of an eye, illuminating the air with glimmers of steel, sealing off all of Sun Chang'e's escape routes. Damn it! Sun Chang'e roared, his eyes burning with fury. Claw shadows danced as he clashed against the sword light, but in mere moments, his arms bore multiple cuts from the relentless onslaught. It was apparent to any observer that Sun Chang'e was unable to withstand the sudden appearance of the dark-clad swordsman. At that moment, the swordsman was already at Sun Chang'e's side, his blade poised with lethal intent, aimed directly at Sun Chang'e's heart. With eyes wide in despair, Sun Chang'e could only watch helplessly as the sword drew nearer. Just as it was about to pierce his heart, a voice rang out, "Ha! Not a chance in hell to claim my kill." A scarlet blade flashed into view. Clang! The red-sleeved blade, angled perfectly, intercepted the inevitable strike. Then, Xiao Bieli, with his left fist clenched and thumb extended, delivered a powerful diamond finger strike to Sun Chang'e's chest. A spurt of blood erupted from Sun Chang'e's mouth as his body was hurled backward, crashing heavily against the wall of the tavern, creating a deep dent. Another spray of blood, mixed with internal fragments, followed, revealing the immense force behind Xiao Bieli's strike as Sun Chang'e's chest caved in. With a look of unwillingness in his eyes, he slumped to the ground. Experience 2000. Xiao Bieli did not cast a glance at the fallen Sun Chang'e, but instead turned to Han Wuyin, whom he had encountered at the dilapidated temple, and said calmly, "My friend, claiming kills is not a commendable habit." Han Wuyin shook his head, remaining silent. With a thud, Lin Tiantong knelt before him, his forehead pressed to the ground. "Young Master Shun, I am merely following the orders of the leader, seeking you out. My grandson was once a disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect and shared a close bond with young Master Lu Jun. Young Master Lu is currently at Baiyun Villa. I implore you, for the sake of young Master Lu, spare me this once." Thud, thud. The disciples of the Longhe gang who accompanied Lin Tiantong also knelt in supplication. With their leader slain by Shen Lang, they knew they stood no chance against him. Only through pleading could they hope for a sliver of mercy. Xiao Bieli regarded the kneeling Lin Tiantong with a smile. "You wish to leverage Lu Jun against me?" Lin Tiantong's heart sank, and he hastily replied, "I wouldn't dare. It's merely that both you and young Master Lu are prodigies. I thought it would be beneficial for the two to become acquainted, perhaps finding common ground." Huh. A light laugh echoed in Lin Tiantong's ears. "What was Lu Jun compared to me? Can you be so naive after all these years in the martial world? Do you not realize that if one commits to a course of action, one must see it through to its conclusion?" Just as the word conclusion left Xiao Bieli's lips, Lin Tiantong attempted to retreat, but it was too late. A flash of the blade. Thud. Lin Tiantong collapsed softly to the ground. Experience 1000. The Grand Elder has perished. Flee at once. The remaining members of the Changhe gang scattered like birds and beasts, darting in all directions. With all his might, Xiao Bieli propelled himself like a bolt of lightning. Thud! The head of an 8th-tier expert from the Changhe gang soared into the air. Experience 500. Subsequently, Xiao Bieli casually kicked the fallen 8th tier's long blade, channeling his vital energy through his palms. With a gentle tremor, the blade instantaneously shattered into a multitude of fragments, hurtling towards the fleeing individuals. Thud! 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 Several were pierced by the flying shards of the blade, collapsing softly to the ground. Experience 100. Experience 500. As for the remaining ones, Xiao Bieli showed no intent to pursue. He allowed them to escape. Silence. On the bustling long street, not a soul uttered a word. Everyone stood in stunned silence, including Lu Dali and Manager Qian. This battle had claimed the lives of the Changhe gang's leader, the seven-fingered divine eagle, Sun Changhe, and the Grand Elder, Lin Tiantong. Although there were still 2 or 3 7th-tier experts within the Changhe gang, under such circumstances, they would not dare to reveal themselves for a considerable time. The Changhe gang was effectively finished. Even if they did not disband, their standing within the Sanjiang alliance would plummet, and they could even face expulsion from the alliance. The forces in Lichuan County were on the brink of a significant upheaval. Yet, one wonders about the mysterious origins of this young hero, Shun. How could a mere 7th-tier individual have slain the renowned Sun Changhe? Lu Dali, regaining his composure, said to Manager Qian, "You should go and deliver the goods. We must leave Lichuan County today. It could be perilous otherwise." Manager Qian nodded repeatedly, casting a glance at Xiao Bieli, who stood facing Han Wuyin on the long street, unsure of what to say, before turning to head towards the inn to fetch the cargo. After a moment, Han Wuyin looked at Xiao Bieli and spoke. "I have merely returned to avenge the blood debt of the 73 members of my Han family. Without you, I might not have been able to slay Sun Changhe. I owe you a favor. Henceforth, whenever you require assistance in eliminating someone you cannot confront directly, seek me out, and I shall oblige." Having said this, Han Wuyin approached the innkeeper and requested, "Could you provide me with a sheet of paper?" "Certainly." The innkeeper nodded vigorously, hurrying inside to retrieve a fine piece of rice paper. "Thank you." Han Wuyin took the rice paper, touched the wound inflicted upon Sun Changhe with his finger, and inscribed a few words in blood upon the paper, then handed it to Xiao Bieli, stating, "This is my address. Should you wish to eliminate someone, yet find it inconvenient to do so, come to me. I shall repay the favor." With that, Han Wuyin departed without a backward glance. Do martial artists possess peculiar habits? Observing the blood-written words, Xiao Bieli couldn't help but shake his head. "You went through the trouble of asking for paper. Could you not have requested ink as well?" Xiao Bieli sighed, calling out, "Are you not concerned that I might disclose your address to the Sanjiang Alliance?" Han Wuyin did not turn back. "You are not that kind of person." Xiao Bieli fell silent. How could he possibly know what sort of person he was? Though he believed he had his principles, he might not hesitate to speak out if someone threatened his life. After all, he was not particularly familiar with Han Wuyin. Chapter 28. Tracing the Gu. Lu Dali approached Xiao Bieli and whispered, "Brother Shun, you should leave Linshui County at once." Although Sun Changhe does not hold a particularly high position within the Sanjiang Alliance, the Changhe gang is nonetheless one of its top 10 factions. By eliminating them entirely, you have slapped the alliance in the face, and they will not take this lightly. The experts pursuing you will be even more formidable than Sun Changhe himself. Xiao Bieli furrowed his brow. "If I leave, what will happen to you?" Lu Dali forced a smile. "My dear brother Shun, at this moment, you need not concern yourself with us. Our Weixin escort agency still holds a modicum of influence in the Jianghu of Manzhou. Since I did not intervene this time, the Sanjiang Alliance will not be able to lay blame on us." Furthermore, he leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "I must be frank with you. Our 2 captains are brothers, both at the pinnacle of the 6th rank. United, they can contend with 5th-rank masters, while the common folk of the Jianghu may be unaware. The factions within the Sanjiang Alliance are certainly informed. Otherwise, how could our Weixin escort agency operate throughout all of Manzhou? Cheng Min, the daughter of the chief escort, is a safeguard against any rash actions from the Sanjiang Alliance, unless they wish to force us into an alliance with the 12 linked docks. Moreover, without us, your return to Dongjiang County will be expedited." Lu Dali leaned in even closer, his voice a mere whisper. "I have been pondering why Sun Changhe targeted you." But Lin Tiantong mentioned Lu Jun, an inner disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect. "I suspect their interest in you is connected to Lu Jun." Since Lu Jun entered the Baiyun Villa, the villa has inexplicably targeted several unfamiliar young sword masters, resulting in the deaths of a dozen or so. You are likely one of their targets. It is possible that those who attacked at the dilapidated temple were not after the merchant convoy, but were instead focused on you. Once you return to Dongjiang County, you must be wary of Baiyun Villa. Furthermore, as Tsang Yuan's sword sect is one of the 9 sects, it would be wise not to confront Lu Jun, as it could prove perilous. Xiao Bieli was somewhat astonished, although Lu Dali appeared rather boorish. He had not expected him to deduce so much in such a short span of time. Indeed, those capable of leading their own escort within the Weixin agency were no ordinary individuals. Then I shall take my leave for now. Upon my return to Dongjiang County, I shall treat you to a drink. Half a day later, in Linshui County City, at the headquarters of the Sanjiang Alliance, a man clad in a purple tunic, appearing to be in his 50s with an extraordinary demeanor, sat at the head of the conference hall. This man was none other than Zhong Long, the leader of the Sanjiang Alliance. Seated below him were 4 individuals, all high-ranking members of the Sanjiang Alliance: the white-spotted tiger, Qin Xing; the flying swallow, Lu Ming; the scholar, Jiang Hua; and the golden-eyed eagle, Xie Yuntao. They were all renowned figures in the martial world of Linshui County, with Jiang Hua and Xie Yuntao being 5th-rank masters. The other 2 were at the pinnacle of the 6th rank, just a step away from reaching the 5th. Zhong Long gently tapped his fingers on the table, gazing at Jiang Hua, and said coolly, "What does the Tsang sect say? Are they still unwilling to cooperate with our Sanjiang Alliance?" Jiang Hua shook his head, replying, "The Tsang sect is comprised of individuals who only act when they see tangible benefits. How could they possibly relent without having gained anything first?" However, during this time, the young hero Lu at the Baiyun Manor seems to have garnered interest from both the 3rd Master Zhou Chang and the 2nd Master Wei Yong to join forces against the 12 linked forts. A smirk crossed the face of the golden-eyed eagle, Xie Yuntao, as he scoffed. On the surface, Dongjiang County appears to be a tripartite balance. Yet the 12 linked forts have consistently overshadowed both the Baiyun Manor and the Tsang sect. I refuse to believe they would willingly accept the subordinate role for eternity. We, the Sanjiang Alliance, merely seek dominion over the river's territories. Are they truly so unsatisfied with that? Jiang Hua shook his head, chuckling. They fear that our Sanjiang Alliance might become the next 12 linked forts, which naturally gives them pause. At that moment, an urgent sound of footsteps reached their ears, and a disciple of the Sanjiang Alliance hurried over, cupping his hands in greeting before bowing to Zhong Long and saying, "Alliance leader, we have an urgent message from the Changhe gang." Scholar Jiang Hua took the letter, opened it, and upon merely glancing at its contents, his expression darkened. "What is it? Do the 12 linked forts dare to cause trouble in Lichuan County?" Xie Yuntao interjected impatiently. "The Changhe gang has been dormant. What could possibly have occurred?" Jiang Hua cast a glance at Zhong Long, speaking softly, "Sun Changhe is dead." "What?" The declaration struck like thunder. Xie Yuntao sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Who did this? Who dares to kill a member of the Sanjiang Alliance in Lingshui County? Is it the 12 linked forts?" Jiang Hua shook his head. "No. It was a man named Shenlang." Shenlang? The room fell silent, all furrowing their brows, for they had never heard of this name before. "Is he affiliated with the 12 linked forts?" Zhong Long inquired. Jiang Hua replied, shaking his head, "No. He is a young master who suddenly appeared in Dongjiang County. He was present during the incident at Tianlangjai, having been invited by the Jinwu Hall. I've heard that the young hero Lu of the Tsang Yuan sword sect had previously attempted to deal with Shenlang, but failed. This time, it seems Lu intends to confront Shenlang again, which led to Sun Changhe's intervention. However, he did not anticipate that Shenlang possessed martial arts formidable enough to withstand a 6th-grade master. Additionally, a young swordsman named Han Wuyin, who is of similar age yet already a 6th-grade master, also intervened. Had he not done so, Sun Changhe might not have perished. Xie Yuntao remarked coldly, "Whoever it may be, anyone who kills a member of the Sanjiang Alliance must pay the price. If Sun Changhe has indeed fallen today without us taking action, what will the other factions within the alliance think? The Sanjiang Alliance is a vast coalition, and even I, Xie Yuntao, am the leader of the Great Whale Gang. If we cannot provide protection for our own, the entire alliance may very well fracture." Zhong Long nodded in agreement, regardless of whether these 2 are targets of Lu Jun. "Anyone who harms our Sanjiang Alliance must face consequences. Issue the orders to search for the whereabouts of these 2 with all our might. We must eliminate them before they depart from Dongjiang County." Upon finishing his words, Zhonglong turned to Bai Ban Hu Qinxing and said, Qinxing, you should go at once. Find them and execute them publicly. Meanwhile, on the official road from Dongjiang County to Lichuan County, Lu Jun held a palm-sized wooden box crafted from sandalwood, within which lay a plump, dung-yellow goo worm, the tracking goo of the 5-rank Goo God sect. The tracking goo had been brought here 2 days prior, and through its continuous guidance, they had arrived at this location. Zhou Chang picked up a map, furrowing his brow as he remarked, Young Master Lu, this direction leads to Lichuan County. In less than half a day, we will reach our destination. Could it be that Xiao Bieli has been hiding in Lichuan County all along, unnoticed by the Changhe gang? Chapter 29, 6th rank. Humph. Lu Jun snorted disdainfully. The Changhe gang is truly incompetent. They cannot even detect that Xiao Bieli has been hiding in Lichuan County. Zhou Chang remained silent. If it were so easy to find someone who was hiding, Lu Jun would not have left Lichuan County in the first place. The 6th-rank guardian Ding Kaishan, escorting the tracking goo from the Lu family, chuckled, Manzhou is, after all, a remote border area. The martial forces are weak, and there are no renowned masters. Even their methods for locating people are lacking. Behind Zhou Chang, the disciples of Baiyun Mountain Manor displayed displeasure, and even Zhou Chang's expression soured. Lu Jun cupped his hands towards Zhou Chang, smiling. Ding Guardian is straightforward. I hope the 3rd Manor Master does not take offense. At that moment, Lu Jun abruptly noticed a change in the direction indicated by the tracking goo within the box. Xiao Bieli is departing in this direction? What direction could it be? Zhou Chang took out the map, compared it, and said, it seems to be towards the direction of Linshui County from Lichuan County. Lu Jun took the map and suddenly furrowed his brow, pointing to a river on the map, exclaiming, not good. Is Xiao Bieli planning to use the Yuan River to reach Dongjiang County? Zhou Chang replied, last time, Xiao Bieli vanished over the Yuan River, only to quietly return to Lichuan County. Is he attempting to do so again? Humph. Lu Jun scoffed. Now that we have the tracking goo, no matter how he hides, we will locate him. Once the tracking goo is deployed, it has a lifespan of only 1 month. One tracking goo is worth several thousand taels of silver. Our Lu family possesses only 2, and we have already used 1. The fact that Xiao Bieli caused us to expend our last tracking goo fills me with a desire for vengeance. Let us go. Lu Jun and his party spurred their horses, hastening towards Linshui County. At this moment, Xiao Bieli was also riding swiftly towards Linshui County. The distance from Lichuan County to Dongjiang County was greater than that from the Linshui County town to Dongjiang County, and it was likely that news had already reached the Sanjiang Alliance. If he traveled via the official road, he would likely be spotted by the Sanjiang Alliance. Therefore, he opted to take the old path. Just as he departed, Lu Dali had informed him of the contact method for the Black Boat in Linshui County. At present, the conflict between the 12 linked docks and the Sanjiang Alliance is intense, causing ordinary passenger vessels to refrain from navigating these waters. However, those illicit ships, which typically transport unsavory cargo, are willing to accept any patron who offers sufficient silver. With ample time remaining before dusk, there is still an hour left, allowing for an early maneuver before the black ships commence their nocturnal operations. Xiao Bieli led his steed into a secluded grove, securing it to a tree before turning his gaze towards the system interface. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level, peak of 7th rank. Martial arts, Yijin Jing, 21,100. Gale Blade Technique, complete. 13 Guardians Cross-Training Technique, complete. Iron Cloth Shirt, complete. Ladder Cloud Ascension, complete. 5 Tigers Breaking the Door Blade, 37100. Mighty Vajra Finger, 10100, with techniques mastered. Copper Skin, an agility akin to a swallow. Experience points, 6450, with over 6,000 experience points. It should suffice for ascending to the 6th rank, Xiao Bieli murmured. He chose to expend 5,000 experience points to enhance his Yijin Jing. Yijin Jing, 26,100. As the attributes shifted, a surge of cultivation experience flooded his mind. Simultaneously, an exceptionally pure stream of true qi surged from his dantian, coursing through his limbs and relentlessly striking his ren and du meridians. Just as Xiao Bieli believed that 5,000 points would fall short of breaking into the 6th rank, a sudden burst occurred. The ren meridian was breached, and in an instant, the internal energy within him transformed into true qi, its quality multiplying exponentially. With a swift motion, a blade of qi erupted forth. Bang! A tree, as thick as a thigh, was cleaved in two from 3 paces away. With a proficiency of 5%, he successfully opened the Ren Meridian and stepped into the early 6th rank. Xiao Bieli murmured, "Is this the sensation of the 6th rank?" Typically, a practitioner at the early 6th rank can only project their true qi a yard away without dispersing it. However, given that each individual's internal cultivation varies, the quality of true qi also differs. It remains to be seen what level can be achieved with I Jin true qi, allowing it to extend 3 yards without disbanding. In this realm, there are always those stronger than oneself, and one must remain humble. After all, legends speak of beings capable of halting rivers with a sword or cleaving mountains with a blade. Yet, with the system interface at my disposal, I must endeavor to tread upon the pinnacle of this world. Sheathing his blade, he allocated all remaining experience points to the 5 tigers breaking the door blade. Although the Gale Blade technique is not without merit, the 5 tigers breaking the door blade emphasizes power, its lethality far exceeding that of the Gale Blade technique. Coupled with the 13 Guardians cross-training and Iron Cloth shirt, its destructive potential amplifies. Therefore, it is essential to elevate it to the fullest extent. 5 tigers breaking the door blade, 51100. Countless experiences of cultivating the 5 tigers breaking the door blade surged into Xiao Bieli's mind, as though he had labored for several months in training. After assimilating the knowledge, he mounted his horse and headed directly towards the neighboring county. Upon entering the city, Xiao Bieli proceeded straight to the address provided by Lu Dali. It was a secluded courtyard in the western part of the county, and as he approached, he could discern voices emanating from within. He gently knocked on the door. Creak. The gate of the small courtyard creaked open, revealing a burly man with an exposed torso. Upon seeing a stranger, a wary expression crossed his face as he inquired, "Who are you? Whom do you seek?" Xiao Bieli smiled gently and replied, "I was sent by Lu Dali from the Weixin Escort Agency, seeking passage to Dongjiang County." At the mention of Lu Dali's name, the man's apprehension diminished slightly, and he murmured, "Come in." Xiao Bieli followed the man into the courtyard, where he discovered a dozen robust figures busily packing goods. As dusk approached, it appeared they were nearly finished, though the contents remained obscured. "Master Leopard, this one seeks passage to Dongjiang County, referred by Lu Dali from Weixin." The man called to someone inside. Moments later, a stout man in his 40s emerged from within, surveying Xiao Bieli before cracking a slight smile. "Since you're sent by old Lu, we have a shipment departing for Dongjiang County tonight. But you understand the rules, don't you?" Xiao Bieli nodded. Retrieving 3 silver ingots worth 10 taels each from his sleeve and tossing them to Master Leopard. 30 taels, will that suffice?" Master Leopard toyed with the ingots, then shook his head. "The usual price is 30 taels, but given the fierce conflict between the 12 linked docks and the Sanjiang Alliance, the danger has doubled. Hence, it will be 100 taels." Without hesitation, Xiao Bieli produced a 100 tael banknote and tossed it to Master Leopard. 130 taels. When do we depart?" Master Leopard examined the note, a radiant smile spreading across his face. "We shall set sail in half an hour." Chapter 30. Torrential Rain and Pear Blossoms. Under the full moon, the water shimmered like 1,000 diamonds. A small boat, capable of accommodating around 20 individuals, glided down the Yuan River. Aside from Xiao Bieli, only Master Leopard's men were aboard, and this time, Master Leopard himself joined them. Inside the cabin, goods were stowed away, while Xiao Bieli and several sailors from Master Leopard sat on the deck, the latter keeping a watchful eye on the cargo room. On the deck, Xiao Bieli leaned against the side with a knife in hand, as a group of sailors engaged in casual conversation. "Hey, kid, you look soft and delicate. Did you offend someone here and are now fleeing to Dongjiang County?" one burly man queried, drawing the attention of the others on deck. Xiao Bieli chuckled and replied, "I've offended the Sanjiang Alliance. I have no choice but to leave." A collective gasp echoed among the sailors at this revelation, who in Linshui County had not heard of the Sanjiang Alliance's notorious reputation. Even the local officials maintained connections with them. They were, in essence, the ruling power of Linshui County. This young man had crossed paths with the Sanjiang Alliance and had managed to escape to their vessel. He must possess some degree of strength. Was it someone from the faction of a certain elder of the Sanjiang Alliance, or from their main headquarters? Someone whispered. Xiao Bieli replied nonchalantly, "The Changhe gang. I've offended the Changhe gang, hence my need to flee." Laughter erupted among the sailors. "Ah, so it is the Changhe gang. I had thought you had offended the main branch of the Sanjiang Alliance. The Changhe gang is manageable. But there was someone named Xiao Bieli from the Lichuan area who was also pursued by the Changhe gang and fled from Yuanjiang to Dongjiang County. It is said that despite his tender years, Xiao Bieli possesses remarkable martial skills, having even bested the seasoned rogue Qin Yuan with his soul-snatching hand. I heard that the elder of the Changhe gang, Lin Tiantong, went to Dongjiang County but could not uncover Xiao Bieli's whereabouts. Listening to the sailor's conversation, Xiao Bieli merely smiled and remained silent. Inside the cabin, the burly man who had previously let Xiao Bieli into the courtyard approached Lord Bao. Speaking in hushed tones, "Lord Bao, that young lad is a plump target. Shouldn't we take action against him? Just now, he made a move worth over 100 taels of silver. They risked their lives for this journey, yet they can only earn 300 or 400 taels at most. With Lord Bao taking the lion's share, each of us would only see a mere 10 to 20 taels. If we were to eliminate that young man outside, we could seize hundreds of taels, allowing each of us to gain at least an additional 30 taels. After all, the silver we earn is shared with the brothers guarding the place, but any silver we acquire along the way is solely ours." Seeing that Lord Bao remained silent, the burly man continued, "The conflict between the Sanjiang Alliance and the 12 linked docks is intensifying, increasing the risks of transporting goods. Judging by that lad's movements, he must have quite a bit of silver on him. If we manage to capture this bounty, we could be free from labor for months." Lord Bao took a sip from his water jug and replied nonchalantly, "If it weren't for dealing with this young man, would I have come here? Rest assured, we shall strike after we pass the Sanli Ferry. The currents at Sanli Ferry are treacherous, even if that lad is a 7th grade martial artist with his meridians opened. Without a boat, his chances of survival are slim. Thus, should I inadvertently allow him to escape, it would pose no issue." As the moon shone dimly, the journey from the neighboring county to Dongjiang County was downstream, requiring only someone at the helm to avoid crashing the boat against the cliffs and rocks. With no entertainment aboard, everyone was drowsy. Upon reaching Sanli Ferry, Lord Bao emerged from the cabin with 5 trusted subordinates. The drowsy sailors, upon seeing Lord Bao, hurriedly rose to their feet, exclaiming, "Lord Bao, Lord Bao." Typically, when transporting goods, Lord Bao would remain in the cabin drinking. What does his appearance today signify? Xiao Bieli squinted slightly, a smile playing on his lips. With his current martial prowess, he could detect the slightest movements within 100 meters. Although Lord Bao and his men spoke softly within the cabin, he heard everything clearly. Gazing at Xiao Bieli, Lord Bao sighed. "The business on the river is becoming increasingly difficult, thus I must resort to other ventures. Hand over your silver, banknotes, and valuables, and I shall allow you to leave this place unharmed." "This place?" Xiao Bieli shook his head. "This is Sanli Ferry. Even a 7th grade martial artist would find survival unlikely if they were to fall in. Jumping down is not a wise choice." Lord Bao furrowed his brow. "Did you hear our conversation?" However, soon his frown relaxed, and he thought, "Since you have been granted a chance for survival, do not squander it." As Lord Leopard's words fell, the 5 loyal subordinates beside him wore sinister smiles, brandishing their weapons as they lunged ferociously towards Xiao Bieli. "If you covet the silver I possess, why not take matters into your own hands? Must you send these inept fools to their demise?" Xiao Bieli shook his head, and with a swift motion, a flash of crimson light from his blade appeared. The simultaneous cries of anguish echoed, only to be abruptly silenced. With a sickening thud, 5 heads soared into the air, rolling onto the deck, the headless corpses collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Blood rained down in a torrential downpour. Experience 100. Experience 500. Experience 500. In the instant the 5 heads ascended, Lord Leopard forcefully pushed off the deck, leaping into the water. A startled gasp reached his ears, prompting him to instinctively turn his head, only to see half of his body remain on the deck. Looking down, he realized he was left with only the upper half of himself. With a splash, the sound of his severed body hitting the water resonated among the crew. Experience 1000. Rain of Pear Blossom's Needle, 5th rank hidden weapon 1. Oh, a smile graced Xiao Bieli's face. The name Rain of Pear Blossom's Needle had been heard countless times in his past life, renowned among hidden weapons. Yet it was surprising to find it categorized as a mere 5th rank in this realm. He pondered whether the Rain of Pear Blossom's Needle could slay a 5th rank adversary. Moreover, was the system's reward truly random? He had achieved a first kill against a 6th rank foe and received nothing. Yet this 7th rank novice, Lord Leopard, had bestowed upon him the Rain of Pear Blossom's Needle. With a thud, several sailors simultaneously fell to their knees, exclaiming, "Young master, spare us." We had no knowledge of Lord Leopard's intentions against you. He hasn't targeted anyone on a ship for the past year or two. We truly were unaware." They prostrated themselves fervently, their foreheads striking the deck with resounding thuds, their fear palpable. Lord Leopard, a 7th-rank master, had been bisected before they even comprehended how the young master had drawn his blade. Though he stood perfectly still, the formidable Lord Leopard was severed in two. "Rise. I still require your assistance to transport me to Dongjiang County." Xiao Bieli spoke coolly. These men were merely robust commoners with some martial training. Even if they were all slain, it would yield only a handful of experience points. He could not steer the vessel himself, nor did he possess the skill to do so. "Thank you, young master. Thank you." Upon hearing this, the sailors exhaled in relief. Xiao Bieli glanced at the corpses on the deck, frowning as he commanded, "Dispose of the bodies in the river." The sailors hurriedly complied, casting the bodies into the waters before awaiting further instructions from Xiao Bieli. "All right, no need to be anxious. Continue with your duties. Once we arrive at Dongjiang County, I shall release you." With that, Xiao Bieli stepped into the cabin, swiftly slicing open the bags of cargo, causing white salt to cascade forth. Xiao Bieli opened several wooden crates filled with cargo, revealing items of little value. However, the private salt within was sufficient for them to earn several hundred taels. Yet, if discovered by the authorities or the Zhenwu Hall, it could cost them their heads. How could a mere 7th-tier martial artist consistently acquire such high-quality salt? There were likely powerful figures behind this, possibly even officials. Xiao Bieli shook his head. He was not in need of silver, and he lacked the means to handle the troublesome private salt. He already had enough troubles on his plate. He summoned the rainfall pear blossom needle. A flat, copper object appeared in his hand, seemingly unremarkable, yet it possessed a movable part at its top. With a gentle push, the rainfall pear blossom needle would activate. So this is the rainfall pear blossom needle? It was indeed convenient to carry, easily concealed within his sleeve, undetectable by others. It was truly a tool for assassination and plunder, and essential for both home and travel. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, early 6th tier. Martial skills, Yijin Jing, 26, 100. Furious wind blade technique, perfected. 13 Taibao horizontal training, perfected. Iron cloth shirt, perfected. Ladder cloud soaring, perfected. 5 tigers breaking the door blade, 51, 100. Mighty Vajra finger, 10, 100. Skillful in techniques, copper skin, light as a swallow. Experience points, 4, 150. He had gained another 4,000 experience points. Consuming all of it, he upgraded the 5 tigers breaking the door blade. Chapter 31. Perfected 5 tigers breaking the door blade. 5 tigers breaking the door blade, 92, 100. Boom. Countless experiences of practicing the 5 tigers breaking the door blades surged into Xiao Bieli's mind, as if he had trained for years. After a moment, he opened his eyes. He was only 800 experience points away from reaching the maximum level. He wondered if there would be additional rewards upon fully mastering the 5 tigers breaking the door blade. Exiting the cabin, the sailors on the deck displayed expressions of fear upon seeing Xiao Bieli. He did not press them, but inquired, "How long until we enter the territory of Dongjiang County?" One sailor hastily replied, "At most, we will reach Dongjiang County in an hour." Xiao Bieli nodded, and the small boat descended smoothly, successfully emerging from the Sanli ferry, with the waters becoming somewhat calmer. Just as everything seemed to be going well, and the small boat was about to enter Dongjiang County, a sound of horns echoed from behind, accompanied by shouts. Another boat ahead, sailing quietly in the dead of night, surely spells trouble. Approach. 6 small boats with lights cut through the river like arrows, rushing toward Xiao Bieli's vessel. What to do? It appeared to be a boat from the Sanjiang Alliance. The death of Leopard Master had left him acquainted with the formidable figures of the Sanjiang Alliance. The sailors on the deck turned pale. The Sanjiang Alliance had a good relationship with the official forces of Lingshui County, and the private salt trade in Lingshui County had always been monopolized by the Sanjiang Alliance. If they were caught, their fate would be sealed. While their swimming skills were commendable, it was evident that there were experts aboard those vessels, and their ships were all swift skiffs. Regardless of their prowess in the water, escape was futile. Xiao Bieli paid no heed to these sailors. Instead, he gazed toward the distance under the moonlight. Behind the 6 small boats, a larger ship loomed. Although the larger vessel was slower than the skiffs, it nonetheless surpassed the boat beneath their feet. The gap between the 2 ships was merely 400 to 500 meters, and in a moment, it would close. Lu Jun observed the tracking insect in his hand, which became exceedingly agitated as they approached the ship, clearly indicating that Xiao Bieli, whom he had sought for a month, was aboard. Close in, Lu Jun commanded with a vigorous wave of his hand. Today, we cannot let him escape. Behind Lu Jun, Ding Kaishan spoke calmly. Young master, leave this matter to me. By the time you arrive, I shall have captured Xiao Bieli, awaiting your instructions. Lu Jun nodded. Then I shall trouble you, Ding Gongfeng. Upon hearing this, Ding Kaishan sprang onto the deck with a powerful leap, gliding over the water like a dragonfly skimming the surface, swiftly transforming into a dark blur as he surged toward the approaching ship. Such remarkable lightness of foot, Zhou Chang exclaimed in genuine admiration. Though he was at the pinnacle of the 6th rank, Ding Kaishan's agility far surpassed his own. Even if Ding Kaishan's martial prowess was inferior, it would not be easy for him to eliminate him. Lu Jun chuckled. Before becoming a protector of the Lu family, Ding Gongfeng spent some time in the Green Forest. If his agility were not exceptional, he would hardly have survived to this day. One Xiao Bieli is more than enough for Ding Gongfeng to handle. On the deck, Xiao Bieli also spotted the figure racing toward him like an arrow released from a bow. He addressed the sailors, who stood frozen on the deck. The water here flows gently. If you jump overboard now, you may have a chance of survival. The sailors, awakened from their stupor, wasted no time. With a resounding splash, they leapt from the ship without hesitation. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Sanjiang Alliance aboard the small boats had reached the skiff side. Spotting a figure at the bow, the leader of the Sanjiang Alliance shouted, "You two, go after the fleeing ones. The rest, seize this person with me." With that, a dozen figures leaped onto the deck. "This achievement shall be mine," the leader of the Sanjiang Alliance exclaimed with delight, unsheathing his long knife and slashing toward Xiao Bieli's arms. Although he was unaware of what the young hero Lu sought from the people aboard this ship, capturing everyone would surely bring a reward. The other masters of the Sanjiang Alliance, who charged alongside him, simultaneously attacked Xiao Bieli. Unaware and yet daring to be the first to act, Xiao Bieli scoffed. In the realm of martial arts, the greatest peril lies in failing to recognize one's own limitations. Clang! The red-sleeved knife was drawn, and without even employing his true energy, the blade flashed. The leader of the Sanjiang Alliance was struck back, crashing to the ground in silence. Experience 500. At this moment, the other disciples of the Sanjiang Alliance, who had followed their leader into battle, found themselves without a path of retreat. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Xiao Bieli unleashed a flurry of strikes, his physical prowess cleaving through the air with a dozen blades, leaving all who stood before him wounded and sent sprawling, their bodies falling silent. At that moment, his experience points surged past 1,000 on his system panel, as the figure gliding toward him drew ever closer. Xiao Bieli hesitated not a moment, silently invoking the expenditure of 800 experience points to enhance the 5-tiger blade of the broken gate to perfection. In an instant, the mastery of the 5-tiger blade reached its zenith, an overwhelming flood of insights regarding the technique inundating his consciousness. At that juncture, Ding Kaishan had firmly landed upon the small vessel, surveying the deck strewn with corpses. His expression remained unchanged, yet a flicker of surprise danced in his gaze as he regarded Xiao Bieli. "Kid, aren't you going to run?" Xiao Bieli shook his head. "There is no need to flee. I have attained the 6th rank, and with the rainflower needles concealed within my sleeve. Even if an opponent of the 5th rank were to confront me, I could very well turn the tables. Moreover, the Sanjiang Alliance would hardly send a 5th rank expert to deal with someone who can stand toe-to-toe with a peak 7th rank. Very well." Ding Kaishan chuckled, eyeing Xiao Bieli with a newfound respect. "You exhibit a certain audacity, surpassing the typical bravado found among the Jianghu denizens of Manzhou. Where is Xiao Bieli? If you hand him over, I might plead with my young master on your behalf, granting you a reprieve." Xiao Bieli's expression turned peculiar as he inquired, "You are searching for Xiao Bieli?" Ding Kaishan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that rascal is elusive, but having offended the Lu family, he is destined for demise, no matter how far he flees." Suddenly, a look of suspicion crossed Ding Kaishan's face as he scrutinized Xiao Bieli, exclaiming, "Haven't I seen you somewhere? Are you not Shenlang? I never anticipated the Changhe gang would find themselves unable to deal with you. Clearly, the 6th ranks of the Manzhou martial world are but a mere farce, incapable of subduing even a peak 7th rank. Alas, who could have foreseen that you would repeatedly cause my young master to lose face? Encountering me can only be deemed unfortunate for you." No sooner had he spoken than 2 concealed projectiles shot forth from Ding Kaishan's sleeves, aimed directly at Xiao Bieli's face. In the blink of an eye, he surged forward, a finger poised to strike at Xiao Bieli's chest. Despite his words, Ding Kaishan, seasoned in the ways of the martial world, understood well the principle that one must exert full effort even when facing the seemingly weak. Many a skilled fighter had met their demise through underestimation. Though the man before him was merely at the peak of the 7th rank, Ding Kaishan offered him no quarter. Xiao Bieli deftly flicked his left sleeve, channeling his vital energy through the fabric, sweeping the 2 projectiles aside like fallen leaves. Then, with his right hand clenched into a fist and thumb extended, he met Ding Kaishan's advancing finger with his own. With a resounding crash, both were jolted back, their feet driving deep impressions into the wooden deck of the small ship. Almost simultaneously, they thrust their fingers once more, their strikes colliding with an explosive force. Boom. This time, I had heard tales of your exceptional swordsmanship, yet I had not anticipated your mastery of martial arts as well. Ding Kaishan retreated 3 steps, his fingers trembling, his face a mask of disbelief. The moment he opened his mouth, Xiao Bieli sighed softly, his internal energy surging as he pointed his finger. The great strength diamond finger. A terrifying force tore through the air, carrying the might to pierce gold and shatter stone as it surged toward Ding Kaishan. Your internal energy is unleashed. You are indeed of the 6th rank. Damn it. Ding Kaishan's expression grew gravely serious as he circulated his internal energy to its peak, also launching a finger strike. The 2 fierce energies collided in midair, sending shockwaves that perforated the deck with numerous small holes. Without hesitation, Ding Kaishan stomped on the deck and leapt towards the other end of the small boat, fleeing. This Xinlang possessed a terrifying martial prowess, even with all his might. He could not subdue Xinlang. He could only wait for the experts from Baiyun Mountain Manor to arrive. Together, they could capture Xinlang. If he were to be injured now, he would be unable to assist Zhou Chong later, and it was likely that Zhou Chong alone would allow Xinlang to escape. Chapter 32. Xinlang is Xiao Bieli? Where do you think you're going? Before Ding Kaishan could reach the bow of the boat, a loud shout resonated, followed by a whistling sound. Turning his head, he saw a scarlet blade aura slicing towards him, with Xinlang's figure closely trailing behind. His speed no less than Ding Kaishan's. No matter how fast he was, he could not outpace this blade aura. This was sheer audacity. Ding Kaishan bellowed angrily, abruptly turning around, his 10 fingers flicking in rapid succession, unleashing a barrage of finger strikes in an attempt to block the blade. Ding! Bang, bang, bang. The blade aura shattered, but a deep, bone-revealing wound was carved into Ding Kaishan's arm by the fierce blade energy. At that moment, Xiao Bieli seized the opportunity, his red-sleeved blade cleaving towards Ding Kaishan. White Tiger leaps the gorge. The mightiest strike of the 5 tiger-breaking door blades surged forth from Xiao Bieli's hand, causing Ding Kaishan's complexion to change drastically. He swiftly retracted his arms, bringing his palms together before forcefully striking out. The giant spirit opens the mountain. This was the Liu family's ultimate technique, passed down to him after 5 years of service. Over the past 7 years, he had diligently studied this technique, achieving considerable mastery. Boom! The air trembled, and the sound of an explosion echoed. His palms, imbued with internal energy, shot towards the red-sleeved blade. But at the moment of contact, Xiao Bieli's arms inexplicably thickened, increasing the speed and power of the strike by 50%. Splurt! Blood sprayed forth, and a heart-wrenching scream escaped Ding Kaishan's lips as his hands were reduced to naught but stumps, revealing stark, white bones. Audacious! Stop! 2 voices cried out. Yet the scarlet blade showed no hesitation and fell mercilessly. Ding Kaishan's head soared into the air, his headless corpse collapsing to the ground. Experience points, 2,000. Sheathing his blade, Xiao Bieli glanced at the distant large ship, speaking lightly. What were you just saying? I did not hear clearly. At this moment, Xiao Bieli finally discerned the appearances of those aboard the vessel. A young gentleman in his 20s accompanied by a group of martial artists exhibiting expressions of shock. Among them stood a middle-aged man nearing 50, whose gaze was filled with confusion. Xinlang? Lu Jun's eyes blazed with fury as he regarded Xiao Bieli. Where is Xiao Bieli? It was because he did not accompany Lin Hai to the Xiao family that Xiao Bieli was allowed to escape. Now, not only have we failed to capture him, but our Lu family has also suffered the loss of a 6th-grade offering and a tracking worm. Even if I eliminate Xiao Bieli, I cannot escape punishment upon my return to the Lu family. Damn it! You are truly cursed. Zhou Chong scrutinized Xiao Bieli. then glanced at the small boat where Xiao Bieli stood, expressing doubt. There are no living souls left on the ship aside from Shen Lang. Young Master Lu, are you certain Xiao Bieli remains aboard? Lu Jun produced the tracking worm and coldly replied. The third master may observe for himself. The worm's lively activity indicates that Xiao Bieli is within 10 meters of us. Where else could he possibly hide but on this vessel? Zhou Chang shook his head and suddenly looked up at Xiao Bieli, asserting, it is said that Xiao Bieli is merely in 8th grade. An 8th grade hiding on such a small boat could not possibly evade my detection. Who would have imagined that the renowned hero Shen Lang from Dongjiang County is, in fact, the notorious Xiao Bieli who committed patricide and betrayed his sister-in-law in Linshui County? What? Everyone aboard the large ship was incredulous. They simply could not reconcile the image of this elegant young man, who had slain the offering Ding with a single blow, with the infamous figure of patricide and betrayal. Moreover, with such prowess, why would he even need to resort to such deeds? You are Xiao Bieli? Lu Jun's face mirrored his disbelief. How could an 8th grade suddenly transform into a master capable of killing Ding? Patricide and betrayal? Xiao Bieli removed his mask and scoffed. Do you truly believe such words? He directed his gaze towards Lu Jun and remarked, to be honest, I find it perplexing that even if Lin Qingyuan wishes to annul our engagement, a mere letter would suffice. Does the Xiao family not have the courage to utter a single word against it? Lu Jun offered no explanation, merely gazing at the youthful countenance of Xiao Bieli. It dawned on him that Xiao Bieli was of the same age as their talented disciple Lin Qingyuan, who had even surpassed Brother Zhua, and yet Lin was merely 6th grade. Recalling that Xiao Bieli's father had perished because of them, a sense of crisis welled up within Lu Jun. Such deep-seated enmity left no room for reconciliation. If this young man were not eliminated, he would undoubtedly pose a significant threat, potentially endangering the entirety of the Lu family. With this thought, Lu Jun turned to Zhou Chang and declared, Third Master, I must trouble you to apprehend this young man. Once he is dead, our Lu family can offer you a Tongxiao Dan. Tongxiao Dan. Zhou Chang's heart trembled. He had long since opened his meridians and reached the pinnacle of 6th grade martial prowess. Yet to ascend from 6th grade to 5th grade required the opening of the innate 7 orifices, each orifice needing to be gently stimulated by true energy to gradually open. After years of stagnation, he had failed to breach a single orifice. The Tongxiao Dan, as its name suggests, was a potion designed to assist individuals in breaking through their orifices. A Tongxiao pill, valued at several thousand gold coins, possesses the utmost significance. The ingredients required for concocting this elixir are exceedingly rare and demand the expertise of a seasoned alchemist. Consequently, the circulation of Tongxiao pills in the market is scarce, rendering them valuable yet elusive. With a furrowed brow, Xiao Bieli, aboard a small vessel, suddenly surged forward, propelled by determination towards the grand ship where Zhou Chang and others were situated. If Lu Jun was unwilling to divulge information, then capturing him would be the next course of action. After enduring relentless pursuit, he was eager to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind it all, particularly if they were indeed affiliated with the Lin family. Thud! Xiao Bieli landed on the deck of the grand ship, causing the entire vessel to tremble. A few disciples of the Sanjiang alliance, whose martial prowess was somewhat lacking, swayed unsteadily. Like a steed leaping across a brook, Xiao Bieli charged towards Lu Jun. Before Lu Jun could issue any commands, the 4 7th-tier masters from the Lu family, who accompanied Ding Kaishan, sprang into action almost simultaneously. Clang! Clang! Their blades, 2 swords and 2 daggers, were unleashed, aimed directly at Xiao Bieli. They did not expect to pose a genuine threat to him. Their sole intention was to decelerate his advance towards their young master. However, they were gravely mistaken. Faced with the 4 assailants, Xiao Bieli did not even consider drawing his weapon. Instead, he opened his hands and reached directly for the dual swords and daggers. The 4 men displayed expressions of delight. For although Xiao Bieli was a 6th-tier master, his audacity seemed excessive. Clang! Xiao Bieli's hand, akin to a cow's tongue curling around grass, seized the 4 weapons effortlessly. The 4, anticipating a swift severing of his hands upon contact, recalled how Xiao Bieli had previously dispatched Ding Gongfeng. Yet, they had overestimated their own capabilities and underestimated Xiao Bieli's strength. Bang! They were met with an overwhelming force, their blades shattering into countless pieces. The grips in their hands were torn, blood and flesh stripped away, and a wave of agony surged through them. However, before they could utter a cry of distress. The jagged remnants of their weapons shot out like arrows, piercing their bodies before they could retreat. The shards flew in all directions, resulting in a cacophony of screams throughout the ship. Enough! Zhou Chang bellowed, unleashing a palm strike. Bang! The projectiles aimed at him, and Lu Jun were swatted away. Gazing at the lifeless body of a disciple from Baiyun Mountain Manor sprawled on the ground, his eyes glinted with cold fury. Xiao Bieli, I care not for the identity of your benefactor, but you have slain my disciples from Baiyun Mountain Manor. This time, you will pay dearly. With a contemptuous laugh, Xiao Bieli retorted, you allowed those two from Guzi Ridge to strike at me previously, and now you dare to feign righteousness before me. Is this not your intent to settle the score? Perfect, for I too wish for your demise. Chapter 33, The Golden Bell Shield. Young man, do not presume that by merely lucking into killing Ding Taishan, you have become invincible. Zhou Chang's expression darkened, and like a flash of lightning, he darted forward. Appearing before Xiao Bieli in an instant, his palm aimed directly at Zhao's face. The thunderous impact resonated. Zhou Chang was indeed a renowned master of Dongjiang County. Standing at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, his strike caused the air around him to explode. His palms bore thick calluses, a testament to the martial prowess he had cultivated through relentless practice. Xiao Bieli's expression grew grave. It was too late to draw his weapon now. In a fleeting moment, he summoned his inner energy, activating the iron cloth shirt and the 13 bodyguards' horizontal training to their utmost limits. His muscles bulged, veins standing out prominently. With a powerful golden finger, he met Zhou Chang's palm head-on. Bang! The force radiated outward. Xiao Bieli was forced back 7 steps, only managing to stabilize himself by the edge of the ship. You're still far from my match. Zhou Chang seized the advantage, not allowing Xiao Bieli a moment's respite. His palms, infused with true energy, lunged at him once more. One palm, shrouded in profound energy, grazed Xiao Bieli's chest, crashing into the ship's mast with a resounding boom. The mast, as thick as a thigh, splintered under the blow, toppling toward the cabin. Those aboard the ship scrambled to evade the falling mast, fearing the impending disaster. Bang! Another strike was narrowly avoided by Xiao Bieli, leaving a handprint on the deck. Zhou Chang's palms flew with relentless ferocity. Each strike was imbued with tremendous force. Any ordinary 6th-tier fighter struck by Zhou Chang would surely suffer broken bones. Having evaded over a dozen strikes, Xiao Bieli suddenly drew his crimson blade, leaping into the fray with a fierce slash aimed at Zhou Chang. 5 tigers break the soul blade. Vicious tiger overcomes lion. As the blade sliced through the air, a brilliant flash followed. Zhou Chang showed no intention of retreating, meeting the attack with rapid successive strikes of his palms. Bang! 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 The terrifying force shattered the deck, creating numerous gaping holes, causing the onlookers' faces to pale. A renowned weapon? Who is your master? A drop of blood fell as Zhou Chang, with a grave expression, inquired. This crimson blade was formidable, ranking among the finest of renowned weapons. Even their Baiyun Mountain Manor possessed only one, a relic from their ancestors, incomparable to this blade. Had he not been cautious and withdrawn his hand in time, Xiao Bieli's last strike would have inflicted far more than a mere superficial wound. Xiao Bieli paid no heed to Zhou Chang's words. He was there to kill, not to engage in idle chatter. With the battle escalating, did Zhou Chang expect him to relent? He was unafraid, wielding the lethal rainstorm pear blossom needle. 5 tigers break the gate blade. With a fierce cry, another deadly strike forced Zhou Chang to retreat 2 steps. The blade's energy surged, sending planks flying. This is bad. The ship is taking on water. Young Master Lu, quickly to the small boat. A cry pierced the air as Lu Jun, escorted by others, landed on the vessel where Xiao Bieli had previously stood. Observing the fierce clash between the 2 figures aboard the large ship, Lu Jun's expression shifted, visibly troubled. As a disciple of the inner sect of the Zhongyuan sword sect and a direct descendant of the Lu family, he had trained in martial arts under the tutelage of a 5th-tier master since childhood. Although he was merely at the 7th tier, his discernment remained commendable. Zhou Chang's martial prowess had already surpassed his expectations. A peak 6th-tier practitioner was indeed formidable within the ranks of the Zhongyuan sword sect. Even more alarming was that while Xiao Bieli's vital energy was evidently inferior to Zhou Chang's, his swordsmanship had evidently reached a level where his strikes were both powerful and intricate. Zhou Chang's strength lay in his profound realm and pure vital energy, whereas Xiao Bieli's advantage resided in his exquisite techniques. leaving him uncertain as to who would ultimately prevail. After contemplating for a moment, a dark cylinder emerged from his sleeve and landed in Lu Jun's hand. This was a wind-breaking needle given to him by his aunt for self-defense. With a simple press, dozens of fine needles would be launched forth at great speed, each coated with a deadly poison that could bring even a sixth-tier master to their knees within the span of a single incense stick. The more one exerted their vital energy, the swifter the demise. However, the combatants were engaged in close quarters aboard the ship, leading him to hesitate, fearing that the wind-breaking needle might inadvertently harm Zhou Chang. At this moment, Zhou Chang's expression had turned grim. Having roamed the Dongjiang County for decades, he had slain nearly a dozen sixth-tier experts. Yet, this young man before him was proving to be the most formidable adversary he had ever encountered. His mastery of diverse martial arts was profound, resembling a tortoise ensconced within its shell, impenetrable to assault. Compounding his frustration was the fact that this young man wielded a renowned weapon alongside his remarkable sword techniques. Any misstep could result in injury. In the span of a mere 100 exchanges, he had sustained 2 superficial wounds while Xiao Bieli remained unscathed. This could not continue. I refuse to believe that his eclectic martial arts have truly reached the point of being impervious to harm. Resolving himself, Zhou Chang no longer hesitated. He summoned his vital energy to its zenith, stepped back, and brought his hands together in a gesture akin to the Buddha saluting, before unleashing a powerful palm strike. Boom! A piercing howl echoed as a massive handprint of vital energy took shape, surging towards Xiao Bieli. The latter had been awaiting this moment. Previously, Zhou Chang had evaded him with the agility of an old eel, leaving only 2 minor wounds. But now, the tables had turned. Zhou Chang was solely on the offensive, with his defenses wide open, presenting an opportunity. Faced with the incoming strike, Xiao Bieli's countenance remained unchanged as he pushed his crimson blade to its utmost limit. The 5 tigers breaking the gate. This was the fatal move of the 5 tigers breaking the gate technique, an attack that left him exposed while solely focusing on offense. It was an all-or-nothing strike, rarely employed in battle. Yet, with his perfected 13 Tai Bao and iron cloth skills, this reckless move posed little disadvantage for him. If Zhou Chang could breach his defenses, they would not have reached this juncture. Boom! The fearsome palm collided with the crimson blade's energy in midair, erupting with a sharp sound, as a terrifying force surged forth, crackling through the atmosphere. The vessel beneath their feet was utterly wrecked, shattered into fragments. With a resounding thud, the violent force propelled both individuals into the air, blood spilling from their lips. Yet, almost simultaneously, they leveraged their momentum to return to the fray with fervor. Meanwhile, on another ship, Lu Jun, ever vigilant for an opportune moment, felt a glint of malice in his eyes as he witnessed the two engage once more in combat. Although Zhou Chang held the title of the 3rd master of Baiyun Villa, the demise of Xiao Bieli would ensure his protection under the auspices of senior brother Zhua. Would Baiyun Villa dare to act against him? And once Xiao Bieli was no more, he would swiftly depart from Manzhou. Did Baiyun Villa truly have the audacity to confront him at Songyuan Sword Sect? The Feng Feng needle, a slender tube, appeared in his hand, and without a moment's hesitation, he raised it and aimed at the entangled fighters. In a flash, dozens of projectiles, as thin as cow hair, were unleashed, soaring toward Zhou Chang and Xiao Bieli with astonishing speed. The two were still locked in their duel when they heard the ominous whistling sound from the side. By the time they registered the threat, it was too late to evade. Xiao Bieli acted without hesitation, channeling the iron cloth and 13 guardians techniques to their fullest potential. Clang, clang, clang. He managed to deflect several of the slender needles with a swift motion, yet their velocity rivaled that of a 6th-tier assassiness weapon, perhaps even exceeding it. Consequently, 3 or 4 needles pierced through his defenses, striking him with a series of sharp sounds. The needles were deflected by the force of the 13 guardians technique. Xiao Bieli quickly assessed the situation and, relieved to find that the needles had not breached his defenses, breathed a sigh of relief. "You insolent wretch!" Zhou Chang glared at Lu Jun, his eyes filled with rage. At that moment, 2 needles were embedded in his right arm and chest, penetrating to the bone, and a dark bruise had already formed at the site of the injury. Though he had not gained the upper hand in his battle with Xiao Bieli, he still possessed the strength to fight back. It would not be easy for Xiao Bieli to kill him. He felt a deep resentment. Had it not been for Lu Jun, he would never have developed enmity with Xiao Bieli. Yet now he faced death at Lu Jun's hands. The members of Baiyun Villa stared at Lu Jun in disbelief. Even those few disciples borrowed from the Sanjiang alliance instinctively distancing themselves from him. This young master of the Lu family was far too ruthless, even turning against his own. What a disgrace to humanity. Rest assured, he will join you. Xiao Bieli's words reached Zhou Chang's ears just as a crimson flash of blade light sliced through the air. Zhou Chang's head fell from his neck, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Experience 2000. Golden Bell Shield 1. Chapter 34. A Bountiful Harvest. Golden Bell Shield? A splendid treasure indeed. At last, he had acquired a martial technique, and a horizontal training one at that. He now understood the advantages of such training. Not only was his body robust, but he was also free from the fear of underhanded tactics. If only he could emulate Duanyu, consuming a rare medicinal creature to become immune to all toxins. Then he would possess no weaknesses at all. Moreover, when he had just slain others, it seemed he had also uncovered something peculiar. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level, early 6th rank. Skills, Yijing Jing, 26100. Gale Blade Technique, perfected. 13 Guardians Cross-Training Technique, perfected. Iron Cloth Shirt, perfected. Ladder Cloud Ascension, perfected. 5 Tigers Breaking Door Blade, perfected. Mighty Vajra Finger, 10100. With technique so refined, skin as tough as bronze. And agility akin to a swallow. Experience points, 7,450. Awaiting rewards, Golden Bell Shield, Rain of Flowers. Rain of Flowers? It must be a concealed weapon technique. How could that be possible? Such a feat should be beyond the capacity of even a 6th rank master to defend against. Lu Jun could not accept this. His gaze incessantly swept over Xiao Bieli, seeking any trace of poison upon him. Alas, disappointment was his only companion. Not only was there no sign of poisoning on Xiao Bieli, but he appeared unscathed from his recent engagement with Zhou Chang. With a light leap, Xiao Bieli landed upon the small boat, at which point the others aboard finally reacted to Zhou Chang's demise, each suddenly leaping into the water in panic. Swish, swish, swish. Xiao Bieli's fingers flicked deftly, sending waves of energy slicing through the air, leaving bloodied holes in the heads of his targets. Experience 10. Experience 100. Experience 500. Lu Jun trembled, collapsing to the ground, his voice quaking. Do not kill me. My aunt is an elder of the Zhongyuan sword sect, and my father is the head of the Lu family, a peak 5th rank master. Before Lu Jun could finish, all his acupoints were sealed by Xiao Bieli. With one hand grasping Lu Jun, Xiao Bieli leapt up and landed atop the swift boat brought by the Sanjiang alliance, propelling it forward like an arrow from a bow. After dealing with a few remaining foes on the river, Xiao Bieli headed towards Dongjiang County with Lu Jun in tow. Upon reaching a suitable landing spot within Dongjiang County, Xiao Bieli dragged Lu Jun ashore, allowing the boat to drift downstream. Casually tossing Lu Jun onto the bank, Xiao Bieli released the seals on his acupoints and said coolly, "Tell me, who in the Zhongyuan sword sect wishes to harm me? Is it someone from the Lin family?" Lu Jun looked at Xiao Bieli and shook his head, replying, "I can tell you, but you must swear not to kill me." Xiao Bieli frowned slightly, his tone icy. "Do you truly believe you possess any bargaining power at this moment? Should you remain silent, I can ensure you experience some discomfort first." Lu Jun's face turned pale as he replied, "I am merely following orders. Your father's death is not directly related to me. If you kill me, it will bring a multitude of troubles. My Lu family possesses the tracking goo. Should you take my life, my father will eventually find you. As long as you swear to the deities that you will not kill me, I shall reveal everything. I can also vow that the Lu family will cease to be your enemy. Swear?" Xiao Bieli's frown deepened. After a moment, he extended 3 fingers and declared, "I swear to the deities that as long as Lu Jun reveals who seeks to harm me, I shall guarantee his survival." Upon hearing this, a hint of color returned to Lu Jun's face as he stated, "It is Brother Zhua. I too follow the guidance of Brother Zhua." "Brother Zhua?" Xiao Bieli coldly replied. "How should I know who Brother Zhua is?" Lu Jun quickly interjected, "He is Zhua Qingyun, the 7th on the Dragon and Tiger list, the foremost disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect. He may well become the future leader of the Zhongyuan sword sect." Xiao Bieli asked, "What is this Dragon and Tiger list?" Lu Jun, astonished, exclaimed, "You don't even know about the Dragon and Tiger list? It is a ranking established by the Martial Hall, showcasing the 72 prodigies under 35 years of age throughout the Great Qian. Those who make it to the Dragon and Tiger list are poised to reach the realm of 4th rank masters. The top 10 on the list have the prospect of ascending to the realm of third-rank grandmasters. Each generation's top 3 on the dragon and tiger list possesses extraordinary talents. Xiao Bieli nodded. He attacked me because of Lin Qingyuan? Lu Jun affirmed, indeed. Junior sister Lin possesses unparalleled talent, surpassing even brother Zhua. Thus, there are those within the sect who wish to unite junior sister Lin and brother Zhua in matrimony. Some have broached the topic of breaking off the engagement with junior sister Lin, but she refused. Therefore, you must understand that your only path to survival is to persuade junior sister Lin to annul the engagement. Only then will brother Zhua cease his pursuit of you. Xiao Bieli paid little heed to Lu Jun's words and inquired further, what is Zhua Qingyun's strength? How old is he? Lu Jun replied, brother Zhua is 34 this year. At the peak of the 5th rank, just a step away from the master realm. 34? Xiao Bieli chuckled. He truly has delusions of grandeur. He is twice Lin Qingyuan's age, yet harbors thoughts of courting her? After asking several questions regarding the Zhongyuan sword sect, Lu Jun diligently answered each one. As the sky began to blush with dawn, Lu Jun glanced at Xiao Bieli and whispered, young hero Xiao, I have divulged everything you asked. May I take my leave now? Xiao Bieli shook his head. I do not wish to expose myself just yet. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun felt a pang of anxiety and quickly assured, I swear I will not reveal your identity. I vow by the heavens. Besides, you just swore before the multitude of divine beings. Apologies, I believe in Jesus. Suddenly, a flash of blade light surged forth. Lu Jun's head soared into the air. Experience 1000. Sheathing his sword, Xiao Bieli unceremoniously cast Lu Jun's lifeless body into the rushing river. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level, early 6th rank. Martial arts, Yijin Jing, 26100. Gale blade technique, perfected. 13 bodyguards comprehensive training, perfected. Iron cloth shirt, perfected. Subtle techniques, copper skin, light as a swallow. Experience points, 9,550. Awaiting acquisition, Golden Bell Shield, Rain of Blossoms. Experience points have surpassed the 9,000 mark for the first time. Xiao Bieli gazed at the system panel, a smile gracing his features. Extraction. Boom. The training methods for the Golden Bell Shield and Rain of Blossoms materialized in Xiao Bieli's mind, along with the experiences of mastering these two martial arts flooding his consciousness. Golden Bell Shield, 5,100. Rain of Blossoms, 5,100. As anticipated, the Rain of Blossoms is indeed a technique of concealed weaponry. First, consume 5,000 experience points to enhance the Yijin Jing. Yijin Jing, 31100. Boom. A surge of pure vital energy erupted from the Dantian, coursing through the meridians and flooding into his limbs and bones. If the vital energy within Xiao Bieli previously resembled a narrow ditch, it now transformed into a vast canal. Moments later, tranquility returned. With over 4,000 experience points remaining, he could not elevate to a higher level. Thus, he decided to fully enhance the Golden Bell Shield. Chapter 35. A return to familiar grounds. Golden Bell Shield 50100. Boom. Countless experiences related to the Golden Bell Shield flooded into Xiao Bieli's mind, as if he had trained in it for decades. After a brief moment, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes. Thud. As the Golden Bell Shield activated, a faint golden aura enveloped him entirely. At 50% proficiency, the Golden Bell Shield was capable of withstanding the palm strikes of a pinnacle 6th grade master like Zhou Chang. Moreover, unlike the Iron Shirt technique, the defensive strength of the Golden Bell Shield increased in tandem with the enhancement of his vital energy. The Golden Bell Shield dissipated. As for the Heavenly Maiden's Flower Scatter technique, mastering it to 50 or 60% proficiency would suffice. As long as I am formidable enough, who needs hidden weapons? With this thought, Xiao Bieli chose a direction and departed swiftly. As dawn approached, a fishing boat quietly glided onto the river. Despite the fierce conflicts between the 12 linked docks and the Sanjiang Alliance during this time, their disputes primarily targeted merchant ships transporting goods on the Yuan River, leaving small fishing boats largely unimpeded. Old Jiang, having fished on the Yuan River for a lifetime, set out before dawn each day, bringing back fresh catches to sell at the dock. The affluent patrons favored fresh fish, as the price plummeted once the fish perished. This is the spot. Standing on the boat, Old Jiang expertly retrieved the fishing net and cast it into the river. The first haul yielded only 3 or 4 small fish. However, he took it in stride, for even an experienced fisherman like him could not guarantee a good catch every day. And this was merely the first net. With another cast, he tugged at the line, feeling a considerable weight that required effort to pull up. A smile spread across old Zhang's face, but when he finally hoisted the net, he nearly dropped it. Within the net lay a lifeless body. This area was a bend in the river, where debris often surfaced, but after decades of fishing, this was his first encounter with a corpse. Alarmed, old Zhang looked up to see several floating planks and bodies nearby. He dared not linger, quickly pulling the net aboard and hastening towards the market. A little over half an hour later, a ship from the 12-link docks headed toward the bend. A middle-aged man clad in a blue robe stood aboard, his hands clasped behind his back. His complexion was somewhat pale, with a faint scar gracing his right cheek. Though not conventionally handsome, his visage exuded a unique charm, a quality forged by the passage of time and the trials of the martial world, commanding both respect and admiration. This individual is none other than the third elder of the 12-linked docks, Chu Bufan. The old fisherman stood beside Chu Bufan, cautiously gesturing towards the nearby bend in the river. Elder, it is right here. Having spent many years fishing, he was well acquainted with the docks belonging to the 12-linked docks. Yet he never anticipated that merely retrieving a corpse would prompt the esteemed Elder Chu to personally arrive, offering him 20 taels of silver. As a fisherman, he could earn only a few taels in a year. Chu Bufan nodded, and behind him, the skilled Qin Yuan of the 12-linked docks called out, "Hurry up!" Moments later, they reached the bend. Qin Yuan, who had just spoken, lightly stepped onto the deck of the boat, landing on the water's surface, his toes tapping lightly as he alighted on a floating plank. The plank shot forward swiftly, and Qin Yuan remained perfectly still as he approached the bodies. With a quick motion, he scooped up 2 corpses floating at the bend, then leaped back onto the boat with a few agile bounds. Placing the bodies alongside those previously retrieved by the old fisherman, Qin Yuan's expression shifted slightly as he murmured, "These 2 must have died less than 2 hours ago. I have not seen them before, but this one is likely from the Baiyun Mountain Manor. Judging by their appearance, they must have been washed down from upstream. There may be more than just these 3 deceased. We did not receive any news yesterday of our brothers encountering trouble on the river. What business does Baiyun Mountain Manor have on the river? For years, the trade on the East River has been dominated by our 12-linked docks. Could it be that Baiyun Mountain Manor intends to intervene?" Chu Bufan replied nonchalantly. "Gather a group of fishermen and instruct them to search along the Yuan River for more bodies. If they manage to recover any, reward them with 2 taels of silver." Qin Yuan nodded, "Understood." The old fisherman quickly added, "Elder, I shall lend a hand as well. There are few better than me at casting nets on the Yuan River. That is 2 taels of silver after all." He could scarcely earn 2 taels in a month of fishing. With Chu Bufan's generous offer of 20 taels, combined with his savings, he could afford to marry off his youngest son. "Go ahead." Half an hour later, at the riverbank, within a hastily constructed grass hut, lay neatly arranged around 20 corpses. "It's Zhou Chong." Qin Yuan observed the disassembled head and body of Zhou Chong, his expression grave. Who could possibly have beheaded Zhou Chong with a single strike? And there were bodies from the Sanjiang Alliance. Could it be that Baiyun Mountain Manor has truly allied with the Sanjiang Alliance? He was a trusted confidant of Elder Chu and at the late stage of the 6th rank, yet he felt himself lacking compared to Zhou Chong, whose martial prowess was among the top 5 in the 6th rank across the entire East River region. Yet now he lay lifeless. Among the corpses, some were clad in the attire of the Sanjiang Alliance. If Baiyun Mountain Manor had indeed formed a coalition with the Sanjiang Alliance, the 12-linked docks would find themselves at a disadvantage. It was not a mere beheading. Chu Bufan lifted Zhou Chang's collar slightly, observing, "There are 2 additional wounds on his body, neither of which are fatal. It seems he engaged in combat, fell victim to a surprise attack with a concealed weapon, and was poisoned before being beheaded. Please inform Baiyun Mountain Villa to conduct their own investigation. I shall return to the headquarters, as it is essential to notify the leader of this matter." In Donghe County, Song County, 70 miles outside the city, in Xiao Town, Xiao Bieli stepped once more into the inn where he had previously slain Han Long. At this moment, the innkeeper had changed, yet the proprietor immediately recognized Xiao Bieli, his expression shifting dramatically. "What would you like to eat, esteemed guest?" the proprietor softly inquired as he approached Xiao Bieli. Having operated this inn for over 30 years, passed down from his father, he had witnessed countless conflicts in the martial world, no fewer than 20, and dozens had perished within the confines of his establishment. Yet none had left a mark on him quite like the incident involving this young hero and Han Long, where a swift stroke of the blade had severed a head from its body. The former attendants had been so frightened that they dared not remain at the inn, and business had suffered considerably. Fortunately, the young man had left behind a substantial sum, and being the only inn in Xiaohe town, business gradually returned to normal. To his astonishment, the young man had returned. Just as before, a pound of cooked beef, 2 side dishes, and a pot of wine. Xiao Bieli remarked with a faint smile. The proprietor nodded vigorously, instructing the attendant to prepare the order. Once the attendant had departed, the proprietor clasped his hands together and addressed Xiao Bieli. Young hero, if you intend to punish the wicked today, might I request that you do so outside my humble establishment? My business is modest, and I cannot withstand any more turmoil. Chapter 36. An Unexpected Encounter. The proprietor felt reassured. Today, I am merely passing through, dining briefly before departing. Xiao Bieli merely smiled, and upon hearing this, the proprietor exhaled in relief, returning to the counter while occasionally glancing in Xiao Bieli's direction. Unperturbed, Xiao Bieli began to relish his meal. As he indulged, 3 figures appeared at the entrance of the inn, none other than the 3 heroes of Wushan, who had crossed paths with Xiao Bieli previously. The moment they entered, they spotted him as well. What a remarkable coincidence. The leader of the 3 heroes mused inwardly. Upon leaving Wushan town, they had intended to seek refuge at the 12-linked caves, but had witnessed the young hero single-handedly annihilate Han Long's gang within this very inn. After some time, they still felt compelled to venture to the 12-linked caves to make a name for themselves. However, halfway through their journey, they unexpectedly encountered this young hero once again. Could he be here for another bounty mission? Although doubt lingered in their hearts, the leader of the 3 heroes approached Xiao Bieli, clasping his hands in greeting. Young hero Shun. Xiao Bieli looked up, surprised to see the 3 heroes, and responded with a smile. What a delightful coincidence. The leader of the 3 heroes chuckled. Indeed, it is quite the coincidence that we, 2 times now, have encountered young hero Shun while attempting to join the 12-linked caves. After Shen Lang had slain Han Long, news of his identity began to circulate. The tale of the disappearance of the 6th grade master, Zhang Chong of Dongjiang County, at the hands of the Tianlang stronghold had already spread across half of the county, and they had certainly heard of it. Moreover, it was said that the valiant Shun was one of the 4 who had escaped alive from the stronghold. A chance encounter is far more delightful than an invitation. Since fate has brought us together, why not share a meal? Proposed Xiao Bieli. The 3 heroes of Wushan exchanged glances, and the eldest spoke. We hold great admiration for you, young Master Shun. Allow us the honor of treating you to this meal as a gesture of our respect. The trio of Wushan took their seats and ordered a selection of food and drink. At that moment, a new group of patrons entered the inn, led by a man and a woman. The man, appearing to be in his early 40s, was clad in coarse linen garments, while the woman, seemingly in her 30s, donned an exquisite white palace dress, her beauty striking and elegant. 4 armed companions accompanied them. Xiao Bieli cast a fleeting glance at the 6 newcomers before retracting his gaze. These individuals were no ordinary folk. All 4 subordinates were 7th-grade fighters. The man's martial prowess likely rivaled that of Zhou Chang. Xiao Bieli could faintly detect the scent of blood emanating from them, indicating recent violence. They were still stained from battle, having merely changed their attire without time for a thorough cleansing. Quickly serve us your signature dishes. We must eat and be on our way, commanded the middle-aged man. As the attendant hurried off, the man's gaze swept across the patrons within the inn, lingering on Xiao Bieli for a few seconds before moving on. Let us eat quickly. Once we leave Dongjiang County, we shall be free. The 3 heroes of Wushan also glanced at the newcomers. They had never encountered a woman of such beauty. Yet they understood that anyone bold enough to travel with such a striking companion was surely formidable. Nevertheless, they promptly averted their eyes. Such a woman was beyond their reach. With few patrons present, the service was swift, and in no time, a grand feast was laid before them. Lately, we have often heard the illustrious name of young Master Shun. The Tianlang stronghold colluded with the Sanjiang alliance, and even the esteemed Zhang was ensnared by them. That you emerged unscathed is truly admirable, remarked one of the Wushan trio. Indeed, Han Long fell by your hand. We, the masters of Tsang County, applaud your victory. Alas, such noble heroes as yourself are rare in today's world. After a couple of drinks, the atmosphere grew more relaxed among the Wushan heroes. As they basked in each other's compliments, Xiao Bieli smiled and inquired, "So, are you three-headed to join the 12 linked forts?" The eldest, Wu Ming, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. The last time we crossed paths with young Master Shun, we resolved to venture there, though we were somewhat daunted by your martial skills. Yet, at 33, having trained in our ancestral techniques to this extent, I feel I have reached my limit. To strive for recognition at the 12 linked forts might yield a few techniques to pass down to my son, who may one day carve out his own name in the martial world." Xiao Bieli shook his head, replying, "The world is like a tide, and people like water. How few return from the rivers and lakes. Sometimes, embracing a life of simplicity is not necessarily a misfortune. Though this world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest, the mighty Qian Dynasty continues to thrive, safeguarded by the martial halls across various regions, ensuring that the typical citizen remains unscathed amidst the chaos of the martial world. Alas, only a few lament the fleeting nature of the martial realm. Unfortunately, some individuals fail to grasp this truth." At that moment, a robust voice resonated from outside, heralding the entrance of over a dozen imposing figures clad in black attire, wielding weapons. Leading them was a strikingly handsome man in his 30s, whose gaze fell upon the 6 individuals who entered after Xiao Bieli, ultimately resting on a middle-aged man. He shook his head and said, "Third uncle, I simply cannot fathom why, despite the kindness shown by the 12 linked rings, you would choose to betray us." Upon seeing the man, Wu Ming's expression shifted dramatically, murmuring, "Is it really the young master?" The room fell silent. In Dongjiang County, there was but one young master, the esteemed Guan Yunpeng of the 12 linked rings. Even Xiao Bieli's eyes reflected surprise. Guan Yunpeng's eyes sparkled with vigor, and his powerful aura suggested he was at least a 6th-tier expert. Yet, he seemed rather ostentatious. Even a 7th-tier martial artist could manage their presence. Appearing no different from an ordinary person, Guan Yunpeng, with an air of desperation to prove his strength, could only be described as showy. "Let us dine and depart promptly," Xiao Bieli remarked, glancing at the Wu Mountain trio. Having indulged in drink, he realized he had scarcely eaten, should a conflict arise. The untouched banquet would surely go to waste. The Wu Mountain trio exchanged glances, contemplating whether they could still find appetite in such dire circumstances. "Ha!" The middle-aged man chuckled, rising to face Guan Yunpeng, his voice icy. "Betrayal?" The 12 linked rings were established by both the Guan and Wu families. From humble beginnings to our current stature, I cannot comprehend why, throughout these years, the leadership has remained solely with the Guan family. If not for your father's incessant hostility, how could my Wu family have dwindled to but a mere handful? The 7-star begonia is tasteless and devoid of essence. Even a peak 5th-tier expert who consumes it shall meet their demise 3 days hence. I have witnessed your father consume it. How is it that he remains unharmed?" Guan Yunpeng replied with a smile. "Third uncle, are you not curious as to why, regardless of where you flee, we are always able to find you?" Wu Ming furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a delicate hand pressed against his abdomen, and with a swift motion, a terrifying force surged forth, causing him to spit blood and stagger backward. Gazing at Lin Rong, who had moments before been tenderly nestled in his embrace, disbelief washed over him. "You belong to Guan Tianwu's faction?" Lin Rong, whom he had rescued 11 years prior from a band of mountain robbers and trained in martial arts, had, unbeknownst to him, been plotting his demise since that time. Chapter 37, A Web of Deceit. Lin Rong naturally positioned herself beside Guan Yunpeng, looking at Wu Ming and shaking her head. "I merely believe, my husband, that you have erred, which is why I sought to abandon the darkness for the light." Guan Yunpeng sighed. "Third uncle, you should return with me. My father possesses a benevolent heart. Even after your transgressions, he would not take action against you." He chuckled softly. Wu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although Lin Rong was merely at the pinnacle of the 7th rank, he had been caught completely off guard and was injured by that single strike. Furthermore, he had already sustained wounds in their previous encounters. Guan Yunpeng had been personally trained by Guan Tianwu. Despite his slightly diminished energy, he was surrounded by numerous skilled fighters from the 12 linked rings, making it exceedingly difficult for him to escape in his current state. Nevertheless, he had no intention of surrendering easily. With a sudden thud, he forcefully stomped the ground, his palms flying forth as he charged directly at Guan Yunpeng. A smirk of derision appeared on Guan Yunpeng's face. The reason his father had refrained from attacking Wu Ming was that Wu Ming's father had held immense prestige while alive within the 12 linked rings. and many of the current experts had benefited from the Wu family's favor. If Wu Ming were to relinquish his resistance and return with him, he would likely find his martial prowess stripped away, living out his days in tranquility. However, with Wu Ming now taking the initiative to strike, the possibility of Guan Yunpeng inadvertently killing him seemed rather insignificant. Buzz! Wu Ming's attack bore the might to shatter stone. The air was explosively compressed upon his strike. In that instant, the four loyal experts by his side also launched their assaults, aiming to eliminate those surrounding Guan Yunpeng. They sought to create an opportunity for Wu Ming to escape. Seeing Wu Ming advance, Guan Yunpeng's expression remained unchanged as he stepped forward, meeting the attack with a palm of his own. Yet, Wu Ming's body twisted midair, deftly evading Guan Yunpeng's strike and lunging towards Lin Rong. Lin Rong's face paled, and she retreated repeatedly until she found herself near the table of Xiao Bieli and his companions. As Wu Ming's palm approached, she gathered her inner strength and aimed for the leader of the three heroes of Wushan, Wu Ming. Wu Ming's expression shifted dramatically. This woman intended to use him as a shield? Lin Rong's speed was too swift for him to evade, and he could only watch helplessly as her jade hand reached for him. Just as despair loomed, whoosh, a flash of a blade suddenly emerged. Thud! An arm flew skyward, blood spraying forth and drenching Wu Ming. The preceding events unfolded with such swiftness that even Guan Yunpeng and Wu Ming were momentarily taken aback and swiftly retreated. A piercing scream erupted from Lin Rong's lips. It was only at this moment that Guan Yunpeng reacted, gazing at Lin Rong, now missing an arm, with a grim expression. Kid, are you meddling in affairs that do not concern you? Lin Rong clutched her severed arm, her eyes filled with venomous hatred as she hissed, Kill him. I demand you to slay him. Guan Yunpeng dismissed Lin Rong's pleas, his gaze fixed on Xiao Bieli, suddenly recognizing the man before him. You are Shenlang? He had heard Shenlang's name due to the incidents involving the Tianlang stronghold. But what truly etched Shenlang into his memory was the news received that very morning. Shenlang had slain Sun Chang'e, the leader of the Chang'e gang, alongside Han Wuyin in Lichuan County. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering Shenlang here. Shouldn't he still be in Linshui County? Although Shenlang is merely at the pinnacle of the 7th rank, it is said that his formidable martial arts prowess is such that even Sun Chang'e, at the mid-6th rank, cannot breach his defenses. Xiao Bieli shook her head, stating, I have always been someone who shies away from trouble and dislikes meddling in others' affairs. However, Wu Ming is my friend. I cannot simply stand by and watch as she uses her body to absorb that strike. Upon hearing this, the three heroes of Wushan felt a surge of emotion. They had only met the young hero Shen twice and could not truly consider him a friend. Yet he was willing to offend the 12 linked docs for their sake. Truly, Shenlang is a man of honor, willing to spend silver to procure information from the Jiangshan Pavilion to uphold justice, unlike those hypocrites in the martial world. Guan Yunpeng, will you take action or not? Kill him! Kill him! Lin Rong cried out sharply. Guan Yunpeng's gaze flickered. His relationship with Lin Rong was complex, and Shenlang's previous strike instilled a sense of caution within him. Furthermore, today's primary objective was to deal with Wu Ming, and eliminating Shenlang as well would prove to be quite challenging. Wu Ming glanced at Xiao Bieli and smiled, saying, Young hero Shen, now you have also offended Guan Yunpeng. Why not join forces with me to keep him here? Guan Yunpeng's expression grew serious, but he suddenly smiled and replied, Young hero Shen, there is no irreconcilable hatred between us. If you leave now, I assure you that the 12 linked docs will not trouble you. Yunpeng, Lin Rong exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. She had sacrificed so much for Guan Yunpeng, and now, after having her arm severed, he was willing to let Shenlang go? If you dare to let him escape, I will make it known to the world that you have been entangled with the woman who is bound by brotherhood to your father. This revelation sent shockwaves through the inn, leaving the patrons pale with shock. Guan Yunpeng, as the young leader of the 12 linked docs and its future master, would face severe repercussions if his relationship with Lin Rong were to become public knowledge. The elders of the 12 linked docs would certainly take issue, and the entire organization would likely become a laughingstock in Dongjiang County. Sometimes, knowing too much can be a perilous burden. Wu Ming, infuriated, pointed a trembling finger at Lin Rong, his lips turning white as he spat. Vile woman, you led me to divorce my first wife in pursuit of you, only to wear this green hat. If Lin Rong had been deliberately placed in his path by Guan Tianwu, he might have found some solace in that. What nonsense are you spouting? Guan Yunpeng bellowed in anger. He had not anticipated that Lin Rong would expose their illicit relationship. Ha ha. Lin Rong, her face twisted with madness, retorted, "What? Are you going to kill me? You were the one who initiated our flirtation, and now you fear the consequences? The entire inn is now aware of our connection. If you do not silence them all, your scandal will spread throughout Dongjiang County by tomorrow." Guan Yunpeng fixed his gaze on Xiao Bieli and coldly stated, "As long as Brother Shin vows not to disclose what he has heard today, I will still allow you to leave. For now, we must first deal with Wu Ming. As for Shin Lang, once Wu Ming is dealt with, we can address him. With the influence of the 12 linked docks in Dongjiang County, dealing with Shin Lang will be an effortless task." Xiao Bieli inquired, "And what about them?" Guan Yunpeng shook his head and said, "I trust Brother Shun, but I cannot place my faith in them." Wu Ming quickly interjected, "Young hero Shun, you need not concern yourself with us." With that, he removed the silver and weapons from his person and handed them to Xiao Bieli, saying, "I beseech you, young hero Shun, to return these items for me. My home is—" Before Wu Ming could finish his sentence, Xiao Bieli shook his head and interrupted, "You should return these yourself." Guan Yunpeng spoke coldly, "So, Brother Shin truly intends to stand against me?" Xiao Bieli shook his head, "As long as you release them, I shall not oppose the young master." In a flash, Guan Yunpeng moved like lightning, pointing a finger at Xiao Bieli's chest. This strike, infused with formidable energy, could shatter gold and split stone. However, Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged as he also extended a finger. With a resounding thud, their fingers collided, sending a shockwave that forced Guan Yunpeng to retreat 3 steps, while Xiao Bieli feigned staggering back 2 steps. Just then, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed, "Kill." Guan Yunpeng's eyes lit up with excitement as he barked, "Charge. Leave no one alive. Kill without mercy." In an instant, the elite fighters of the 12 linked rings surged forward as one. Wu Ming waved his hand, leading 4 subordinates of the 7th rank toward the tavern's entrance. Though he was gravely injured, with Shun Lang blocking Guan Yunpeng, he still had a glimmer of hope for escape. Resolute, Wu Ming dashed toward the tavern door. Clang, clang. Guan Yunpeng's men fought fiercely to halt him. Stepping forward, Guan Yunpeng unleashed a finger strike, bursting with power and speed akin to lightning. Wu Ming retaliated with a palm strike. Bang! Wu Ming was forced back 3 steps by that finger, while Guan Yunpeng staggered back only 1 step. Noticing Xiao Bieli remained inactive, Wu Ming urgently called out, "Young hero Shin, we must strike together if we are to survive." At that moment, more than 10 individuals approached the tavern's entrance, led by a frail old man with a head of white hair. Upon seeing the old man, Guan Yunpeng smiled and said, "Elder Lien, you have finally arrived. You block Shin Lang. I shall capture my 3rd uncle first." Guan Yunpeng was well aware that although Lien Yunxin was his father's confidant, he might hesitate to act against Wu Ming, given the repercussions of killing him, which would surely offend those experts who had benefited from the Wu family. Shin Lang? Lien Yunxin furrowed his brow. He had heard of this name. A recent emergence who not only made a name for himself in the Tianlang stronghold, but also killed the 7-fingered divine eagle, Sun Chang'e, in Lichuan County, albeit with assistance. Yet, how had Shin Lang allied himself with Wu Ming? Over the years, Wu Ming had been a thorn in the side of the young master. However, Lien Yunxin dismissed Shin Lang as merely a 7th-rank peak fighter with some martial prowess. Had it not been for Han Wuyin's intervention, Shin Lang would not have been able to kill Sun Chang'e. Lien Yunxin gazed at Xiao Bieli, shaking his head. "Shin Lang, regardless of your origins, offending the 12 linked chains in Dongjiang Prefecture is ultimately unwise." Xiao Bieli replied with a shake of his head, "I never intended to offend the 12 linked chains. However, knowing of the affair between your young leader and his aunt and uncle, he is likely unwilling to let me go." Lien Yunxin furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Lin Rong, who stood in the corner, missing an arm, and then his expression relaxed. This time, they had brought only trusted allies. As long as they dealt with everyone in the inn, there would be no trouble. Lien Yunxin remarked, "Sometimes, knowing too much can indeed bring about significant troubles. In your next life, avoid meddling." Xiao Bieli shook his head, responding matter-of-factly, "What you perceive as trouble may not necessarily be so in my view. Moreover, I have yet to finish this life, so I shall not contemplate the next." In the next moment, Lien Yunxin struck fiercely. The sound of metal rang out as Lien Yunxin drew his long knife from his waist. Though slender in build, his attack was astonishing, causing the faces of the 3 heroes behind Xiao Bieli to change dramatically. Qi separated from his body. This elder Lien was also a 6th grade master? Even if Shen Lang were formidable, once Guan Yunpeng captured Wu Ming, the two of them combined would be an insurmountable challenge for Shen Lang. A sharp flash of blade light suddenly appeared before Xiao Bieli. Experience speaks volumes. You indeed surpass Guan Yunpeng by a measure. Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged. Facing Lian Yunxin's full-force strike, he had no intention of drawing his red-sleeved knife, merely extending a finger. The force darted forth, striking at the weak point of the blade light. Clang! The blade light shattered. Lian Yunxin's expression shifted. The intelligence from Lechuan County indicated that Xiao Bieli's strongest abilities lay in his swordsmanship and horizontal training. Yet, that singular finger had effortlessly shattered his blade light. If he were to be struck by that finger, it would surely result in broken bones. A swift resolution was imperative. With this thought, Lian Yunxin's knife moved even faster. Amidst the flashing blade light, he launched more than 20 strikes. Wherever the blade passed, tables and chairs splintered. Xiao Bieli merely defended with the scabbard of his knife, occasionally extending a finger to counter Lian Yunxin's assault. "Why do you not draw your blade?" Lian Yunxin roared. Anxiety gnawed at him. Shen Lang was not as the legend suggested, merely a practitioner of horizontal skills. He sensed that Shen Lang had already stepped into the 6th grade. A 6th grade master of such youth had not been seen in Dongjiang Prefecture for decades, and Shen Lang might even have the opportunity to ascend the Dragon Tiger rankings. Xiao Bieli shook his head. "Once I draw my blade, you will not even have the chance to finish your set of techniques." The three heroes from Wushan were astonished. Shen Lang had exchanged so many blows with a 6th grade master without even drawing his knife. Could it be that Shen Lang was also a 6th grade master? No wonder he chose to protect them in the face of Guan Yunpeng's threat. He must possess great confidence. "Since you wish for me to draw my blade, then I shall oblige." Xiao Bieli sighed gently. The commotion outside had quieted, signaling that it was time to conclude the battle. Now he possesses an indomitable golden shield, rendering even the peak 6th grade master, Zhou Chang, utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon him, let alone the significantly weaker Lian Yunxin. With a sharp sound, the crimson sleeve knife was unsheathed, and Xiao Bieli's gaze transformed into one of fierce intensity. His internal martial arts were propelled to their utmost limits, causing him to appear elevated by 2 points. The 5 tigers break the door blade. The fabled elephant triumphs over the lion. As the crimson sleeve knife slashed forth, a scarlet blade aura descended with the might of a forceful strike. "Kill!" Lian Yunxin unleashed a roar, his true energy surging as he gripped his blade and thrust upward violently. Clang! A resounding crack echoed. The long knife, forged from refined iron in Lian Yunxin's hands, shattered at the impact, and he was reduced to mere fragments beneath Xiao Bieli's overwhelming strike, akin to tofu being cleaved. Blood and entrails spilled across the ground. Experience 2000. Blade Technique 1. Oh war. Has another martial skill emerged? The three heroes of the Wushan and the innkeeper, along with the waiter, nearly retched at the sight. Their gazes towards Xiao Bieli tinged with a hint of terror. They had witnessed deadly techniques before, but never had they encountered such a chilling display. Ignoring them, Xiao Bieli lightly stepped forward, darting outside to block his path. Lin Rong, filled with hatred, shouted sternly upon seeing Xiao Bieli emerge. At this moment, among Wu Ming's 4 skilled fighters, one had already perished, and the remaining 3 had been subdued. Only Wu Ming and Guan Yunpeng remained engaged in combat, but Wu Ming was severely pressed, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, clearly on the brink of collapse. As Lin Rong's voice echoed, "Kill!" several adept fighters from the 12 linked rings surged toward Xiao Bieli. His expression remained inscrutable, and with a swift motion, the crimson sleeve knife was drawn once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a single sweep, the fierce blade aura sliced through the air, sending the 6 approaching experts from the 12 linked rings flying, blood splattering in their wake. Experience 100. Experience 500. Experience 1000. Chapter 39. Just place everything on my shoulders. 6th grade. He is a 6th grade master. An astonished 7th grade expert from the 12 linked rings gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that Shen Lang was indeed of such caliber. Meanwhile, those closer to the inn peered inside, only to be met with the horrifying sight of a corpse cleaved in 2 on the ground, exclaiming in terror, "Elder Lian is dead." What? Everyone was taken aback. How could it be? In such a short span, Elder Lian had fallen to Shen Lang's hand? Lin Rong instinctively recoiled 2 steps, momentarily disregarding that the person before her was her sworn enemy who had severed her arm. If Elder Lien couldn't last against Xinlang, it seemed even Guan Yunpeng would not stand a chance. Guan Yunpeng's face mirrored astonishment, his strikes grew slightly less forceful, and he cast furtive glances toward Xiao Bieli, wary of a sudden attack. Only Wu Ming wore a smile, beckoning, "Young hero Shun, come, come. Let us join forces to eliminate Guan Yunpeng. And once we depart from Dongjiang County, they shall not be able to find us." Guan Yunpeng exclaimed furiously, "My father is the master of the 12 linked docks. If you dare to lay a hand on me, there will be no refuge for you in all of Dongjiang County. No, should you take my life, there is no way for you to leave this place. Depart now, and I assure you that the 12 linked docks will not trouble you." Xiao Bieli shook his head. "I had no intention of involving myself in your affairs, yet you chose to strike first. After that elder arrived, it seemed you were confident of your position. Now that I hold the advantage, you dare to threaten me. If I do not slay you, it would appear as though I fear your 12 linked docks." With that final word, Xiao Bieli propelled himself forward like lightning, intercepting Guan Yunpeng. A look of shock transformed Guan Yunpeng's expression as he swiftly pointed towards Wu Ming, prompting the elite fighters of the 12 linked docks to charge recklessly at Xiao Bieli. They were the direct descendants of Guan Tianwu, fully aware of the dire consequences they would face should anything happen to Guan Yunpeng, even endangering their families. With a swift flash of his blade, the ground was soon littered with lifeless bodies. Experience 500. Experience 100. Xiao Bieli lightly flicked his toes, and a long knife fell into his grasp. With a mere touch of his fingertip, the long knife shattered into numerous fragments, which he deftly directed towards the remaining assailants. Experience 1000. Experience 500. Think you can escape? You must first seek my permission. Wu Ming forcefully summoned his inner energy, striking forward with a palm. Bang! A terrifying shockwave erupted. Blood sprayed from Wu Ming's mouth as he staggered back 2 steps, while Guan Yunpeng seized the opportunity to whirl around and retreat swiftly, landing several dozen meters away in an instant. Just then, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air, growing ever closer. Guan Yunpeng, sensing the urgency, spun around to witness dozens of blade fragments hurtling towards him. "Huh!" he shouted, channeling his inner strength into his palm, thrusting it forward. Bang! The air before him exploded under the force. The fragments, propelled by Xiao Bieli's formidable strength and skill, scattered in all directions. At that moment, Xiao Bieli had already closed the distance, appearing mere inches from Guan Yunpeng. Wu Ming had caught up as well, realizing escape was futile. A fierce determination glinted in Guan Yunpeng's eyes. He brought his fingers together, thrusting them towards Xiao Bieli. A spiraling force of energy coalesced at his fingertips. Akin to a drill, this was the Guan family's ancestral technique, the star-shattering finger. The star-shattering strike was the deadliest move among the 13 fingers. Should this strike land a heavy blow on Xinlang, it might afford him a chance to flee. Faced with this attack, Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged, devoid of joy or sorrow, and he too extended a finger. The 2 fingertips collided. Bang! A thunderous sound suddenly erupted, sending a terrifying force that lifted the corners of Xiao Bieli's garments. Guan Yunpeng felt an immense power assail him, causing his 2 fingers to bend at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. With a series of coughs, he staggered back 3 steps, blood spewing from his mouth, his complexion ghastly pale, and he sank to 1 knee. Simultaneously, Xiao Bieli also took a step back. At that moment, Wu Ming rushed to within a foot of Xiao Bieli, shouting, "Young Master Shun, allow me to slay him." Xiao Bieli furrowed his brow, yet Wu Ming, in his charge towards Guan Yunpeng, suddenly pivoted and unleashed a fierce palm strike aimed at Xiao Bieli's chest. The suddenness of the attack caught even Xiao Bieli off guard. With no time to react, he summoned his inner energy, a faint golden aura forming a protective barrier around him. Bang! Wu Ming's full-force palm struck the outer golden shield with a resounding impact, sending ripples through the barrier. Wu Ming, with disbelief etched on his face, attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Xiao Bieli clenched his right hand, extending his thumb, and unleashed a powerful strike toward Wu Ming. In a moment of haste, Wu Ming summoned his true energy, his palm enveloped in it, and met the attack. Bang! Wu Ming staggered backward, clutching his injured hand, blood seeping from his palm. Standing firm with his blade, Xiao Bieli gazed at Wu Ming and sincerely inquired, "Are you a fool?" "What?" Wu Ming was taken aback. Although he did not comprehend the meaning of Xiao Bieli's words, he sensed the insult. Nevertheless, a forced smile crept onto his face as he replied, "Young Master Shun, I was momentarily bewitched, not wanting that woman's infidelity to be revealed, hence my attack against you. Young Master Shun, as long as you are willing. Before Wu Ming could finish, he was met with a flash of crimson light. The 5 tigers break the door blade. The white tiger leaps the gorge. Wu Ming barely had time to gather his energy and crossed his arms defensively. The next moment, a scream pierced the air as Wu Ming's hands were severed by the blade's edge, a crimson line appearing on his forehead, and he crumpled to the ground. Experience 2000. At this moment, Guan Yunpeng felt a jolt of fear and cried out, "You cannot kill me. You have already offended the Sanjiang alliance. If you slay me, you will have nowhere to go in the 2 counties." Puff! Guan Yunpeng's head flew into the air. Experience 2000. Xiao Bieli began to search the bodies. Guan Yunpeng had nothing of value, but Wu Ming possessed a stack of silver notes, including denominations of 101,000, totaling around 6 or 7,000 taels. Additionally, he carried a small pouch of gold leaves and a manual for the splitting air palm technique. Xiao Bieli gathered the items into his bundle and made his way toward the inn. Inside the inn, chaos reigned. Only the innkeeper, the waiter, and the 3 heroes of Wushan remained. Both the innkeeper and the waiter appeared anxious, while the 3 heroes paced restlessly within the inn, clearly far from calm. As Xiao Bieli approached, the 3 heroes of Wushan sighed in relief. Wu Ming spoke up, "Young Master Shun, you must leave at once. Such a grave incident has occurred. The entire Dongjiang prefecture is likely to descend into chaos." The innkeeper, collapsing onto the ground, muttered repeatedly, "It's over. All is lost." Xiao Bieli cast a glance around before placing several silver ingots on the table, addressing the innkeeper, "You are merely an ordinary person. As long as the 12 linked rings know who the true culprit is, they should not trouble you." The innkeeper, looking at Xiao Bieli, forced a bitter smile and said, "Young Master Shun, had it not been for you, I would have perished at the hands of the young leader long ago. Rest assured, I shall never betray you." The 3 heroes of Wushan nodded in agreement, stating, "After this, we shall retreat to Wushan town to live in seclusion. This world of martial arts is far too perilous for us. Fear not. Although we are not heroes, we are certainly not the kind of scoundrels who betray their benefactors." Xiao Bieli shook his head. "You misunderstand my intentions. If the people from the 12 linked rings come, simply tell them that the culprit is me. They bear the marks of my actions. There is no way to conceal it. Remember, place all blame upon me." With that, Xiao Bieli turned and exited through the door. Wu Ming suddenly felt a weight in his hand. Unbeknownst to him, a manual on the void-splitting palm had appeared in his grasp. His expression changed drastically as he exchanged glances with his 2 brothers, hurriedly concealing the manual within his sleeve. After stepping outside, Xiao Bieli took hold of a horse brought by the 12 linked rings and headed towards Dongjiang Prefecture City. Chapter 40. The Blade Drawing Technique. Upon departing from Zaiqi Town, he arrived at the riverside where he had enhanced his martial skills after slaying Han Long. Xiao Bieli halted his horse. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level, mid-6th rank. Martial skills, Yijin Jing, 31100. Gale Blade Technique, perfect. 13 Guardians Cross-Training, perfect. Iron Cloth, perfect. Cloud Ladder Technique, perfect. 5 Tiger Breaking the Door Blade, perfect. Golden Bell Shield, 50100. Mighty Vajra Finger, 10,100. Techniques refined, copper skin, light as a swallow. Experience points, 9,860. Awaiting claim, blade drawing technique. The blade drawing technique? Xiao Bieli gazed at the technique awaiting his claim on the panel and murmured, "Extract." Boom. Countless methods of cultivating the blade drawing technique surged into his mind, accompanied by a wealth of experiences, as if he had practiced this technique for a considerable duration. Moments later, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes, murmuring, "Indeed. It is Fu Hongshua's blade drawing technique. A mere simple motion of drawing the blade and then sheathing it." However, it was only at 5% proficiency, which typically requires 2 to 3 years of unceasing practice to achieve mastery. With ample experience points, he decided to enhance his realm, spending 5,000 experience points. He upgraded his Yijin Jing. Realm, late 6th rank. Yijin Jing, 36100. Boom. A surge of pure true energy erupted from his dantian, flowing through his limbs and meridians, and within moments, his governor channel was unblocked. He had reached the late stage of the 6th rank. Phew. Xiao Bieli exhaled a heavy breath, a white mist emanating from his lips, transforming into a fleeting ribbon before dissipating half a meter away. with 4,800 experience points remaining. Even enhancing the Golden Bell shield would not suffice for a full upgrade. Thus, he decided to expend 1,000 experience points to elevate his blade drawing technique. Boom! Countless memories of drawing and sheathing the blades surged into Xiao Bieli's mind, as if he had performed the action tens of thousands of times in that singular moment. His palms, already calloused from mastering two sword techniques, developed yet another layer of hardened skin. Blade drawing technique. 15-100, swish. The blade flashed, severing the branches overhead into several pieces that plummeted to the ground. The speed of his strikes had increased by 20%. No swordsman of the same realm could withstand even a single blow from him. With this thought, Xiao Bieli softly declared, "Consume all experience points to enhance the blade drawing technique." Boom! That familiar sensation washed over him once more, and his hands felt ablaze. Blade drawing technique. 53-100. Meanwhile, deep within the remote mountains of Linshui County, Han Wuyin coughed up blood, his body staggering. The white-spotted tiger, Chun Xingwu, was indeed formidable. I wonder if Shen Lang is facing pursuit. He had departed before Shen Lang and encountered Qin Xing on the way, only just escaping his clutches. If the Sanjiang Alliance has sent more than one Qin Xing, then Shen Lang may be in grave danger. At the Baiyun Villa, the council chamber was strewn with a dozen corpses, the atmosphere heavy with silence. For individuals stood within the chamber, by Tianzong, the master of Baiyun Villa, the second master Wei Yong, and two sixth-grade elders. They gazed solemnly at the bodies on the ground. Wei Yong spoke. Zhou Chang was poisoned first, then beheaded. I found these fine needles on the corpse, coated with a deadly toxin. Even if he had not been executed, Zhou Chang would not have survived. Furthermore, as I understand it, these wind-breaking needles are a unique weapon of the Liu family, exceedingly difficult to manufacture. Most importantly, the poison is lethal upon contact with blood, making its creation extraordinarily challenging. One elder interjected, "Are you suggesting that Lu Jun was responsible for the death of the third master?" Yet Lu Jun is also deceased, and at the hands of a master swordsman. Bai Tianzong turned to Wei Yong and inquired, "Could it be that the person behind Xiao Bieli, whom Lu Jun sought, has intervened?" Wei Yong shook his head. "This wound appears reminiscent of Shen Lang's handiwork. It is identical to the injuries sustained by the two chieftains Zhou Chang brought back from Dog Mountain." Bai Tianzong furrowed his brow. "But Shen Lang is merely at the pinnacle of the 7th grade? How could he have slain Zhou Chang?" Wei Yong sighed. If Zhou Chang were at his peak, Shen Lang would indeed be incapable of killing him. However, if Zhou Chang had been struck by the wind-breaking needle, then not only Shen Lang, a master of the blade, but even any casual 7th grade expert could easily have dispatched Zhou Chang. I surmise that a conflict ensued between Zhou Chang and Lu Jun, leading to a confrontation with the 6th grade expert beside Zhou Chang, while Lu Jun launched a surprise attack with the wind-breaking needle, ultimately allowing Shen Lang to reap the benefits. Bai Tianzong shook his head. "Let us not speak of this further. After all, the Zhongyuan sword sect is flourishing, and the Liu family is not one we can afford to offend. All things considered, Zhou Chang could only have met his demise at the hands of Shen Lang. Disseminate the order. Let all those under the banner of Baiyun Villa exert their utmost efforts to locate Shen Lang. A reward of 1,000 taels of silver shall be granted for any information leading to his whereabouts. Should anyone return with Shen Lang's head, a bounty of 5,000 taels shall be bestowed." 1 hour later, in Xiahe town, the townsfolk had shuttered their doors and windows, too fearful to venture outside. They had all heard of the bloodshed that transpired at the inn an hour prior, where the young deputy leader of the 12 linked rings met his tragic end. Who would dare approach in such perilous times? Clatter! The sound of urgent hooves echoed as 100 riders entered Xiahe town, encircling the inn. Guan Tianwu surveyed the ground strewn with corpses, his expression grim. An expert from the 12 linked rings hurriedly approached him, offering a respectful salute. "Leader, we have discovered the body of the young deputy ahead." Without uttering a word, Guan Tianwu proceeded forward, followed closely by the elite of the 12 linked rings. Guan Yunping's body lay on the ground, his head gruesomely reattached to his torso. The innkeeper stood a short distance away, visibly anxious. Upon seeing his son's lifeless form, Guan Tianwu felt a sharp pang in his heart. Though he had more than one son, Guan Yunpeng was undoubtedly the most outstanding among them, having reached the mid-stage of the 6th rank at the tender age of 30, with promising prospects of succeeding him. Yet now he lay cold and lifeless. Chu Bufan stepped forward to examine the bodies of Guan Yunpeng and Wu Ming, declaring, "They fell to the blade of an expert swordsman." The wounds and the bodies discovered in the river today bear a striking resemblance. Furthermore, the martial prowess exhibited is of the same caliber. The timing aligns perfectly. The one who killed the deputy leader is the same who dispatched Lu Jun and Zhou Chang. Guan Tianwu abruptly turned his gaze toward the innkeeper. Icy words escaping his lips. Who was responsible for this? The innkeeper fell to his knees, trembling. It was Shun Lang. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Many had heard of Shun Lang's name, who had gained a modicum of fame in Dongjiang County. Yet, was he not merely a peak 7th-rank fighter? The young deputy leader was a 6th-rank master. Chapter 41. The Shock. The timeline coincides. From the incident on the river to their arrival in Xia Town, what had prompted the young deputy and brother Wu to provoke Shun Lang? Chu Bufan gazed at Wu Ming's corpse and shook his head. Though he had only joined the 12 linked rings a few years prior and had no close ties to Wu Ming, the latter's death, despite being a 6th-rank master, would undoubtedly create ripples far greater than those caused by Guan Yunpeng's demise, given his surname's weight within the organization. Guan Tianwu turned to the innkeeper, his voice chilling. Tell me everything you witnessed. Why did Shun Lang resort to such lethal force against my son? The innkeeper shuddered, gritting his teeth as he replied. I am not privy to the details, but initially, the young deputy and this esteemed Wu had a conflict at the inn, preventing Shun Lang from departing, which escalated into a confrontation. Shun Lang first killed a man and then exited the inn. Beyond that, I am unaware of what transpired. Upon hearing this, many were taken aback. Had the young master and elder Wu clashed? What was the meaning of this? Nonsense. Guan Tianwu barked sharply, causing the innkeeper to kneel in fear, paralyzed with trepidation. Investigate. Guan Tianwu's eyes narrowed as he coldly commanded. Find out the true origins of this Shun Lang. Yes. 2 trusted subordinates promptly replied before hastily departing. Guan Tianwu then turned to Chu Bufan, his eyes narrowing again. What do you think is the extent of Shun Lang's martial prowess? At such a tender age, possessing such strength, his future. Chu Bufan shook his head. Unless he has practiced some sort of pill-collecting technique, reaching this level at such a young age. If he doesn't meet an untimely end, he is destined to leave his name on the dragon and tiger rankings. Guan Tianwu murmured. In that case, he cannot be allowed to remain. Just then, the sound of someone lightly stepping on branches echoed through the air. Who is it? Chu Bufan whirled around, then suddenly struck with a palm towards the source of the sound. Boom. The fierce palm energy sliced through the air. Bang. A loud crash resonated as a figure was forced into view by Chu Bufan's strike. Jianghua. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Chu Bufan said coldly, You have quite the audacity to venture alone into my Dongjiang County. Scholar Jianghua chuckled and replied, I descended the river from the neighboring county last night, but regrettably, I arrived a step too late. Otherwise, perhaps such a catastrophe could have been avoided. Do you gentlemen know the true identity of Shun Lang? True identity? Chu Bufan retorted coldly. Do you claim to know Shun Lang's background? Guan Tianwu echoed sternly. Speak of what you know, or you shall not leave today. Jianghua smiled. At least at this moment, we share a common enemy, Master Guan. Shun Lang has also slain members of my Sanjiang Alliance. If we of the Sanjiang Alliance and you of the 12 linked caves cannot deal with a single Shun Lang, we will become a laughingstock in the future. Chu Bufan furrowed his brows. Spare us the trivialities. Jianghua grinned. Have you gentlemen heard of the name Xiao Bieli? Xiao Bieli? Guan Tianwu glanced at Chu Bufan, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Chu Bufan frowned. It seems Lu Jun was searching for Xiao Bieli. No, Lu Jun also perished on the river yesterday. Are you suggesting that Shun Lang is Xiao Bieli? But Xiao Bieli is only 17. How could he possibly be Shun Lang? A 6th tier at 21 possesses the qualifications to ascend the dragon and tiger rankings, yet a 6th tier at 17 is entirely different, even among the top sects. He could become a true disciple, or even be accepted as a direct disciple by a powerful sect master. Guan Tianwu's expression grew serious, and he coldly asked, You are not deceiving me? Jianghua shook his head. There is no benefit in deceiving you regarding this matter. Yesterday, a member of my Sanjiang Alliance miraculously survived. This is what he personally heard, and Lu Jun was indeed searching for Xiao Bieli with a tracking talisman. What are the odds that Shun Lang and Xiao Bieli would appear on the same boat? Shun Lang and Xiao Bieli are the same person. The enmity between the 12 linked docks and Xiao Bieli runs deeper than that of our Sanjiang Alliance. You ought to comprehend what a mere 17-year-old 6th rank representative signifies. Therefore, it would be prudent for the leader Guan to eliminate Xiao Bieli post-haste. Such a prodigy, if allowed to mature, would bring calamity upon us all. With that, Jiang Hua lightly leapt away into the distance. Guan Tianwu clenched his fists and spoke gravely. Disseminate the news that Shen Lang is indeed Xiao Bieli. Issue a bounty across the entire county. A day later, following the death of the 12 linked doc's young leader Guan Yunpeng at Shen Lang's hands, and the revelation of Shen Lang's true identity as Xiao Bieli, the entire Dongjiang County erupted in turmoil. At the Drunken Flower Pavilion, patrons murmured, "So Shen Lang was the Xiao Bieli sought by the Baiyun Villa for over a month? I once regarded Shen Lang as a youthful hero of Dongjiang County. Yet he turns out to be such a treacherous character. Indeed, if I had attained the 6th rank at 17, what woman could I not have? But you are unaware that some prefer the taste of sister-in-law. Now that Xiao Bieli has slain Guan Yunpeng, the young leader of the 12 linked docs, along with elder Wuming, he has irrevocably offended the 12 linked docs. It appears even the 3rd leader of Baiyun Villa, Zhou Chong, has met his end at Xiao Bieli's hands. It seems Xiao Bieli is doomed. Yet, one cannot deny Xiao Bieli's formidable prowess. Even Zhou Chong fell before him. Have you heard? He has been dubbed the Bloodblade Diamond. Why such a name, you wonder? It is due to his weapon, a crimson blade, which grows increasingly red with bloodshed. Coupled with his terrifying martial skills, he fights with the ferocity of a diamond. Han Wuyin, overhearing the conversations around him, raised his cup and drank deeply. Shen Lang is Xiao Bieli? So it turns out I have borne the blame for him that night? Reflecting on the events in Lichuan County, he felt a wave of frustration. He had thought he was taking the fall for someone else, only to discover it was for Xiao Bieli. Without Xiao Bieli's intervention, given his current strength, it would be a challenge to kill Sun Changhe, and even then, success was not guaranteed. Han Wuyin murmured, Bloodblade Diamond. Such a title is indeed imposing, yet it hardly suggests a benevolent figure. To have offended one faction of the Sanjiang Alliance is perilous enough. Now, with both the 12 linked docs and Baiyun Villa in pursuit, escaping Dongjiang County will be no small feat should I extend an introduction. However, to join my blood clothing pavilion. No. I should first ascertain Xiao Bieli's whereabouts and inquire about his intentions. In Dongjiang County, at the Jinwu Hall, a strikingly handsome youth, whose features were almost feminine, stood by the window on the 2nd floor, perusing the documents in his hands. He turned to Zhu Shou and asked, "Is this the reliable person you recommended?" Zhu Shou, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, replied, "My lord, I was unaware that Shen Lang was Xiao Bieli. He merely sought tasks at our Jinwu Hall, targeting those who commit vile acts, and was willing to purchase information at the Jianshan Pavilion." Chapter 42, Public Enemies of Two Counties. "My lord," Zhu Shou whispered, "if Shen Lang and Xiao Bieli are not feasible, I can find you a reliable individual. Although there are not many martial experts in Dongjiang County, locating 2 or 3 proficient 6th-grade masters should not pose a significant challenge. Moreover, given your esteemed status, they would not dare to act recklessly. While I am uncertain of your exact identity, even the esteemed leader of the Martial Hall in Dongjiang County treats you with utmost reverence, indicating you are indeed someone of high standing." The handsome young man glanced at the documents in his hand and suddenly inquired, "Is Xiao Bieli still betrothed to Lin Qingyuan?" Zhu Shou promptly responded, "According to rumors, that appears to be the case." The Lin family initially resided in Lichuan County, where Miss Lin was noticed by a master from the Tsangyuan sword sect, who took her back to their sect. The Lin family subsequently relocated to Qingzhou, and the two families have since lost contact. "Quite intriguing," the young man remarked, placing the documents on the table with a faint smile. "Should there be any news regarding Xiao Bieli, notify me immediately. I am curious to see if certain individuals will come to regret their actions once Xiao Bieli matures and emerges at the Tsangyuan sword sect." Zhu Shou felt a tremor in his heart. The Tsangyuan sword sect is one of the 9 factions and 6 gangs of the martial world, possessing formidable strength. Did the young man imply that those from the Tsangyuan sword sect were responsible for targeting Xiao Bieli? Were they intending to disrupt the couple's union? Nevertheless, it was said that Miss Lin had already become a true disciple of the Tsangyuan sword sect, and given Xiao Bieli's previous renown, it would not be surprising if they sought to break their bond. Indeed, the leader has already set out to investigate Xiao Bieli's whereabouts. However, both Baiyun Villa and the 12 linked forts have also contacted us, expressing their hope that we will inform them should we acquire any news of Xiao Bieli. The handsome young man shook his head gently and replied, "Do not concern yourself with them. If there is news about Xiao Bieli, I shall go see him personally." In Tsang County, within a modest tavern, Xiao Bieli sat in the far corner. Now that his identity had been exposed, he no longer hid behind Xinlang's visage. After all, his martial skills had reached perfection, and his facial features had undergone slight changes. The streets were filled with portraits depicting him from before he had achieved mastery. While there was still some resemblance, at first glance, it was challenging to connect him to the person in the images. Bloodblade King Kong. This moniker irked Xiao Bieli. He downed a cup of wine in one gulp, feeling somewhat disgruntled. While others in the martial world had titles such as Paragon of Righteousness or Thief Prince, he was branded as the Bloodblade King Kong. At this rate, he feared he would be relegated to the ranks of those in the demonic path. In the realm of Daoist, being labeled as such was far from a commendable distinction. Just like the current 8 sects of the demonic path, they dwelled in the barren regions of Daoist, while the prosperous territories were dominated by righteous sections. At that moment, 2 shadowy figures lingered at the tavern's entrance, occasionally peeking inside, as if to confirm something. Waiter, the bill. Xiao Bieli tossed a few small silver coins onto the table and turned to exit the tavern. Mounting his horse, he galloped towards the outskirts of Tsang County. Yet, before he could leave the county, a group of armed martial artists intercepted him at the city gate. Xiao Bieli gazed at the assembly of martial artists, shaking his head in bewilderment. What does this signify? At the city gates, a throng of onlookers had gathered. Their curiosity piqued. Even the leader of the Spirit Snake Gang, Ji, had arrived. Who is this youth? They were perplexed as to why the members of the Spirit Snake Gang had mobilized to confront a young hero who appeared to be no more than 17 or 18 years old. Indeed, it is the Bloodblade Vidra, Xiao Bieli. What? This is the very Xiao Bieli sought after by the 12 linked sectors and the Baiyun Mountain Manor? No wonder Ji has taken personal action. If he can eliminate Xiao Bieli, both the 12 linked sectors and Baiyun Mountain Manor will owe the Spirit Snake Gang a significant favor. Yet, this Bloodblade Vidra seemed far from the bloodthirsty figure depicted in legends. You know nothing. One may recognize a face, but fail to comprehend the heart. Many onlookers, driven by curiosity, scrutinized Xiao Bieli. In recent days, he had become the most renowned figure in the martial world of Dongjiang County. Not only had he slain Zhou Chang, the third head of Baiyun Mountain Manor, but he had also dispatched Guan Yunpeng, the young leader of the 12 linked sectors, along with Elder Wuming. These were prominent figures in the martial community of Dongjiang County, yet they had all succumbed to a mere boy of 17 or 18. Bloodblade Vidra, you have committed numerous atrocities. Surrender willingly and accompany me to the 12 linked sectors. Today, I may spare you some suffering, Ji Ling declared coldly, standing at the city gate. He was also at the 6th rank's late stage, and with the Spirit Snake Blade array at his disposal, he could easily contain a peak 6th rank opponent. Moreover, he had learned from Baiyun Mountain Manor that Zhou Chang had perished at Xiao Bieli's hands due to poisoning. As long as the Spirit Snake Blade array ensnared Xiao Bieli, he would not grant him a moment's respite. Once Xiao Bieli was vanquished, both the 12 linked sectors and Baiyun Mountain Manor would be compelled to show the Spirit Snake Gang due respect, facilitating its further development. Committed numerous atrocities? Xiao Bieli shook his head. Do you not know that Zhou Chang pursued me from Dongjiang County to Linshui County solely to kill me? As for Guan Yunpeng, he sought to silence me because I uncovered his affair with Lady Lin Rong of Wuming. If I had not intervened, the people within the inn would have faced annihilation. I attempted to dissuade him, but Guan Yunpeng feared exposure. His position as young leader was at stake. Furthermore, do you know why Guan Yunpeng and Wuming were present in Xiao Town? It was due to the overwhelming influence of the Wu family within the 12 linked sectors. Guan Tianwu aimed to eliminate all threats to pave the way for Guan Yunpeng. Xiao Bieli understood the absurdity that rumors could generate. What he spoke was largely true. Aside from not intending to kill Guan Yunpeng, should these matters be divulged, 2 5th-rank elders within the 12 linked sectors, who had benefited from the Wu family, would undoubtedly cause complications for Guan Tianwu. Moreover, he possessed the Rainfall Pear Blossom Needles. Even if a 5th-rank master were to intervene, the outcome might not be in his favor. Nonsense. Ji Ling interrupted Xiao Bieli's words with a pointed gesture, disrupting his discourse. He had not anticipated hearing such explosive news from Xiao Bieli. If this matter were to spread, it was likely that the 12 linked rings would not only fail to express gratitude, but would instead blame him for allowing Xiao Bieli to utter so many indiscreet words. Moreover, he was somewhat aware of the situation at the 12 linked rings, and what Xiao Bieli had said might indeed hold truth. A fierce surge of energy, akin to a piercing arrow, shot through the air. Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged as he executed the mighty diamond finger technique with equal force. Bang! The fierce energy collided in the air, with the mighty diamond finger effortlessly shattering Ji Ling's attack, leaving a mark on the bluestone nearby. Xiao Bieli shook his head and said calmly, "Chief Ji, I do not wish to engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Allow me to depart now, and I shall treat this incident as if it never occurred." Chapter 43, The Performance. To think of leaving so easily? Ji Ling's face darkened. Xiao Bieli's martial prowess was within his expectations, but fortunately, he still had his meticulously trained serpent blade formation. Form the array and capture this individual. Ji Ling bellowed in anger. Clang, clang. The 13th, 7th, and 8th grade swordsmen beside him simultaneously drew their blades, their green blades merging into a single, overwhelming wave that enveloped Xiao Bieli. The 13 blades of the serpent gang. At last, they were making their move. The last time they acted was that was redundant. Previously, they had slain the early 6th grade head of the Pan family, Pan Xiao. One wondered if this bloodblade diamond could withstand their onslaught. Gasps echoed around, clearly indicating the formidable reputation of the serpent gang's blade formation in Song County. Yet, as the encroaching green blade light surged towards him like a tempest, Xiao Bieli's face remained tranquil. With an expression tinged with pity, he remarked, "Chief Ji, should you continue to press me, I shall have no choice but to retaliate." Ji Ling sneered, "You dare to strike? You have offended the 12 linked rings. Do you truly believe you can walk away from Dongjiang County unscathed?" Sighing softly, Xiao Bieli replied, "Since Chief Ji insists on pressing the matter, then we shall leave our fates to destiny." As the green blade light loomed closer, he unleashed a powerful surge of true energy, activating the iron shirt and the 13 guardians' horizontal training to their utmost limits, seemingly elevating himself several inches above the ground. He plunged his hands into the oncoming blade light, executing the mighty diamond finger repeatedly, each point striking at the weak points of the continuous blade light, forcing the 13 swordsmen of the serpent gang to retreat time and again. "Chief Ji, let us withdraw while we still can, and I shall overlook this matter," Xiao Bieli shouted, his voice resounding loud enough for all present to hear. His ease in navigating the relentless onslaught of green blades inspired many to harbor a longing to be the center of attention themselves. In their wanderings through the martial world, they sought only fame and fortune. To face the 13 masters of the serpent gang, along with a 6th grade expert, with such grace would surely establish their names throughout Dongjiang County. "Third uncle, I've observed that the blood blade diamond Xiao Bieli has refrained from killing. Is what he said earlier truly genuine?" A young swordsman inquired quietly of his elder, standing beside him. The expression on the third uncle's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly covered the young hero's mouth, offering nervous smiles to those around. "Children, they lack understanding. They truly lack understanding." He pulled the young hero aside to a secluded spot and chastised him in a hushed tone. "This matter concerns the 12 linked forts. How dare you speak so recklessly? Even if what Xiao Bieli says is true, having killed the young leader and the 3 masters of the Baiyun Mountain Villa, he is destined to become the public enemy of the martial world in Dongjiang County. Such words should never be uttered in public again, otherwise, it will bring trouble upon yourself, and even upon me and your father." At that moment, as Xiao Bieli shattered the continuous stream of blade light, suddenly, Ji Ling's figure darted forth like a flash of lightning, appearing mere inches from Xiao Bieli, and he pointed a finger towards Xiao Bieli's chest. Spirit snake finger. This strike, akin to a serpent's venomous breath, aimed for what Ji Ling perceived to be the weakest point in Xiao Bieli's defenses. Bang! The finger struck at the center of Xiao Bieli's dantian. Uft! Xiao Bieli, secretly channeling his energy, spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted in rage, "Ji Gangmaster, I have been yielding at every turn, yet you persist in your relentless pursuit to take my life. This is truly excessive." Ji Ling paid no heed to Xiao Bieli's words. A look of delight crossed his face as he proclaimed loudly, "He has been injured. Do not hold back. Regardless of life or death." Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of azure blade light surged towards Xiao Bieli. "Too much arrogance. Kill." Xiao Bieli bellowed in response. Clang. The red sleeves of his blade were drawn as he executed the blade drawing technique. A crimson blade aura manifested, a myriad of charm that dimmed before this single strike. Clang, clang, clang. 13 long blades shattered in response, and puffed, puffed, puffed. Among the foremost attackers, the strongest 5 suffered deep gashes upon their chests. Their faces bore expressions of disbelief as they coughed up blood and crumpled to the ground. Experience 1,000. Experience 1,000. Experience 1,000. Impossible. How can this be? Ji Ling turned to flee, entirely devoid of thoughts of avenging his fallen subordinates. Even though he was aware of the flaws in the spirit snake blade array, he sought an opportunity to shatter the formation. However, with just a single strike, Xiao Bieli had dismantled the spirit snake blade array. He could not articulate that blow. Yet he knew that even he would find it hard to survive facing it. Thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps reached Ji Ling's ears. Huh. He discerned the direction of the sound, let out a loud shout, and suddenly turned, pointing towards the source of the footsteps. Roar. A howling sound reached his ears, followed closely by a dazzling flash of blade light. 5 tigers breaking the door blade. White tiger leaping the gorge. Ji Ling's head soared into the sky. Experience 2,000. Xiao Bieli turned to regard the members of the spirit snake gang, all of whom dared not meet his gaze, bowing their heads in submission. Some were so terrified that they collapsed to the ground. Sheathing his blade, Xiao Bieli stated coldly, I do not wish to be at odds with the martial world of Dongjiang County. But should anyone dare to seek my head to curry favor with the 12 linked forts and Baiyun Mountain Villa, they should not blame me for being ungracious. Upon concluding his words, Xiao Bieli gracefully leaped onto his steed. With a gentle tap of the scabbard against the horse's hindquarters, he galloped away. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd at the city gate after his figure vanished. Even the serpent blade formation of the spirit serpent gang was effortlessly dismantled by Xiao Bieli's singular strike. To what level has Xiao Bieli's martial prowess ascended? No need for speculation. He is undoubtedly at least in the late stage of the 6th rank, coupled with his fearsome swordsmanship. Did you witness how the Blood Knife King, Xiao Bieli, executed his strike? Did you see it clearly? That blow was alarmingly swift. Initially, Xiao Bieli sought to avoid confrontation, unwilling to inflict harm. Had it not been for the ambush by Chief Ji, which wounded him, he likely would not have unleashed such carnage. I sense that Xiao Bieli does not relish slaughter. Perhaps his earlier words were indeed sincere. Could it be that the young leader is truly... Don't utter another word. If this reaches the ears of the 12 linked caves, we shall be in grave peril. After exiting the city, Xiao Bieli slowed his pace, a smile gracing his lips as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, murmuring, although my performance had its imperfections, no one can rival the outrageous extent of the rumors I have spread. This should help restore a modicum of my reputation, should it not? Chapter 44, Rumors. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, late 6th rank. Martial arts, Yijin Jing, 36100. Gale sword technique, perfection. 13 guardian strength training, perfection. Iron shirt, perfection. Drawing sword technique, 53,100. 5 tiger breaking the door knife, perfection. Golden bell shield, 50100. Mighty diamond finger, 10100. With techniques refined, copper skin, and agility akin to a swallow. Experience points, 7060. Experience has reached 7,000 once more. Alas, had my first strike been augmented by an additional 30% of power, I might have taken down a few more 8th rank swordsmen, and the experience would suffice to elevate me to a minor realm and maximize my drawing sword technique. Xiao Bieli sat astride his horse, murmuring to himself. Nevertheless, possessing 2 perfected horizontal training techniques and a golden bell shield with 50% proficiency, an elevation to a minor realm would not significantly enhance my martial capabilities. It would be wiser to first elevate my drawing sword technique to perfection. With this thought in mind, Xiao Bieli softly intoned, consume 4,700 experience points to enhance the drawing sword technique. Drawing sword technique, perfection, sword intent boom. An influx of experience from practicing the drawing sword technique surged into Xiao Bieli's mind, as if he had undergone countless experiences of drawing, striking, and sheathing his sword. In mere moments, his drawing sword technique reached perfection. Simultaneously, a unique understanding of the sword flooded his consciousness, a gift from mastering 3 distinct sword techniques. Boom! A sharp sword intent radiated from Xiao Bieli, causing the steed beneath him to become restless, surging forward. Fortunately, it was but a fleeting moment before Xiao Bieli regained his composure. Grasping the reins with one hand, he gently stroked the horse's neck, soothing the agitated creature. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, late 6th rank. Martial arts, Yijin Jing, 36100. Gale blade technique, perfected. Draw sword technique, perfected. 5 tigers break the door blade, perfected. Golden bell shield, 50100. Blade intent bronze skin, light as a swallow. Experience points, 2360. My comprehension of swordsmanship has deepened. The practice has become subtle. The mind and intent have fused, and the sword technique has reached a profound level. Is this the essence of blade intent? On the system panel, the previous subtle techniques have been replaced by blade intent. Xiao Bieli pondered deeply, and after a moment, sighed. The path of martial arts is vast and profound. With an enhanced understanding of swordsmanship, the same technique can yield countless variations. It can even transform the decayed into the miraculous. Now, to defeat Zhou Chong, I need only a single strike. Glancing at the system panel again, Xiao Bieli silently thought, consume all experience to enhance the golden bell shield. Boom. Countless experiences related to the golden bell shield surged into Xiao Bieli's mind. Golden bell shield, 73100. Once the golden bell shield is fully upgraded, I can begin to elevate my realm. Although the members of the 12 linked rings rushed to Tsang County at the first opportunity, they found that far too many had witnessed the battle and heard Xiao Bieli's words. Before their arrival, the news had already spread throughout Tsang County. Thus, the tale of the battle at the city gate echoed in all directions. In just a day, it circulated across much of Dongjiang Prefecture. Have you heard? We all misjudged the blood-blade Vajra Xiao Bieli. He merely exposed the illicit affair between the young leader of the 12 linked rings and his sworn brother's concubine, leading the young leader to attempt a fatal silence, only to be unexpectedly countered. Indeed, I've heard that the concubine is quite beautiful. I heard that the young leader eloped with Lin Rong, only to be pursued by Wu Ming. You are all mistaken, for I heard that Xiao Bieli and Lin Rong were involved, and when the young leader and Wu Ming pursued them, they did not anticipate Xiao Bieli's formidable skills, resulting in both perishing at his hands. As for the death of the third chief, Zhou Chong, it was due to Xiao Bieli's fiancée, Yi, a true disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, who regarded Xiao Bieli with disdain, prompting her followers to eliminate him, but instead, they only managed to take down Xiao Bieli's father, as Xiao Bieli had been playing the fool to ensnare the tiger. Countless versions of this tale spread wildly throughout Dongjiang Prefecture. Even the members of the 12 linked rings and Baiyun Mountain Manor found their efforts to control the rumors utterly futile. In Dongjiang Prefecture, at Baixiang Tower, 2 young men bearing long swords and clad in uniform light blue robes sat on the second floor. One appeared to be in his 30s, exuding a mature and composed demeanor, evidently a master who had opened the Ren and Du meridians. The other was around 24 or 25, yet his internal power was substantial, only a step away from fully opening the Ren meridian. Upon seeing the true disciple robes of the Zhongyu sect on the two, those on the second floor of Baixiang Tower displayed expressions of deep respect. Although the Zhongyu sect is one of the 3 major forces in Dongjiang Prefecture, they operate discreetly, with disciples primarily cultivating within the sect and rarely descending the mountain. It is said that there are only 5 true disciples in the Zhongyu sect, and today was unexpectedly the occasion to witness 2 of them. The 2 individuals paid no heed to the gazes around them. The younger disciple of the Zhongyu sect, Ding Yuan, glanced about and whispered, "Brother, how does Xiao Bieli's martial prowess compare to yours?" Wang Fan shot a glance at his proud junior and replied, "My skills, naturally, cannot rival those of Xiao Bieli. Although I have opened the Ren and Du meridians, I am already 32. Compared to Xiao Bieli, I am unworthy even to assist him in donning his shoes. These matters are unrelated to our Zhongyu sect. Our purpose in descending the mountain is to heed the commands of young Master Ning and attend to our tasks without concerning ourselves with other affairs, lest we jeopardize his grand endeavors." Ding Yuan, perplexed, inquired, "I have heard from Master that young Master Ning hails from an illustrious background. Why then does he not summon our Master to intervene, but instead sends us?" Wang Fan shook his head. "It is said that young Master Ning extended an invitation to our Master, but it was declined. Nevertheless, Master has still chosen to send us to assist, perhaps for reasons known only to him. Now, let us finish this meal and proceed to the Jinwu Hall to find young Master Ning." Meanwhile, outside Song County, 90 miles away, at a resting tea stall beside the official road, the weather was dismal, with heavy clouds looming and rain threatening to pour down at any moment. Aside from the proprietor, only 2 figures occupied the tea stall, a swordsman clad in black, aged around 23 or 24, and a swordsman in green attire. They sat at a table, sipping tea in silence for over an incense stick's duration, causing the proprietor to stifle a yawn. Xiao Bieli, gazing at the man opposite him. Han Wuyin, after a moment of contemplation, finally asked, "Brother Han, how did you manage to find me?" Han Wuyin replied, "If one truly desires to find you, it is entirely feasible. Moreover, given the considerable commotion you have caused in Song County, tracing your whereabouts is quite effortless. And since I can find you, the people from the 12 linked forts can undoubtedly do the same." Chapter 45, Bloodstained Garment Tower. Observing Xiao Bieli's indifference, Han Wuyin spoke earnestly, "I owe you a favor, and before I repay it, I wish for you to remain unharmed. Therefore, if there is anyone you wish to eliminate, I can assist you. Even if you name Guan Tianwu, while I may not be able to defeat him now, should you perish, I would still ensure that the one you mentioned meets his end. I should be capable of dealing with a 5th-grade adversary before I turn 30. Xiao Bieli shook his head. "If I had someone I wished to kill, I would do it myself. There is no need for you to feel indebted. That Sun Changhe desires my death. He is merely courting his own demise. Whether you are involved or not, I shall crush him." Seeing the sincerity in Xiao Bieli's expression, Han Wuyin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Judging by the martial prowess Xiao Bieli had displayed recently, it was evident that he surpassed Han Wuyin. Presently, the only advantage Han Wuyin held was the absence of entanglements. "Are you not curious how I located you?" Han Wuyin suddenly lifted his gaze to Xiao Bieli and asked, "Have you ever heard of the Bloodstained Garment Tower?" The Bloodstained Garment Tower? Upon hearing this name, Xiao Bieli's heart skipped a beat. Although he had not been in this world for long and lacked comprehensive knowledge of Daqian, he had certainly heard of the infamous name. It was known as the foremost assassin organization in the world. It is said that as long as the money is in place, there is no one who cannot be killed. Most notably, 90 years ago, the late emperor met his demise at the hands of the blood clot building's assassination. This world is not like the previous one, where one could eliminate the emperor simply by wielding the instrument of equality for all beings. Daqian has been established for over a millennium, and countless experts exist within the court. Whenever the late emperor ventured forth, he was invariably surrounded by unparalleled guardians, often more than one. Yet he still fell victim to the assassination orchestrated by the blood clot building, demonstrating its formidable power. Presently, the blood clot building has lost much of its former glory. After all, having assassinated the late emperor, the court could hardly remain indifferent. Nevertheless, a withered camel is still larger than a horse. The blood clot building remains a colossal entity capable of easily crushing him. "Naturally, I have heard of it," nodded Xiao Bieli. "Han Wuyin, I am indeed a member of the blood clot building. Were it not for my desire to exact vengeance, I would not linger in Manzhou. I can recommend you for membership in the blood clot building." Xiao Bieli, in a low voice, inquired, "What benefits come with joining the blood clot building?" Han Wuyin, "Although the court has targeted my blood clot building for decades, diminishing its influence in Daqian, the intelligence available within the blood clot building is beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Moreover, once you become a core member, you can exchange for martial arts of the 4th rank, or even 3rd and 2nd ranks." Xiao Bieli, "Can someone like me, who joins midway, truly become a core assassin?" Han Wuyin chuckled, "Of course. Generally, those who join midway would be fortunate to attain the status of a silver-ranked assassin, but you are different. With your talent, you are more than capable of ascending the dragon and tiger rankings, even if you cannot become a true core member. Reaching the 4th rank and becoming a gold-ranked assassin is certainly within your grasp. Once you attain gold-rank status, aside from a few specific martial arts and some crucial information, you can exchange for almost anything else. Most importantly, with the intelligence from the blood clot building, should you offend the 12 linked docks and the Baiyun Mountain Manor, or the Sanjiang Alliance, your chances of survival in Manzhou will significantly increase." Xiao Bieli felt a flicker of temptation and asked, "Am I permitted to select my targets?" Han Wuyin nodded. "The assassins of the blood clot building are classified into 5 ranks: iron, copper, silver, gold, and core assassins. Upon becoming a gold-ranked assassin, you may indeed choose your own targets. However, prior to attaining gold status, monthly tasks will be assigned from the building that must be completed." Xiao Bieli shook his head. "Compared to killing, I prefer the life of wandering the rivers and lakes. If the blood clot building allowed one to choose tasks voluntarily, without mandatory assignments, akin to the bounties from the Zhenwu Hall, I might have joined. Alas," Han Wuyin sighed and said, "I anticipated your refusal. Joining midway does indeed come with greater restrictions before one becomes a gold-ranked assassin." Upon finishing his words, Han Wuyin extracted several sheets of paper from his bosom and handed them to Xiao Bieli, stating, after the message from Tsang County was disseminated, the 12 Linked Rings faction has splintered into 2 camps. Nevertheless, Guan Tianwu continues to search for you. The Liu family has already arrived at Baiyun Villa, and even the renowned white spotted tiger of the Sanjiang Alliance, Qin Xing, has made his way there as well. During this period, numerous skilled outsiders have flocked to Dongjiang County, many of whom are disciples of the 9 factions. It would be prudent for you to steer clear of them, as these disciples are notoriously arrogant. Among the young masters of Manzhou, your renown is unparalleled, and should they manage to defeat or even slay you, it would undoubtedly catapult them to fame within the martial world. After perusing the information inscribed on the paper handed to him by Han Wuyin, Xiao Bieli furrowed his brow and inquired, what are these individuals seeking in Dongjiang County? Han Wuyin shook his head. I cannot ascertain the specifics, but they are likely in pursuit of something. Should I receive any further intelligence, I will ensure you are informed. Therefore, exercise caution. If you were to perish, I shall endeavor to avenge you, as a measure of gratitude. With that, Han Wuyin drained his cup of coarse tea and vanished down the official road. Observing the retreating figure of Han Wuyin, Xiao Bieli murmured, this assassin appears rather amicable. Having said this, Xiao Bieli resumed nibbling on the flatbread while sipping his tea. If what Han Wuyin suggested were true, and the 12 linked rings could indeed locate him, it would be wise to fortify himself. His reluctance to flee stemmed from his need for experience. Moreover, he possessed the rainstorm pear blossom needles. He was keen to discover whether the needles could fell a 5th-tier expert. At that moment, as Xiao Bieli continued to munch on his flatbread, a rumble echoed through the air. Lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a gentle patter of rain. The innkeeper glanced upward and sighed, given the current weather. It seems the rain will not cease anytime soon. Xiao Bieli chuckled. The plum rain brings a coolness to the riverside in summer. As I sit alone under the small pavilion, savoring the fragrance of tea, it is indeed a unique experience. Just then, a rapid clattering of hoofs approached, and 4 figures clad in straw raincoats halted before the tea pavilion, leaving their horses outside and entering. Xiao Bieli looked up in surprise. Among the 4 was a familiar face, Zhu Shou from the Jinwu Hall. Chapter 46, The 7-Kill Blade. Zhu Shou also spotted Xiao Bieli, his expression somewhat complex. The true disciples of the Zhangyu sect, Zheng Fan and Ding Yuan, likewise scrutinized Xiao Bieli, with curiosity gleaming in Zheng Fan's eyes. While Ding Yuan appeared eager for a challenge, Xiao Bieli's gaze rested upon the slender neck of the handsome young man. Though not as overt as the cross-dressing characters in past idol dramas, a discerning eye could still perceive that this individual was masquerading as a male. Has Senior Zhu come specifically to seek me? Xiao Bieli directed his gaze away from the young man and addressed Zhu Shou directly. With his current martial prowess, even a 5th-tier expert would pose little threat, let alone these 4, of whom only the 30-something disciple from Tsangyu and the dashing young man had successfully opened their Ren and Du meridians, making them 6th tier. Sighing, Zhu Shou clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Xiao Bieli, saying, it is not I who seeks you, Xiao, but rather it is young Master Ning who wishes to find you. Ning Qing? Xiao Bieli gazed at Ning Qing, who was disguised as a man, and inquired, might I ask what brings young Master Ning to seek me? Do you intend to act as a champion of justice, vanquishing evil? With a sudden burst of laughter that carried a hint of whimsy, Ning Qing replied, initially, I sought the assistance of Shun Lang to venture to a certain place. However, upon discovering that Shun Lang is none other than Xiao Bieli, I devised a different plan. The one who seeks to harm you is Zhuqingyun, the foremost disciple of the Zhangyuan sword sect, with whom I happen to have a rather contentious relationship. Thus, I am curious to see the expression on his face when you stand before him. Upon hearing Ning Qing's words, Zheng Fan and the others were taken aback. Zhuqingyun, the 7th ranked on the Dragon Tiger list? Zhuqingyun, merely 34 years old, had already reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier. At the age of 29, he single-handedly vanquished the notorious 17 bandits of Qishui, among whom were 4 5th-tier masters, thus earning his renown and securing a place among the top 20 on the Dragon Tiger list. Following that, Zhuqingyun consistently challenged various experts on the list, ultimately breaking into the top 10. There are speculations that he may reach the Master Realm before descending from the list. So, is it true that the true disciple Lin Qingyuan of the Zhangyuan sword sect is indeed Xiao Bieli's fiancé? Is that all? Xiao Bieli inquired, raising an eyebrow. Ning Qing nodded affirmatively. Indeed. That is precisely it. Perhaps you are unaware of my identity. I hail from the Ning family in Yongzhou. After Zhuo Qingyun eliminated the 17 bandits of Qishui, he challenged my elder brother in Yongzhou, resulting in my brother losing a hand. As long as I can make Zhuo Qingyun uncomfortable, I am content. Furthermore, my journey to Dongjiang County is to seek an item that the Zhongyuan sword sect also desires. Ning Qing turned to the others present. Zhu Shou and the two true disciples of the Zhongyu sect discreetly exited the tea pavilion, seeking refuge from the rain outside. Observing this, the tea pavilion owner promptly followed suit. Only Xiao Bieli and Ning Qing remained within, and Ning Qing, unceremoniously, seated himself opposite Xiao Bieli. In the spot previously occupied by Han Wuyin, Xiao Bieli inquired, "What is this item?" Ning Qing poured himself a cup of tea, downing it in one gulp. "It is the legacy of a fourth-tier sword master. Alas, it belongs to a sword master, and had you wielded a sword instead of a blade, you could have transcribed its teachings upon acquiring it. However, should I obtain this legacy, I can offer you a fragment of a master blade technique, albeit incomplete, missing the two most crucial killing moves." Xiao Bieli asked, "Where is this master legacy?" Currently, the only master martial art he possessed was the I Jin Jing. If he could acquire one or two additional master legacies, he might discern the differences between the I Jin Jing and the supreme martial arts of this realm. The ranks of martial arts in this world undoubtedly surpass those of the majority of martial arts novels from his previous life, at least comparable to the esteemed realms of the Fengyun world. Moreover, with his system panel, even the master martial arts of this realm could be swiftly accumulated if they were compatible. In due time, armed with several master martial arts, he might even be able to subdue the masters of the Zhongyuan sword sect. All of this transpires within the majestic confines of the Luoxia mountain. Ning Qing chuckled. The Zhongyuan sword sect has long received the news. Otherwise, do you think the one who fortuitously brought your young fiancé to the Zhongyuan sword sect would have happened to wander near the falling sunset mountain? However, it seems they did not find that swordsmanship legacy during their last attempt. Although I harbor no fondness for the Zhongyuan sword sect, your fiancé's talent is indeed remarkable. At such a tender age, she has already attained the 6th rank and comprehended sword intent. As she spoke, Ning Qing glanced at Xiao Bieli and shook her head. Is the feng shui of Lichuan County truly so extraordinary? It has produced not one, but two prodigies worthy of ascending the Dragon Tiger rankings all at once. Xiao Bieli recalled what Han Wuyin had mentioned earlier about the influx of wanderers from various states to the Eastern River County and asked, "Since the Zhongyuan sword sect did not find it, what gives you the confidence that you can absolutely locate it?" The falling Sunset Mountain range stretches for hundreds of miles, part of it in Linshui County and the other in Eastern River County. To find an item left by a master within such vastness is exceedingly challenging. Ning Qing shook her head. 10 days ago, my family obtained a map. However, the map is incomplete, only allowing us to pinpoint a rough location. This map was discovered collaboratively by my Ning family, the Salt Gang, and the Zhongyuan sword sect, and thus it was agreed that only juniors below the 5th rank from the 3 families could participate. However, the 5th ranks from Eastern River County and Linshui County are not included in this agreement. They are permitted to act. There are only a handful of renowned 5th ranks in Eastern River County and Sanshui County. Initially, I intended to ally with the Zhongyu sect and Baiyun Mountain Manor. But since you have a conflict with Baiyun Mountain Manor, and they have already colluded with the Zhongyuan sword sect, I shall abandon that idea. I do not particularly need a masteress legacy. I merely wish to create some discomfort for the Zhongyuan sword sect. Upon finishing, Ning Qing produced a somewhat tattered manual from her sleeve and handed it to Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli accepted the manual, which prominently bore the 4 characters 7 killing blade technique. Ning Qing gazed at him gravely, saying, "This blade technique was created by a master from the demonic sect. The 8 gates of demonic blades. The final 2 moves can control a person's mind and spirit, embodying the essence of a true demonic blade technique. Thus, they were torn out by a powerful figure. The earlier sections are manageable, but you must remember never to practice the last 2 moves, even if you acquire them in the future." As he opened the first page of the manual, he was met with the sight of 7 bloody characters, written in blood. A surge of blade intent emanated from the manual, and as Xiao Bieli channeled his blade intent, he carefully comprehended this essence, leafing through the pages of the 7 killing blade technique. After a brief while, his back was drenched with sweat. The individual who inscribed this blade method was undoubtedly a master, and this was an authentic piece. Merely by perusing and feeling the blade intent, Xiao Bieli sensed his understanding of the blade deepening slightly. Furthermore, this blade technique was certainly superior to the 5-tiger breaking door blade. However, this technique bore a resemblance to the 3 blades of Abijna among the world's finest. If one could not master it, they would become a slave to the blade method. Yet, as it is incomplete, it is indeed, as Ning Qing stated, not too problematic. At that moment, Xiao Bieli suddenly looked toward the rain, smiling. My troubles are about to arrive. Would you like to take cover, young Master Ning? Since Master Ning can locate my position now, it is likely that when you wish to visit Luoxiao Mountain, you will also be able to find me. Chapter 47. Lu Yunqiao Ning Qing shook his head and smiled, saying, it is likely that the individuals approaching are from the Lu family. I received word shortly after departing from Dongjiang County that members from the Lu family, along with those from Baiyun Mountain Villa, are heading this way. They must have also discerned your whereabouts. Among them is Lu Yunqiao, the cousin of Lu Jun originally. Lu Jun, being the son of the family head and possessing considerable talent, was destined to become the future leader of the Lu family. However, since he met his demise at your hands, Lu Yunqiao ought to express gratitude to you. Had Lu Jun not perished, even if Lu Yunqiao were to attain the 5th rank in the future, he would merely remain a powerful elder within the Lu family. Without unforeseen events, he might have been the future head of the Lu family. I am uncertain who else has accompanied them. Nor do I know if a 5th rank expert from Baiyun Mountain Villa has joined them. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. You ought to leave first. I will delay them for a moment. Xiao Bieli shook her head. Even if I can evade them this time, what difference does it make? As long as I remain in Dongjiang County, they will inevitably find me. Too much has transpired recently in the realm of martial arts. It ultimately boils down to the survival of the fittest. The affairs of the martial world are best left to the martial world. I have been too lenient in the past. Fleeing is not a solution. Only by instilling fear in them through annihilation will my troubles diminish. The previous incident at the inn in Xia Town already caused significant inconvenience to the innkeeper. I shall not trouble the tea house owner further. Rising to her feet, Xiao Bieli grasped the Hongxiu blade, walking towards the entrance of the tea house. She offered a faint smile to the 3 individuals standing in the corner of the shelter, donned a raincoat, and placed a bamboo hat atop her head before stepping into the rain. Zheng Fan, witnessing Xiao Bieli venture into the rain, paused momentarily as the sound of galloping hooves drew near. He had initially thought that with Xiao Bieli's association with the Ning family, she would surely leverage their influence to extricate herself from the quagmire of Dongjiang County. However, the fact that those arriving at this remote location were undoubtedly here to cause her trouble puzzled him. What does Xiao Bieli mean by confronting the pursuers alone? Seeing this, Zheng Fan turned and entered the tea house, addressing Ning Qing. Master Ning, shall we not intervene? Given Xiao Bieli's demonstrated prowess in Song County, it is likely that those coming this time include 5th rank experts. Ning Qing shook his head. Since she does not require my assistance to thwart her pursuers, then so be it. The one seeking to kill her is Zhuo Qingyun, ranked 7th on the dragon and tiger list. If she cannot even withstand the Lu family's pursuit, she is undoubtedly doomed once Zhuo Qingyun makes his move. Let us enjoy our tea and wait for the rain to cease before we depart. Ding Yuan and Zhu Shou, upon hearing Ning Qing's words, were momentarily taken aback, realizing only then that Ning Qing had previously mentioned that the one intent on targeting Xiao Bieli was Zhuo Qingyun, the 7th-ranked swordsman on the dragon and tiger list. The influence of the Zhongyuan sword sect surpasses that of the Ning family. Although the pursuers may hesitate to act out of respect for Master Ning and the Ning family's standing, Zhuo Qingyun would not harbor any reservations should he choose to strike. Yet, regardless of Xiao Bieli's exceptional talent, she remains merely a 6th-rank fighter. Encountering a 5th-rank expert would place her in grave danger. Pitter-patter. Dozens of horses galloped through the muddy terrain, splashing water in every direction. As the riders on horseback caught sight of the figure standing on the official road, cloaked in a rain cape and adorned with a bamboo hat, they reined in their horses, halting several meters away from Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli scrutinized the group, noting that the leader appeared to be in his early 30s, bearing a resemblance to Lu Jun, the one he had slain, albeit lacking the latter's composure. This man must be Lu Yunsong, as mentioned by Ning Qing. Beside Lu Yunsong, an elderly gentleman, dressed in a brocade robe and sporting a smile, resembled a harmless country squire. However, Xiao Bieli held a different opinion. Despite the man's unassuming appearance, he emanated a disquieting aura. Xiao Bieli, you possess quite a bit of audacity, daring to slay a member of the Lu family, Lu Yunsong remarked, shaking his head. Ironically, he owed Xiao Bieli a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for the latter's actions against Lu Jun, he would not have had the opportunity to ascend to the head of the Lu family, with the sole heir of the family now deceased, and a promise made to him that if he returned with Xiao Bieli's head, the position of family head would be his. He felt emboldened. Moreover, presenting Xiao Bieli's head would secure him the friendship of the esteemed Zhuo Qingyun. With Zhuo Qingyun's backing, he would be unperturbed even if the family head had illegitimate offspring outside and attempted to retract his promise. Thus, Xiao Bieli must perish, and it must be at his hands. Ah, Lu Yunsong. Xiao Bieli raised his head and smiled at Lu Yunsong. It is amusing to note that Lu Jun met his end at my hands. I have granted you the opportunity to become the family head. You ought to express your gratitude. Furthermore, since the family head Lu Zhongshuan has lost his son, is it not likely that he has an illegitimate child outside, hence sending you to your demise here in Manzhou? Ha. Lu Yunsong initially appeared taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter, attempting to sow discord. Alas, this time I have brought only members from our branch, without a single soul from Baiyun Mountain Villa, so your petty schemes are destined to remain unheard beyond these confines. In truth, I admire your accomplishments. Reaching this level at the tender age of 17 is commendable. Yet, it is unfortunate that you are fated to die by my hand. At the moment his words fell, thunder roared. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, and with a swift motion, Lu Yunsong unsheathed the sword at his waist, propelling himself towards Xiao Bieli like a flash of lightning. Lu Yunsong had long since opened the Ren and Du meridians, and he was but a step away from gathering energy into a formidable force, poised to enter the 5th tier. Before the sword even reached its target, a sharp sword aura had already locked onto Xiao Bieli, pricking his skin painfully. With this single strike, Lu Yunsong could easily overpower others of the same pinnacle 6th tier, such as Zhou Chang. The Lu family members accompanying Lu Yunsong wore cold smirks, well aware of his prodigious talent. Even elders from the Sanyuan sword sect praised Lu Yunsong's swordsmanship. There was no discernible difference when compared to the inner disciples of the Sanyuan sword sect at the 6th tier. Only the elderly gentleman, resembling a simple landowner, bore a dubious expression, pondering why Xiao Bieli, with such a formidable reputation in Dongjiang County and having attained the 6th tier at such a young age, did not appear to be intimidated. However, contemplating Lu Yunsong's martial prowess, along with his presence on the battlefield, he felt assured that as long as Lu Yunsong was not struck down in a single blow, there would be no issues. With this thought, his furrowed brow relaxed. Just as the sword was about to pierce Xiao Bieli, Lu Yunsong discerned a hint of mockery on Xiao Bieli's face, which ignited a flicker of anger within him. His Lu family's stunning swan swordplay had reached an unparalleled level, and this strike was executed without any restraint. What was Xiao Bieli attempting to feign? Yet, he soon grasped the reason. Clang! The crimson blade was drawn. Even the falling raindrops were tinged with the essence of the blade, an unmistakable aura of the sword. The wealthy landowner, disguised as Song Kong, changed countenance, suddenly dashing towards Xiao Bieli. But it was too late. A dazzling blade of light erupted. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. Lu Yunsong's sword shattered in two, and he plummeted from the air. Blood stained the muddy ground. Experience 2000. Chapter 48. The first kill of the 5th rank. Boom. Thunder roared. The masters from the Lu family, who had accompanied Lu Yunsong to Manzhou, stood in shock. That was Lu Yunsong, the most gifted individual of the younger generation in their family, on the brink of entering the 5th rank. How could he be slain by a mere 17-year-old in such a remote place? Not long ago, their previous young master had also fallen at Xiao Bieli's hands. Kill. He must not escape. Clang. Clang. They finally regained their senses, drawing their weapons and charging fiercely at Xiao Bieli. You shall perish. At this moment, Song Kong, who had sensed the disturbance and acted promptly, arrived, his eyes wide with fury, his right hand gleaming coldly, brimming with vital energy, as he reached for Xiao Bieli's head. Xiao Bieli swiftly retreated, landing atop a massive rock beside the official road. Bang! Song Kang's claws struck the enormous blue stone, gouging out a significant chunk. Xiao Bieli nimbly maneuvered into the forest by the roadside, evading continuously. Bang! 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 With each of Song Kang's strikes, trees splintered, and blue stones cracked. If such blows landed on a person, they would surely result in grievous wounds. Block this child from the front. Quickly, do not let him escape, otherwise we shall face punishment upon our return. The Lu family members encircled Xiao Bieli. Song Kong continued his assault, but lacking proficiency in lightness skills, he found Xiao Bieli. Mastering the cloud-leaping technique to its utmost, a formidable adversary. A 5th-rank master, truly terrifying. Just as Xiao Bieli narrowly evaded another of Song Kang's strikes, swoosh. 2 sword lights, striking with astonishing angles like venomous serpents, darted towards Xiao Bieli's armpit and lower regions. Begone! Xiao Bieli, unreservedly, dared not confront the vital energy of a 5th-rank master head-on. How dared 2 7th ranks impede his path? Swish! The crimson blade sliced through. Uft! Uft! 2 figures were sent flying. Experience 1,000. Experience 1,000. Kill. As 2 individuals fell lifeless, formidable experts from the Lu family ascended to the fray. Should Xiao Bieli manage to escape, their own demise would be inevitable upon their return. The only recourse was to detain Xiao Bieli, redeeming themselves through this action. A blade and a sword surged towards Xiao Bieli, not intending to impede his escape, but merely seeking to momentarily obstruct his advance. For the venerable Song was already upon them. Die! Xiao Bieli bellowed, his left hand gripping tightly, his thumb protruding as he unleashed the formidable golden finger technique. With a swift motion, 2 piercing streams of energy shot forth towards the 2 Lu family guards obstructing his path. Thud! Thud! The forceful strikes left 2 sanguine holes in the guards' bodies. Experience 1,000. One fell instantly, while the other, albeit severely wounded, managed to escape, turning and fleeing without a moment's hesitation. Sensing a malevolent wind approaching from behind, Xiao Bieli wasted no time in activating his iron cloth technique, the 13 Protectors' horizontal practice, and the golden bell shield, pushing them to their utmost limits. Boom! A resonant sound echoed like a mighty bell. As the golden bell shield dissipated, Xiao Bieli staggered, retreating repeatedly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Song Kang's expression darkened. How could a mere 6th-tier opponent withstand his claw strike? The protective martial arts enveloping this youth were of considerable mastery. A 6th-tier individual so young, with an understanding of blade intent, would undoubtedly become a significant threat. If Xiao Bieli were to survive, he could very well ascend the dragon and tiger rankings, instilling fear not only in Song, but also in the Lu family. Kill! Kill! Yet, the assailants offered Xiao Bieli no respite, advancing with 4 weapons from 3 directions, intent on his demise. Kill! Song Kong roared, his internal energies surging as he delivered a palm strike into the air. Ignoring the approaching Lu family experts, Xiao Bieli faced Song Kang's palm with a decisive finger thrust. Bang! At the moment of collision, the force of the golden finger was shattered. The terrifying palm strike continued unabated towards Xiao Bieli. Without hesitation, he summoned his internal energy. Clang! Drawing his blade, he executed a swift cut, sheathing it in one fluid motion. The blade drawing technique. As he swung the blade, its fierce radiance collided with the palm force, creating a terrifying shockwave that caused nearby trees to sway. Simultaneously, the weapons of the Lu family experts descended upon him. Humph! Xiao Bieli emitted a cold snort. Whoosh! The crimson sleeve blade was drawn once more. Thud! 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 For heads soared into the air. Experience 500. Experience 1,000. In that very moment Xiao Bieli struck, Song Kong, like lightning, closed the distance, delivering a palm strike to Xiao Bieli's back. Boom! A dull thud resonated. Song Kong felt as though he had struck a steel plate. A tremendous backlash surged forth, momentarily disorienting his internal energy, causing his hand to tremble. Xiao Bieli also felt his body quiver. A crimson handprint materialized upon his back, a testament to the prowess of a 5th-tier master, indeed formidable. Just moments ago, my formidable skills nearly succumbed to your might. As he surveyed his internal injuries, Xiao Bieli inhaled softly. His body, fortified by the utmost mastery of iron cloth and the enhancements of the 13 Guardians' rigorous training, coupled with the rebound force and the golden silk armor, had managed to withstand the full brunt of the 5th-tier Master-S strike, sustaining only minor injuries. Clang! The blade was drawn, slashed, and sheathed in a fluid motion. This strike was as swift as lightning, even swifter than when he had dispatched the 4 adversaries prior, radiating brilliance. Song Kong had presumed that even if he could not eliminate Xiao Bieli with that blow, he would at least inflict grave harm. Thus, after his strike, he did not retreat. The distance between them was too diminutive to evade, leaving him no choice but to confront it head-on. "Huh!" Song Kong roared, his hands transforming into claws, his vital energy enveloping them as he lunged toward the scarlet blade. "Ah!" A wretched cry escaped Song Kang's lips. One of his arms had been severed at the root, the previous strike delivering an unstoppable force, and he had grossly miscalculated its speed, believing he could parry it at the cost of his own hand. A fierce glimmer flashed in Song Kong's eyes. His remaining hand lunged fiercely at Xiao Bieli's chest. Thud! A sound akin to a resounding bell reverberated once more. Spurt! Xiao Bieli coughed up a mouthful of blood as the scarlet blade gleamed once again. Song Kang's head soared into the air, blood spraying forth. Experience 4,000. Bronze body skill 1. Swish, swish, swish. The remaining members of the Liu family, devoid of combat spirit, turned to flee. A cold glint shone in Xiao Bieli's eyes as he leapt lightly, landing beside the two fleeing figures. Before they could utter a plea for mercy, their heads soared into the air. Experience 1,000. Experience 500. Chapter 49. The Shock of Ningqing. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, Ningqing, clad in a raincoat, emerged from the tea pavilion alongside Zheng Fan and two others. The commotion amidst the rain had been quite loud, and they had overheard it from within the pavilion, initially intending to investigate, only to be halted by Ningqing. Now, the area had fallen silent for quite some time, prompting their exit from the tea pavilion. However, they had scarcely ventured far when a pungent scent of blood wafted into their nostrils. In the muddy rainwater beneath their feet, a streak of crimson flowed past them. Not far off, numerous lifeless bodies lay scattered about. Zheng Fan hurried forward, first inspecting the corpses on the official road, before darting into the nearby thicket. Within the woods, 7 or 8 more bodies lay sprawled. His hands brushed against the broken trees and the claw marks etched into the blue stones, his astonishment palpable. Despite being a 6th-tier warrior himself, a notable figure in Dongjiang County, he found it nearly impossible to leave such marks upon the resilient blue stone. Even with all his might, he even suspected that among the assailants, there was a 5th-tier master. Yet, there was no sign of Xiao Bieli's corpse on the ground. Could it be that all had perished at Xiao Bieli's hands? Finally, he spotted the last body at the foot of a grand tree not far away. Upon the great tree beside the corpse, the words "murderer," Xiao Bieli were inscribed in bold strokes. Zheng Fan's breath caught in his throat as he hastily emerged from the forest, exclaiming, "They are all dead. There are 7 or 8 bodies within the woods. All have succumbed to the blade." At this moment, Ningqing had already lifted the body of Lu Yunqiao, turning it over. A smile flickering across his features as he murmured, "Lu Yunqiao could not withstand even a single strike from Xiao Bieli. The world still underestimates Xiao Bieli. Thus, my journey here has not been in vain." The members of the clan, witnessing my elder brother's downfall, were hesitant to offend the Tsungyuan sword sect, so I shall seek to create some turmoil for them. Ding Yuan, a direct disciple of the Tsungyu sect, stood not far from Ningqing and quietly inquired, "Ning Gongzi, is the Lu Yunqiao you mentioned truly formidable?" He had overheard Ningqing's words, yet Xiao Bieli was merely a 6th-grade fighter, and the martial world of Dongjiang County had already rated him highly, placing his skills among the top 5 within that grade. Now, Ningqing claimed that the world underestimated Xiao Bieli? Ningqing glanced at Ding Yuan and replied coolly, "Among the 6th-grade fighters in Dongjiang County, no more than 3 could surpass Lu Yunqiao's prowess. Yet he could not withstand even a single strike from Xiao Bieli. Bury your petty thoughts. Although your talent is commendable in Dongjiang County, in the broader martial world, you are but one fish among many." Ding Yuan's face flushed crimson. Having been initiated into the Tsungyu sect at a young age, he was now 24 and had reached the pinnacle of the 7th grade, with prospects of becoming a 5th-grade master in the future. In the realm of martial arts, one sought only fame and fortune. Having remained within the confines of the Tsungyu sect, he had often fantasized about making a remarkable impression upon his descent from the mountain. Yet, he had yet to gain any renown, while the younger Xiao Bieli had already made a name in Dongjiang County, naturally causing him to harbor resentment. He believed he had concealed his feelings, but Ningqing's perceptive nature had unveiled them. Zhu Shou shook his head, recognizing that Ding Yuan's ambitions were almost written upon his face. Moreover, to gain notoriety in the martial world, one must rely on true strength. In comparison to Xiao Bieli, Ding Yuan was indeed vastly inferior. Zheng Fan also shook his head and respectfully gestured toward Ning Qing, saying, "There are inscriptions left by Xiao Bieli within the forest. It appears that a fifth-grade master may have intervened." Oh, Ning Qing's interest was piqued. If Xiao Bieli had indeed managed to escape from a fifth-grade master, then his prowess warranted a reassessment. A fifth-grade master possesses true qi that can manifest as a tangible force, their power several times that of the pinnacle of the sixth grade. Even if Xiao Bieli possesses a perfected horizontal training technique, it would be difficult to wield any advantage against a fifth-grade master. Ning Qing ventured deeper into the woods, and a somewhat familiar visage met his gaze, causing his countenance to shift. Song Kong. Had Song Kong truly perished? Shock coursed through him. Song Kong was a genuine fifth-grade master. And with so many experts from the Liu family present, how could he have fallen to the hand of Xiao Bieli alone? Zheng Fan and the others discerned from Ning Qing's expression that the body before them was indeed extraordinary, likely belonging to a fifth-grade master. Their emotions were in turmoil. Having resided in Dongjiang County for 7 years, they had never witnessed the demise of a renowned fifth-tier expert until today. When such a master fell at the hands of Xiao Bieli, Ning Qing inspected Song Kang's lifeless body before rising and stating, "Let us depart." However, she was unable to quell the storm within her. The fact that Song Kang had perished at the hands of Xiao Bieli was undeniable proof of his extraordinary talent, sufficient to place him on the dragon and tiger list. A genius of such caliber might indeed compel the esteemed Qing Yun of the Four Directions sword to pay a hefty price. Less than half an hour after Ning Qing and her companions departed, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed once more. Elder Chu Bufan of the 12-linked fort and Wei Yong, the second master of Baiyun Villa, arrived with a throng of dozens. "Second master, there are bodies ahead." A skilled fighter from Baiyun Villa exclaimed, "They are from the Liu family. All are dead." Wei Yong's expression shifted dramatically as he urged his steed forward to the scene of carnage. Liu Yunsong lay lifeless. Upon seeing Liu Yunsong's corpse, Wei Yong's countenance darkened further, and he hastily followed the trail into the dense forest, where he discovered Song Kang's body, his expression growing even graver. Just 3 hours prior, he had hosted a banquet for the Liu family at Baiyun Villa, and now nearly 20 individuals had met their end, including the fifth-tier expert, Song Kang. Alas, Chu Bufan lamented, the bodies are riddled with knife wounds. They resemble those on the previous corpses, yet it is evident that Xiao Bieli's strikes have become swifter. Even a fifth-tier master could fall beneath such a blade. Wei Yong's expression shifted as he murmured, "Was it wise to offend such a prodigy for the sake of one from the Liu family?" Chu Bufan, noticing that only he and Wei Yong remained in the forest, spoke in hushed tones, "The Salt Gang has arrived at my 12-linked fort. According to my sources, that San Yuan sword sect and members of the Ning family are also on their way, seemingly in search of something within the falling Sunset Mountain." Wei Yong retorted coldly, "What do you wish to convey to me?" Chu Bufan shook his head, "I merely caution you. The true disciples of the Salt Gang have arrived, and those from the San Yuan sword sect likely hold significant status as well. It would be prudent for Baiyun Villa to avoid any entanglement with the San Yuan sword sect, lest you find it easy to summon the divine, but difficult to send it away." With that, Chu Bufan turned to lead the people of the 12-linked fort away. Given that a fifth-tier expert had already perished at Xiao Bieli's hands, pursuing him further would be ill-advised. Upon the arrival of the Salt Gang at the 12-linked fort, they acted with an air of superiority, treating the inhabitants of the fort as mere servants. The leader's silence incited dissatisfaction among several elders. After all, Xiao Bieli had slain the leader's son, not his own. Yet, the leader was presently preoccupied with attending to the true disciple of the Salt Gang. What urgency did he possess? Chapter 50, Infamous Reputation. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level, late 6th tier. Martial arts, Yi Jing, 36100. Fierce Wind Blade Technique, perfected. 13 Guardians Horizontal Training, perfected. Iron Cloth Shirt, perfected. Draw Blade Technique, perfected. 5 Tigers Break Door Blade, perfected. Golden Bell Shield, 73100. Great Strength Diamond Finger, 10100. Blade Intent, Copper Skin. Light as a Swallow. Experience points, 16460. Awaiting claim, Copper Body Skill. A rain-soaked cloak embraces my life. Clad in a cloak, Xiao Bieli rides through the rain, and upon glancing at the system panel displaying his experience exceeding 10,000, A smile of uncontainable joy graces his face. Previously, he opted to first enhance his horizontal training martial arts and blade techniques due to insufficient experience gained in one go. However, now that his experience surpasses 10,000, he can finally attempt to break through to the 5th rank. Although Song Kang's energy earlier could not penetrate his defenses, it still inflicted internal injury. After confirming that no one was following him, Xiao Bieli disregarded the intensifying downpour, dismounted, and allowed the rain to cascade from his cloak. Extracting copper body skill. Boom. An abundance of cultivation methods for the copper body skill surged into Xiao Bieli's mind, accompanied by the experience of practicing the skill. Copper body skill, 5100. After a few breaths, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes and murmured softly, "Indeed, as I surmised." The copper body skill is akin to the iron cloth shirt's horizontal training martial arts. However, while the iron cloth shirt primarily defends against blades and swords, the copper body skill focuses on blunt weapons and true energy damage, with differing emphases. It bears some resemblance to the 13 Guardians' horizontal training, yet also possesses complementary aspects. Nevertheless, with ample experience points now, it is imperative to elevate his realm first. Spending 5,000 experience points, he enhances Yi Jin Jing. Realm, peak of 6th rank, Yi Jin Jing, 41100. Boom. A surge of pure true energy erupted from his body, coursing through his limbs and bones, as the true energy within him continuously refined, nearing the threshold of transforming into energy. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Bieli expended another 5,000 experience points to elevate Yi Jin Jing. Yi Jin Jing, 46100. Boom. Another wave of pure true energy surged forth, compressing and refining, enhancing the quality of his true energy. However, he was still a bit short of unblocking the 7 apertures and transforming the true energy. As expected, transitioning from 6th to 5th rank, advancing a realm cannot merely require a trifling amount of experience. He consumed another 5,000 experience points to elevate Yi Jin Jing. Yi Jin Jing, 51100. Boom. Pure true energy surged once more, with a portion flowing towards his internal organs, continuously tempering them, while another portion surged towards his eye apertures. Crack. The eye aperture was unblocked. Realm, initial stage of 5th rank. Boom. In that instant, Xiao Bieli felt a clarity in his vision. Previously limited to 100 meters due to the torrential rain, he could now discern objects 400 to 500 meters away. He gently raised his hand. Whoosh. A blade aura sliced through the air, cleaving 3 trees, each the thickness of a thigh, at a distance of 10 zhang. At last, he has reached the 5th rank. Xiao Bieli softly spoke. The eye orifices correspond to the liver among the 5 viscera and 6 entrails. By unblocking the eye orifices, I have also fortified my liver. Indeed, the path of martial arts is a journey from being human to attaining perfection. Once one cultivates to the pinnacle of the 5th rank, one can reinforce the 5 viscera and 6 entrails, as well as the 7 orifices, allowing the true energy to form a small cycle within the body. Coupled with my formidable physique, I am nearly without flaw. I wonder how I compare to the esteemed Zhuqian now? Alas, Xiao Bieli sighed softly. Most likely, I am still not a match for Zhuqian. He has long since opened all 7 orifices, and as a disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, one of the 9 major sects, Zhuqian practices profound martial arts. I still need to diligently hone my skills. Experience points. 1460, gazing at the remaining experience points. Xiao Bieli silently resolved. Consume all experience points to enhance my copper body technique. Boom. Copper body technique, 78100. Xiao Bieli's entire being radiated warmth, as an abundance of experience for the copper body technique flooded his mind, as if he had practiced it for decades. The copper body technique and the iron cloth shirt are of the same caliber, and they share similarities with the 13 Guardians' horizontal training. Fortunately, the required experience is not excessive. It is manageable. I am now even sturdier. On the 10th of September, the Blood Knife King, Xiao Bieli, slaughtered the 5th rank offering, Ghost Claw Song Kong, of the Liu family in Yuzhou, along with 19 elite members of the Liu family at the Wohu Slope in Dongjiang County. Upon the news spreading, the entire Manzhou was shaken. Initially, some believed it to be mere rumor, but it was soon confirmed, for the information originated from the Jinwu Hall. 3 days later, Xiao Bieli slightly altered his appearance, donning a black fitted outfit, and boldly sat within the Food for Heaven establishment in Song County. With his current prowess in horizontal training, His control over his muscles has reached an unparalleled level. A minor modification to his facial features poses no challenge for him. Moreover, having achieved 5th rank mastery, he is considered a formidable figure throughout Manzhou. Even if the 5th rank members of the 12 linked forts or the Sanjiang alliance were to confront him, he would remain unafraid. What he should truly fear are those forces. Just the day before, the people from Jinwu Hall once again sought him out, informing him to convene in Song County. He had been in the neighboring county, not far away, and arrived within half a day's effort. I believe that Xiao Xiaoxia has undoubtedly stepped into the 5th rank realm. Otherwise, how could that 5th rank from Yuzhou have been slain by his hand? Within the Food for Heaven, voices buzzed with excitement. Yet, the subject of discussion remained predominantly focused on the Blood Knife King, Xiao Bieli. It cannot be. I was fortunate to witness Xiao Bieli's battle at the city gate. He did not secure victory against the Spirit Snake Gang with a single strike. How could he possibly be 5th rank? That was because Xiao Xiaoxia is benevolent. Had the Spirit Snake Gang members recognized his kindness, he would not have resorted to lethal force. Indeed, I believe that Xiao Xiaoxia has committed no wrongdoing. I have heard from those who act as hired blades that Xiao Xiaoxia once invested silver to procure information from Jiangshan Pavilion, subsequently seeking out those who perpetrate evil. It was he who located Han Long, a nefarious character, no less. The 12 linked fort and the Baiyun Villa have grown accustomed to their rampant behavior in Dongjiang County, unable to tolerate the presence of a righteous individual like Xiao Xiaoxia, which is why they are intent on his destruction. Haha, you know nothing of the truth. If Xiao Bieli were truly benevolent, how is it that most who have clashed with him have met their demise? If you are indeed kind-hearted and someone seeks your life, would you not spare them? Some, emboldened by drink, engage in heated disputes within the realm of food. Xiao Bieli merely shook his head, seemingly aware that the scene at the city gate of Song County had some effect after all. Chapter 51. The Dragon and Tiger Rankings, 62. Shuizhou recently. Many prominent figures have graced Dongjiang County. What prominent figures, you ask? It seems that Xiao Xuanli, a true disciple of the Salt Gang, has arrived, accompanied by experts from the gang to the 12-linked fort. Not only the Salt Gang, but I have also heard that the Zhang Yuan sword sect and the Lu family have sent their own masters. This time, Xiao Xiaoxia may be in grave peril. For Lu Fuxing, the head of the Lu family, has personally come to Dongjiang County, seeking vengeance for his son's death at Xiao Xiaoxia's hands. Haha. But Lu Fuxing is merely a 5th-tier expert. Did not one of his 5th-tier masters perish at the hands of Xiao Xiaoxia previously? Lu Fuxing is different, however. I have heard he has reached the peak of the 5th tier. Had he not injured his meridians in his youth, he might have attained the 4th-tier master level by now. Moreover, he has come alongside Shuizhou, the 3rd true disciple of the Zhang Yuan sword sect, who ranks 63rd on the Dragon and Tiger rankings. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. In Dongjiang County, it has been centuries since a master has ascended to the Dragon and Tiger rankings. The vastness of Deqian is unparalleled. Those who reach such heights are truly the rarest of talents. Those who once held confidence in Xiao Bieli now found themselves wavering. Although Xiao Bieli possesses exceptional martial skills and innate talent, he remains rather youthful. Compared to Shuizhou, who has ascended the Dragon and Tiger rankings, he may still be lacking. A devoted fan of Xiao Bieli murmured softly, with Xiao Xiaoxia's talent, he is destined to ascend the Dragon and Tiger rankings in the future. Shuizhou is merely a few years his senior. At that moment, Ningqing's figure appeared within the realm of food. Her gaze swept across the 2nd floor before settling upon Xiao Bieli. Despite a slight alteration in his appearance, he was still easily recognizable. Ningqing, without reservation, took a seat directly opposite him. Xiao Bieli, somewhat surprised, inquired, "What of the gatekeepers who were by your side?" Previously, when he encountered Ningqing, she was accompanied by Zhu Shou and 2 true disciples from the Zhangyu sect. Yet now, she stood alone. However, from the moment he laid eyes on her, Xiao Bieli discerned that this woman, disguised as a man, possessed martial prowess surpassing that of the Zhangyu sect's true disciple, Zheng Fan. Even if she had not reached the 5th tier, she was certainly not far from it. Upon ascending to the 5th tier, Xiao Bieli felt a heightened clarity. Ningqing had certainly traversed the Ren and Du meridians, reaching the pinnacle of the 6th tier. He was merely a step away from opening his eye orifice and attaining the 5th tier. Moreover, it was evident to him that Ningqing was relatively young, likely only a year or 2 his senior. Such a youthful master at the 6th tier was, apart from himself, a rarity in Dongjiang County. Ning Qing poured himself a glass of wine without disdain for the dishes Xiao Bieli had touched with his chopsticks. He picked up a piece of chicken and said, "I have sent someone from the Sanyu sect to Luanxia Mountain. I wish to know if you are inclined to go there, especially since Shuizhou is currently present." When Shuizhou's name was mentioned, a gravity filled Ning Qing's gaze. Although not as formidable as Zhui Qingyun, no one on the Dragon Tiger list was an ordinary person. Despite our prior agreement to refrain from involving masters, Shuizhou had already reached the late stage of the 5th tier and comprehended sword intent. It is likely that this time, the legacy will fall into Shuizhou's hands. Xiao Bieli furrowed his brow and inquired, "Does the Ning family lack skilled fighters?" Ning Qing shook his head. The Ning family is unwilling to oppose the Zhongyuan sword sect. Xiao Bieli pressed on, "What about the Salt Gang?" Ning Qing replied, "Though the Salt Gang holds the esteemed position of one of the 6 major gangs, the younger generation pales in comparison to the Zhongyuan sword sect. Without the emergence of masters, it is challenging to rival them." Previously, Shuizhou had been in seclusion. While Zhui Qingyun was entangled in matters in Qianzhou and unable to arrive promptly, which is why I extended the invitation to you. I possess confidence in dealing with ordinary 5th-tier opponents, yet I consider myself incapable of contending with a master like Shuizhou. Furthermore, Shuizhou would not regard my standing. Should a conflict arise, the danger would be considerable. Xiao Bieli then asked, "What distinguishes a 5th-tier fighter on the Dragon Tiger list from a typical 5th-tier fighter?" Ning Qing responded solemnly, "The Dragon Tiger list is curated by the Zhenwu Hall, featuring 72 young masters under the age of 35. Once one reaches the 4th-tier master realm, they automatically descend from the list. Each individual on the Dragon Tiger list possesses the potential of a master. Even if they remain in the 5th tier, they often cultivate 1 or 2 profound martial arts to an extraordinarily deep level, making them capable of taking on 10 opponents simultaneously. 3 years ago, Shuizhou eliminated a horde of leaders, including the 5th-tier pinnacle Feitian Yuhu Qiujio, reportedly defeating him in fewer than 10 moves. Moreover, both Baiyun Villa and the Sanjiang Alliance currently stand with Shuizhou, with at least a handful of 5th-tier masters within Luanxia Mountain." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bieli's eyes brightened, and he asked, "So, there are many experts at Luanxia Mountain currently?" It was indeed a time when experience was lacking. He did not wish to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. But with the Sanjiang Alliance and Baiyun Villa as enemies, the notion of innocent lives was rendered irrelevant. Ning Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed, presently, Baiyun Villa, the Sanjiang Alliance, and the 12 linked docks have secured advantageous positions. The area indicated on the map concerning the Master's legacy is impenetrable. Not even a mosquito could enter. Songyu sect's leader, Song Song, has been reluctant to make concessions, seemingly unwilling to confront the Zhongyuan sword sect. We can no longer rely on Songyu sect. Xiao Bieli nodded. If not even a mosquito can enter, then we shall fight our way in. Luanxia Mountain, Nyoto Ridge. A group of disciples from the Sanjiang Alliance and Baiyun Mountain Villa meticulously scoured the heights of Nyoto Ridge. However, the vast expanse of Nyoto Ridge, coupled with the locations provided by Shuizhou extending beyond the ridge to encompass several surrounding peaks, rendered the search task insurmountable within a short time. At that moment, Shuizhou, clad in a flowing white robe, stood atop the highest point of Nyoto Ridge, a long sword slung across his back, gazing down upon the resplendent Zhuoxia mountain range below. Behind him stood Wei Yong and Song Song, the leader of Sanyu sect, both steadfast and motionless. After a prolonged silence, Shuizhou turned to Song Song and inquired nonchalantly, "Has Ning Wanqing made contact with you yet?" Song Song shook his head. "Ever since Zheng Fan and the others returned, Ning Wanqing has only sent word through the people of Zhenwu Hall, instructing us to await news in the neighboring county. There has been no further communication." Shuizhou scoffed. Ning Zhiyuan was no match for my esteemed senior brother, who rendered him incapable of wielding a sword for the rest of his life. How could a mere Ning Wanqing dare to stand against my senior brother? Truly, she knows not the peril she invites. Song Song replied solemnly. But she is of the Ning family. If something were to happen here, we might find ourselves implicated. With a derisive chuckle, Shuizhou dismissed the concern. And what of the Ning family? That old relic is nearing the end of his days. Does he dare to oppose my Zhongyuan sword sect? If the Ning family truly possessed courage, they would have turned against us after my senior brother incapacitated their most gifted member, Ning Zhiyuan. Yet, they do not dare. Having subdued Ning Zhiyuan, they surely would not dare confront us. And how could they possibly challenge a mere Ning Wanqing? Wei Yong murmured. I wonder if Xiao Bieli will come. Shuizhou replied coolly. Xiao Bieli obstructed my senior brother's path. He is destined for a dead end. Should he arrive, all the better. If not, I shall seek him out myself. 3 days later, at Nyoto Ridge, aside from the members of the Sanjiang Alliance, the 12 linked forts, and Baiyun Mountain Villa, many unfamiliar faces appeared, all possessing considerable martial prowess. Ning Qing and Xiao Bieli stood concealed, having arrived a day earlier. Yet they did not rush into action. The sheer size of Nyoto Ridge necessitated waiting for Shuizhou's people to locate the treasure's whereabouts. Otherwise, with just the two of them, they would be searching indefinitely. Ning Qing observed the occasional figures appearing along the mountain path and remarked softly, "The commotion you've stirred has attracted quite a few notable figures from the martial world of Manzhou. With the presence of the Sanjiang Alliance and the 12 linked forts, they likely surmised that something valuable might be hidden here. In Manzhou, Dongjiang County and Linshui County are quite remote and lack renowned masters. Yet there are still a few distinguished figures in the Manzhou martial scene. According to the news from Jinwu Hall, 2 fifth-tier masters have arrived from other counties, Iron Claw Yuji and the Hibiscus Swordsman Qi Li. I hope no 4th-tier masters come, otherwise it would pose quite a dilemma." Xiao Bieli questioned, "You all hail from significant powers. Logically, you should not covet the legacy of a mere master. What compels you to pursue this master-s inheritance? Is there something extraordinarily compelling about it?" Ning Qing glanced at Xiao Bieli and smiled, saying, "Surely you do not believe that within the 9 factions and 6 guilds, a grandmaster is as common as cabbage? Even among these esteemed groups, the number of grandmasters remains sparse, each holding a position of considerable significance within their sections. If becoming a grandmaster were indeed so simple, the world would not refer to the individuals on the Dragon Tiger rankings as being the reserve of grandmasters. Moreover, the grandmaster atop Falling Sunset Mountain is no ordinary figure. Although Luo Su, the Long Rainbow Swordsman, has only reached the pinnacle of grandmaster, he once single-handedly claimed the lives of 2 grandmasters from the Tsangyuan sword sect and 1 from the Jiangshan Pavilion by the shores of the sword-washing lake. Most crucially, on that occasion, Luo Su emerged from the sword-washing lake with a renowned sword, nearly akin to a divine weapon. Such a prized artifact, when worn consistently and imbued with sword intent, may one day ascend to the status of a divine weapon. Zhuo Qingyun is on the verge of entering the grandmaster realm. He desires that Long Rainbow sword and Luo Su's sword techniques. However, few are aware that this mountain harbors the legacy of the Long Rainbow swordsman. Even among our 3 factions, only a select few core members comprehend this. It is likely that the people of the Sanjiang Alliance and Baiyun Mountain Villa are still oblivious to what Shuizhou is truly seeking. At that moment, the clang of weapons colliding echoed from the mountain. Could there truly be an underground palace? Might there be treasures? The clattering continued. You Sanjiang Alliance and Baiyun Mountain Villa should not be so domineering. The wilderness is, after all, unclaimed territory. Xiao Bieli and Ning Qing exchanged glances and gracefully leaped towards the source of the sound. In a brief moment, they beheld 2 opposing factions in confrontation. One side comprised the Sanjiang Alliance, Baiyun Mountain Villa, and the 12 linked fort, while the other consisted of Jianghu wanderers from Dongjiang and Linshui counties, interspersed with unfamiliar faces, likely the experts Ning Qing had mentioned who had hurried from outside regions. Behind the members of the Sanjiang Alliance lay a vast, recently cleared cave entrance. However, upon a cursory glance, Xiao Bieli noted that among this throng, the highest martial prowess was possessed by merely 2 individuals who had opened their Ren and Du meridians, both of whom were only 6th grade experts, with not a single 5th grade among them. It appeared that the true masters had already ventured into the cave. The ground was strewn with a dozen corpses, their blood still fresh, clearly having died mere moments ago. The white-striped tiger, Chen Xing, cast a cold gaze over the crowd from a distance and declared icily, "Those who wish to avoid death should swiftly vacate. What lies within is not for you to covet." A few derisive chuckles arose from the crowd. If your Sanjiang Alliance were truly that formidable, you would not have allowed a dozen individuals to breach your defenses just moments ago. Our numbers are double yours. Should a conflict ensue, you may not fare so well. Chen Xing regarded the speaker with indifference, stating, "You may certainly attempt it, but with your motley crew of misfits, do you truly believe you can invade?" At that moment, another voice rang out from the crowd, "Do not fear. With our numbers, they cannot possibly hold us back." Even the true disciples of the Salt Gang and Tsangyuan sword sect have entered, Surely there are treasures within. If we can obtain them, we may very well have the chance to become 5th-grade experts or even 4th-grade grandmasters. Indeed, let us advance. Engage. Despite the fervent shouts from the crowd, not a single person took the initiative to strike. Even the 2 concealed 6th-grade masters hidden within the crowd lacked the audacity, facing the elite forces of the Sanjiang Alliance. The 12 linked caves and the Baiyun Villa. They could hardly claim victory, and should they take the lead in assaulting, the enmity they would incur would render their existence in the 2 counties untenable. A sigh reverberated through the assembly, and before they could turn their heads, a figure clad in black rushed toward the cave's entrance. Following this shadow was an exceptionally handsome young gentleman. You dare! Such audacity! 2 furious roars erupted as Chun Xing, the white-striped tiger, and a 6th-grade master from the 12 linked caves leapt simultaneously towards the black-clad figure in midair. However, their approach was swift, yet their retreat was swifter. Whoosh! A flash of crimson blade light sliced through the air. Puff! Puff! Blood spurted from the mouths of Chun Xing and the 6th-grade master. Their bodies propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Experience 2000. Experience 2000. Master Chen is dead. Elder Liu is also dead. Cries of astonishment echoed. Kill! We cannot allow him to enter. A dozen figures surged towards Xiao Bieli. Puff! 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 The blade in Xiao Bieli's hand moved with the swiftness of lightning. With each strike, several heads soared into the air. Experience 1000. Experience 500. In mere moments, 20 corpses lay upon the ground. The members of the Sanjiang Alliance and the 12 linked caves were struck with fear, unable to advance. Forced to watch as Xiao Bieli and Ning Qing entered the cavern. That seemed to be Xiao Bieli, the young hero. Indeed, it is the young hero. No wonder he is hailed as the foremost master of the younger generation in Linshui County. Even the white-striped tiger, Chun Xing, could not withstand a single blow. These brutes, who had relied on their strength to intimidate others, had finally met their match. Someone exclaimed. Not only the members of the Sanjiang Alliance and 12 linked caves were taken aback by Xiao Bieli's martial prowess, even the wandering knights were equally astonished. If I may say, Shuizhou is merely a decade older than Xiao Bieli. Otherwise, he pales in comparison. Indeed, with Xiao Bieli's talents, he is destined for the dragon and tiger ranking, surely surpassing Shuizhou. Let us not dwell on Xiao Bieli for now. He has already slain several masters. And this is our final opportunity. Yes, let us charge in. Kill. Chapter 53. A single blade outside, chaos ensued. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli and Ning Qing had already entered the cave. Ning Qing, following closely behind Xiao Bieli, spoke softly. I did not expect your martial skills to have reached such heights. Slaying Song Kong was no mere coincidence. Xiao Bieli, walking ahead, replied nonchalantly, it was just Song Kong. He is of little consequence. The true threats to my life are the geniuses of the dragon and tiger ranking. If I do not advance swiftly, once Zhuo Qingyun arrives in person, I shall truly have no way out. Ning Qing shook her head. At your age, Zhuo Qingyun cannot compare to you. Yet he is likely not far from becoming a master now. Xiao Bieli removed his outer garment and fashioned 2 rudimentary torches. After igniting them, he traversed through the cave illuminated by their flickering light. The entrance to the cave was modest, yet as he ventured deeper, the internal expanse widened, resembling a natural cavern with distinct signs of human excavation. The further he delved, the more he marveled at the artistry of nature's creation. This cavern descended continuously, seemingly piercing through the very depths beneath Nyoto Ridge. Suddenly, at a bend in the passage, as Xiao Bieli emerged, a shadow darted forth like a bolt of lightning from a platform above, its clawed hands lunging towards his head. With a deft sidestep, Xiao Bieli evaded the attack, and the claw struck the cave's rocky wall with a resounding crack, dislodging large chunks of stone. A soft gasp escaped the assailant's lips, disbelief evident in his tone as he realized that such close proximity had yielded no success. Xiao Bieli, you truly dare to come here? At that moment, Xiao Bieli discerned the features of his attacker, a man appearing to be in his late 50s, exuding a restrained aura of internal energy. His lean physique was accentuated by notably elongated arms, and his piercing eyes revealed him to be a 5th-tier master, having similarly opened the eye aperture. Iron Claw Yuji. Ning Qing, standing beside Xiao Bieli, furrowed her brow and remarked, this man has gained infamy in your barbarian state, having harmed many. Nevertheless, his martial prowess is undeniable, otherwise, he would not have survived this long. But when did you conspire with Shuizhou? Such perceptive eyes for a young one. Yuji replied, momentarily taken aback by Ning Qing's appearance. A girl disguised as a boy. Are you Xiao Bieli's companion? Shuizhou offered me a reward to wait here and eliminate you upon your arrival. While there may be treasures within, they are under the watchful eyes of the Zhongyuan sword sect and the Salt Gang, far beyond my reach. Thus, it would be more advantageous to utilize his benefits to deal with you. Yuji narrowed his eyes, assessing Ning Qing. Though this lad is handsome and possesses decent talent, his judgment is lacking. Offending Zhuo Qingyun will undoubtedly lead to his demise. Following him would be less wise than aligning with me. Do not be deceived by my appearance. I am unlike those silver spear and wax arrow types. I can truly offer you. Before Yuji could finish his sentence, clang. Ning Qing unsheathed her sword, its light splitting into 9 beams, the sword chi surging forth, causing Yuji's expression to shift with alarm. He clawed out repeatedly, his hands enveloped in a fierce aura, resembling a specter. The clash of sword chi and claw strikes rang out, leaving several gashes on the fabric of his arms. Just as the sword's momentum seemed to wane, Yuji lunged forward, aiming a claw at Ning Qing. Unfazed, she gracefully retreated several meters, evading his grasp entirely. With a smile, she turned to Xiao Bieli and inquired, "What do you think of my swordplay, Brother Xiao?" Xiao Bieli nodded in approval, stating, "Your sword strikes with the grace of an antelope's horn, elusive and as swift as lightning. Should you ascend to the 5th tier, this strike would be sufficient to vanquish Yuji. Alas, you have yet to reach that level, and his arms are protected. Your sword chi could not breach his defenses." Ning Qing inquired, "Then what would be the outcome if Brother Xiao were to take action?" Xiao Bieli replied nonchalantly, "Certainly, he would face certain death." A chuckle escaped his lips, witnessing the utter disregard the two had for him. Yuji's anger morphed into a mocking smile. "Even Shuizhou would not dare to claim victory over me. What are you?" With a sigh, Xiao Bieli raised a finger and declared, "One strike." "What?" Yuji was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, sneering repeatedly. "It seems I cannot allow you to die too easily today." He had encountered many arrogant individuals, but none were as audacious as Xiao Bieli. Yuji was a mid-stage 5th-grade practitioner, having opened his eye and ear apertures. Over the years in Manzhou, he had offended numerous people. Yet he survived due to his formidable martial prowess and a piece of high-grade inner armor, which rendered him impervious to ordinary weapons. "If a single strike cannot slay you, then I see no purpose in confronting Shuizhou." Xiao Bieli spoke lightly. However, the expression on his face only deepened Yuji's grim demeanor. Meanwhile, Ning Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Having witnessed Song Kang's demise at Xiao Bieli's hands, she began to suspect that he had already reached the 5th-grade level. Now, with such bold words, could it be that he had attained the late 5th-grade stage, or even reached the pinnacle of the 5th grade with all 7 apertures opened? Boom. Yuji was the first to strike, his hands morphing into claws enveloped in vital energy, his body darting toward Xiao Bieli like a specter. As his energy surged, it left deep claw marks on the cave walls. Countless fragments of stone, propelled by the force of his attack, hurtled toward Xiao Bieli, while a barrage of claw shadows assailed him, making it impossible to discern which were real and which were illusions. As the stones neared Xiao Bieli, he remained unperturbed, causing a flicker of seriousness to cross Yuji's face. He could hardly believe that Xiao Bieli was frozen in fear. It only indicated that Xiao Bieli was composed and confident. Or perhaps, he simply regarded Yuji with disdain. Yet, with no retreat possible, he could not hold back any longer. Even if Xiao Bieli was strong, he should not be able to eliminate him in an instant. With this thought in mind, Yuji summoned his vital energy with great intensity, determined to make Xiao Bieli pay for underestimating him. Just as the stones were about to strike Xiao Bieli, a resounding boom erupted as his protective vital energy manifested. Clang! The red-sleeved blade was drawn. Swish! A sense of dread enveloped Yuji as he realized the blade's trajectory was straightforward yet alarmingly swift. It was so fast that he could not react in time. The vital energy in his hands dissipated, and a peculiar expression froze on his face. In the next instant, with a splatter of blood, Yuji's head was severed from his body. One strike, a decapitation. Experience 4,000. Ning Qing's expression shifted dramatically as she scrutinized Xiao Bieli. Coming from the Ning family of the Jinwu Hall, she had witnessed the prowess of 5th-grade experts and even had encounters with masters. Yet among all the 5th-grade practitioners she had seen, None wielded a blade with such astonishing speed. Brother Xiao, I once believed you could rival Zhuo Qingyun. However, I now foresee that within 3 years, Zhuo Qingyun shall undoubtedly find himself beneath your feet. The only ones capable of matching you are the 3 foremost figures of the Dragon and Tiger rankings. Chapter 54, Mid-Stage of the 5th Rank. With a body as resilient as bronze and iron. In the realm of Jianghu, one is seldom free. I harbor no intention of competing with anyone. It is merely that circumstances compel me forward. Sheathing his sword, Xiao Bieli gazed at Ning Qing with a smile, inquiring, "Pray tell, is Miss Ning your true name?" Ning Wanqing pondered deeply the essence of being bound by the ways of Jianghu. Finally, she cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Bieli and replied, "My true name is Ning Wanqing. My family, the Ning clan, still holds some influence within the Zhenwu Hall. The notion of being bound by Jianghu, when uttered by a middle-aged individual, could be deemed a personal revelation. However, hearing it from someone 2 years her junior felt somewhat pretentious." Xiao Bieli shook his head and remarked, "It seems that the Salt Gang and Shuizhou have reached a consensus, and with the addition of the Three Rivers Alliance, the 12 linked docks, and the masters of Baiyun Mountain Villa, venturing further may prove perilous. Perhaps you should depart for now. Should I acquire the master's inheritance, I shall bestow it upon you. Otherwise, in the event of a confrontation, I may not be able to protect you." Currently, his experience points had surpassed 10,000, and with Ning Wanqing accompanying him, his performance would not be as optimal. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, initial stage of the 5th rank. Martial arts, Yijin Jing, 51. 100. Hurricane blade technique, perfect. 13 Guardians horizontal training, perfect. Iron shirt, perfect. Drawing sword technique, perfect. Copper body technique, 78. 100. Golden bell shield, 73. 100. Mighty Vajra finger, 10. 100. Sword intent, copper skin, light as a swallow. Experience points, 13. 440. Ning Wanqing replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I possess 2 life-saving items. So there is no need for you to look after me. Should a fight ensue, I may even surprise you." Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from behind. "Hurry. If we do not enter soon, we shall miss even the broth." Indeed, after walking for so long, they had yet to see a single shadow. Surely, there cannot be other hidden passages within this cavern? You know, had it not been for Xiao Bieli, we might not have gained entry today. Listening to the voices emanating from the cavern, Xiao Bieli furrowed his brow. After searching Yuji, he found nothing but some silver. "Shall we let them lead the way?" Ning Wanqing suggested gently. Xiao Bieli nodded, and the two sprang into action, Xiao Bieli ensuring to bring along Yuji's severed head and corpse. Landing on the platform where Yuji had hidden moments before. Shortly thereafter, dozens of torchbearers approached in a grand procession. There are bloodstains. They must have encountered Xiao Bieli and engaged in battle here. Quickly, let us proceed. Xiao Bieli casually discarded Yuji's corpse onto the platform within the cavern, saying, "Miss Ning, allow me a moment for personal convenience." With a disdainful spit, Ning Wanqing leapt forward gracefully, disappearing around a corner after traversing 100 meters. Xiao Bieli remained indifferent, turning away as he silently chanted, "Consume 10,000 experience points to enhance the Yijin Jing." Realm, mid-stage of 5th grade. Yijin Jing, 61100. Boom. A torrent of experiences related to the Yijin Jing surged into Xiao Bieli's mind, accompanied by a pure stream of true energy that surged towards his ear orifices. Thunderous echoes. Xiao Bieli's aura ascended steadily, and with a resounding boom, his ear orifices were unblocked, amplifying his hearing to a degree that far surpassed his previous capabilities, more than tenfold. Simultaneously, the kidneys corresponding to the ear orifices were also fortified. Now, having reached this stage, there was no need to consume kidney tonics. He had acquired the strength of iron-like kidneys. After a few breaths, Xiao Bieli's aura stabilized. He glanced at the system panel, noting the remaining 3,000 experience points. The overlap between the Tongshan Gong and the Shursen Taibao was too significant. It was prudent to first maximize the Golden Bell Shield. However, it appeared that the experience was sufficient to elevate both martial arts to their zenith. With this thought, Xiao Bieli silently resolved. Consume 2,700 experience points to enhance the Golden Bell Shield. Consume 440 points to elevate the Tongshan Gong. Golden Bell Shield, perfect. Tongshan Gong, perfect. Copper skin, iron bones. Boom. Almost instantaneously, an overwhelming influx of experiences related to the two martial arts flooded Xiao Bieli's mind, and a warm current surged within him. As the warmth gradually dissipated, he could distinctly feel his physique strengthening. Even a renowned weapon would struggle to pierce his skin. Thus, the copper skin iron bones had been achieved. Even Xue Zhou, ranked 62nd on the Dragon Tiger list, would find it difficult to breach his training. It was time to confront them. With 300 experience points remaining, he would invest it all in the mighty Vajra finger. Moments later, Xiao Bieli leaped down, heading deeper into the cavern. Not far into his journey, he spotted Ning Wanqing waiting ahead. TSK. Ning Wanqing glanced at Xiao Bieli and clicked her tongue. Xiao Bieli's expression darkened. Was it just a matter of enhancing his martial arts? Why the disdainful look for a slight delay? However, he was too disinterested to argue with Ning Wanqing and softly said, "Let us go." They hadn't ventured far when the sounds of clashing swords and blades reached their ears. Damn it! Is the Sanjiang Alliance truly intent on extermination? We merely sought a sip of soup. Spare our lives. The cries echoed, lamenting that the individuals outside were all slain by Xiao Bieli and had nothing to do with them. Xiao Bieli and Ning Wanqing remained unfazed. There were still many wise individuals in the world. Although nearly 400 had surrounded them outside, only a handful had dared to enter the cave. The Sanjiang Alliance, the 12 linked forts, and the Baiyun Villa had all sent 5th-grade experts, eager for their share, yet they failed to assess their own capabilities. Xiao Bieli led the way, concealing himself around a corner. Ahead lay a vast cavern, large enough to accommodate hundreds. At its center stood a stone platform, upon which rested an ancient long sword, alongside a rustic wooden box. A crowd encircled the stone platform, with 2 to 3 dozen corpses strewn across the ground. Observing the individuals surrounding the stone platform, Ning Wanqing leaned closer to Xiao Bieli and whispered, "The master of the 12 linked forts, Guan Tiannan. The second master of the Baiyun Villa, Wei Yong. The golden-eyed eagle of the Sanjiang Alliance, Xie Yuntao. The hibiscus swordsman, Qi Li, and the gentleman swordsman, Xue Zhou. The Salt Gang has not yet arrived, and surely the Zhang Yuan sword sect should not be represented by only Xue Zhou." Xiao Bieli's gaze settled upon Xue Zhou, whose handsome visage was complemented by a flowing white robe, adorned with 3 emeralds embedded in the hilt of his sword. Yet, in terms of appearance, even he could only surpass Xue Zhou by a trifling margin. Moreover, he could sense the subtle sword intent emanating from Xue Zhou, indicating that he too had comprehended the essence of swordsmanship. At that moment, several 5th-tier masters encircled the stone platform, the atmosphere tinged with an air of unease. None spoke, and it was their own elite who had previously engaged the incoming party. Guan Tiannan regarded the captured individual kneeling before him and coldly inquired, "Did you just say that Xiao Bieli has arrived?" Chapter 55. Today, encountering me, you shall find good company on the road to the Yellow Springs. The kneeling rogue from Linshui County hastily replied, "Indeed. It was Xiao Bieli who dispatched the experts outside, allowing us to enter. Furthermore, we witnessed Xiao Bieli's entrance, though we encountered no one along the way." Guan Tianwu furrowed his brow. "You did not hear any sounds of combat on your journey?" He had personally seen Xue Zhou leave Yuji behind in the cave. Even if Xiao Bieli possessed martial prowess on par with 5th-tier masters, he would surely sustain injuries from Yuji's ambush. Even if he had not perished, he should have encountered these individuals while fleeing outside. Could it be that there are hidden paths within this cave that they failed to notice upon entry? The kneeling rogue quickly responded, "We did not hear any sounds of battle, nor did we see Xiao Bieli. However, we did catch a whiff of blood along the way, though we could not ascertain its origin." Guan Tianwu pressed, "Then where has Xiao Bieli gone? The scent of blood? Could it be that Xiao Bieli was dealt with by Yuji, or was Yuji himself injured?" Setting aside thoughts of Xiao Bieli, the Changhong sword, I can forego, but I demand a share of the contents within that wooden box. The hibiscus swordsman, Qi Li, gazed at the wooden box atop the stone platform, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. This was undoubtedly an item left behind by the renowned Changhong swordsman, Luo Su, and it was highly likely to contain a masterful technique. Xue Zhou, being the true heir of the Zhang Yuan sword sect, lacked for nothing in terms of masterful techniques. Yet, as he wielded a sword, acquiring a master-s secret could potentially pave the way for his ascendance into the ranks of the masters. In due time, he could become a formidable figure throughout the entire Manzhou. The golden-eyed eagle, Xie Yuntao, also spoke up, "Young hero Xue, you lack for no sword technique. The Changhong sword is a supreme treasure among renowned weapons." Should the wooden box contain the Master's renowned sword techniques? I hope you will allow me to transcribe a copy originally intended for your possession. Although he harbored trepidation towards Shuizhou, who ranked 12th on the Dragon and Tiger list, he recognized that within the Sanjiang alliance, there existed no masterful techniques, and he was utterly ignorant of how to ascend to the master realm, even if he did not wield a sword. Acquiring a Master's legacy might offer him a greater opportunity through related understanding. Moreover, he is merely 50 years old. It is not too late for him to learn the sword. Qi Li nodded in agreement, stating, "This is precisely the reasoning. We have endured hardships, and it would be unjust to emerge with naught to gain." Shuizhou wore a smile on his face, casting a deep glance at Xie Yuntao before turning to Gu Tianwu and Wei Yong, inquiring nonchalantly, "Do you both share this sentiment?" Wei Yong promptly affirmed. "The Baiyun Mountain Manor stands firmly by your side, young hero Shui. We harbor no intentions regarding the contents of that wooden box." Gu Tianwu also nodded in concurrence, declaring, "The Salt Gang and young hero Shui have reached a consensus. My purpose here is solely to seek retribution against Xiao Bieli, who has slain my son. Today, I demand his demise." Upon hearing Gu Tianwu and Wei Yong's declarations, the expressions of Xie Yuntao and Qi Li soured significantly. They had assumed that Wei Yong and Gu Tianwu would possess some interest in the contents of the wooden box, considering its significance to the masters. However, with their current stance, it was evident they were leaving Xie and Qi in a perilous position. "Hee, I see now that my perspective was too narrow." Xie Yuntao chuckled, admitting, "Brother Gu is right. I shall not covet the contents of the wooden box. Today, our primary focus remains on dealing with Xiao Bieli." Qi Li's countenance darkened further. As a swordsman, he genuinely yearned for the legacy of the Changhong swordsman. Yet, given the circumstances, he could only murmur, "I too shall relinquish my claim on it." However, before Qi Li could finish his sentence, Shuizhou formed his fingers into a sword, and a beam of sword light manifested from his fingertips. In an instant, it divided into four. Witnessing this, Qi Li's face turned ashen, and he leapt towards the entrance of the cave, simultaneously slashing backward with his sword. The sword energy surged. With a resounding thud, Qi Li's limbs were severed, and his body crashed heavily near Xiao Bieli and his companion, blood spilling from his mouth intermittently. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The inhabitants of the 12-linked cave rejoiced, grateful that Elder Xie had swiftly altered his stance. Otherwise, they too would have faced misfortune. Unbeknownst to them, Xie Yuntao and Wei Yong were grappling with tumultuous emotions. They had previously interacted with Qi Li and were well aware of his formidable skills. His swordplay was both enigmatic and ruthless, and even they could falter in the face of his prowess. Yet now, Shuizhou had not even unsheathed his sword, and yet he had severed Qi Li's limbs with such ease. This display of strength left them bewildered. Was the disparity between them and those on the Dragon Tiger rankings truly so vast? Shuizhou stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the assembled individuals within the cave, coldly asserting, "Do not covet what you ought not to. The Changhong sword and the contents of this wooden box are desires of Brother Zhua. Otherwise, do you think the Salt Gang would owe me a favor? Should any of you wish to partake, you may address Brother Zhua directly." Within the cave, silence reigned. They were acutely aware of whom Shuizhou referred to as Brother Zhua among the younger generation. The only individual worthy of such an honorific from Shuizhou was Zhuo Qingyun. At this moment, blood gushed forth from Qi Li's mouth as he gazed at Xiao Bieli and Ning Wanqing, who were hiding in the passage. His lips parted slightly, as if to utter, "Kill me, kill me." The spark of life had utterly vanished from his eyes. A soft sigh escaped Xiao Bieli's heart. The sword strike from Shuizhou had not only severed Qi Li's limbs, but had also gravely injured his heart's meridian. Even if the bleeding were halted, he would not survive for many days. Indeed, this was the world of martial arts, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. However, if the realm were filled with camaraderie and brotherly affection, he would find it difficult to exert his prowess. With a flick of his finger, a surge of energy struck Qi Li's heart, and a look of relief spread across Qi Li's face. Experience 4000. Who? Guan Tianen suddenly turned his head toward the cave entrance, shouting loudly. Xie Yuntao and Wei Yong exchanged glances and leaped to Qi Li's side. Upon seeing the two figures standing at the cave's passage, astonishment etched their faces. "Xiao Bieli, you actually dared to come." Xiao Bieli stepped out from the passage and replied nonchalantly, "Why does everyone say the same thing upon seeing me? Do you not wish for my presence?" Xie Yuntao glanced behind Xiao Bieli and inquired, "Where's Yu Ji?" Without even looking at Xie Yuntao, Xiao Bieli turned his gaze to Shui Zhou and stated calmly, "Since you allowed Yu Ji to ambush me midway, now that I am here, he is, of course, dead. But do not fret. Today, when you encounter me, you will all share the same fate, and there shall be a companion on the road to the underworld." Chapter 56, Thunderstorm. Impudent. Such arrogance. Wei Yong and Xie Yuntao shouted in unison. Yet, neither of them made a move. They merely shouted for show. This was all for Shui Zhou's benefit. Since Xiao Bieli had managed to kill Yu Ji, he undoubtedly possessed hidden cards. Being seasoned in the ways of the world, they understood that in the realm of martial arts, strength is the only truth. Just as Xiao Bieli had never interacted with the Zhongyuan sword sect, yet they had sent someone to kill him. In this world, might makes right. In order to avoid offending Shui Zhou, they refrained from acting. Although they did not believe that Xiao Bieli could contend with Shui Zhou, they were wary. What if Xiao Bieli's hidden strength was formidable enough to inflict harm upon them? Previously, I thought you were merely a lucky fool who stumbled this far. Shui Zhou regarded Xiao Bieli, his expression unchanged, standing there like a sword poised to be drawn. Intimidating to behold. It seems I have underestimated you. Your foundation is solid, and your aura is sharp. Even if you have yet to grasp the essence of the sword, you are not far from it. When I was 17, I was not your match. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Shui Zhou, ranked 62nd on the Dragon Tiger list, actually claimed that he was not as capable at 17 as Xiao Bieli. Yet, they all acknowledged this. After all, Xiao Bieli was merely 17 and had already slain a 5th-tier master. Alas, he is too prideful. He should never have come here, fully aware that Shui Zhou was present. Had he not ventured here, in 10 years, or even in a few, Xiao Bieli could have ascended to the rank of a 4th-tier master, at which point the vast seas would allow fish to leap freely. If he were to align himself with a formidable faction, he might even stand a chance against the Zhongyuan sword sect. However, having arrived at this place, Shui Zhou would not permit him to leave alive. Today, Xiao Bieli's demise is inevitable. Young Master Shui, there is no need for your intervention. Guan Tianwu stepped forward, his gaze fixed coldly upon Xiao Bieli. The enmity for my son is one that cannot coexist with the heavens. Today, I shall personally avenge my child. His aura surged, an unmistakable murderous intent radiating from him. Xiao Bieli narrowed his eyes. Guan Tianwu was indeed the preeminent master of Dongjiang County. The oppressive force emanating from him surpassed even that of the likes of Yu Ji. When confronting a rogue like Xiao Bieli, what need is there for any code of chivalry? It is better to strike together and resolve this swiftly. Xie Yuntao spoke with a detached calm. He had heard more than once from the alliance leader about Guan Tianwu's formidable prowess. Even the leader himself lacked certainty in contending with him. Since Guan Tianwu intended to take action, he might as well seek to impress Shui Zhou. After all, aiding from the sidelines would suffice. Wei Yong shared a similar sentiment, stepping forward to declare coldly, "From Xiao Bieli to our Dongjiang County, countless martial comrades have perished at his hands. The wicked must be eradicated." Boom. The two unleashed their energies, compellingly directed toward Xiao Bieli. Yet, his expression remained unchanged. The aura of death surrounding him felt as gentle as a breeze. "Xiao Bieli, allow me to hold them off for you." Ning Wanqing stepped forward, revealing 2 dark orbs in her hands. Upon seeing the orbs, Shui Zhou's countenance shifted dramatically. "Thunderbolt child?" Ning Wanqing. "Do you dare defy the command of your family head? Thunderbolt child? The Ning family?" The faces of Wei Yong and Xie Yuntao paled at Shui Zhou's words. They too had heard of the Thunderbolt child's notorious renown. During the previous dynasty, the Thunderbolt child was the sole weapon of the Jiangnan Pile Hall. Though the size of a walnut, it could unleash tremendous power in an instant, sufficient to slay even the peak of 5th-tier masters. When the Daqian Taizu marched south, the Jiangnan Pile Hall presented the Thunderbolt child, and now only the court and the Pile Hall possessed such a weapon. This cavern's passage was too narrow. If she were to detonate the Thunderbolt child, they would all perish within this cave. Heh! Ning Wanqing let out a cold chuckle, her tone indifferent. "I am myself, and the Ning family is the Ning family. Their reluctance to oppose the Zhongyuan sword sect does not imply that I share their stance." With that, Ning Wanqing leaned closer to Xiao Bieli and whispered, "What do you think? Can you withstand them one-on-one?" As she spoke, her left hand discreetly slipped one Thunderbolt child into Xiao Bieli's grasp. Xiao Bieli shook his head, refusing to take it. At present, with his iron cloth shirt, copper body skill, and mastery of the 13 Guardians' rigorous training, complemented by a perfected golden bell shield. He felt no fear even when facing Shuizhou. Moreover, he possessed his own hidden weapons. He had yet to employ the rainstorm pear blossom needles he had previously unleashed. Shuizhou gazed at Ning Wanqing with an icy demeanor and remarked, "You possess merely 2 Leizhenzi. If you were to detonate the passage, you would remain trapped. The Sangyu sect has already allied with me. Should any commotion arise outside, Sangsong will lead the Sangyu sect to seal the entrance. You are no match for him." Ning Wanqing tilted her head and replied, "Do you truly believe that, even in death, Sangsong would strike at me over a lifeless body that cannot escape? I am, after all, of the Ning family lineage. While the elders of the Ning family may be timid, your act of killing me is inconsequential. However, should Sangsong take my life, the entire Sangyu sect would be destined for destruction." Xiao Bieli shook his head, declaring, "All grievances shall be resolved here today, perhaps by eliminating you. I need not even utilize the Leizhenzi." He turned to Guan Tianwu. "You seek vengeance, do you not? Come forth and show me your true prowess." As his words hung in the air, Xiao Bieli suddenly stomped his foot, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. With his right hand clenched into a fist and his thumb extended, he unleashed the power of the diamond finger. Boom! The air within the cavern trembled violently. Although his mastery of the power of the diamond finger was a mere 13%, Xiao Bieli was bolstered by his extensive martial training and the purest form of Yijin true energy. Even a 5th-grade martial artist would find their bones shattered upon receiving a blow from him. Bold indeed. The sight of an adversary ignited a fierce intensity in Guan Tianwu. Unfazed by the overwhelming force of Xiao Bieli's strike, he expanded his frame with a crackling sound of bones grinding together. A terrifying true energy coalesced at his fingertips, spiraling forth like a drill, aiming directly at Xiao Bieli's finger, the shattering star finger. Although both practitioners employed the same technique, the potency of Guan Tianwu's shattering star finger surpassed that of Guan Yunpeng's by more than tenfold. Just as their fingers were about to collide, the singular image of his finger transformed into 10, targeting Xiao Bieli's vital points with precision. Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged as he resolutely pointed with his finger, allowing Guan Tianwu to unleash all his might. Clang! A series of muffled thuds echoed as the terrifying force of the finger collided with Xiao Bieli's form. Guan Tianwu's eyes widened in disbelief. He was well aware of Xiao Bieli's formidable martial prowess, yet he was a pinnacle 5th-grade warrior, capable of tearing apart high-grade inner armor with his fingertips' vigor. Yet, upon striking Xiao Bieli, it merely caused him to tremble slightly. Ultimately, their fingers collided with a resounding thud. The two forces clashed violently. Alarmed, Guan Tianwu felt a tremendous power surge through him, straining his arm to its limits. In the blink of an eye, the outcome of their duel hung precariously in the balance. In that moment of distraction, a scarlet blade light materialized. The drawn sword technique. This strike was as brilliant as the stars, executed with unparalleled swiftness. "You dare!" A low growl erupted as an ancient long sword thrust forth at an unimaginable angle. Clang! Sparks flew. For the first time, the drawn sword technique failed to achieve its aim. Uffed! Guan Tianwu spat blood, staggering backward, his back drenched in sweat. In that fleeting moment, he had genuinely believed he would meet his demise. Fortunately, Shuizhou managed to block that strike. However, he was still shaken by the ferocious blade aura, injuring his internal organs, and it would take at least a month or 2 for him to recover fully. Chapter 57, Fierce Battle. Your swordsmanship has reached this level? You have comprehended the essence of the blade? No wonder you dared to come here. Shuizhou, sword in hand, gazed at Xiao Bieli and remarked coolly, "With such talent, had it not been for senior brother Zhu's disdain for you, I would hesitate to take your life." "You talk too much," Xiao Bieli retorted sharply, and with a swift motion, he unleashed another strike, the dazzling blade light splitting into 7 in midair, all aimed at Shuizhou. The 7-killing blade? Shuizhou shook his head. Though the 7-killing blade is indeed a masterful technique, the latter 2 moves are unusable. In your eyes, it may be considered a supreme skill, but to me, it is merely trivial. He gently tapped the blade's spine with his fingertip, and suddenly, a melodious sword chant erupted within the cavern. At that moment, Shuizhou also drew his sword. As he thrust forward, the onlookers in the cavern felt their skin crawl. A pervasive killing intent pervaded the air. Although this strike was not directed at them, it still sent shivers down their spines. Is this the power of one ranked 62nd on the dragon and tiger list? Faced with this terrifying killing intent, Xiao Bieli remained unfazed. With a flurry of strikes, he executed 3 consecutive cuts, shattering the aura of menace that enveloped them. The two figures surged forward almost simultaneously, their weapons clashing with a resounding clang, sparks flying in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of blows, their speed reaching an extraordinary peak. The cavern filled with flashes of blades and shadows of swords. What incredible speed! Xiao Bieli was not at a disadvantage. Damn it, he is only 17 years old. What will he become in the future? The expressions of several fifth-tier experts in the cavern shifted continuously. If they were in the positions of Xiao Bieli or Shuizhou, they feared they wouldn't last even 10 strikes before succumbing to the onslaught of flashing blades. Ning Wanqing watched with keen interest, gripping her weapon, Thunderquake, ready to intervene at any moment. Her original intention in coming to Manzhou was merely to cause some trouble for the Zhongyuan sword sect, and it was also due to the enmity between Xiao Bieli and Zhuo Qingyun that she sought to confront him. Now it seemed, within a few years, a confrontation between Zhuo Qingyun and Xiao Bieli was inevitable. Moreover, from her perspective, Xiao Bieli had the greater chance of victory. In the arena, as the clash of swords resounded, Xiao Bieli suddenly unleashed a powerful palm strike, an overwhelming force erupting forth. Shuizhou's expression remained unchanged as he countered with a palm of his own. With a thunderous boom, the two palms collided, causing a terrifying shockwave to resonate throughout the cavern. Those from the Sanjiang alliance, positioned too closely and lacking sufficient strength, were knocked back, spewing blood and exhibiting expressions of sheer terror. Both Xiao Bieli and Shuizhou were jolted back by the impact. A look of surprise flickered in Shuizhou's eyes, his left hand trembling slightly. That last palm strike, he hadn't held back at all. He could distinctly perceive that although Xiao Bieli's internal energy was pure, his realm was inferior to his own. However, it appeared that Xiao Bieli had cultivated several martial arts to an exceptionally profound level, endowing him with astonishing physical strength. Even without his formidable swordsmanship, Xiao Bieli was considered a master among those of the 5th rank, solely based on his mastery of unorthodox martial arts. I can no longer play with you. Shuizhou shook his head, and with a sudden shift in his aura, his sword lunged forward, moving in tandem with him. In an instant, Shuizhou, with sword in hand, appeared before Xiao Bieli, his speed exceeding that of their previous encounter by more than double. A look of seriousness emerged on Xiao Bieli's face as he exclaimed, "Draw the blade technique." The blade gleamed as it flashed past. Yet, astonishment filled Xiao Bieli's eyes. As the sword approached him, its speed surged dramatically. He had no time for any other maneuvers, and the vital energy within him erupted, forming a protective golden shield around him. A resounding thud echoed as the hastily formed shield was pierced by the sword, which then grazed Xiao Bieli's chest, leaving a long gash in the golden silk armor beneath. The clanging of metal reverberated as Shuizhou's sword carved a long white mark across the dark skin of Xiao Bieli, which swiftly transformed into a crimson streak. Feeling a chill envelop him, Xiao Bieli retreated hurriedly, executing another slash. With a swift motion, Shuizhou raised his sword defensively, leveraging the rebound to spring backward, unable to conceal his astonishment. The long sword in his hand was the treasured blade of his master from his youth, the renowned Qiuyu sword. To think that such a prestigious weapon, combined with his own internal energy, could merely leave a white mark on Xiao Bieli. It is the ethereal wind sword technique, the master swordsmanship of the Zhongyuan sword sect. Be cautious. Upon seeing that Xiao Bieli had only sustained a minor wound, Ning Wanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief and cautioned him. Damn it! Damn it! Xiao Bieli roared, propelling himself forward with a powerful push against the ground, charging fiercely at Shuizhou. 5 tigers breaking the door blade, dominating the mountains. The long blade swept across, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that caused Shuizhou's expression to shift slightly. The sword emitted a piercing cry, its brilliance illuminating the surroundings. Thunderous clashes ensued as the swords and blades' energies collided, sending shockwaves that carved numerous gashes into the cavern walls, with countless stones hurtling in all directions. Several unfortunate souls, weaker in strength, were pierced by the flying debris, spewing blood from their mouths. Even more tragically, some were directly struck in vital areas, leading to their untimely demise. Experience 500. Experience 500. Notifications of several kills flashed before Xiao Bieli, all belonging to disciples of lesser factions. such as the 12-Chain Fort and the Three Rivers Alliance, as well as previously captured wandering heroes. Yet, in that moment, Xiao Bieli's focus was unwaveringly fixed on Shuizhou. Shuizhou's sword followed a path of speed, despite the enhancement of his mastery in drawing the sword. His speed of attack merely matched that of Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli chose to forego speed altogether, delivering each strike with immense force, maximizing his advantage in strength. Clang! Clang! Shuizhou's expression darkened. The battle had already caused him considerable embarrassment, and if he failed to subdue Xiao Bieli today, he would likely face punishment upon his return. He angled his long sword sharply, its brilliance flickering, an intricate interplay of truth and illusion that dazzled the eye. Occasionally, a strike found its mark on Xiao Bieli, tearing away a significant portion of his attire. The golden silk armor worn closely by Xiao Bieli began to show signs of wear under Shuizhou's relentless swordplay. In the cavern, onlookers were left in stunned silence. A few fifth-tier masters occasionally intervened to deflect the debris propelled by the clash of the two swords. Should we intervene? Wei Yong whispered to Guan Tianwu. Initially, they had anticipated that with Shuizhou's prowess, defeating Xiao Bieli would be a trivial affair. However, it became clear that, despite Shuizhou's apparent upper hand, subduing Xiao Bieli was proving to be a formidable challenge. Before Guan Tianwu could respond, Ning Wanqing brandished two thunderbolt talismans, stating, "If you dare to intervene, I shall immediately collapse the passage. You may attempt to excavate if you wish." Chapter 58. The Stormy Pear Blossom Needle Strikes. Shuizhou turned and bellowed, "Do not interfere." His inability to capture Xiao Bieli was already a source of humiliation. Allowing Guan Tianwu and the others to step in would only serve to further disgrace him. As a proud genius ranked 62nd on the Dragon and Tiger list, he held his dignity in high regard. With a swift motion, the long sword lunged forth, the man moving in tandem with the blade. Once again, he executed the same strike. In an instant, Shuizhou was before Xiao Bieli, his sword aimed directly at her heart. Before the blade could reach its target, Xiao Bieli sensed a sharp surge of sword intent approaching. Excellent. Her eyes narrowed as she disregarded the incoming strike. At the very moment the long sword lunged, a tremendous force erupted from her, her martial prowess reaching its zenith, a shield of protective energy materializing around her. Clang! Simultaneously, the red-sleeved blade was drawn. The technique of drawing the sword. This strike represented the pinnacle of Xiao Bieli's skill, embodying her entire essence and spirit in an offensive maneuver, a gamble of total annihilation. Shuizhou furrowed his brow. Xiao Bieli's mastery of horizontal training was exceedingly high, even though he had previously inflicted a wound upon her chest. Striking the same spot again would likely only result in a severe injury to her, while he could not withstand this lethal blow. Yet, human strength has its limits. A strike that concentrated all of one's spirit and energy, even for a prodigy like Xiao Bieli, would be challenging to replicate. At the moment this devastating blow was unleashed, Shuizhou withdrew hastily. However, in that very instant, the speed of Xiao Bieli's blade intensified, radiating a brilliant energy as it cleaved toward him. Shuizhou's gaze sharpened. Had Xiao Bieli gleaned some insights from his swordsmanship? Though still immature, he was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, compelling him to summon all his strength for a fierce confrontation. With a swift motion, his sword sliced through the air, leaving a profound mark upon the stone floor of the cavern, as he met the downward strike from Xiao Bieli head-on. The collision of blade and sword unleashed a violent shockwave, stirring dust and debris throughout the cave. Countless shards of rock erupted in all directions, shattering the protective barrier surrounding Xiao Bieli, leaving his upper garments torn and exposing his well-defined torso, marred by a crimson streak where blood began to seep forth. Xiao Bieli was forced back several paces, blood spilling from his mouth. Although his copper body technique and the 13 Guardians' training could withstand internal energy attacks, the intensity of this encounter had overwhelmed him, inflicting damage upon his vital organs that would require several days of recuperation. Yet, Shuizhou too faced his own tribulations. Staggering nearly 10 steps before regaining his footing, a deep gash running from his chest to his waist, staining one side of his body crimson. Leaning heavily on his sword for support, he felt his strength wavering. That strike had nearly cost him his life. Come, take another blow from me." As soon as Xiao Bieli regained his balance, he propelled himself off the ground with tremendous force, launching toward Shuizhou like a cannonball. "You dare! Let us strike together. Kill!" At that moment, Wei Yong and Guan Tianwu could no longer concern themselves with Shuizhou's thoughts. if Shuizhou were to fall here. They would share in his misfortune. In an instant, however, Xiao Bieli twisted midair and landed gracefully, clutching a flat, box-like copper device in his right hand. The rainstorm pear blossom needles. Despite his injuries, he was confident he could eliminate Shuizhou within 3 moves. Yet the combined assault from Guan Tianwu and the others would exacerbate his wounds, potentially leading to further dangers once outside. The risk was too great. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Bieli activated the mechanism of the rainstorm pear blossom needles. A faint buzzing filled the air, alerting Shuizhou and his companions, but it was already too late. Countless needles, as slender as cow hairs, shot forth like a torrential downpour, glinting ominously in the dim light. They summoned their true energy, attempting to deflect the sudden onslaught of hidden weapons. However, the proximity was too close, and the speed and sheer number of the needles were overwhelming. A barrage of needles fell upon them. Clang, clang. They made desperate attempts to defend themselves, but soon the sounds faded, as the rainstorm pear blossom needles effortlessly penetrated their protective energy, piercing through their bodies. With eyes filled with reluctance, they sought to channel their energy, only to realize in terror that their strength was rapidly waning. Within the cavern, the formidable experts from the 12-link docks, the White Cloud Mountain Villa, and the Sanjiang Alliance displayed expressions of sheer terror. For in their eyes, the 4 figures of Wei Yong were beset by countless blood spots, not only in front but also behind them. With a soft thud, several individuals, filled with reluctance, collapsed to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the cave. A foul odor permeated the air as all 4 5th-grade masters fell lifeless in an instant, causing some to lose control of their bowels. Even Ning Wanqing's mouth fell agape, her body trembling uncontrollably. These hidden weapons were crafted solely for the purpose of killing. She was aware of many concealed projectiles housing fine needles. Yet the most she had encountered numbered only in the hundreds. In terms of speed, quantity, and the lethality of the projectiles employed by Xiao Bieli, they paled in comparison. She even suspected that such weapons could injure a 4th-grade master when caught off guard, valuable beyond measure. The moment the experience notifications appeared before Xiao Bieli, he fully comprehended that all 4 5th-grade masters were indeed deceased. Previously, he had harbored doubts regarding the efficacy of the rainstorm pear blossom needles, but it seemed he had underestimated their power. Even he, at such close range, might not withstand the onslaught of the rainstorm pear blossom needles. Now, he felt it somewhat wasteful. Yet, fortuitously, he had acquired the abandoning hell 3 blades technique. However, this technique was akin to the 7-kill blade bestowed upon him by Ning Wanqing, both imbued with a seductive allure that became increasingly difficult to control with deeper practice. This was precisely why Xiao Bieli had refrained from cultivating the 7-kill blade. Nevertheless, it was better than having nothing at all. Shaking his head, Xiao Bieli noted that his only mastery was the easing muscle scripture. Although the abandoning hell 3 blades bore a sinister nature, the easing muscle scripture was a Buddhist internal technique, potentially capable of counteracting the malevolence of the former. Moreover, if he first ascended to the 4th-grade master realm and then gradually honed the abandoning hell 3 blades, he believed it would pose no significant issue. He was resolute in his conviction that no martial art could surpass him, who possessed a system. With his gaze lifted, he surveyed the remaining 14 or 15 individuals within the cavern. With a sudden thud, one person fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. Young hero Xiao, please spare me. I have elders above and children below. Swiftly, a flash of the blade cut through the air, severing 7 heads from their bodies. Xiao Bieli's expression remained cold as he pointed at the corpses of the Jianghu guests strewn across the ground, and said blandly, "You showed no mercy when you struck them. In your next life, strive to be a good person." Chapter 59, A Swordless Victory. The cavern was littered with corpses, leaving only Xiao Bieli and Ning Wanqing alive. Turning to Ning Wanqing, Xiao Bieli inquired, "Shall we take a look and see if the item within that wooden box is what you seek?" As Ning Wanqing awoke from her reverie and fixed her gaze on Xiao Bieli, she finally spoke after a prolonged silence. "Shuizhou is not like Lu Jun. If you kill him now, the Zhongyuan sword sect will undoubtedly seek vengeance. You and I must return to Yongzhou. Only then will the masters of the Zhongyuan sword sect refrain from targeting you." Xiao Bieli, taken aback, replied, "Did you not say the Ning family is unwilling to oppose the Zhongyuan sword sect? Previously, both you and Shuizhou mentioned that the Ning family does not wish to be enemies with them. After all, your brother, a prodigy on the dragon and tiger rankings, had one of his hands severed by Zhuo Qingyun, and yet the Ning family did not intervene. Would they really confront the Zhongyuan sword sect for an outsider? Ning Wanqing shook her head. It is to Yongzhou we must go, not to the Ning family. My elder brother is a disciple of the venerable Linghu Baiwan, the master of the Yongzhou Town Martial Hall. The people here can assist me because I carry the token of the venerable Linghu. Without the support of the Ning family, I would not command the martial artists of the Dongjiang County Town Martial Hall. Though the venerable Linghu is bound by the rules of the Town Martial Hall and cannot directly strike against the Zhongyuan sword sect, he has been subtly undermining them for years. As long as you go to Yongzhou, the venerable Linghu will certainly protect you. Furthermore, considering your talents, joining the Town Martial Hall would be a splendid choice. Once you are part of the Town Martial Hall, you will be under the auspices of the court, and the Zhongyuan sword sect will dare not employ their sinister tactics against you. This way, you can focus on your cultivation, and within 5 years, you shall surely slay Zhuo Qingyun. Xiao Bieli shook his head and replied coolly, joining the court comes with too many constraints. What I yearn for is a life of swift vengeance and adventures in the rivers and lakes. Where there are people, there exists a world of martial arts. Where there is a world of martial arts, there are grievances. Life within the Town Martial Hall may not be as straightforward as it seems. I trust more in the blade I wield than in the court. His innate talents could only be deemed mediocre. Although he had recently cultivated the Yijin Jing, enhancing his aptitude, he still fell short when compared to the extraordinary prodigies of the martial world. If he were to go to Yongzhou's Town Martial Hall and be well protected, his progress in cultivation would hardly match the experience he could gain through direct encounters. Moreover, if the venerable Linghu Baiwan were truly as formidable as Ning Wanqing claimed, her elder brother would not have met such a fate. A tremor of realization coursed through Ning Wanqing as she gazed at Xiao Bieli's retreating figure, her expression complex. Indeed, they had all believed that even if her brother were to lose against Zhuo Qingyun, the latter would hesitate to strike too harshly due to the influence of the venerable Linghu and the Ning family. Yet, the reality had proven them wrong. At that moment, Xiao Bieli leapt gracefully onto the stone platform at the heart of the cavern. The wooden box at the center, of unknown material, had shifted from its original position during their fierce confrontation, and several indentations marred its surface, though it remained unbroken. Xiao Bieli drew the Changhong sword embedded in the stone platform. With a resonant clang, the blade gleamed coldly, measuring 3 feet and 7 inches. The sword bore a streak of red along its length. He wielded the sword like an axe and struck gently. With a swift motion, the fierce sword energy shot towards the cavern's edge, leaving a long scar on the stone wall. What a magnificent sword! With a graceful motion, Xiao Bieli sheathed his sword, gently tossing the long rainbow sword into Ning Wanqing's hands. Although the quality of this sword surpassed that of the red sleeve blade, he still held a greater affection for knives, having honed all his martial skills upon them. To abandon his blade for the study of swordsmanship would be an utter squandering of his hard-earned experience. Ning Wanqing deftly caught the long rainbow sword, eager to voice her thoughts, but Xiao Bieli had already opened the wooden box. Within lay a meticulously preserved tome, untouched by the ravages of time, showing no signs of pestilence despite resting on the stone pedestal for years. Even the pages were only slightly yellowed. Long rainbow sword technique, he mused. Surely, this name could not have been coined by the legendary swordsman Luo Su himself. Shaking his head, he began to peruse the text. The initial pages detailed sword techniques, while the latter section contained Luo Su's own insights into the art of the sword, along with numerous annotations. Flipping to the back, Xiao Bieli gasped softly. The realm of swordsmanship? According to Luo Su, mastering a superior sword technique to the point of fluidity and precision marked the first realm of swordsmanship, subtlety, and technique. Beyond that lay a personal understanding of the sword, a continuous refinement that birthed the sword intent. To comprehend the sword intent signified an ascendance into the realm of swordsmanship. Even though many fifth-tier masters had achieved great prowess, they lacked this essential spirit, rendering their chances of victory diminished against true sword masters. This principle held true for both swords and knives. Ning Wanqing gazed at Xiao Bieli in astonishment, exclaiming, "You are unaware of these truths? A student of the sword who comprehends the sword intent will elevate their swordsmanship. Those who ascend the Dragon Tiger rankings possess this understanding. Moreover, the sword masters on the masters list transcend the mere sword. All things in the world can become a sword." Xiao Bieli nodded. Contemplating that this must be the realm of the formless sword surpassing the tangible, he wondered if mastering the 9 swords of Dugu would lead him to such a state. He returned the tome to the wooden box and handed it back to Ning Wanqing, stating, "I have no use for a sword. You may take it with you." He had to focus on leveling up the Yijin Jing and the Abyssal 3 blades, both of which were insatiable pursuits. By this measure, he was sorely lacking in experience. There was no surplus to devote to sword techniques. Ning Wanqing spoke earnestly. "I owe you a favor. Upon my return, I shall see if I can procure the Broken Wind and Moonblade manual from the Ning family's library for you. Are you certain you do not wish to accompany me to Yongzhou? If you choose not to go, it would be prudent to leave Manzhou soon. Otherwise, the Zhangyuan sword sect will pose a significant threat. Your slaying of Shuezhou may attract the attention of Zhuqing Yun, or even a 4th-tier master from the Zhangyuan sword sect." Xiao Bieli nodded, beginning to search the corpse. Regrettably, aside from Shuezhou's renowned sword, the Autumn Rain sword, he found only a few silver notes. However, Xiao Bieli was not in want of silver, with several thousand taels already in his possession. With the additional silver notes discovered, his wealth exceeded 10,000 taels. Even the renowned Weixin escort agency in Dongjiang County would find it challenging to procure 10,000 taels of silver without resorting to the liquidation of their assets. Truly, it is said that a gold belt can facilitate both murder and arson. Let us proceed. Observing that there was nothing of value left, Xiao Bieli casually donned a clean, well-fitting garment and strode towards the entrance of the cave. Ning Wanqing followed closely behind. Just as the two were about to exit the cave, they unexpectedly encountered a group of disciples clad in the attire of the Zhanyu sect, led by none other than Ding Yuan, who had once crossed paths with Xiao Bieli. Upon seeing Xiao Bieli and Ning Wanqing emerge, Ding Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, shouting towards the cave entrance, "Master, Xiao Bieli has come out." Chapter 60, What explanation do the dead require? After uttering that phrase, Ding Yuan swiftly retreated. He had personally witnessed the carnage in Dongjiang County. And regardless of the circumstances that brought Xiao Bieli to this place, there was no denying that Xiao Bieli was not someone he could confront. Thus, without a shred of hesitation, he withdrew with great speed. Xiao Bieli made no attempt to hinder him and continued towards the cave entrance. Upon reaching the threshold, he found a dozen disciples of the Zhanyu sect waiting outside, with the foremost being the sect leader, Songsong. Further afield, several wandering heroes perched upon branches and rocky outcrops. Observing the scene, Lu Dali from the Weixin escort agency was among them, standing behind a man who had surpassed the age of reason yet remained tall and imposing, Cheng Hai, the chief escort of the Weixin agency. At that moment, Lu Dali caught sight of Xiao Bieli and sighed, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. It was he who had personally invited Xiao Bieli to join the escort mission, yet he never anticipated that during their time in Lichuan County, Xiao Bieli would slay the 7-fingered divine eagle, Sun Chang'e. Now, he had become a renowned master in Manzhou, overshadowing even the fame of the chief escort himself. Even now, Lu Dali felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. Everything felt so unreal. Cheng Hai furrowed his brow and murmured, "From the looks of Xiao, it seems he has encountered formidable opponents within the cave." The garments Xiao Bieli wore were evidently ill-fitting, stained with blood, clearly indicating that he had endured a fierce battle inside the cave. The other wandering heroes regarded Xiao Bieli with curiosity. Many had witnessed Shuezhou, ranked 62nd on the dragon and tiger list, entering the cave, followed by Xiao Bieli who had charged in after him. Now, Xiao Bieli emerged, bloodied. What transpired within the cave? How could Xiao Bieli have come out? Could it be that Shuezhou of the Zhangyuan sword sect fell to Xiao Bieli's prowess? How could that be possible? Shuezhou was indeed formidable, ranked 62nd on the dragon and tiger list. Could Xiao Bieli possibly surpass him? Moreover, accompanying Shuezhou into the cave was none other than Guan Tianwu, the master of the 12 linked forts. The surrounding spectators buzzed with speculation. At the cave's entrance, Ning Wanqing softly admonished, "Songsong, do you intend to obstruct me?" Despite Xiao Bieli's earlier display of might, he had indeed sustained injuries. Songsong's martial prowess was formidable. Should Xiao Bieli sustain further injuries, it is likely that the factions in Manzhou would seek retribution upon learning that Xiao Bieli had slain Shuezhou. After all, this presented an opportunity to curry favor with the Zhangyuan sword sect. Over the years, the Zhangyuan sword sect has subtly indicated its ambition to ascend as the foremost among the 9 sects and 6 guilds. and it is conceivable that even the four masters of Manzhou might take action. Thus, it is preferable to refrain from engaging. Alas, Song Song sighed softly and remarked, Miss Ning, even your esteemed Ning family is reluctant to stand against the Zhongyuan sword sect. What choices do I have? You may leave today, and I shall not impede your departure, but Xiao Bieli is desired by the gallant Shui. He must be retained. If he departs, I cannot face Shui. Ding Yuan stood behind Song Song, a cold expression on his face, stating, Indeed, do not presume that a modicum of talent grants you impunity. In the presence of the gallant Shui, you are nothing. Huh? Xiao Bieli shook his head, letting out a light laugh. Ding Yuan furrowed his brow, asking, What is amusing you? Do you believe you can best my master? Clang, clang. Several disciples of the Zhongyu sect had already unsheathed their swords, glaring fiercely at Xiao Bieli. Stepping forward, Xiao Bieli shook his head in amusement, saying, If you fear being unable to provide an account to Shuizhou, there is no need for such trepidation. A sense of foreboding surged within Song Song, his brow knitting together. What do you mean? He inquired, while the onlookers were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Xiao Bieli's implication. A deceased individual requires no explanation, after all. Suddenly, Xiao Bieli stepped forward with a force that shook the ground, followed by a flash of crimson blade light. Blade drawing technique. At the instant the blade light appeared, Song Song's skin prickled, every pore contracting. He instinctively felt that if he were to meet this strike head-on, it would spell his demise. Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated hastily, disregarding the sentiments of the surrounding Song Song disciples. Master, Ding Yuan's trembling voice reached Song Song's ears. But Song Song paid him no heed. Yet, suddenly, he felt a chill beneath him, and upon looking down, he saw that his lower half had vanished, unbeknownst to him. Blood gushed forth, pooling on the ground. What swiftness in that blade! A sense of unwillingness filled Song Song's eyes as his severed body collapsed to the ground. Experience gained, 4,000. Hiss! A collective gasp rippled through the onlookers. Song Song's martial skills ranked among the top 10, perhaps even the top 5 in Dongjiang and the Linshui regions. The only ones surpassing him were the illustrious Guantian Wu, the leader of the 12 linked forts, by Tiansong, the master of Baiyun Mountain Manor, and a handful of others like the leader of the Sanjiang Alliance, Zhu Long. Yet, now he had been unable to withstand even a single strike from Xiao Bieli. Moreover, what did Xiao Bieli's earlier words imply? Did it suggest that Shuizhou and his companions who had entered the cave had perished at Xiao Bieli's hands? To what extent had Xiao Bieli's martial prowess ascended? Flee! In that instant, Ding Yuan propelled himself several meters forward, not out of a desire to warn his companions, but rather because if others did not escape, and no one attracted Xiao Bieli's attention, he feared he would meet a grim fate. Everyone fled, and he believed that if he could escape the fastest, there might be a glimmer of hope for survival. Whoosh! A flash of blade light emerged, splitting into a dozen beams, hurtling towards the fleeing disciples of the Zhongyu sect. Thud! 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 These disciples barely had time to let out a scream before their bodies were cleaved in half, collapsing to the ground. Experience 500. Experience 1,000. With a swift motion, Xiao Bieli sheathed his sword, exhibiting no unnecessary gestures as he turned to descend the mountain. Once Xiao Bieli and Ning Wanqing's figures vanished down the path, the onlookers in the martial world dared to speak. Just how advanced was Xiao Bieli's martial prowess? Did you catch how he drew his sword? What was there to see? I merely caught a glimpse of the blade flashing before all fell silent. Let us hurry to the cave and check. Surely the people inside are not all dead. A throng of martial artists surged towards the cave, hoping to glean some benefits from the corpses if the masters within had indeed perished. Lu Dali and Cheng Hai did not enter the cave, but found themselves beside the corpse of Song Song. Lu Dali surveyed the surroundings and quietly inquired, Chief Escort, to what extent has Brother Zhao's martial skills reached? Cheng Hai replied with a bitter smile, I couldn't withstand even a single strike from Song Song. Do you think I could discern the depths of Zhao's prowess? Chapter 61, Half-Step 4th Rank Master. This is the Yinxiang Pill, beneath Nyotu Ridge. Ning Wanqing handed a brown pill to Xiao Bieli, saying, This pill can mask your scent, rendering tracking techniques like the Seeking Goo ineffective. Keep it. It may serve you well. She continued, with Shuizhou now dead, you must leave Man Prefecture swiftly, or you will be in grave danger. Find a place to hide until the storm passes. With your talent, it won't take you a decade for the Zhongyuan sword sect to find it challenging to harm you. Do not act impulsively. Xiao Bieli nodded. I understand. Do you think that Song Yuan Sword Sect will send a fourth-rank master to kill me? Ning Wanqing pondered for a moment before responding. A master holds significant status within the Song Yuan Sword Sect. Barring any extraordinary circumstances, Shuizhou's future would likely have ended with a fourth-rank master. Since you have killed him, it is highly probable that a master will come from the Song Yuan Sword Sect. However, I suspect that Zhuo Qingyun is an arrogant individual. He might come in person. Furthermore, with the Song Yuan Sword Sect currently flourishing, it is not out of the question that some masters from your Man Prefecture may also take action against you. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Wanqing whispered, I must tell you the truth. There is a prince's shadow behind the Song Yuan Sword Sect. The current landscape of the martial world is tumultuous, and there is a powerful hand from the court meddling in martial affairs. Even the 9 sects and 6 clans are not exempt. My Ning family is one of the 5 great families of the Jinwu Hall, yet we do not dare to offend a prince. That is why my brother's matter ended without resolution. Xiao Bieli nodded. As long as I conceal myself, even a master may not find me. You need not worry. The current situation in Manzhou is perilous. You have obtained what you desired, so it would be wise to return swiftly. Ning Wanqing spoke in a low tone. Rest assured. Upon my return to Yongzhou, I shall have someone mediate. One Zhuo Qingyun cannot represent the entirety of the Songyuan Sword Sect. Xiao Bieli merely smiled, choosing silence. A true disciple of the Songyuan Sword Sect had perished at his hands, a matter that had become a profound enmity. How could a mere Ning Wanqing possibly mediate in such a situation? Furthermore, the death of his father lay entirely at Zhuo Qingyun's feet, and the blood feud between them was a deep abyss. He had no qualms about offending the Songyuan Sword Sect. Thus, farewell to the Jianghu. With a sigh, Ning Wanqing mounted her steed, galloping away into the distance. Her initial intention was only to retreat unscathed, but with Xiao Bieli having killed Shuizhou, the matter had escalated beyond her expectations. If he returned, he might persuade the esteemed Linghu and the clan elders to intervene, potentially safeguarding Xiao Bieli. Once Ning Wanqing's figure faded from sight, Xiao Bieli also mounted his horse, heading in an entirely different direction. Arriving at a secluded spot, Xiao Bieli dismounted. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level, mid-5th rank. Martial arts, Yi Jing, 61100. Wind blade technique, perfected. 13 guardians cross training, perfected. Iron cloth shirt, perfected. Blade drawing technique, perfected. Copper body skill, perfected. Golden bell shield, perfected. Great strength diamond finger, 13100. Blade intent, copper skin iron bones, light as a swallow. Experience points, 34440. To claim, 3 blades of Abheej. Gazing at the system panel, with experience points nearing 35,000, Xiao Bieli took a deep breath. In his lifetime, he had never engaged in such a bountiful battle, claiming the 3 blades of Abheej. 3 blades of Abheej, 5100, boom. Countless methods of cultivating the 3 blades of Abheej flooded into Xiao Bieli's mind, accompanied by experiences of practicing the same. In an instant, he grasped the fundamentals of the 3 blades of Abheej. Xiao Bieli opened his eyes, murmuring, merely at the threshold, with no significant impact. It was only when he had deeply cultivated the returning sea blade that he could no longer restrain his murderous intent. Prudence dictated that he should refrain from further advancing the 3 blades of Abheej for now. Consuming 20,000 experience points, he chose to enhance Yi Jing. As his words fell, level, peak 5th rank. Yi Jing, 81100, boom. A surge of pure, true qi erupted from his dantian, coursing through his meridians to invigorate his limbs and bones. In but a moment, Xiao Bieli achieved full connectivity of the 7 apertures, successfully reaching the peak of the 5th rank, with the refined true qi circulating within his organs and meridians, forming a self-sustaining cycle. After a brief pause, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes and exhaled deeply, remarking, at the peak of the 5th rank, my true qi forms a small cycle, endlessly rejuvenating. No wonder it would be troublesome to kill Shuizhou without the rain pear blossom needle. Crack! Xiao Bieli gently rotated his body, and the sound of grinding bones resonated. He formed his fingers into a blade and made a swift motion. Whoosh! A silver-white blade aura shot forth, cleaving a massive piece of azure stone 20 paces away in two. All injuries were fully healed. Once again, Shuizhou, within 10 moves, can be vanquished under the blade. Moreover, there are over 10,000 experience points. Gazing at the system panel, Xiao Bieli spoke in a low voice. Consumed 14,000 experience points to enhance the I Jing Jing. He was eager to ascertain whether this 14% proficiency in I Jing Jing would enable him to unlock the ancestral point at the center of his brow, bridging the realms of heaven and earth, and step into the 4th rank of mastery. I Jing Jing, 95100, boom. A surge of pure and potent qi erupted forth once more, and Xiao Bieli's aura soared to new heights. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his blood coursing through his veins grew increasingly thunderous, akin to a waterfall cascading down. The ancestral point at his brow emitted a faint glow. After the duration of an incense stick, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes and sighed. Indeed, it is still slightly lacking. I must cultivate the I Jing Jing to perfection to fully connect the ancestral point at my brow and enter the 4th rank. However, fortunately, the experience gap is not significant. Moreover, my ancestral point is now on the verge of being connected, and my internal qi has strengthened by 40% compared to before. To say I am half a step into the 4th rank of mastery would not be an exaggeration. Before departing from Manzhou, I might as well reap a wave of achievements. Chapter 62, Renowned Across the Lands, ranking 50 on the Dragon and Tiger list. On the 5th day of October, amidst the slight chill, the Bloodblade Diamond, Xiao Bieli, confronted Shuizhou, the true disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, ranked 62 on the Dragon and Tiger list. Atop Nyoto Ridge, alongside Shuizhou, perished at the hands of Xiao Bieli were several 5th-rank masters, including Guan Tianwu, the leader of the 12 linked forts, and Wei Yong, the 2nd master of the Baiyun Villa, as well as the sect master of the Zhongyu sect, Songsong. The news spread from Nyoto Ridge, sending shockwaves through the martial world of Manzhou. Countless masters rushed towards Nyoto Ridge, eager to uncover the truth behind the events. On the 7th of October, in the city of Linshui County, at the Jinwu Hall, early in the morning, the tavern opposite Jinwu Hall was already bustling with patrons, steam rising from the freshly served buns and delicacies. Do you think the news from Nyoto Ridge is true? Of course, is there any doubt? Last night, I witnessed members of the Sanjiang Alliance returning with over a dozen corpses. Haven't you noticed that the experts of the Sanjiang Alliance have not shown themselves these past 2 days? They fear the retaliation of the Bloodblade Diamond. Surely not. No matter how formidable Xiao Bieli is, would he dare to invade the Sanjiang Alliance's headquarters? Haha, you underestimate Xiao Bieli too much. Even Shuizhou, who is on the Dragon and Tiger list, fell at his hands, let alone the headquarters of the Sanjiang Alliance. It seems that only a few elusive masters in Manzhou could contend with him now. The death of Zhao's father was somewhat related to the Sanjiang Alliance. Do you think those few dare to linger at the headquarters? Speaking of which, Xiao Bieli is one of us from Linshui County. Had this incident not occurred, we would have produced a master on the Dragon and Tiger list, bringing honor to our Linshui County's martial world. What a pity. Hey, I heard that Xiao Bieli's fiancée has joined the Zhongyuan sword sect and has now become a true disciple, mingling with the foremost true disciple, Zhui Qingyun. It is rumored she is already with child. The truth cannot be hidden any longer, which is why Zhui Qingyun acted against Xiao Bieli. Who would have thought Xiao Bieli's martial prowess would be so formidable? At that moment, a swift horse galloped in from outside the city, heading straight for the Jinwu Hall. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Jinwu Hall, a middle-aged man dismounted his horse and landed directly before a weathered wooden bulletin board. Faded from years of exposure to the elements, he showed no intention of entering the Jinwu Hall. Instead, he retrieved a piece of red paper and a substance reminiscent of glue from his bosom. Dipping a brush into the adhesive, he began to apply it to the board. Curious murmurs arose among the patrons within the nearby tavern. What is he doing? One questioned. I've lived in Linshui County for 30 years, and I've never seen anything posted here. Another chimed in. What is he affixing to that board? The bounty list of Jinwu Hall has always been displayed inside. A middle-aged man, dressed as an innkeeper, wore a look of skepticism and muttered. I vaguely recall my father mentioning that this was where the Dragon and Tiger ranking should be posted, but that can't be right. This place has never hosted such a listing in recent years. Unable to contain their curiosity, some patrons rose from their seats, tossing down their breakfast coins, and made their way towards Jinwu Hall, chattering amongst themselves. Speculation is futile. We shall see for ourselves. As their words echoed, a dozen others followed suit, culminating in the innkeeper himself instructing a server before heading across to Jinwu Hall. At that moment, not only the tavern patrons, but also several bounty hunters awaiting assignments at Jinwu Hall emerged, just as the middle-aged man affixed the red paper in place. Eagerly, the crowd gathered around. The red paper was expansive, densely filled with text. At the top, 3 prominent characters declared the dragon and tiger ranking. Indeed, it is the dragon and tiger ranking. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. For many years, there had been no extraordinary talents emerging from the barbarian state to grace this list. And numerous young heroes who had never ventured beyond Linshui County had never even heard the name. They rushed to inquire, what is the dragon and tiger ranking? Why have I never heard of it? An elder explained, the dragon and tiger ranking is a list created by the Zhenwu Hall, featuring 72 young individuals under the age of 35 who possess exceptional talent. Even among these 72, their martial prowess is sufficient to effortlessly slay 5th-tier experts. If you young ones can etch your names upon this list, you shall achieve fame across the realm. As the crowd contemplated the names inscribed upon the red paper, their eyes widened in recognition of a remarkable entry. Qian Jian, ranked 7th. Isn't that the one who took away Xiao Bieli's betrothed? They whispered, eager to discover Xiao Bieli's position. Ah, here it is. Xiao Bieli, a native of the barbarian state, master of an undisclosed lineage, excels in blade techniques, and possesses formidable skills. He ranks 50 on the dragon and tiger ranking. Gasps filled the air as the realization struck. Rank 50? Did he not slay Shuizhou, who was only ranked 62 on the dragon and tiger ranking? How could his rank be so high? In recent times, rumors surrounding Xiao Bieli had proliferated, and even novices in the martial world of the barbarian state had heard his name. Yet, they remained perplexed as to why he held such a lofty position. A middle-aged man, adorned with a bamboo hat and wielding a formidable blade, gazed at the name of Xiao Bieli on the leaderboard and remarked nonchalantly, 50? I deem this ranking rather low. How can that aged Shuizhou compare with Xiao Bieli? Grant him 3 more years, and his name shall undoubtedly grace the top 5 of the dragon and tiger list. Having spoken, the man turned and strode down the street. Meanwhile, at the Chuiying Biyuan in Dongjiang County, a clandestine sanctuary whereby Tiansong nurtured canaries, the entire martial world of Dongjiang County remained blissfully unaware of its existence. However, on this day, several figures had gathered within the estate. Among them were the leader of the Sanjiang Alliance, Fuhai Jiao Zhonglong, scholar Zhonghua, the master of Baiyun Villa, by Tiansong, the head of the Lu family, Lu Fuxing, and elder Chen Wu of the Zhongyu sect. Except for Lu Fuxing, they were all renowned masters in the martial realm of the 2 counties. Yet, their expressions were far from favorable. In Lu Fuxing's hand lay a crimson leaderboard. Clenching it tightly, he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, 50 on the dragon and tiger list. Zhenwu Hall indeed holds that little wretch in high regard. The others remained silent. Were it not for their fear of retaliation from Xiao Bieli, they would not have sought refuge in such a place. Although Shuizhou had perished by a hidden weapon, many had witnessed Xiao Bieli slay Songsong with a single blade outside the cave. Such a strike was beyond their capacity to withstand. And as for the hidden weapon that killed Shuizhou, who could ascertain whether Xiao Bieli possessed more? Zhonglong spoke in a grave tone. Let us remain concealed for another day or 2. I have already contacted Elder Gu, who maintains a good rapport with the Zhongyuan sword sect. Given that a true disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect has encountered trouble in Manzhou, Elder Gu will surely intervene. This place, even we were previously unaware of. Though Xiao Bieli's martial prowess is formidable, he lacks roots in Dongjiang County and will undoubtedly struggle to locate us. There is no need for concern. Moreover, Xiao Bieli must also fear the experts of the Zhongyuan sword sect. He may very well have left Manzhou by now. At that moment, 2 figures silently appeared on a large tree outside Chuiying Biyuan. Han Wuyin cast a glance at Xiao Bieli, his gaze tinged with complexity. He had previously worried about Xiao Bieli, even asserting that he would avenge him upon his demise. Who could have anticipated that Xiao Bieli had been feigning weakness all along? Only now did he reveal his true strength. He had even ascended the dragon and tiger list. Unaware of Han Wuyin's scrutiny, Xiao Bieli inquired, "Is it within here?" Han Wuyin nodded. This time, Jiangshan Pavilion granted my master a favor, revealing the whereabouts of these individuals. My master wishes for me to invite you to join our blood robe tower. There will be no assessment. You would directly become a gold medal assassin. Is your master of high standing in the blood robe tower? Xiao Bieli asked, lifting his gaze. The blood robe tower bore no commendable reputation in the martial world, especially as it was the assassin organization that had slain the former emperor, casting a dark shadow over its name. Even Jiangshan Pavilion, one of the 6 guilds, extended a courtesy to Han Wuyin's master. Thus, his status within the Blood-Robe Tower must be considerable. Han Wuyin nodded. My master is a core assassin of the Blood-Robe Tower. At this moment, even Xiao Bieli was taken aback. The core assassin of the Blood-Robe Tower. It is said that the late emperor met his demise at the hands of the #1 core assassin, Shadow Hand. And he had previously inquired about information regarding the Blood-Robe Tower from Ning Wanqing. He also learned that there were only 9 core assassins within the Blood-Robe Tower, a fact that remained unchanged. These 9 individuals constituted the essence of the Blood-Robe Tower. To think that Han Wuyin's master was one of these core assassins? Xiao Bieli softly inquired. So, was it truly one of your Blood-Robe Tower members who killed the late emperor? Han Wuyin regarded Xiao Bieli with an expression of incredulity, responding, if our Blood-Robe Tower were truly that formidable, would the court dare to target us? According to my master, that incident was simply a scapegoat. If the emperor were so easily dispatched, would we have allowed the court any opportunity for retaliation? Not only that incident, but many others have been attributed to us under the guise of the Blood-Robe Tower's name. Over the years, we have borne our fair share of blame. After this, Han Wuyin continued, becoming a gold medal assassin of the Blood-Robe Tower brings numerous advantages. At the very least, you can choose whom you wish to eliminate. Do you not delight in punishing the wicked? While you carry out your righteous endeavors, you can also earn a bit of silver. What could be better? Furthermore, you will gain access to a wealth of information from the Blood-Robe Tower, and if your funds are sufficient, hiring someone to eliminate Zhuo Qingyun is not out of the question. But how does this differ from the Jinwu Hall? Xiao Bieli replied nonchalantly. I can earn silver by taking on tasks at Jinwu Hall as well. Huh? Han Wuyin scoffed. Jinwu Hall is notoriously stingy. How much silver can you truly expect to earn there? The bounty for the dragon you killed, Han Long, at Jinwu Hall was merely 80 taels. If someone were to request an assassin from our Blood-Robe Tower to take out Han Long, the price would be at least 300 taels. Xiao Bieli then asked, how much silver is required to eliminate Zhuo Qingyun? Han Wuyin raised one finger. 10,000 taels. Xiao Bieli guessed. Han Wuyin shook his head. 100,000 taels. 100,000 taels? I might as well do it myself. Xiao Bieli replied, shaking his head. Having taken countless lives and acquired a fair amount of equipment, he possessed merely around 20,000 taels. How could a mere 4th-grade master like Zhuo Qingyun command such a high price? Han Wuyin remarked, that price is indeed reasonable. Zhuo Qingyun has already won foot in the 4th-grade master realm. Moreover, after his demise, the Zhongyuan sword sect would undoubtedly go into a frenzy, hence, 100,000 taels is hardly exorbitant. Curiously, Xiao Bieli inquired, has anyone placed a bounty on my life within your Blood-Robe Tower? Han Wuyin nodded. In recent days, our branch in Manzhou has received numerous requests to eliminate you. The Baiyun Villa submitted an order, as did the Sanjiang Alliance. Cumulatively, that amounts to 30,000 taels. However, my master has suppressed these orders for the time being, preventing anyone from taking on the task to eliminate you. Am I worth merely 30,000 taels? Xiao Bieli felt somewhat displeased. Han Wuyin continued, 30,000 taels is the amount they would offer for your death, but they must also remit half to the tower. So the assassin would only receive 15,000 taels. 100,000 taels is what the assassin would earn for eliminating Zhuo Qingyun. Sighing, Xiao Bieli responded, in that case, I suppose I shall have to find a way to elevate my worth within your Blood-Robe Tower. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Bieli leaped into the air, resembling a shooting star as he dashed deeper into the depths of the Chuang Villa. Is there anyone within this estate who could claim a bounty from your Blood-Robe Tower? Han Wuyin followed closely behind, chuckling. If you were to join my Blood-Robe Tower, Bai Tiansong would be valued at 3,000 taels, Zhonglong at 5,000 taels, and Lu Jun at 8,000 taels. In light of this comparison, do you not feel your worth? Just as the two were racing towards the depths of the villa, a guard from Chuang Villa spotted Xiao Bieli and shouted furiously. The roar, imbued with a hint of internal force, echoed throughout the entire estate. Intruders have breached our defenses. Quickly, inform the master. Although there were not many people within the villa, several skilled fighters from Baiyun Mountain Manor guarded every corner. In an instant, 3 figures sprang forth from the villa, charging towards Xiao Bieli. However, before they could reach him, they clearly saw his visage, their expressions transforming in shock as they turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Bieli chuckled coldly, and with a swift motion of his powerful fingers, 3 piercing streams of energy shot forth, aimed directly at the fleeing trio. Thud, thud, thud. Blood mist erupted from their bodies. Their faces contorted with unwillingness as they plummeted from the air. Experience 1,000. Experience 1,000. Experience 1,000. In an instant, 3,000 experience points were acquired. Meanwhile, Bai Tiansong and his companions within the villa sensed the commotion outside and rushed out. Upon seeing Xiao Bieli, their expressions shifted dramatically. Despite their numerical superiority, the weight of reputation was palpable. Even Shui Zhou had perished at Xiao Bieli's hands, and they lacked the confidence to confront him. Xiao Bieli, do you truly intend to leave no survivors? The furious Zhong Long bellowed. After killing my father, now you speak of extermination? Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged. Moreover, I happen to be in need of experience. Since you are gathered here, you shall accompany Shui Zhou in the afterlife. At these words, Zhong Long's face darkened as he shouted to the others, let us strike together. I refuse to believe that Xiao Bieli is truly that formidable. Shui Zhou fell victim to a hidden weapon, one worth a fortune, yet scarce on the market. I cannot believe she possesses another. As Zhong Long's voice faded, the scholar Zhang Hua and Bai Yunsong simultaneously attacked, launching a fierce assault on Xiao Bieli from three directions. Zhong Long clapped his hands together, channeling his true energy, leaving behind a myriad of afterimages, which overlapped in rapid succession, culminating in 13 layers of palm shadows within mere moments. The raging sea palm. The furious tides roar. This is the Zhong family's ultimate technique, the raging sea palm, capable of stacking its power up to 15 times, though he had not mastered it to its zenith. Achieving 13 layers in this instance had already shattered his previous limits. Zhong Long felt that with this palm, he could rival the prodigies of the dragon and tiger rankings. As Zhang Hua raised his hand, dozens of concealed weapons shot forth from his sleeve with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, a dagger emanating a green glow appeared in his grasp, clearly laced with deadly poison, ready to seal one's fate upon contact with blood. Meanwhile, Bai Yunsong unsheathed the sword at his waist, and in an instant, he unleashed a flurry of 79 strikes. The brilliant light of his sword encircled all of Xiao Bieli's positions, intending to create a moment of trouble for him. A gentle sigh escaped Xiao Bieli's lips, and with a clang, the sound of the red-sleeved blade being drawn resonated. All eyes froze in astonishment. They could scarcely comprehend how Xiao Bieli had unsheathed his weapon, yet the brilliance of that blade was so dazzling that they could not avert their gaze. With a series of soft thuds, crimson marks emerged on the necks of Zhong Long, Zhang Hua, and Bai Yunsong. The marks swiftly expanded, and blood gushed forth as the three men, filled with reluctance, collapsed to the ground. Experience 4,000. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Elder Chen Wu of the Zhongyu sect trembled in fear. He finally grasped how their leader had met his demise. One strike, a blade that descended from the depths of hell. This was the very light of the Grim Reaper's scythe. When Zhong Long and the others beheld that blade's radiance, their lives were irrevocably extinguished. The speed of that strike was simply too swift. Even if they had seen it, they could not have intercepted it. Chapter 64. The perfect transformation of the Yi Jin Jing. Silence enveloped the arena, a stillness akin to death. Even Han Wuyin, who had accompanied Xiao Bieli, was taken aback by that single strike. Though he was merely at the 6th rank, he had once assisted a renowned assassin in executing a mission, while he had only played a supporting role in eliminating a few stragglers. That esteemed assassin was a 4th-rank master. He had witnessed that master in action from a distance, and while the strikes were decisive and efficient, they lacked the overwhelming pressure exuded by Xiao Bieli. That single strike, once witnessed, would remain etched in memory for a lifetime. With a thud, Chun Wu fell to his knees, his voice trembling. Young hero Xiao, I came here merely to evade your wrath. I harbor no intention of becoming your enemy. Please consider me insignificant and spare my life. Lu Fusheng rested a hand on his sword but hesitated to draw it, his grip trembling. In his mind, aside from the 4 4th-rank masters, no one in Manzhou could instill fear within him, not even Xiao Bieli, who had slain Shui Zhou with concealed weapons. Yet now he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. Even without the use of hidden weapons, Shui Zhou would not have stood a chance against Xiao Bieli. With a thud, Lu Fusheng also knelt. Young hero Xiao, whatever you wish to know, I shall divulge without reservation. I beseech you, grant me my life. Only in the face of death does one come to appreciate the value of life. Although the person before him was the avenger of his son's death, Lu Fusheng had more than one son. Within the Lu family, there were two, along with 2 illegitimate children raised elsewhere. The loss of a single son did not necessitate vengeance at all costs. Xiao Bieli regarded Lu Fusheng with interest and inquired, "Where is Zhuqingyun?" Lu Fusheng shook his head, saying, "How could I possibly know the whereabouts of Zhuqingyun? However, there are rumors that he is secluding himself in pursuit of a breakthrough to the Grandmaster realm." Xiao Bieli then inquired, "Does the Lin family know that Zhuqingyun intends to target me?" Lu Fusheng, well aware of which Lin family Xiao Bieli referred to, pondered for a moment before responding. Certainly, some members of the Lin family must be aware of it, even if they were initially oblivious. With the commotion that has ensued, it is impossible for them to remain uninformed. However, Lin Qingyuan has been in seclusion for over a year now and has yet to emerge. I cannot assure you of her knowledge regarding this matter, but it is rumored that someone spotted Lin Qingyuan a month and a half ago. Xiao Bieli and Lin Qingyuan shared a childhood bond. He was uncertain whether Xiao Bieli still harbored feelings for her. Thus, he opted to speak candidly. Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged. It was the original owner who held affection for Lin Qingyuan, as he had never even met her. If Lin Qingyuan were indeed colluding with Zhuqingyun, she would be his father's murderer. Confrontation would merely escalate to further violence. Lu Fusheng gazed at Xiao Bieli, gritting his teeth as he said, "As long as you promise not to kill me, I am willing to divulge a secret. It pertains to the treasure of the previous dynasty." Upon hearing this, even Han Wuyin, who stood behind Xiao Bieli, was taken aback. He whispered, "It is said that after the Great Qian swept the world, some precious items in the previous dynasty's treasury vanished without a trace. Rumors suggest that they have been hidden away, and to this day, no one has claimed to have found them." Lu Fusheng nodded repeatedly, asserting, "I can confirm that the rumors are true. If you, Xiao Bieli, swear by the heavens that you will not kill me, I will reveal this secret to you." Xiao Bieli nodded, extending 2 fingers as he declared, "I, Xiao Bieli, swear by the myriad deities that as long as you disclose the secret, I shall spare your life." Hearing this, Lu Fusheng breathed a sigh of relief, gently twisting the hilt of his sword. He easily removed the hilt, extracting a small, yellowed piece of a map made from an unknown material, and handed it to Xiao Bieli, saying, "This is a quarter of a map to the treasure of the previous dynasty, which I obtained from a family with ties to the former dynasty. If you can find the other 3 pieces, you will uncover the treasure." Before he could finish his words, clang, a flash of crimson light erupted. Experience 4,000. Lu Fusheng's head soared into the air, his eyes filled with disbelief, as if he could not comprehend why, having already given Xiao Bieli the map, he still faced death. At the very moment Xiao Bieli struck, Chun Wu suddenly lunged forward, racing towards the exit of the courtyard. Since Xiao Bieli could kill Lu Fusheng, he too was in peril. Whoosh! The blade glimmered, and a profound sense of danger enveloped Chun Wu. He dared not hesitate. His sword was unsheathed, clang. A sharp sound echoed as Chun Wu's sword shattered in 2, a gash extending from his forehead down to his neck. Uft! Blood gushed forth as Chun Wu's lifeless body fell from midair to the ground. Experience 4,000. Xiao Bieli gazed at the head of Lu Fusheng rolling away in the distance and shook his head, saying, "I have already informed your son that I do not believe in deities or spirits. Perhaps he has forgotten to convey this to you in his dreams. However, since your son has only just departed, hasten along the road to the underworld. You might still catch up with him for some company." With a graceful leap, Xiao Bieli landed before the corpse and began to search it. Through rigorous training over time, his skills in this endeavor had reached an extraordinary level. After thoroughly inspecting the body, he had acquired over 10,000 taels and silver notes, along with a small pouch of gold leaves. Xiao Bieli turned to Han Wuyin and inquired, "Everyone is aware that I was the one who killed him. Is it still possible to claim the reward?" Han Wuyin nodded and replied, "As long as you are not concerned about others discovering you are an assassin from the blood-clothed tower, it is indeed possible." Xiao Bieli shook his head. "The wealth I possess is sufficient for me to live comfortably for decades. I shall forego this trivial sum. If I were to join the blood-clothed tower, what would be required of me?" Han Wuyin promptly tossed him a dark golden token and a monkey-faced mask, stating, "You need not do anything at all. Unlike other gold-ranked assassins, you have been specially appointed by my master. All you need to know is how to locate the branches of the blood-clothed tower. Remember, each year you must complete 1 gold-ranked mission to maintain your status. Should you require any intelligence, you may purchase it directly from the branch, at half price for gold-ranked assassins. Given the troubles you currently face, you may accompany me to meet my master, where even the Zhongyuan sword sect would not dare to trouble you. Xiao Bieli shook his head. What are these trifling troubles? Han Wuyin shook his head in response, opting not to elaborate. At such a young age, Xiao Bieli had already reached this level. Were he in Han Wuyin's position, he would be even more ambitious. Should you encounter significant difficulties, you can issue a task within the tower, even summoning a master assassin to resolve your issues. Exercise caution. I would prefer not to be tasked with collecting your remains. After parting ways with Han Wuyin, Xiao Bieli did not leave Dongjiang County, but instead visited the Baiyun Villa. Unfortunately, the villa was home to only a few insignificant opponents, with the more renowned experts having concealed themselves. Xiao Bieli merely eliminated 2 7th-tier stewards of Baiyun Villa, yielding little experience. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level, pinnacle of 5th rank. Martial arts, Yi Jing completed. Frenzied Wind Blade Technique, perfected. 13 Guardian Strength Training, perfected. Iron Cloth Shirt, perfected. Drawing Blade Technique, perfected. Abhijna 3 Blades, 5100. Mighty Vajra Finger, 13100. Blade Intent, Copper Skin Iron Bones, light as a swallow. Experience points, 25,340. At last, he had amassed an additional 20,000 experience points. Settling into an inn, he locked the door and, gazing at the panel before him, a smile crept across Xiao Bieli's face, his eyes alight with anticipation as he declared, I shall expend 5,000 experience points to enhance my Yi Jing. I am eager to see if a perfected Yi Jing can elevate me to the status of a 4th-rank master. Outside, at night, replenish. Brothers, send some electricity. Chapter 65, 4th-rank master, Gu Family Fortress. Yi Jing perfected. Realm, early 4th rank. In an instant, the essence transformation technique reached its pinnacle, and a surge of pure, unadulterated energy flowed into Xiao Bieli's dantian, cascading through his limbs and bones. Thunderous roars echoed as his spiritual core at the center of his brow was opened, resulting in an explosive enhancement of his mental prowess. He had ascended to the realm of a 4th-rank master. The aura emanating from Xiao Bieli intensified, revealing a faint, ethereal silhouette within his spiritual core. This must be the nascent form of his primordial spirit. Xiao Bieli realized within his heart that he was no longer a novice in cultivation. The path of martial arts is an ongoing journey of self-enhancement, striving for perfection. With the opening of his spiritual core, he was now engaged in the relentless refinement of this core to elevate his mental strength, aiming to transcend the threshold of life and death, giving birth to his primordial spirit. Through the cyclical interplay of his internal energy and the power of the primordial spirit, he could manipulate the energies of the external world. After a while, the tumultuous energy surrounding Xiao Bieli gradually stabilized. He opened his eyes and murmured, At last, I have reached the 4th-rank master level. Once I truly breach the threshold of life and death and give rise to my primordial spirit, I shall ascend to the 3rd rank. The opening of his spiritual core had forged an inexplicable connection with the heavens and the earth. If he could successfully breach the threshold of life and death, giving birth to his primordial spirit, he would be able to harness the immense energy from the world, significantly enhancing his martial prowess with every move he executed. The dream of wielding a 40-meter-long blade would be within reach. According to the records in the long rainbow sword technique, breaking through the threshold of life and death is exceedingly challenging. Even seasoned masters with profound skills have faced peril while attempting this feat. However, my circumstances differ. As long as I possess a form of internal cultivation surpassing the essence transformation technique, combined with sufficient experience, I shall prevail. Regrettably, this essence transformation technique is merely a version from the world of Jin Yong. Had it been the one from Hong Kong comics, it would undoubtedly represent far more than a mere master-level martial skill. Having entered the 4th-rank realm and unlocked his spiritual core, his previously heightened 5 senses, achieved through the opening of the 7 orifices, have been further amplified. Not only that, but his speed and striking power have also seen a substantial increase. Observing the remaining experience points on the system panel, Xiao Bieli took a deep breath and murmured, It is a pity that there is no internal cultivation method more powerful than the essence transformation technique. Otherwise, I could further elevate my abilities. Currently, he lacked a suitable internal cultivation technique. Upon examining the internal cultivation recorded in the long rainbow sword technique, he found it inferior to the essence transformation technique. Nonetheless, having entered the master realm, he could attempt to enhance the abyssal three blades. In this world, those who have cultivated to the master level are all exceptional prodigies, many of whom have once graced the ancient Dragon Tiger rankings. They have achieved mastery for many years, possibly having refined several master-level martial arts to their apex, possessing profound insights into martial arts. Therefore, it is likely that they have honed one or two master-level skills to their fullest potential. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Once his combat strength is elevated, he is bound to discover an appropriate internal cultivation method. Moreover, even if he cannot uncover one, he is resolute in his belief that he can find a suitable internal cultivation method in this world. After all, as long as he possesses experience, whether or not it is an emergent internal cultivation method, he can expend his experience to enhance his abilities directly, exhausting all experience to elevate the abyssal three blades. Abyssal three blades, 25100, boom. In an instant, an overwhelming wealth of experience in the abyssal three blades flooded into Xiao Bieli's mind. As if he had diligently practiced this formidable technique for years, a terrifying aura of murderous intent threatened to invade his consciousness, attempting to pull him into the abyss of darkness. Xiao Bieli's gaze shifted, his body emanating a palpable killing intent. For a fleeting moment, he seemed to transform from a mere mortal into a fearsome demon. Yet, within the blink of an eye, that malevolent energy dissipated into nothingness. With a sigh, Xiao Bieli murmured, "The abyssal three blades truly embodies the essence of devilish martial arts. I have now attained the level of a master, yet I still feel its lingering influence. However, unless one reaches the pinnacle of mastery, such influence can be disregarded. Alas, experience remains my only deficiency." 3 days later, at Yuanjiang, in the Nine-Curved Shoal, several corpses floated upon the river's surface. Xiao Bieli stood upon a small boat, drifting downstream. After another hour, a fleet of large ships descended the current. The bodies belonged to the brothers of the 12 linked docks and Gu family fortress. "Damn it, that Xiao Bieli has escaped again." Shouts of anger erupted from the figures aboard the ships. Among them, on the leading vessel, Elder Chu Bufan of the 12 linked docks, along with Han Guang, the last remaining fifth-tier expert of the Sanjiang Alliance, stood respectfully behind an elderly man with white hair. This man was Gu Xian, the lord of the Gu family fortress and one of the 4 great masters of Manzhou. Upon receiving the news of Shuizhou's demise, he had hastened from the Gu family fortress without delay. As a master, he possessed a broader understanding of the unfolding events. Over the past year, the 3 princes of the Great Qian, all of whom were contenders for the throne, had inexplicably begun meddling in the affairs of the martial world, their actions becoming increasingly frequent. Many disciples from major sects had already begun to align themselves with various factions, although the Zhongyuan sword sect had not declared allegiance. Its foremost disciple, Zhuo Qingyun, had pledged his support to the 6th prince, a move laden with implications. In the face of the 9 sects and 6 factions, Gu Xian's stature as one of the 4 fourth-tier masters of Manzhou was insignificant. Moreover, with age weighing upon him, he found himself stagnating in the mid-stage of mastery, with little hope for further advancement. His 2 sons were of little help. One was at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, while the other had only just begun his journey at the 5th tier, rendering them incapable of shouldering the responsibilities of the Gu family fortress. Thus, he had no choice but to align himself with the Zhongyuan sword sect, especially since he had cultivated a favorable relationship with a master elder from the sect. With Shuizhou's death, capturing Xiao Bieli could forge a strong bond with Zhuo Qingyun, potentially opening doors to the 6th prince. Though reluctant to admit it, after a millennium, the Great Qian's national strength, while diminished, was not critically so. It remained unrivaled, even surpassing the era of Emperor Qian's reign. Even the formidable heavenly demon sect, the most powerful among the 8 demonic sects, dared not confront the imperial court directly. If he could align with the 6th prince, perhaps the Gu family fortress could ascend to greater heights, unifying the martial world of Manzhou. With the 6th prince's blessings, they might even produce another master, ensuring a century of prosperity for the Gu family fortress. Yet, Xiao Bieli proved to be exceedingly cunning. Without even catching a glimpse of his figure, the Gu family fortress had already suffered the loss of over a dozen elite members. Continue the search. I refuse to believe that a mere Xiao Bieli can defy the heavens. Upon finishing his words, Gu Xian turned to Chu Bufan and inquired, "Has there been no trace of Xiao Bieli from Jiangshan Pavilion?" Chu Bufan quickly replied, "Currently, Information regarding Xiao Bieli is exceedingly costly. We have already provided Jiangshan Pavilion with 5,000 taels of silver, yet the intelligence they have yielded is nothing but ethereal whispers. They possess no concrete knowledge of Xiao Bieli's whereabouts. Furthermore, Jiangshan Pavilion insists that they have fulfilled their obligation in providing information, and thus, the silver is non-refundable. Casting a glance at Gu Xian's retreating figure, Chu Bufan's thoughts veered towards the possibility that Jiangshan Pavilion might have an underlying connection with Xiao Bieli. However, being one of the 6 major factions in the realm, Jiangshan Pavilion was not something he could afford to offend. Moreover, the true disciple of the Salt Gang also exhibited a rather ambiguous attitude, seemingly lacking any intention to assist Song Yuan's sword sect in locating Xiao Bieli. Chu Bufan, now the master of the 12 linked docks and backed by the Salt Gang, was merely seeking to fortify his position by feigning the search for Xiao Bieli. He hoped that the people of Gu Family Fortress would remain oblivious to his ulterior motives. Chapter 66. Have you disrupted my experience farming? Abhid Harmonic 3 blades, 39,100. 7 kill blade, 3,100. Xiao Bieli, clad in a black combat outfit, stood upon a small boat, gliding swiftly down the Yuan River. The vessel cleaved through the waters, leaving behind a long, white wake. The Abhid Harmonic 3 blades and the 7 kill blade proved to be formidable techniques of the demonic path. Over the past few days, he had continually engaged in combat, accruing over 10,000 experience points, which elevated his proficiency in the Abhid Harmonic 3 blades by several levels. Even amidst the ongoing skirmishes, the 7 kill blade had, unbeknownst to him, reached the threshold of mastery. In recent days, he had deliberately slowed his pace, wishing to lure those intent on ambushing him to catch up, rather than seeking them out individually. However, it seemed that someone was assisting him in concealing his movements. The forces capable of keeping pace with him, such as Gu Family Fortress, were merely minor players. Despite having executed 2 successful counterattacks, both Gu Family Fortress and the masters of the 12 linked docks had been diverted. He had only dispatched a 5th-tier opponent and a few insignificant foes, far from meeting his expectations. At that moment, Xiao Bieli furrowed his brow and noticed, 1,000 meters downstream, a large ship anchored in the calm waters. Its flag fluttered proudly, emblazoned with the words Jinwu Hall. Standing at the bow was a middle-aged man clad in splendid attire, sporting a full beard, who spotted Xiao Bieli from a distance and, despite the separation, performed a respectful gesture, intoning, "Young hero Xiao, I am Sidu Kong, the master of Jinwu Hall in Manzhou. I kindly request that you come aboard for a discussion, though separated by a considerable distance." Situ Kong's voice resonated as if whispered directly into Xiao Bieli's ear, revealing the depth of his martial prowess. Xiao Bieli's brow furrowed. He had heard of Situ Kong's name, but had only a passing acquaintance with it. As a master of Jinwu Hall who neither ranked on the Dragon Tiger list nor held the title of 4th tier, he hardly warranted Xiao Bieli's attention. Compared to other regions, Jinwu Hall in Manzhou held some reputation only due to its connections with the sword bearers, while other major powers refrained from challenging it, respecting the authority of the court. However, many powerful individuals harbor a profound disdain for the Jinwu Hall, with the Hall Master Situ Kong being no exception. As the head of the Jinwu Hall in Manzhou, he is not even a 4th-grade master, merely a pinnacle 5th-grade practitioner. While Manzhou may lack the presence of the 9 factions and 6 sects, forces such as the Gu Family Fortress and the Qingfeng Sword Sect boast 4th-grade masters in their ranks, rendering their disregard for the Jinwu Hall entirely understandable. Xiao Bieli suddenly drew upon his vital energy, traversing the waves with ease, and in but a few breaths, he found himself upon the deck of a grand vessel. Upon seeing Xiao Bieli arrive, Situ Kong's face broke into a smile as he clasped his hands in greeting, exclaiming, "I have long heard of your esteemed name. Young hero Xiao, today I finally have the pleasure of meeting you." Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged as he replied coolly, "Master Situ, you did not travel all the way from Chongning County merely to exchange pleasantries with me, did you?" A flicker of displeasure crossed Situ Kong's eyes, yet his smile remained intact as he retorted, "I have indeed come to seek you out for a matter of importance. Young hero Xiao, are you aware that by slaying Shuizhou, you have incurred a grave calamity?" Xiao Bieli responded nonchalantly, "I have already killed him. If Master Situ possesses any true skill, perhaps you could assist me in reviving Shuizhou?" Situ Kong, noting Xiao Bieli's unexpected demeanor, retracted his smile and replied coldly, Do you understand that a third-grade grandmaster from the Tsangyuan sword sect has come to Manzhou with a tracking curse? He will arrive in Dongjiang County within half a day's time. Though young hero Xiao is indeed formidable, you are still merely at the pinnacle of 5th grade. Do you truly believe you can withstand a third-grade grandmaster? Xiao Bieli's brow furrowed deeply as he retorted icily, "Speak your mind directly." Situ Kong, thinking Xiao Bieli was intimidated, sneered, "Do you know that behind Zhuo Qingyun stands the 6th prince?" Zhuo Qingyun's allegiance to the 6th prince signifies that the entire Tsangyuan sword sect is aligned with him. Not only is it impossible for you to evade the tracking curse, but even if you manage to escape once, do you think you can evade it for a lifetime? I am a man of the 3rd prince, and I have come under his orders to offer you an opportunity. What opportunity? Xiao Bieli inquired coolly. Situ Kong retrieved a small porcelain vial from his sleeve and said, "Consume this heart-poisoning pill, and you will belong to the 3rd prince. Once you are under his banner, the Tsangyuan sword sect will naturally refrain from harming you. Furthermore, I will provide you with a fragrant concealment pill, which can assist you in evading the tracking curse. Do not underestimate this fragrant concealment pill. It is worth thousands of taels." Just a few days ago, Gu Xian, the lord of the Gu family fortress, arrived in Dongjiang County. Had I not discreetly instructed the Zhenwu Hall to disseminate false information, do you think you could have escaped to this place? Rest assured, as long as you comply in the future, the 3rd prince will surely favor you. Before Situ Kong could finish, Xiao Bieli's countenance darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "So, the reason the Gu family fortress has been unable to find me these past few days is due to your clandestine machinations?" Situ Kong chuckled, "Of course. If it were not for..." Before he could complete his sentence, Xiao Bieli's aura shifted ominously. "Are you obstructing my path to gain experience?" "What?" Situ Kong could not comprehend the meaning behind Xiao Bieli's words. With a sharp clang, the red-sleeved blade was drawn, its crimson light flashing. A moment later, Situ Kong's head soared into the air, blood gushing forth. The swiftness of the strike was astonishing, so rapid that Situ Kong's smile remained unyielding until his head took flight. Experience 4000. Turtle Breathing Technique 1. Dual Combat Technique 1. 2 martial skills emerged simultaneously. Having traversed this realm for so long, such an occurrence was unprecedented, even catching Xiao Bieli off guard. The experts aboard the ship from the Zhenwu Hall stood frozen, disbelief etched upon their faces. They were all loyal subordinates of Situ Kong, who had come at the behest of the 3rd prince to find him, only to witness his demise so abruptly. Although their influence in Manzhou was minimal, even those factions with masters at their helm dared not act openly against their leader. How could Xiao Bieli have the audacity to do so? To slay the leader of the Zhenwu Hall in broad daylight was tantamount to declaring enmity with the court. "Xiao Bieli, you are loud." He abruptly turned, a terrifying murderous intent radiating from him. In an instant, the 5 closest subordinates of Situ Kong, blood streaming from their orifices, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Experience 500. Experience 1000. Experience 2000. Since Situ Kong has become my source of experience, I shall treat you as mere fodder for leveling. With a swift motion, a blade of light manifested, splitting into a dozen arcs that locked onto every person aboard. In a simultaneous strike, nearly all the living souls on the vessel were severed in half, their vitality extinguished. Experience 1000. Experience 4000. Chapter 67. He awaits us ahead. Xiao Bieli rifled through the corpses of Situ Kong and the 5th grade master who had accompanied him, discovering a fragrant hidden pill on Situ Kong's person. He also claimed the heart-biting pill that Situ Kong intended to use against him. Standing amidst the sea of corpses, Xiao Bieli gazed towards the direction from whence he came, murmuring, "The Tsangyuan sword sect has sent forth a grand master. However, they should not have arrived here yet. Manzhou still has one last opportunity to reap the rewards. Yet, to be prudent, he resolved to elevate the Abijna of 3 blades and ascertain the level of this Gu family fortress lord. With this thought, Xiao Bieli softly commanded, "Extract the turtle breathing technique and the dual combat technique." Boom. In an instant, a torrent of training methods concerning the turtle breathing technique and dual combat technique flooded into Xiao Bieli's mind, accompanied by experiences in mastering both skills. Moments later, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes. With a swift motion, he drew his red-sleeved blade, its light shimmering, while his left hand formed a fist, thumb extended, the shadows of his fingers dancing as he multitasked. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he reflected, though the dual combat technique allows for simultaneous action, My current proficiency is too low. A mere strike suffices for slaying warriors beneath the Grandmaster level. Engaging with a Grandmaster, however, is an entirely different matter. At present, there is no surplus experience to enhance the technique of dual combat. However, the mastery of the turtle breathing skill has reached its zenith, allowing one to enter a state of simulated death, concealing one's aura so effectively that even a Grandmaster would find it challenging to discern. Nonetheless, there is no rush. I shall first devote myself to the cultivation of the abyssal triple blade before considering any other pursuits. Experience points, 16,740. I shall expend all experience to elevate the abyssal triple blade. Abyssal triple blade, 55100. Boom. An influx of experience related to the abyssal triple blade surged into Xiao Bieli's mind. The demonic energy surrounding him intensified, while simultaneously, the true chi of muscle transformation began to operate autonomously. Thunderous sounds echoed as the true chi surged wildly, causing bones and muscles to resonate. A hint of Buddhist nature manifested upon Xiao Bieli, suppressing the demonic essence within him. Had a master of Buddhism been present, they would have mistaken Xiao Bieli for a learned master of Buddhist teachings. Upon opening his eyes, clarity returned to them, and he sighed lightly. Although the abyssal triple blade wields immense power, with my current understanding of the swordsmanship, I could significantly enhance my proficiency within a month without relying on experience. The cultivation of internal energy is a gradual process, unlike swordplay, which can be honed more swiftly. If one possesses cross-training skills or profound internal arts, it would be more appropriate to utilize experience to enhance those areas. Half an hour later, the ships from the 12-linked fort and the Three Rivers Alliance arrived. Chu Bufan and Han Guang exchanged glances upon sighting a ship in the distance, motionless and adorned with the banner of the Jinwu Hall, and simultaneously leapt towards the grand vessel of Jinwu Hall. Before they even alighted, astonishment flickered in their eyes. The deck was strewn with corpses, their faces contorted in despair, each severed in half, blood staining the ship's deck a deep crimson, now dried and congealed, indicating the assailant had already departed. As they cautiously examined the scene aboard the ship, they were met with an unexpected presence. Gu Xian, the lord of the Gu family fortress, appeared silently, surveying the multitude of bodies with a furrowed brow. Chu Bufan approached Gu Xian, holding the severed head of Sidu Kong, and whispered, "These are the members of Jinwu Hall." Sidu Kong? Gu Xian's frown deepened. Chu Bufan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is Sidu Kong. The corpses aboard, aside from Sidu Kong, must have all perished at the hands of a single strike. Xiao Bieli's martial prowess has likely advanced again. Gu Xian shook his head. It is not merely an advancement. He has surpassed previous thresholds countless times. It is not an elevation in realm, but rather an enlightenment of the blade. To slay so many, including a 5th grade master, places Xiao Bieli among the top 15 on the Dragon Tiger ranking. The sound of Gu Xian's voice was not soft, and nearly everyone present heard it. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Among the top 15 on the Dragon Tiger ranking? That seems rather exaggerated. It is known that historically, those who have ranked in the top 15, provided they do not meet an untimely end, are typically at the pinnacle of Grandmaster level, dominating a region, with many having achieved the status of Grandmaster. If Xiao Bieli were nearing 30, receiving such an evaluation from Master Gu would not be surprising. However, he is merely 17 years old, and with over 2 months remaining in the year, he is yet to reach 18. At 17, a contender on the Dragon and Tiger list, if he survives, it won't be long before he steps into the top 10, perhaps even the top 5, or even the top 3. His name will be immortalized. Han Guang spoke solemnly. Yet he has slain a member of the Jinwu Hall, and moreover, the Hall Master who governs an entire province. This matter will not be let go easily by the Jinwu Hall. Guffawing, Gu Xian retorted. The Jinwu Hall is no longer what it used to be. It can no longer exert its dominance over the martial world. Furthermore, there is severe factional strife within the Jinwu Hall. Aside from the influential figures backing Sidu Kong, I fear no one will care about his fate. Even those behind Sidu Kong may not be inclined to engage in a life-and-death struggle over him. In this world, power ultimately prevails. I suspect that the Jinwu Hall will at most place Xiao Bieli on a bounty list, but how many will dare pursue it? Given Xiao Bieli's notorious reputation, even 5th grade bounty hunters would likely choose to avoid him. Han Guang's expression darkened as he inquired, "What shall we do then? Shall we simply acquiesce?" Though he himself is a 5th grade, he is insufficient to uphold the Sanjiang alliance on his own. Recently, Xiao Bieli has nearly decimated the skilled fighters in their two prefectures. Numerous other adept warriors and factions have emerged, eager to claim a share of their territory. Were it not for the assistance of the Gu family fortress, the Sanjiang alliance would have been utterly obliterated. All of this is attributable to Xiao Bieli. Gu Xian, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied nonchalantly, "Naturally, we shall take advantage of his youth and crush him. Though he possesses unparalleled talent, he remains merely a 5th grade." Chu Bufan hesitated, "But we do not know where Xiao Bieli has gone." Gu Xian smiled. "The intent of the blade. A sharp sword awaits us ahead. It must be Xiao Bieli. The youth harbors the arrogance of his age. He believes himself formidable, disregarding an old man like me. Alas, he is oblivious to the chasm that lies between the 4th and 5th grades. Thus, this time, his demise is assured." Chapter 68. Decapitation of the Master. "Let us go." Gu Xian soared back onto the ship, and with a sweeping gesture, 4 large vessels surged forth, cutting through the waves toward the downstream. Not long after, they beheld a striking young man clad in black, standing upon the rocks by the riverside. "Xiao Bieli, you possess remarkable audacity. Before Master Gu, you dare not flee?" With a swift motion, Han Guang pointed towards Xiao Bieli, unleashing a fierce energy that shot through the air toward him. Given Xiao Bieli's current martial prowess, he would certainly flee if not for the presence of a master by his side. However, with Master Gu accompanying him, he cannot afford to shy away. Chu Bufan, observing Han Guang's sudden attack, instinctively took a few steps back, with the support of the Salt Gang behind him. He felt no need to curry favor with Gu Xian like Han Guang. With a flick of his sleeve, Xiao Bieli shattered the incoming energy, a smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the ship and remarked, "Has the 3rd grade Grandmaster of the Zhongyuan Sword Sect not yet arrived? Do you think that by seeking my favor with the Zhongyuan Sword Sect, you are not afraid of perishing at my hands?" "Insolence!" Han Guang thundered. "Master Gu stands before you. Do you truly believe you can escape today?" Gu Xian shook his head, gazing at Xiao Bieli, and remarked, "At such a tender age, you have indeed attained a level of arrogance that warrants respect. However, young hero, are you aware that in the martial world, many achieve fame overnight, yet few find a favorable outcome? This is often due to their complacency and inflated reputations, leading them to misjudge their own abilities." Haha, Xiao Bieli laughed heartily. "That applies to others. I am different. My prowess far exceeds my renown. I am here merely to witness the caliber of the masters in the martial realm. Coincidentally, I have recently gained new insights into swordsmanship, and I kindly request Master Gu's guidance." As his words fell, whoosh, a blade was unleashed, sending a formidable wave of sword energy slicing through the air toward the ship where Gu Xian stood. Xiao Bieli darted forward like a released arrow, pursuing the gleam of the blade. "You seek death," Gu Xian roared, his right hand forming a palm strike, unleashing a terrifying force that erupted from his hand. Bang! The clash between the sword energy and the palm strike reverberated, creating multiple large holes in the sturdy ship, with splintering in all directions. Puff! Puff! Experience 500. Experience 1,000. 2 unfortunate souls were pierced by the flying debris, meeting their demise instantly. Die! Just as Xiao Bieli was about to land on the ship, Gu Xian let out a fierce shout. A sudden, powerful suction manifested from his outstretched right hand, enveloping Xiao Bieli in an invisible force, drawing him irresistibly toward Gu Xian. "Come then." Xiao Bieli did not resist, allowing himself to be pulled toward Gu Xian. When they were within 3 paces of each other, boom, the suction vanished abruptly, and a terrifying palm force erupted forth. Yet Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged. His left hand formed a fist, his thumb extended, and with a mighty gesture, he unleashed the great strength diamond finger. Bang! Gu Xian's eyes widened in shock as an overwhelming force surged toward him, forcing him to involuntarily retreat a step, creating a large hole in the deck beneath his feet. However, Xiao Bieli did not falter. Instead, he lunged fiercely toward Gu Xian. Whoosh! In an instant, he struck with his blade. The blade drawing technique. The silvery blade light, imbued with intent, aimed directly at Gu Xian's face. Gu Xian's inner energy surged to its peak from the center of his brow. His spiritual force erupted, rushing toward Xiao Bieli as his palms transformed to a violet hue, striking out forcefully. The Gu family fortress's ultimate technique, the Purple Fiend Palm. The Purple Fiend Palm is inherently a vigorous and venomous technique, and Gu Xian had mastered it to perfection, even against renowned artifacts. He held confidence in his ability to shatter them with a single strike. Moreover, bolstered by the spiritual force from his brow, he believed that if he could momentarily slow Xiao Bieli's movements, he could eliminate him with a single palm strike. A furious force erupted, and countless wooden planks from the great ship hurtled towards Xiao Bieli. However, upon nearing the blade's radiance, they splintered into fragments. Boom! The terrifying energy of the purple fiend palm collided with the gleam of the sword. The immense ship beneath their feet could no longer withstand the onslaught, shattering completely. Those hidden in the corners, including the members of the Sanjiang Alliance, the 12 linked docks, and Gu family fort, were sent tumbling into the water. Flee quickly to the other ships. Xiao Bieli and Gu Xian remained unfazed, their strikes accelerating with remarkable speed. They engaged in a rapid exchange, so swift that bystanders could only glimpse the afterimages of their movements. Having reached another vessel, Han Guang stared in disbelief, murmuring, "How could Xiao Bieli possibly contend with the Gu Fort Master like this?" The Gu Fort Master is a 4th grade master, while Xiao Bieli is merely at the peak of the 5th grade. Their confrontation should not be like this. Chu Bufan's expression turned grave as he intently remarked, "Most of those in the top 10 of the Dragon and Tiger rankings have records of battling 4th grade masters. The top 3 prodigies of the Dragon and Tiger rankings exhibit no inferiority against ordinary masters, and can even suppress them. 37 years ago, the 2nd-ranked hero Yi Wuhuan single-handedly vanquished a notorious master. Could it be that Xiao Bieli possesses strength comparable to the top 3 on the Dragon and Tiger rankings?" A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. To be comparable to the top 3 at such a tender age, only 17, implies a destiny to become renowned throughout the world. Han Guang glared intensely at the duel, unwilling to accept the reality. Impossible. How could a person from a humble family possess such might? He must be utilizing a technique to unleash his potential after this battle. At that moment, a resounding clash, as Xiao Bieli withdrew using the recoil. He shook his head and declared, "I have come to understand the strength of the masters from Manzhou. Recently, I have stumbled upon a new blade technique. I implore the Gu Fort Master for guidance." Xiao Bieli's aura transformed, shifting from that of a youthful hero to that of an unparalleled demon. He strode forward with the grace of a dragon and tiger, leaping several meters in an instant. Whoosh! The red sleeve blade was drawn, and a flash of light enveloped the blade as the Abhijna of 3 blades was unleashed for the first time by Xiao Bieli. The first form, soul devouring millions. The blade light surged like a tide, and Gu Xian felt as though he were ensnared by countless vengeful spirits, a surge of inexplicable dread swelling within him. Spiritual power? A master? Gu Xian's mind became chaotic. Could such a young master exist? Boom. He unleashed successive palm strikes, but compared to before, his technique was evidently disordered. Just then, swish, the 3rd blade of the Abhijna of no intervals. The scarlet blade light bore a hint of black radiance, akin to a bolt of lightning, cleaving through Gu Xian's defenses. Uft! Gu Xian's eyes widened in shock as he spat out a mouthful of blood, attempting to speak, yet found himself utterly voiceless, plummeting straight into the river below. Experience 8,000. Chapter 69. The Jianghu erupts. Flee. At the very moment Gu Xian perished, Chu Bufan let out a loud cry, channeling his vital energy as he traversed the river, leaving behind a trail of white waves as he fled into the distance. The individuals aboard the other vessels, awakening from their stupor, also reacted, scattering in all directions. Those adept in lightness techniques raced across the water's surface, while the majority leapt into the river, seeking a slender thread of survival. Xiao Bieli's figure shot forth like lightning. Swish, swish, swish. The glint of blades illuminated the air, transforming into dozens of slashes aimed at those attempting to escape. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, over a dozen individuals were caught by the blades, their flesh and blood flying. Experience 500. Experience 1,000. Experience 2,000. Xiao Bieli's gaze remained devoid of joy or sorrow, embodying the Grim Reaper as his blade energy spanned 30,000 miles. With each strike, several souls fell beneath his blade. Xiao Xia, spare my life, pleaded a 6th grade master from the Sanjiang Alliance, realizing that Xiao Bieli was merely 3 paces away. Thud. Yet, Xiao Bieli showed no mercy. A head soared into the sky. Experience 2,000. In less than 5 breaths, aboard 3 large vessels, Gu family fort, the 12 linked docks, and the Sanjiang alliance. Nearly 100 souls had dwindled to Chu Bufan alone. Standing on the riverbank, Chu Bufan gazed at the floating corpses and the blood-stained waters, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. As he beheld Xiao Bieli approaching with Han Guang's severed head, he steadied himself and bellowed, "Xiao Bieli, you, in your arrogance, unleash slaughter upon our martial arts world of Manzhou. Do you not fear the retribution that may come?" With a chuckle, Xiao Bieli replied, "What you say, Elder Chu, is quite amusing. It was you and your factions who sought to curry favor with the Zhongyuan sword sect by attempting to kill me. And now you blame me for the ensuing carnage? Furthermore, after decades of existence, have you not yet grasped the truth? In this world, retribution is but a myth. If it exists, it is merely a consequence of one's weakness. Countless martial artists have fallen at your hands over the years, and my strength is your retribution. Depart this world." The crimson blade, laced with darkness, flashed by, and Chu Bufan collapsed onto the ground. Experience 4000. Blood Blade Technique 1. Sheathing the blade. Xiao Bieli murmured, "What a pity that amidst such a multitude, none have yielded an internal skill surpassing the Yijing. Must I truly venture into the Blood Garment Tower for a tome? Or perhaps tempt fate in Yenzhou?" From the quarter of a treasure map acquired from Lu Fuxing, it appeared that the treasure was situated within a desert, and Yenzhou, being the hottest region of the Great Qian, possessed vast expanses of sand. Xiao Bieli had meticulously compared the Yenzhou map, yet a mere quarter of a map was insufficient to pinpoint the exact location. Numerous places bore resemblance to the marked spot, yet Yenzhou housed dozens of such locations. Moreover, the quarter map contained no specific details regarding the treasure's whereabouts. Having slain so many, including a master, it is imperative that I leave this place for a while and head to Yenzhou to observe for a time. With this thought, Xiao Bieli determined his direction and, with a single step, lightly touched the water with his toes, propelling himself forward several dozen meters. Experience points, 64,580. Awaiting collection, Blood Blade Technique. Upon arriving at a secluded location, Xiao Bieli halted, gazing at the experience points on the system panel, and softly uttered, "Extract the Blood Blade Technique." A myriad of cultivation methods regarding the Blood Blade Technique surged into Xiao Bieli's mind. The Blood Blade Technique is fierce and ruthless. Regrettably, it holds no value for me at this moment. Consuming 45,000 experience points, I shall enhance the Abyssal 3 Blades. Currently, there is no internal skill requiring improvement. The martial arts of the Blood Blade Technique no longer necessitate advancement. It is prudent to first perfect the Abyssal 3 Blades, and then, with the remaining experience, await the acquisition of an internal skill to allocate points all at once, propelling my realm forward. Boom. In an instant, an overwhelming influx of experience pertaining to the Abyssal 3 Blades flooded into his consciousness, as if Xiao Bieli had practiced the technique for decades. A surge of demonic intent emanated from him, rendering him akin to a demonic deity. After several breaths, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes, which were laced with crimson streaks, exuding a menacing aura, his presence in constant fluctuation. Swish! The red sleeve blade was drawn. With a single slash, a blade aura, several meters long, cleaved through the air, leaving a deep gash upon the ground. As the blade aura was unleashed, the killing intent surrounding Xiao Bieli dissipated. The abyssal path indeed embodies the most sinister tier of hell. However, techniques are ultimately lifeless. Although the returning sea blade boasts formidable talent, the limits of this world pale in comparison to the vastness beyond. Should he unlock the ancestral aperture at his brow and cultivate spiritual power, he too could suppress the Abyssal 3 Blades as I do. With a 50% proficiency, the Abyssal 3 Blades can already slay masters. How much more potent must they be now? On the following day, Xiao Long, the commander of the Zhen Wutong in Dongjiang County, stood at the entrance, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone. Alongside him, numerous martial artists from various regions of Manzhou also lingered near the Zhen Wutong. Recently, due to Xiao Bieli's sudden rise, the martial world of Dongjiang and Linshui counties has been thrown into chaos. The elites of first-rate factions such as the Sanjiang Alliance, the 12 linked forts, and the Baiyun Villa have largely perished at the hands of Xiao Bieli, leaving these once mighty factions in disarray. The previous day, members of the Zhen Wutong returned bearing dozens of corpses. It is rumored that among them lies Gu Xian, the master of Gu family fort, one of the 4 masters of Manzhou. Although the news remains unconfirmed, it is likely to be true. Commander Xiao, Could it be that the master's corpse is truly within the Zhen Wutang? Zhou Wu, a sixth-tier expert from Dongjiang County, stood beside Xiao Long and quietly inquired. He shared a good rapport with Xiao Long, and upon hearing the news of a master's demise, he hastened to ascertain the truth of the matter. For a century, the East River County has not witnessed the emergence of a master, let alone the demise of one within its bounds. Surrounding them are renowned figures from the barbarian prefecture. And as Wu spoke, all eyes turned to Xiao Long, eager to glean the truth from him. Xiao Long nodded solemnly, stating, "Indeed, the body of the Gu family fortress's master was discovered in the Yuan River." At this revelation, an uproar ensued. The master of Gu family fortress was indeed a revered master, yet he had perished in the Yuan River? Was Xiao Bieli truly that formidable? A young man, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "But Xiao Bieli is 2 years my junior. How could he possibly slay a master? Surely, there must be a hidden expert aiding him." Upon hearing this, many in the gathering of martial artists nodded in agreement, doubting Xiao Bieli's capability to defeat a master. If a teenager of merely a few years' age had truly emerged as a master, the entire martial world would undoubtedly be set ablaze with fervor. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the tavern across from the Jinwu Hall, standing by the window that faced the hall, were Sun Yicheng, a true disciple of the Salt Gang, and an elderly man clad in coarse robes, Guo Huai, a fourth-grade master and guardian of the Salt Gang. Sun Yicheng had once risen as a formidable figure in the martial world, on par with the renowned Xue Zhou, but since attaining true disciple status, he had not engaged in combat, leaving the outside world unaware of his current prowess. The Dragon Tiger rankings are based on the achievements of those listed. Since Sun Yicheng had refrained from fighting, he naturally did not qualify for the rankings. Listening to the commotion outside, Sun Yicheng remarked placidly, "Gu Xian is, after all, a master. Although his vitality has waned and he is not at his peak, he should not be someone Xiao Bieli can contend with." "Master uncle, could it be that Xiao Bieli has indeed stepped into the fourth-grade master realm?" Guo Huai shook his head, saying, "I just examined Gu Xian's corpse. The fatal wound inflicted upon him was imbued with a malevolent force, seemingly emerging from the depths of hell. Even I would suffer severe injury facing such a blow. It is inconceivable for a 17-year-old to wield such a weapon. If a master were to practice such a demonic blade, they would have long become its slave." Sun Yicheng nodded in agreement. "In that case, Xiao Bieli must have someone backing him. But I wonder which prince it is." With the crown prince's position vacant, the three princes are using the martial world as a chessboard to prove their worth. It is a boon for the martial realm. Guo Huai's expression shifted, and he cautioned softly, "Speak with care. The imperial court wields immense power, should those families choose not to intervene. Even our 9 sects and 6 gangs would not dare defy the court's will. Do not utter such words again. The Blood Robe Tower has previously concealed certain information for Xiao Bieli. It is likely that the one who intervened is an assassin from the Blood Robe Tower." Just then, the sound of urgent hoofbeats approached, prompting both Sun Yicheng and Guo Huai to gaze in the direction of the sound. A man, appearing to be in his 40s and carrying a broad sword upon his back, rode forth, looking somewhat travel-worn. Upon recognizing the newcomer, both Sun Yicheng and Guo Huai's faces paled. It was the famed Thunderblade swordsman, Dongfang Yang, the esteemed third-tier Grand Master of the Zhangyuan sword sect, a true figure who has transcended the threshold of life and death, giving birth to a primordial spirit. Among the 9 factions and 6 guilds, he is renowned far and wide. Following Dongfang Yang are a dozen individuals, the weakest among them being of the 6th tier, while one elderly man with a faint glow emanating from his brow is unmistakably a 4th-tier master. Sun Yicheng and Guo Huai exchanged glances, leaping from the window to land gracefully upon the bustling street, where they respectfully clasped their hands towards Dongfang Yang, their demeanor one of utmost reverence. "Hero Dongfang. Esteemed Elder Dongfang." At this moment, many had already recognized Sun Yicheng's identity, given his frequent appearances in the vicinity recently. Yet, this disciple of the Salt Guild was now bowing in greeting to one who arrived at speed, clearly indicating the visitor's extraordinary status. It was the illustrious Master Zhang of the Phantom Divine Palm. He had come in person. Some recognized the identity of the master following Dongfang Yang and gasped in astonishment. Zhang Tao, the Phantom Divine Palm, one of the 4 masters of Manzhou. Dongfang Yang did not spare a glance for Sun Yicheng and Guo Huai. Dismounting his steed and striding towards the Jinwu Hall in Dongjiang County, Sun Yicheng and Guo Huai dared not display the slightest dissatisfaction. A third-tier grandmaster is already among the elite of the martial world. Although Sun Yicheng believed his martial prowess surpassed Shuizhou's, and that his innate talent was likewise superior, he would not dare claim even a 30% chance of stepping into the realm of a third-tier grandmaster. Breaking through the threshold of life and death has thwarted countless prodigies, who, aside from the top 3 of the Dragon and Tiger rankings, could confidently assert their path to becoming a third-tier grandmaster. Furthermore, in his youth, Dongfang Yang was also a figure within the top 10 of the Dragon and Tiger rankings. Hero Dongfang, the leader of the Jinwu Hall, Xiao Long, hastily followed suit. Sun Yicheng and Guo Huai also entered the Jinwu Hall, while other martial artists were barred from entry. Such a blade technique. It bears the shadow of the 7 Killers' blade. Could it be related to the demonic sects? Zhang Tao of the Phantom Divine Palm furrowed his brow. Although the 8 demonic sects had weakened in recent years, confined to the most remote regions of the 24 provinces of Daqian and suppressed by the imperial court, the Heavenly Demon sect and the Gu God sect among them had endured for millennia, remaining steadfast. While the demonic blade sect may not rival the Heavenly Demon sect or the Gu God sect, its strength is by no means to be underestimated. Though he wished to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Zhangyuan sword sect, he was reluctant to provoke such forces. Moreover, he had heard that those within the demonic sects, due to their prolonged impoverishment, often acted with extreme measures. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Given Xiao Bieli's conduct, it is indeed plausible that he is a young prodigy secretly nurtured by the demonic blade sect. And what of the demonic blade sect? Dongfang Yang replied coolly. If they kill a true disciple of the Zhangyuan sword sect, not even the demonic blade sect can protect them. From the ends of the earth, Xiao Bieli is doomed. With that, Dongfang Yang produced a tracking worm, and a disciple from Baiyun Mountain hurriedly presented several items of clothing that had once belonged to Xiao Bieli. Retrieved from Lichuan County, a surge of vital energy was injected into the tracking goo, causing it to scuttle onto the clothing and flit about like a headless fly. Eastern Yang's countenance darkened as Sun Yicheng hastily remarked, "This fellow is indeed cunning. He likely possesses means to evade the tracking goo and may have already escaped. However, once he reappears, he shall undoubtedly fall victim to your formidable methods." Eastern Yang's expression regained its composure, and he smirked. "He certainly cannot evade me. I shall pay a visit to the Xuanji Valley to ascertain the whereabouts of Xiao Bieli." Guo Huai was momentarily taken aback. Although Xuanji Valley is not one of the 9 factions or 6 clans, its strength is not to be underestimated, ranking just below these influential groups within the martial world. However, despite the valley's renowned diviners, they can only discern a general direction of an individual, and considering that Xiao Bieli is a living person, he is not bound to remain stationary. Unless Eastern Yang were to keep a master adept in divination at his side until Xiao Bieli's location was discovered. Yet Xuanji Valley is not to be trifled with. Even though the Zhangyuan sword sect has subtly emerged as the foremost among the 9 factions, it may not permit Eastern Yang to act recklessly. Half a month later, in Yanzhou, the vast desert lay desolate and silent. A figure, swathed in layers, traversed the sands with light, yet resolute steps, the scorching sun casting a long shadow. After a considerable journey, a small town, steadfast against the winds and sands, finally came into view for Xiao Bieli. Following his departure from Manzhou, he had hastened his way to Yanzhou, which was expansive, 4 times the size of Manzhou. Yet, suitable habitats for human existence were scarce. Within dozens of miles, only Lusha town offered a modest water source, making it a favored resting point for many caravans and travelers. The howling winds stirred up clouds of dust, and it was clear that today was not a day for travel. Aside from Xiao Bieli, no other travelers could be seen on the road. Upon entering Lusha town, an eerie stillness enveloped the place, as if no living soul resided there. Undeterred, Xiao Bieli made his way toward the town's center, and as he neared the only tavern, the sounds of lively chatter reached his ears. With a creak, he pushed open the tavern door, and a gust of yellow sand swept inside. Ugh, who in their right mind would venture out in this cursed weather? Close the door quickly, my drink is full of sand, a disgruntled voice exclaimed. Xiao Bieli promptly shut the door, and while the storm raged outside, the tavern was bustling with patrons. At the sight of him, several individuals cast curious glances his way. Unfazed, Xiao Bieli called out to the innkeeper, "I require lodging and a meal, and please refill my water jug." The innkeeper, perched behind the counter, raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, 5 taels of silver for a night's stay. This large jug of water will cost 15 taels. A meal is 10 taels. Very well. Xiao Bieli tossed a hefty ingot of silver and his water jug to the innkeeper. After biting the ingot to verify its authenticity, the innkeeper's face broke into a smile. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. Your food will be served shortly. Just yesterday, a horse broke its leg, and the establishment still possesses excellent horse meat. Would the esteemed guest care to sample it? Chapter 71. Forbidden Libations. The first floor of the tavern serves as a resting and dining area, while the second floor is designated for lodging. Presently, nearly half of the 20 tables on the first floor are occupied, leaving only a handful unoccupied. Each patron is armed, clearly indicating they are not mere wandering merchants, but rather bloodied figures from the martial world. Bring forth whatever delicacies you have. As Xiao Bieli removed the cloth that shielded his face from the biting winds, he revealed a visage that bore the marks of hardship, appearing to be in his mid-20s. Yet, those familiar with him would discern a resemblance to his former appearance. With his current martial prowess and skills in body modification, altering one's visage is a trivial matter. Although employing blade techniques might draw the attention of the Zhongyuan sword sect, changing his appearance would at least provide a temporary veil of anonymity. As the cloth fell away, dozens of predatory gazes fell upon Xiao Bieli's countenance. However, after a brief moment, they averted their eyes. Despite their status as seasoned desert warriors, they recognized that anyone capable of traversing the harsh desert alone in such inclement weather was not to be trifled with. The meat served in the tavern is pre-cooked. It merely requires a bit of preparation before being served. Xiao Bieli sampled the horse meat offered by the proprietor, finding it overwhelmingly sour with a hint of fishiness. After a mere 2 bites, he set it aside. Fortunately, the lamb within the tavern was palatable. Noticing Xiao Bieli engrossed in his meal, the other patrons chose not to provoke him, redirecting their focus elsewhere. However, these warriors were clearly on guard, maintaining a cautious demeanor toward one another. Yet, after satisfying their hunger, none opted to depart, perhaps deterred by the swirling sands beyond or awaiting someone. Once satiated, Xiao Bieli ordered a jar of wine. In the desert, water commands a high price, often exceeding that of meat. Wine, in particular, is even more costly, especially in this solitary town that stretches for dozens or even hundreds of miles. A small jar of subpar wine cost him 30 taels of silver, a sum that could procure a fine cask in Dongjiang County. After a stick of incense had burned away, the winds and sands outside subsided considerably. The sound of camel hooves sinking into the sand reached Xiao Bieli's ears, prompting him to glance towards the tavern entrance. Many others mirrored his motion, setting down their bowls and cups to gaze expectantly at the door. Creak. The tavern door swung open, and a pair, an old man and a youth, entered. The elder, clad in a simple gray robe, bore white hair and a pallid complexion, suggesting he had sustained injuries. Yet, his gait remained steady, each step imbued with strength. Beside him, the youth donned a fitted green attire, his handsome features marred by an expression of anxiety. He followed closely behind the elderly man, occasionally glancing around. Upon seeing the multitude of people on the first floor, he instinctively shrank back behind the old man. The once boisterous atmosphere in the inn momentarily stilled with their arrival. As curious gazes turned towards them, the elder remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm and collected, as he strode directly to an unoccupied table and seated himself. The youth displayed a hint of discomfort, cautiously taking a seat beside the elder. Landlord, fill all 3 of these water bags. The old man placed 3 large water pouches on the table. The innkeeper approached, scrutinizing the sizable bags, and frowned. 3 will cost 100 taels of silver. In the desert, water is a precious commodity. These 3 bags, if conserved, could sustain 2 individuals for nearly half a month. Very well. The elder retrieved a silver note from his pocket, alongside 3 ingots weighing 10 taels each, placing them on the table. The innkeeper inspected the note, accepted the payment, and, with the water bags in hand, turned to head towards the inn's backyard. Meanwhile, several swordsmen on the first floor began to extract portraits from their belongings for comparison. The atmosphere grew tense, with many placing their hands on their weapons, yet none dared to make the first move. In this charged environment, the innkeeper and a server approached, carrying the filled water bags and some provisions, depositing them on the table before retreating to the counter. Eat up, the elder remarked, casting a glance at the youth with a soft sigh. The young man, clearly famished, tore off a chunk of mutton and began to indulge heartily. The elder, however, ate at a leisurely pace. As he neared satiation, He lifted a wine jug, filling a bowl to the brim. Just as he raised the bowl, Xiao Bieli interjected. You should not drink that wine. The elder furrowed his brow, pausing to regard Xiao Bieli. I see you have consumed it. Why is it unsuitable for me? Xiao Bieli replied with a smile. I can partake, but you may not. You are already injured if you drink this wine. It may not take even a tea's time before it proves fatal. At the moment Xiao Bieli's words fell, dozens of concealed weapons shot forth from beneath the counter where the innkeeper stood, aimed directly at his back. Be careful, the youth shouted, seeing the projectiles hurtling towards Xiao Bieli. With a slight smile, Xiao Bieli seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head. He deftly shifted his body, his sleeves flicking outwards, deflecting all the concealed weapons, which then embedded themselves into the walls of the inn. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Yet Xiao Bieli's display of skill prompted a collective intake of breath from the onlookers. Such prowess indicated that this individual was at least a pinnacle 6th rank, or perhaps even a 5th rank master. A person of such caliber could not possibly be an insignificant figure. Even the old man, previously alerted by Xiao Bieli's warning, now regarded the scene with a grave expression, intently asking, Who are you? Are they also coming for us? Shunhui naturally understood that many individuals within the inn were indeed drawn by the presence of the two of them. However, he held confidence in his status as a 5th grade master, knowing that the two most skilled individuals in the inn were merely at the pinnacle of the 6th grade. Even though he bore injuries, he believed he could easily eliminate them. Yet, Xiao Bieli's nonchalant demeanor diminished his self-assurance. Xiao Bieli nodded and replied with a faint smile, Indeed, they have come for you. However, they also intend to kill someone. Shunhui instinctively inquired, Who? Xiao Bieli responded, The master of the Yellow Sand Bandit, the Desert Bear. Ding Han. Chapter 72. Shun Family, the Divine Art of the Medicine King. An uproar ensued in the first floor of the tavern. Upon hearing Ding Han's name, some individuals turned ashen, and a few were so overwhelmed that their hands trembled, even causing them to shake their weapons. Ding Han, the Desert Bear, was already a pinnacle 5th grade master, and coupled with his innate strength, those who dared to oppose him within hundreds of miles of the desert were left bloodied and broken by his staff, meeting a tragic end. Most importantly, Ding Han was the leader of the Yellow Sand Bandit, who never fought alone. The Yellow Sand Bandit boasted numerous skilled fighters, aside from Ding Han, the second in command. Flying Wolf Blade Zhao Wushuan was also a 5th grade master, and there were several 6th grade masters among them. Who exactly was this person to dare proclaim the intent to kill Ding Han? While they too sought the bounty on the Shun family members, they had no desire to entangle themselves with the Yellow Sand Bandit. At that moment, many began to reconsider, including the two 6th grade swordsmen on the first floor. The Yellow Sand Bandit was notorious for their brutality, and any association with them could lead to dire consequences. Shunhui looked at Xiao Bieli and said solemnly, Is this tavern backed by the Yellow Sand Bandit? Xiao Bieli nodded. Although the innkeeper is also a 6th grade master, this soul in Liashazan, thriving with business, cannot be controlled by one 6th grade individual. Unless, of course, he is supported by the greatest force of this generation, the Yellow Sand Bandit. He must have informed them after you arrived, so they will soon be on their way. Upon hearing this, a few swordsmen on the first floor stood up with a clatter, preparing to exit the tavern. However, they had barely taken a step when a powerful force landed before them. Xiao Bieli remained seated and said calmly, The Yellow Sand Bandit has yet to arrive. I kindly ask you to stay for a while longer. Please do not make my situation difficult. He had arrived in Yinzhou 5 days prior, spending his time in Jiang City, solely because there was a branch of the Blood Cloak Tower in the city, and 3 locations resembling a quarter of the map were nearby. However, he had yet to explore those spots. Instead, he received news from the master of the Blood Cloak Tower's branch. The master of Wind Shadow Manor, in Qisha City, had unexpectedly passed away due to a severe illness, and his only son, Shen Yuan, along with the steward Shen Hui, had vanished without a trace. Shen Yuan was suspected to possess the Wind Shadow Manor's esteemed martial arts manual, the Return to Origin technique, and the Wind Shadow swordplay. Wind Shadow Manor was once a renowned power in Yinzhou a century ago. Its first-generation master was a 3rd grade grandmaster. But without a master to oversee in the last 2 generations, it had gradually declined. The Return to Origin technique was a profound internal cultivation method, and it was also his target for this endeavor. If the Return to Origin manual is indeed a tome capable of unlocking the mysteries of life and death, then his journey would not have been in vain. If not, he would merely exchange it for an internal cultivation manual within the Blood Robe Tower. However, the manuals from the Blood Robe Tower are exorbitantly priced, with one capable of unearthing the secrets of life and death costing as much as 200,000 taels of silver. Moreover, only the esteemed Golden Badge assassins of the Blood Robe Tower are entitled to procure such martial arts. As for the martial arts above the third-grade Grandmaster level, even the Golden Badge assassins lack the qualification to exchange for them. Currently, Xiao Bieli possesses only 70,000 taels in silver notes. Nonetheless, slaying the desert man, Xiong Dinghan, would yield a reward of 10,000 taels. The second-in-command of the Yellow Sand Bandit is also worth 7,000 taels. A few more such endeavors would suffice for him to acquire a martial art that unlocks the secrets of life and death. Moreover, he could amass some experience, which would enable him to directly breach the threshold of life and death. Thud, thud. At last, the thunderous sound of hooves resonated from outside, causing the countenance of all on the first floor to change. Even Xin Hui, a fifth-grade master, was not exempt. Despite his fifth-grade status, he possessed the self-awareness to know he would not stand a chance against Ding Han. Huh. The innkeeper glared at Xiao Bieli and coldly stated, "Young man, over the years, many with noble intentions like yours have sought to challenge the leader, yet none have escaped becoming mere bones in the desert." Bang. As soon as the words left his lips, the inn's door was violently kicked open from the outside. A gust of yellow sand swept into the inn as a group of fearsome yellow sand bandits surged in. The leader, a towering figure with a thick beard standing upright like steel needles and eyes gleaming with ferocity, had a bald head adorned with a peculiar tattoo that spanned from the crown down to his left cheek. A sixth-grade yellow sand bandit wielded a purple iron staff, which he struggled to hold with both hands, let alone wield, indicating that the staff was evidently not his weapon of choice. Indeed, they were the Yellow Sand Bandits. The expression of the swordsmen on the first floor shifted dramatically. Those who had initially prepared to leave hastily retreated, unwilling to be mistaken for associates of Xiao Bieli and the Shun family at such a perilous moment. Shun Hui's expression also changed. Previously, he had only heard of the notorious leader of the Yellow Sand Bandits, the desert man Xiong, and upon seeing him in the flesh, he was convinced of his own inadequacy as a contender against such a formidable opponent. He even doubted whether he could withstand 30 strikes from him. "Leader, you have finally arrived." The innkeeper stepped out from behind the counter and pointed at Xiao Bieli with a smirk, saying, "Leader, do you know that this young hero has come seeking your head?" Ha ha. At this proclamation, the Yellow Sand Bandits erupted into laughter, including the leader Ding Han and the second-in-command Zhao Wushuan, who laughed uncontrollably. The innkeeper approached Ding Han and continued, "This young hero is quite confident. He could have eliminated me first, but chose to allow me to inform you instead. Were it not for his leniency, I might not have been able to notify you in time." Alas, Shen Hui was about to consume wine laced with a transformative powder, but this young man has disrupted his plans, causing you, leader, to expend some effort. Ding Han shook his head, remarking, "A wounded mid-level 5th-rank warrior poses little challenge." Xiao Bieli nodded in agreement, adding, "Your formidable skills in martial arts, coupled with your innate strength and overwhelming realm, indeed render him an easy target." The desert bear, Ding Han, furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable sense of inscrutability in the presence of this individual. "Feigning prowess, are we? I shall uncover your true abilities." Though Ding Han maintained his composure, the ever-impulsive Feilong Dao Zhao Wushuan could no longer contain himself. With a thunderous roar, he lunged forward with the swiftness of lightning, drawing his curved blade, and in an instant unleashed dozens of strikes. The silvery blade light enveloped Xiao Bieli entirely. At the moment Zhao Wushuan made his move, Shun Hui's expression shifted dramatically. Zhao Wushuan's martial prowess was on par with his own. Had he not been injured, he might have engaged Zhao Wushuan in battle. However, in his current state, he doubted his ability to withstand not only Ding Han, but even Zhao Wushuan. Shun Hui fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Bieli, eager to discern the source of this intruder's confidence in threatening the desert bear, Ding Han. "You will not witness my capabilities." In the instant the blades approached, Xiao Bieli summoned his internal energy, his fingers darting forth like lightning, and with a resounding thud, the myriad of blades dissipated. Zhao Wushuan, having attacked with such fervor, was swiftly repelled, spitting a mouthful of blood as he was hurled back, crashing against the inn's wall before collapsing to the ground. His chest bore a conspicuous indentation, and his eyes widened in shock, remaining motionless. Experience 4000. Pharmaceutical Mastery Chapter 1. Chapter 73. Annihilation. Another treasure has emerged? The Pharmaceutical Mastery. Could it be the tome pinned by the legendary Master Wu Chun from the Snowy Mountain Flying Fox? This indeed holds significance. Though he has ascended to the 4th rank, he is not impervious to poison, even if the toxins within the tome are ineffective against masters. The pharmacological knowledge contained therein would still be beneficial. Mastering the Pharmaceutical Mastery and acquiring additional texts on poisons from this world could expedite his understanding. Dead. The second in command is dead. A yellow sand bandit, trembling in terror, pointed at Zhao Wushuan, whose eyes were wide with disbelief. They were astonished. Their second in command was a 5th rank master, and surely even the leader could not eliminate him in a single blow. The others in the inn shared similar expressions of shock, unable to fathom that the notorious second in command of the Flying Wolf Blade, who had roamed the desert for years, had met his demise here. Who was this person? Ding Han gripped his iron staff tightly. Gazing at Xiao Bieli with a grave countenance, he inquired, "Who exactly are you? We bear no animosity, do we?" He scrutinized Xiao Bieli, his mind racing through the ranks of renowned young masters listed on the Dragon and Tiger rankings, but none matched the figure before him. He was certain he had not wronged such a youthful prodigy. Yet, whether there was enmity mattered little. Xiao Bieli shook his head with a smile and remarked, "During this period, your frequent assaults on merchant caravans, coupled with the slaughter of women and children among them, have undoubtedly violated the rules established by the esteemed Tomoer, the Lord of the Camel Bell. Even if I do not intervene, your days are numbered. If you perish at my hands, it may as well be a case of waste repurposed. The Yin province is barren, with over half of its territory encompassed by desert, and Tomoer reigns as the sovereign of this vast wasteland. It is precisely due to Tomoer's regulations that merchants dare to traverse the endless dunes. The recent actions of the Yellow Sand Bandits have indisputably contravened Tomoer's edicts." In the very instant his words fell, Xiao Bieli transformed into a streak of lightning, charging towards the desert warrior Ding Han. "Do you truly believe me to be a soft persimmon?" Ding Han bellowed in fury. He summoned the full extent of his martial prowess, his muscles bulging and veins prominent, as he wielded a nearly 300-pound iron staff enveloped in true energy, crashing down upon Xiao Bieli like a mountain descending upon its prey. Before the staff could descend, a terrifying shockwave surged forth, shattering the tables and chairs on the 1st floor of the inn. Everyone instinctively took 2 steps back, fearful of being caught in this overwhelming force. Yet, Xiao Bieli's expression remained unperturbed. At the moment the iron staff fell, he unleashed a powerful finger strike, akin to a flash of lightning. The staff collided with his strike. With a resounding thud, Ding Han felt an irresistible force surge towards him, causing the iron staff to slip from his grasp and fly backwards. The staff struck several yellow sand bandits standing behind Ding Han, breaking bones and tearing sinews, sending them hurtling backwards into darkness, their consciousness fading. Experience gained, 1,000. Experience gained, 500. I cannot withstand this. Ding Han's mind raced with this thought, but before he could retreat, a single finger had already pierced his chest. With a spurt of blood, Ding Han felt the warmth of life draining from him, his body collapsing in defeat. Experience gained, 4,000. Run. A voice cried out among the remaining yellow sand bandits, and they all frantically surged towards the inn's entrance. "Get out of my way, do not obstruct me." The innkeeper roared. He had been standing beside Ding Han, and upon witnessing Ding Han's demise, he sought to escape. Yet, the doorway was choked with the desperate yellow sand bandits. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he channeled his true energy, striking out at those blocking his path. The individual in front sensed a powerful gust and turned, only to see the innkeeper fall limply at his feet. As the innkeeper collapsed, he beheld the visage of the very harbinger of death who had slain their leader. Xiao Bieli, devoid of joy or sorrow, unleashed a ferocious and domineering finger strike. Experience gained, 1,000. With each of Xiao Bieli's finger strikes, the terrifying force directly pierced through the bodies of several adversaries. In merely 3 breaths, the 10 or so bandits of the yellow sand, who had approached Ding Han, were all reduced to lifeless corpses. The one who fled the farthest barely managed to escape 2 meters from the entrance before meeting the same fate. Dead. The mighty Ding Han of the desert was dead? The patrons on the 1st floor of the inn wore expressions of disbelief, as though the events that transpired were but a dream. From the moment this young hero made his move, to the complete annihilation of the yellow sand bandits, All occurred within a matter of mere breaths. Moreover, the assailant appeared to be no older than 20, and while such prowess may not place him atop the Dragon Tiger rankings, it surely could not be far from it. Yet, they now felt as if they were sitting on needles, restless and uneasy. This individual had just slain so many bandits. Should he choose to turn on them, they would not be surprised, despite having no grievances against him. Leave. Xiao Bieli cast a glance at the people within the inn and spoke softly. A sigh of relief swept through the patrons as they clasped their hands in respect towards Xiao Bieli and quickly exited through the main door. However, Shen Hui and Xin Yuan did not depart. The man before them had already stated that he had come for them, and the eradication of the Yellow Sand bandits was merely incidental. Xiao Bieli raised his foot to lift the steel blades of the bandits, severing the heads of Ding Han and Zhao Wushuan, wrapping them carefully in the black cloth he had brought. These would be worth a fortune. Once he had completed his task, Xiao Bieli turned to Shen Hui and Xin Yuan, speaking with calm indifference. Strictly speaking, I am indeed your benefactor. Had I not eliminated the Yellow Sand bandits, you would not have escaped today. I am here for the Guiyuan's secret manual. Hand it over, and we shall part ways in peace. Shen Hui shielded Xin Yuan behind him and bowed slightly to Xiao Bieli, saying, The Guiyuan's secret manual is not in our possession. Xiao Bieli frowned, and Shen Hui instinctively took a half-step back. Uncle Hui. Xin Yuan stepped forward from behind Shen Hui, offering a wry smile. There's no need for such formality. The Guiyuan's secret manual is still within the Wind Shadow Manor. Even if we do not disclose its whereabouts, we shall never have the chance to retrieve it. It is far better for this manual to fall into the hands of this elder brother than into the hands of that scoundrel Yin Tao. The manual lies concealed within a hidden compartment in the ancestral hall of Wind Shadow Manor, known only to my father. He revealed its location to me before succumbing to poison, but I knew I could not protect the manual, hence I did not retrieve it. Now that Wind Shadow Manor has fallen into Yin Tao's grasp, I am uncertain whether they have discovered the manual. Whether it exists or not, a visit will clarify. Xiao Bieli replied nonchalantly. You shall accompany me, and upon locating the Guiyuan's secret manual, I shall release you. Chapter 74, Feng Xinyang. Giant Sun City is not too far from Flowing Sand Town. With swift horses, one can reach it within a day. Upon returning to Giant Sun City, Xiao Bieli first sealed the acupoints of the two and left them in the small courtyard where they had been residing. He then proceeded to the largest brothel in Giant Sun City, the Cuihong Courtyard, carrying the two severed heads. Oh, young master, you have arrived. Are you here to see Sister Ziwei again? She is probably still in slumber at this hour. As soon as he stepped into the Cuihong Courtyard, two enchanting women, clad in scant attire, approached him with flirtatious smiles. However, upon encountering the gaze of Xiao Bieli, both women instinctively lowered their heads, their voices becoming noticeably softer. Xiao Bieli continued deeper into the depths of the Cuihong Courtyard, where few would suspect that beneath the bustling surface lay an intricately constructed subterranean palace, the largest branch of the Blood Garment Tower in Yenzhou. Upon reaching the innermost part of the courtyard, a charming young lady clad in purple approached. My lord, you have arrived. Following the young lady, Xiao Bieli made his way towards the stone palace underground. As he entered the subterranean stone palace, he sensed an unmistakable increase in the vigilance of the guards. He could discern that at least 2 fourth-grade masters were stationed within this stone sanctuary. Upon arriving at a chamber deep within the stone palace, he found a woman in a flowing green gown seated there. She appeared to be in her 30s, elegantly adorned, with willow-like brows and phoenix-like eyes, a waist that could be grasped with a single hand, complemented by a strikingly beautiful visage akin to a ripe peach. Back so soon. But then again, with your martial prowess, dispatching a band of sand bandits should pose little challenge. Feng Xinyang observed as Xiao Bieli entered, carrying 2 neatly wrapped heads. She clicked her tongue and casually fiddled with the abacus before her, shaking her head. Including the silver you previously left with me and the heads of the 2 leaders from the Huangsha bandits, that amounts to 18,000 taels. You still require 90,000 taels to obtain the yin-yang true skill you desire. Why not attempt to eliminate Zhuo Qingyun? His head is worth 100,000 taels. Xiao Bieli glanced at Feng Xinyang and inquired, Where is Zhuo Qingyun? Although Feng Xinyang was merely at the peak of the 5th grade, she held the position of head of this branch, possessing considerable standing within the Blood Garment Tower. Despite her mature appearance, she was only in her 30s, a few years younger than Zhuo Qingyun. From Xiao Bieli's current perspective, it was evident that Feng Xinyang was also a skilled swordswoman, certainly surpassing Shuai Zhou, who had fallen to him. Although he had not encountered others on the dragon and tiger rankings, he felt that Feng Xinyang could easily rank within the top 20. Feng Xinyang casually remarked, "He is not in Yenzhou, but Long Lao truly regards you highly. He has even arranged for someone to divert the Zhongyuan sword sect Zhong Lei sword hero, Dongfang Yang." A message from Manzhou indicates that a master from the Zhongyuan sword sect, Duanhuan Jian Feng Lu, has arrived, along with your Manzhou's phantom divine Pom Zhang Tao. While the Heavenly Machine Valley's divination skills may not match the star-pushing techniques of the Qintian Bureau, they still possess some merit and should be able to deduce your approximate location. Would you like to enlist someone as assistance? Feng Xinyang's delicate fingers danced over the abacus. With 3 masters, Qiu Xuanji, Zhang Tao, and Feng Lu, only Feng Lu would be somewhat difficult to eliminate. Offering 300,000 taels should suffice to settle the matter. This world is far removed from the ancient realms of yore, where those great powers boast legacies spanning millennia and command vast wealth. 300,000 taels is scarcely enough to procure a master's life. Feng Xinyang was truly offering him a substantial discount. Nonetheless, what Xiao Bieli sought was experience, and he had no intention of relying on the Blood Garment Tower's assistance. Besides, 3 masters? Who among them is not a master? Xiao Bieli shook his head. No need. Should they find me, I shall take matters into my own hands. But is the art of divination truly as extraordinary as it is claimed? Feng Xinyang nodded, saying, "The first master of Tianji Valley was a direct disciple of the Grand Supervisor of the Astronomical Bureau. Though he departed from the Bureau, he still maintains connections with the court. There is indeed some genuine skill involved. However, those who have received the true teachings of Tianji Valley throughout history have all met untimely fates. The art of divination must not be overused." Xiao Bieli nodded and inquired, "What then of Yin Tao of the Qian Kuan Palm? Is the Guiyuan scripture not in Xin Yuan's possession?" Feng Xinyang immediately surmised the reason behind Xiao Bieli's inquiry regarding Yin Tao and shook her head, stating, "Yin Tao's reputation in the desert is no less than that of the renowned bear, Ding Han, and his martial prowess surpasses that of Ding Han. 3 years ago, he clashed with Jin Buping, who ranks 57th on the Dragon Tiger list, and even managed to gain a slight upper hand. The reason Yin Tao targeted the Wind Shadow Manor is linked to a woman, a mysterious figure who appeared suddenly. Even I could not discern her origins, but I can assert that she is undoubtedly a beauty. Otherwise, a master of Yin Tao's caliber would not have succumbed to her charm. I sense that this woman is also after the Guiyuan scripture. If you intend to visit the Wind Shadow Manor, know that Yin Tao is currently hosting a grand banquet there, attended by several 5th-tier experts, among whom is a certain individual of interest, your fiancé, Lin Qingyuan's cousin, Lin Mu. Though his martial skills are mediocre, he is a staunch supporter of Zhuo Qingyuan and seems to be accompanied by an elder from the Zhongyuan sword sect's outer sect." At this point, Feng Xinyang regarded Xiao Bieli with keen interest. Over the years, Lin Qingyuan's reputation in the Zhongyuan sword sect has grown considerably, possessing an innate sword body and unmatched talent. The martial world buzzes with rumors that Lin Qingyuan may one day attain the 2nd-tier state of harmony of man and heaven, becoming the pillar of the Zhongyuan sword sect and allowing it to dominate the martial world for another century. Moreover, she is aware that Lin Qingyuan and the young man before her share a childhood bond, and his talents are not inferior to hers, perhaps even superior. Were it not for the myriad troubles with the blood-clothed tower, she would have wished to witness the drama unfolding at the Wind Shadow Manor. Xiao Bieli's expression was devoid of joy or sorrow, and he replied calmly, "Those who obstruct my path shall be dealt with swiftly. Keep a record of my expenses. Watch over Shen Hui. I will escort Xin Yuan to the Wind Shadow Manor and retrieve the Guiyuan scripture. He has already amassed considerable experience. All that remains is a suitable internal cultivation method." The Wind Shadow Manor, which had been under the guardianship of a 3rd-tier grandmaster for several centuries, was naturally an impressive establishment. Nestled within an oasis, it exhibited a style distinct from that of the desert, more reminiscent of the southern prefectures. There had long been rumors that the Shun family of Wind Shadow Manor had fled to the desert to escape the wrath of a powerful force from beyond. Yet, no one could confirm this. However, such details have become irrelevant, for the Wind Shadow Manor, standing tall in the desert for hundreds of years, has recently changed ownership. Its current master is none other than Yin Tao of the Qian Kuan Palm. Yin Tao stood within the Wind Shadow Manor, gazing down upon the landscape beyond with a sense of fulfillment. Beside him stood a stunningly beautiful woman, appearing to be in her early 20s. yet exuding an air of maturity. Such a woman is a divine gift to men. Inhaling the subtle fragrance that enveloped her, Yin Tao could not help but glance at the enchanting Guanqing. Within the storeroom of Windshadow Manor, he had discovered 2 tiger whips and several potent medicinal herbs, which he had instructed the kitchen to stew, eagerly anticipating the effects of the medicinal cuisine. Previously, he had always exuded confidence in the presence of other women. Yet with Guanqing, he often felt a sense of inadequacy. However, this time would undoubtedly be different. Guanqing's slender brows furrowed slightly as she inquired, "Have you still not located Shun Yuan?" At the mention of Shun Yuan, Yin Tao also frowned, responding solemnly, "Shun Yuan has fled deep into the desert. However, the Yellow Sand Bandits and the Lone Wolf Village have already accepted my silver. As long as Shun Yuan crosses their territory, he will inevitably be captured. Moreover, we have not lost track of their whereabouts along the way. Escape is not an option for them. Yet, the Wind Shadow Sword Technique and the Return to Origin Secret Manual are now in your possession. A traitor who poisons and murders his father deserves death. Why allow him to live and return?" Guanqing cast a sidelong glance at Yin Tao, replying coolly, "Though these 2 martial arts are commendable, they are not what the young master seeks. You must understand the consequences of a misstep." Hearing her words, a weight of seriousness settled upon Yin Tao's face as he scoffed. That old fool Shinzong has been poisoned, yet still exhibited such strength. Had he not fought desperately and injured our men, Shun Yuan would never have escaped. Alas, the old man perished after 3 moves, oblivious to the fact that it was his own son Shun Yuan who had poisoned him. But rest assured, a martial artist as mediocre as Shun Hui poses no threat. He cannot flee far. At that moment, a distinctive cooing sound echoed in their ears. Guanqing raised her hand, and a white messenger dove alighted gracefully upon her delicate fingers. She retrieved the letter affixed to its leg. Upon glancing at it, her expression transformed, becoming grave. "What is it?" Yin Tao asked, perplexed. Guanqing replied coldly, "I instructed you to pursue personally. You needed to recuperate. Now, it seems Shun Yuan has been taken." Yin Tao took the letter from her hand, his countenance shifting as he murmured, "Ding Han is dead, and at the hands of someone so young. Such youth, yet capable of effortlessly slaying Ding Han. Could they be a master from the Dragon and Tiger rankings?" Previously, during the incursion at Windshadow Manor, he had sustained injuries from Shun Zong, which had deterred him from pursuing Shun Yuan himself. He had dismissed the notion that Shun Yuan and his companions could escape. But now, circumstances had changed. Although he had gained insight into the path to the 4th-tier master level while battling Shinzong, he was not yet a 4th-tier master. Should the young master's plans go awry, the consequences would be dire. Guanqing shook her head, exclaiming, "Everything is amiss. There is currently no news of Shun Yuan. If we do not take immediate action, you may find yourself in grave peril." Yin Tao's complexion paled. As Guanqing was a trusted maid of the young master, she would undoubtedly remain unharmed. He, on the other hand, had been lured onto the ship by Guanqing's charms, entirely oblivious to the young master's appearance. All he knew was that this young master was at least a 4th-grade master, backed by a formidable force. If the situation escalated, he would find it difficult to absolve himself of blame. "You must save me," Yin Tao implored, looking at Guanqing. A smile glimmered in her eyes as she replied, "I am aware that you have acquired numerous valuable items from the Wind Shadow Manor. Should you satisfy me tonight, I may be persuaded to assist you." Yin Tao nodded vigorously. Guanqing continued, "The Tsang Yuan Sword Sect's soul-severing sword, Feng Lu, has arrived in Yanzhou. The Tsang Yuan Sword Sect maintains a cordial relationship with the Tumbleweed Elder, Zumuer. If we can enlist the aid of the Tumbleweed Elder's subordinates, not only would a mere Shun Yuan be inconsequential, even a master would struggle to hide in the desert." Yin Tao's eyes brightened. "So, the inner disciple of the Tsang Yuan Sword Sect, Lin Mu, from the manor?" Guanqing nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, although Lin Mu may be deemed inept, he possesses a commendable cousin. That cousin is destined to become at least a 3rd-grade grandmaster. Once Lin Mu speaks, the soul-severing sword, Feng Lu, will surely grant him some regard. Make arrangements to host Lin Mu and those 5th-grade experts who are inclined to ally with you tomorrow evening." The following day, as dusk approached, Xiao Bieli escorted Shun Yuan to Wind Shadow Manor. Despite the manor's stringent defenses, they posed little challenge in Xiao Bieli's eyes. Even with Shun Yuan in tow, they could easily infiltrate. The pair moved stealthily, reaching the ancestral hall of the Shun family deep within the manor without rousing any suspicion. Inside the ancestral hall, chaos reigned. The ancestral tablets of the Shun ancestors lay carelessly strewn across the ground, and the entire hall had been turned upside down. "Where are the items?" Xiao Bieli inquired. His brow furrowed. Xin Yuan quickly pointed to a beam, exclaiming, "They are right up there." With that, Xin Yuan leaped onto the beam, closely followed by Xiao Bieli. Xin Yuan began to search along the beam, ultimately uncovering a hidden compartment. To his dismay, it was entirely empty. "How can this be?" Xin Yuan gasped in astonishment. It was so well concealed. Unless they dismantled the ancestral hall, they should not have been able to find this place. He cursed under his breath, realizing that they had indeed been discovered. Turning around, he found Xiao Bieli gazing at him with a knowing smile, causing his heart to race. "Still too young, and your acting skills leave much to be desired." Xiao Bieli sighed inwardly, fully aware of Xin Yuan's intentions, which were merely to exploit him for vengeance against Yin Tao. If Xin Yuan had simply proposed exchanging the return to the origin technique for the elimination of Yin Tao, there would have been no issue. But treating him as a fool would lead to significant problems. "Young hero." Xin Yuan's words had yet to escape his lips when Xiao Bieli sealed all his acupoints, rendering him speechless. Xiao Bieli then carried Xin Yuan to a secluded spot not far from Wind Shadow Manor. Casually tossing Xin Yuan to the ground, he released the seal on his voice. "Young hero, what do you mean by that? You have seen the hidden compartment." It was indeed the place where the secret manual was previously stored. Xiao Bieli shook his head, declaring, "One does not shed tears until one sees the coffin. Although I have not mastered the art of coercion, I am a grandmaster, and the technique of dislocating bones is far too simple for me." With a swift motion akin to a flash of lightning, Xiao Bieli's hand seized Xin Yuan's wrist with precision. A series of sharp cracks echoed as Xin Yuan's joints were slightly dislocated. An excruciating pain surged through him, draining the color from his face and causing beads of sweat to cascade from his forehead. A heart-wrenching cry escaped Xin Yuan's lips. Chapter 76, The Divine Blades Slash. Experience points, 1,000. Without hesitation, he discarded Xin Yuan's lifeless body onto the ground. The Guiyuan manual had fallen into the hands of a woman named Guanqing, who had received it directly from Xin Yuan himself. Curiosity about Guanqing's appearance now piqued Xiao Bieli's interest. He softly spoke, recalling that yesterday at the Blood Robe Tower, Feng Xinyang had mentioned Guanqing, describing her as enigmatic, with numerous skilled individuals having succumbed to her charms, including several renowned fifth-tier masters. As night enveloped the Fengying Manor, the place was ablaze with lights. In the banquet hall, around 10 individuals were seated. Aside from Yin Tao and Guanqing, the others were notable figures within this vast desert, including Lin Mu, an inner disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, Cheng Ran, an outer elder, Pu Feng, the iron coin, and Ding Lan, the poisonous lady. The table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes, while not far from them, a dozen stunning foreign dancers twirled gracefully. The atmosphere was lively, as Lin Xiaoxia, at a tender age, had already attained the 6th-tier mastery, making him the foremost among the younger generation of the Lin family, second only to the illustrious Lin heroine. The dual prodigies of the Lin family meant that the rest of them would have to rely on Lin Xiaoxia's support in the future. Indeed, Lin Xiaoxia was merely 29 years old and had already reached such heights. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to ascend the dragon and tiger rankings in the future. Listening to the conversations around him, Lin Mu felt somewhat elated. Although he understood that achieving a place on the dragon and tiger rankings was unlikely in his lifetime, the praise still brought him comfort. Raising his cup, Lin Mu took a sip and sighed. "Alas, a recent incident has left me feeling rather discontented." "Oh," Yin Tao inquired while raising his glass. "With your esteemed position within the Zhongyuan sword sect, what could possibly trouble you?" The others looked on with curiosity. Although Lin Mu was merely an inner disciple, he traveled with the protection of an outer elder, a testament to the Zhongyuan sword sect's esteem for the Lin family's distinguished daughter. They could hardly fathom what troubles could possibly plague such an individual. Guanqing chuckled. "It wouldn't happen to be concerning Xiao Bieli, would it?" "Xiao Bieli?" Everyone was momentarily taken aback. They had certainly heard of this name, a newly emerged young master on the dragon and tiger rankings. It suddenly dawned on them that Xiao Bieli had ascended the ranks by slaying Xin Yuan, a true disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, who had once held the 62nd position on the rankings. Could it be that Xiao Bieli had some connection to the Lin family? Indeed, Lin Mu coldly remarked. Such a rodent-like creature dared to hide when the experts of the Zhongyuan sword sect arrived in Manzhou. However, he underestimates our Zhongyuan sword sect. Even the Tiangong Valley must show us respect. Our masters are already en route to Yanzhou. When they arrive with the people from Tiangong Valley, Xiao Bieli is undoubtedly doomed. Lin Mu's gaze swept over Guanqing, his eyes betraying an uncontainable desire. Were it not for Yin Tao's formidable skills, which could tarnish the reputation of the Zhongyuan sword sect, he would have acted long ago. Guanqing flashed a charming smile at Lin Mu. A mere Xiao Bieli cannot possibly compare to the Zhongyuan sword sect, one of the 9 sects. This smile made Lin Mu's heart quiver. The other men present instinctively lowered their heads. This woman was a siren, and one misstep could unleash their desires. Under normal circumstances, they would never behave this way, but only in the presence of such a captivating enchantress. Tai Swan Hu Feng chuckled. A person without any backing dares to offend the Zhongyuan sword sect. His fate is already sealed. If young Master Lin can locate Xiao Bieli, even without the experts from Zhongyuan, we can, suddenly. Hu Feng's expression changed as he noticed a figure with a monkey mask had appeared behind the poison lady. Who are you? Hu Feng exclaimed, rising abruptly. In that instant, the others also reacted. Swish. Dozens of hidden weapons shot forth from the poison lady's sleeves, aimed at the masked figure. Swish. The figure, Xiao Bieli, struck with a finger that could pierce gold and split stone. Clang. All the hidden weapons shattered upon impact. Puff. To the astonished gazes of all present, the formidable force of his finger pierced through the poison lady's chest, blood splattering as the terrifying power sent her flying, shattering the round table in front of several people into pieces. Silence ensued. Experience 4,000. Rui, Tianma. Linked 8 strikes. Master's ultimate skill, 1. Wow. Had it not been for the monkey mask, those present would have witnessed the astonishment etched on Xiao Bieli's face. Although he now possessed multiple master's ultimate skills, he could not suppress his delight upon witnessing the revelation of the divine blade slash. The crescent moon blade, shining coldly in the world. The divine blade slash could be considered the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the ancient dragon lakes. Perhaps only the little leaf-flying dagger, with its touch of causality, could rival it. The perfected divine blade slash not only granted him an additional complete master's martial art, but also propelled his understanding of swordsmanship to new heights. At his peak, Ding Pong, even without the demon blade, could dominate the world with just a wooden sword, proving that he had entered the realm of sword intent. This was a feat achievable only by those grand masters who possessed divinity. Ding Pong was undoubtedly a genius. Had it not been for the low limits of the ancient dragon world, his minimum achievement would have been that of a third-rank grandmaster, with hopes of transcending to even higher realms. Extract. Xiao Bieli silently chanted in his heart. The most formidable martial artist present, Yin Tao, barely reached the pinnacle of the 5th rank. Although he possessed some strength, it paled in comparison to the current situation. Acquiring a divine blade strike required little effort. In an instant, a multitude of cultivation methods pertaining to the divine blade strike surged into Xiao Bieli's mind, accompanied by invaluable insights into its practice. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the banquet hall of Fengying Manor grew tense as everyone fixated on the figure wearing a monkey mask, Xiao Bieli. Though the poisonous lady was merely in the mid-stage of the 5th rank, her expertise with concealed weapons had attained an extraordinary level. Her earlier display of heavenly maiden scattering flowers was a technique that even they dared not claim to easily counter. However, now this enigmatic master, donning a monkey mask, had not only deflected all the concealed weapons with a mere finger, but had also slain the poisonous lady. This was utterly terrifying. Did you take away the people from Xinyuan with a mere finger? Yin Tao glared at Xiao Bieli, his voice cold. Although he had been momentarily intimidated by that single gesture, he swiftly connected this individual to the one who had abducted people from Xinyuan. After all, someone capable of effortlessly dispatching Ding Han undoubtedly possessed the strength to eliminate the poisonous lady as well. Even he, in the face of this mysterious master, felt uncertain of his victory. The others were momentarily taken aback. They had all heard the rumors about a mysterious figure who had taken someone from Xinyuan in Liashazan. Yet, they never expected this person to have arrived at Fengying Manor. Emboldened by alcohol, Lin Mu glared at Xiao Bieli and remarked coldly, "You take a life at the slightest disagreement. Do you hold me in such contempt?" As the masked figure remained silent, merely standing there, Lin Mu's anger escalated. He was a disciple from the inner sect of the Yuan sword sect and the foremost among the younger generation of the Lin family. In Yanzhou, where no significant forces existed, how dare this person disregard him? Swish, swish, swish. His soft sword was unsheathed, and in a heartbeat, Lin Mu launched dozens of thrusts, enveloping Xiao Bieli in a flurry of sword shadows. His renowned sword struck like a venomous serpent, aiming directly for the center of Xiao Bieli's brow. Chapter 77. Poison. Stop. The moment Lin Mu made his move, Elder Chung Ran from the outer sect of the Yuan sword sect changed countenance and urgently called out to intervene. Gazing at the monkey mask adorning Xiao Bieli's face, he formulated a conjecture. Blood-clothed tower. Though the blood-clothed tower had maintained a low profile in recent decades, he vaguely recalled that all 9 core assassins were masters above the second rank. Beneath these 9 core assassins were 36 gold medal assassins. These gold medal assassins typically operated wearing animal masks, concealing their true identities. However, it could be confidently asserted that the weakest among these 36 gold medal assassins would not fall short of Yin Tao, who had long made a name for himself in Yanzhou. Moreover, the majority of them possessed the capability to assassinate 4th-rank masters. 4th-rank masters had cultivated their spiritual energy. How difficult it was to kill such beings. Yet prior to the blood-clothed tower's assassination of the late emperor, each year, 4th-rank masters had fallen victim to their plots. If this person truly were a gold medal assassin from the blood-clothed tower, then aside from Yin Tao, it was likely that none among them could contend with him. Just as Chung Ran's words hung in the air, swish, a flash of blade light erupted. Puff! Lin Mu's head soared into the air, blood gushing forth. Even Yin Tao, who had taken a step forward, found himself abruptly halted. The knife was nothing more than an ordinary blade, akin to one casually forged at the village blacksmith's. Yet, the speed with which the assailant had struck was astonishingly swift, far too swift. Even he lacked the confidence to block such a blow. You killed him? You killed him? Do you even know who he was? Just like that? Chung Ran's eyes widened with rage. Although he held the position of an elder in the outer sect of the Yuan sword sect, his talent was limited, and he would never ascend to the realm of a 4th-tier master in this lifetime. However, his grandson possessed remarkable talent, ranking among the top 20 inner disciples. Yet, that alone was insufficient. Without making it onto the Dragon Tiger rankings or possessing a natural sword body like Lin Qingyuan, he could never gain the favor of the sect's formidable members. The Lin family had promised him that as long as he safeguarded Lin Mu, upon returning to the sect, Lin Qingyuan would recommend his grandson to the 3rd elder, giving him the opportunity to apprentice under a 3rd-tier grandmaster. But now, everything lay in ruins. Lin Mu had perished at the hands of this individual, and not only would he lose Lin Qingyuan's friendship, but the Lin family would also place the blame upon him. I care not who he is. The masked figure, Xiao Bieli, did not even glance at Chung Ran, but turned his gaze towards Guanqing and calmly inquired, "Where is the Guiyuan secret manual?" Xin Yuan informed me that after he poisoned his father, he handed the manual over to you. Everyone was taken aback, particularly the few who eked out a living in Yanzhou. The Wind Shadow Manor held considerable renown in Yanzhou, especially since Shenzong was a 4th-tier master. However, not long ago, Shenzong had suddenly perished, rumored to have succumbed to an old injury. Yin Tao had merely taken advantage of Shenzong's demise. Nevertheless, his martial prowess was undeniably formidable, so much so that few dared to confront him in the vast desert. Now it seemed that Shenzong's death had indeed been orchestrated by his son, Xin Yuan. What could be his motive? Guanqing, momentarily stunned, then smiled, a beguiling smile. My dear sir, Xin Yuan's poisoning of Shenzong has nothing to do with me. The Guiyuan secret manual was indeed given to me, and it currently resides in my boudoir. Why not accompany me to retrieve it? Guanqing stepped toward Xiao Bieli, her eyes brimming with an alluring vulnerability. If all you seek is the Guiyuan secret manual, why resort to murder? I shall give it to you. As she spoke, the men around her appeared entranced. Even Chung Ran, who had been filled with fury moments before, was no exception. Only Yin Tao shook his head slightly. He was well aware of Guanqing's enchanting prowess. Unless one was a master, it was exceedingly difficult for any man to resist her charms. Moreover, judging by the voice of this masked assassin, he was surely no older than 35 and would undoubtedly succumb to Guanqing's allure. Suddenly, a sigh escaped from beneath the monkey-faced mask. Do not waste your efforts. Are you not a man? Guanqing's smile faltered, She had not anticipated that her irresistible allure would lose its effect on this individual before her. Xiao Bieli remarked softly. Were it not for the myriad of chaotic energies that cling to you, your physique and visage might have stirred a flicker of desire within me. However, your practice of the yin-yang cultivation has imbued you with the essences of dozens, and even among this table. 2 men have shared your bed within the span of 12 hours. As Xiao Bieli's words unfolded, Guanxing's countenance soured. She was accustomed to men flocking to her at the mere wave of her hand. This man's words felt like a violation of her dignity. Yin Tao's expression mirrored her distress, tinged with a hint of indignation. Having consumed a potent tonic the previous day, he believed he had performed admirably. Was Guanxing still seeking the company of other men? Yet, this was not the time for infighting. His gaze swept over the assembled company. Tisu and Hu Feng, sensing Yin Tao's predatory glare, grew somewhat uneasy. He had visited Fengying Manor the night prior, merely to wander, never anticipating other developments. After a night of indulgence, his legs still felt weak. However, he had only just learned that the woman in question was Yin Tao's consort. Otherwise, not even with tenfold courage would he dare to act recklessly. Kill him, Guanxing shrieked. Yin Tao, you must slay him. Humph. Yin Tao scoffed coldly. Though discontent brewed within him, the immediate priority was to eliminate the man before them. Cheng Ran also bellowed in anger. I implore you all to assist me in removing this scoundrel. The Zhang Yuan sword sect shall offer substantial rewards. The skilled individuals present exchanged glances, each summoning their inner strength with a fierce intensity. Suddenly, several of them coughed up blood simultaneously, their faces paling as if they might collapse at any moment. Even the most powerful among them, Yin Tao and Cheng Ran, were not exempt. Cheng Ran's earlier fury dissipated, replaced by a look of sheer terror. What is happening? Poison? Yin Tao exclaimed incredulously. You actually poisoned our food in advance. Xiao Bieli shook his head. I did not require poison in advance to deal with you. I merely wished to test a recent antidotal technique I acquired to see its effects on 5th-tier masters. It appears to be quite effective. After acquiring the Divine Pharmacist's tome, he had expended 9,500 experience points to elevate it to perfection. The vital energy of 5th-tier masters forms a small cycle within their organs, perpetuating life and capable of resisting many toxins. While most recipes within the Divine Pharmacist's tome are ineffective against the 5th-tier masters of this realm, Xiao Bieli's understanding of pharmacology had reached a new level upon mastering the tome. He had successfully combined it with some unique local herbs to concoct a couple of exclusive poisons. It seems the results are indeed promising. With a sudden cough, Tisu Enhu Feng was the first to succumb, spitting forth a stream of black blood and collapsing to the ground. Please, spare me. I am willing to obey your every command. Xiao Bieli replied coolly. You were already compromised last night, your foundation ruined. The early 5th tier is your utmost limit. What purpose would it serve to keep you? Hu Feng spat another mouthful of black blood, collapsing softly to the ground. The eyes of all present were filled with terror. Although their martial prowess surpassed that of Hu Feng, the advantage was minimal. Suddenly, another renowned master from the desert coughed up black blood streaming from all 7 orifices. His eyes filled with unwillingness as he fell weakly to the ground. Some attempted to speak, but toxic blood surged from their mouths, rendering them incapable of uttering a single coherent word. One by one, individuals collapsed, and among a table of 7 5th-tier masters, only Guanxing, Yin Tao, and Cheng Ran, the 3 with the deepest cultivation, managed to hold on, albeit trembling, their eyes reflecting a desperate yearning for life. Guanxing slowly approached Xiao Bieli, alluringly imploring, My lord, please do not be so ruthless. If you spare me, I shall belong to you alone. I can grant you pleasures hitherto unknown. Before her words could fully escape her lips, a powerful hand grasped her throat. With a subtle twist, the sound of breaking bones echoed. Yin Tao and Cheng Ran shuddered. For such a beauty was swiftly dispatched by the assassin from Blood Cloak Tower without a flicker of hesitation. Was her heart truly as cold as ice? Yin Tao remained motionless, alive. Guanxing was his most treasured possession, but now that she had become a lifeless body, she was of no value. Xiao Bieli turned to Yin Tao, speaking coolly. Where is the Guiyuan secret manual? Yin Tao hastily replied, As long as you spare my life, I will hand over the Guiyuan secret manual. Xiao Bieli regarded Yin Tao as one might a fool. Why does everyone harbor such unrealistic notions? You have but 2 choices. Die comfortably or experience the methods of Blood Cloak Tower before meeting your end. Yin Tao's complexion turned pale. Yet he suddenly gathered his inner energy and struck towards Xiao Bieli, 3 meters away, with a palm technique known as the Qinquan palm. Qinquan strike. The fierce energy howled past, tearing through the air with a menacing force. With a cough, Yin Tao expelled a mouthful of blood after executing his strike. Xiao Bieli showed no surprise at Yin Tao's sudden action. The reason Yin Tao, Cheng Ran, and Guanqing had lingered longer was due to their remaining utility. He had intended to send them on their way comfortably after obtaining the Guiyuan's secret manual and the answers to his inquiries. However, since Yin Tao refused, he would now test the resilience of his bones. Xiao Bieli clenched his right fist, extending his thumb, and unleashed the powerful Vajra finger. The two forces collided with a thunderous impact, shattering Yin Tao's palm strike. The force of the finger continued unabated, piercing through the air. In an instant, it penetrated Yin Tao's palm, and before he could react, a single finger had already struck his dantian. Yin Tao felt as if his dantian had become a sieve, leaking energy, as the painstakingly cultivated inner force dissipated in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Yin Tao appeared to have aged several decades. With a crack, a heart-wrenching scream escaped from his lips as Xiao Bieli's 2 fingers pressed against his right hand, systematically crushing the bones of his arm. Beads of perspiration rolled down Yin Tao's temples, and just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness from the pain, a surge of vital energy flowed into his body, keeping him alert. Even before all the bones in one arm had been shattered, Yin Tao could no longer contain himself and hurriedly confessed, "The Guiyuan secret manual and the Fengying sword technique are on me. These 2 items are not what Guanqing seeks. He is searching for something else within Fengying Manor. I have scoured most of the manor, but still cannot find what he desires. Just kill me. Grant me a merciful end." Xiao Bieli reached into Yin Tao's bosom and retrieved the 2 wrapped manuals. Indeed, they were the Guiyuan secret manual and the Fengying sword technique. Without verifying their authenticity, he struck with a finger, piercing through Yin Tao's chest, who then slumped lifelessly to the ground. Experience 4,000. Longevity Art. First Grade Divine Skill, 1. Damn. Xiao Bieli could not help but curse at the notification that appeared. Many had perished at his hands during this time, yet none had yielded a suitable internal cultivation method. Now, just as he obtained the Guiyuan's secret manual, it seemed to have triggered the revelation of the longevity art. Moreover, it was one of the 4 divine skills pinned by Huang Yi. Gazing at the system panel where the words first grade divine skill followed the longevity art, Xiao Bieli understood without a doubt that this was a technique capable of being cultivated to the 1st grade realm. However, he was aware that the experience required to train the various master-level martial arts was tenfold that of advanced martial arts, and the experience needed for each percentage increase in proficiency for the longevity art would likely be astronomical. He had initially intended to use the Guiyuan secret manual as a transitional tool. The experience he had accumulated should have sufficed to elevate him to the 3rd grade Grandmaster realm. Yet, with the longevity art now in his possession, he had no desire to pursue the Guiyuan secret manual any longer, especially since he also needed to enhance his divine blade technique. As long as he had sufficient experience, he was poised for ascension. Cheng Ran was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this gold medal assassin from the Blood Robe Tower utter a curse. With the Guiyuan secret manual now in this person's hands and Yin Tao dead, what could he possibly be dissatisfied about? However, recalling the earlier display of strength, a chill ran through him. He resolved that no matter what questions this individual posed, he would answer truthfully. At the very least, he wished for a swift end. Unlike Yin Tao, who had divulged everything yet still endured endless torment before his demise, Xiao Bieli turned to him and inquired, "Where are the masters from the Zhongyuan sword sect?" Although there were rumors of Zhongyuan sword sect members arriving in Yanzhou, aside from the renowned Duanhuan sword Feng Lu, the others were all formidable experts, and their movements were shrouded in secrecy. The Blood Robe Tower would find it quite challenging to pinpoint their location without expending some effort. Since the people from Tianshu Valley could locate his approximate whereabouts, he intended to eliminate the trouble at its source. As long as the so-called master of the Heavenly Machine Valley, known for their divination prowess, is eliminated, the disciples of the Zhongyuan sword sect will find it challenging to locate another expert from the Heavenly Machine Valley. He harbors doubts about the alleged ease of mastering such divine calculations. Cheng Ran shook his head and remarked, "I am not certain of the specifics. But Lin Mu received a message via carrier pigeon from Elder Feng yesterday. They are expected to arrive at Wind Shadow Manor the day after tomorrow. Our presence at Wind Shadow Manor is to await Elder Feng and his companions." With a sudden burst of energy, Chung Rant's spirit soared, announcing, experience gained, 4,000. Chapter 79, The Ascendance to Third-Rank Grandmaster. After thoroughly searching the corpse for valuables, Xiao Bieli made his way to Shunzong's study. Upon reaching the entrance, he unearthed a small copper box hidden beneath the first slab of blue stone. Opening the box revealed a fragmentary map, identical in material to the one he had previously obtained from Lu Fuxing. As he attempted to piece the two maps together, it became evident that they were not complementary. They were entirely distinct maps. However, Xiao Bieli paid little heed to this, for treasures were merely a diversion to him. With the longevity technique now in his possession, all he needed was to quietly accumulate experience. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level, early 4th rank master. Martial arts, Yi Jin Jing, perfection. Yao Wang Shun Pian, perfection. Blade technique, perfection. Ubijna 3 blades, perfection. Gui Shi Gong, perfection. Divine blade slash, 5100. Blade intent, copper skin iron bones, light as a swallow. Experience points, 169,540. Pending claim, longevity technique. As night fell in the heart of the desert, Xiao Bieli sat cross-legged beside a campfire, where a leg of lamb was roasting to golden perfection, its aroma wafting through the air. Extract, he murmured, gazing at the longevity technique awaiting his claim on the system panel. Boom, as his words echoed through the night. A torrent of cultivation methods associated with the longevity technique surged into his mind, accompanied by a wealth of martial experience. Longevity technique, 5,100, can be fused and absorbed with Yi Jin Jing. After a moment, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes and murmured, truly, the longevity technique is remarkable. The reason the heavens endure is that they do not seek to generate themselves. Thus, they attain longevity. This technique diverges from typical martial arts, where practitioners first cultivate internal energy, transitioning from acquired to innate states once they reach a sufficient realm. The longevity technique, however, initiates with innate true energy, a natural law that even allows simultaneous refinement of ancestral orifices and spiritual power. This explains why Ko Zhong and Su Xiling, having each practiced just one of the 7 illustrations of the longevity technique, could barely contend with second-rate, even first-rate experts from the Huangyi world. They were indeed fated to excel, advancing rapidly in their practice to become top-tier masters in a short span. However, while Ko and Su practiced only 2 illustrations, I embody all 7. My comprehension of the longevity technique is unparalleled compared to theirs. The essence of longevity not only promises to extend life, but also possesses a formidable potency that surpasses even the remarkable strength of the evolving muscle qi. The longevity technique, in all likelihood, stands as a pinnacle of martial prowess within this realm. However, could it be that the evolving muscle qi can indeed be transformed into longevity qi through absorption and integration? With a resounding boom, as Xiao Bieli's words resonated, the evolving muscle qi within him rapidly transitioned into longevity qi. Longevity technique, 20100. Each increment of 1% in proficiency for the longevity technique requires 10,000 experience points. Advancing from the 4th rank master realm necessitates a 3% increase in proficiency. In the blink of an eye, the proficiency of the longevity technique surged to 20%, although his realm remained unchanged. Xiao Bieli acutely sensed a significant enhancement in the quality of his internal energy. Even the lingering injuries sustained from previously perfected martial arts swiftly healed in an instant. His bodily functions reached their zenith. The requirement of 10,000 experience points for a mere 1% increase in proficiency was indeed, as I had anticipated. With 3 minor realms remaining to reach the pinnacle of the master rank, a total of 90,000 experience points would be necessary. Fortunately, I possess ample experience. I shall expend 90,000 experience points to enhance the longevity technique. With a resounding crash, as Xiao Bieli concluded his thought, a torrent of experience related to the longevity technique flooded his mind, as if he had devoted countless years in relentless practice. Simultaneously, an exquisitely pure longevity qi surged into Xiao Bieli's body. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Bieli's aura surged dramatically. The ancestral aperture at his brow was polished to perfection, and the mental force residing within it amplified several-fold, bringing the ethereal shadow of his primordial spirit closer to solidification. Just a step away from the 3rd-rank Grand Master realm that births the primordial spirit. Realm, pinnacle of master. Longevity technique, 29100. Each increment of 1% in proficiency for the longevity technique requires 10,000 experience points. Advancing from the 4th rank Master Realm to the 3rd rank Grand Master Realm requires 6% proficiency. After a brief moment, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes, registering 6% proficiency. With nearly 80,000 experience points remaining, I shall expend 60,000 experience points to enhance the longevity technique. Longevity technique, 35100. Boom. Once more, a tremendous influx of true essence surged into Xiao Bieli's body, causing his aura to ascend steadily, while simultaneously, his mental strength grew exponentially. At last, the barrier between the 4th rank master and the 3rd rank Grand Master was shattered. A transparent primordial spirit now sat within his ancestral aperture. He had reached the 3rd rank Grand Master realm. At last, a sense of relief washed over him. Xiao Bieli opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. All remaining experience points shall be allocated to the Divine Blade Slash. Divine Blade Slash, 24100. Boom. Countless experiences pertaining to the Divine Blade Slash flooded into Xiao Bieli's mind. Once the infusion concluded, he promptly retrieved the roasted leg of lamb from the campfire. Disregarding the potential burns, he took a hearty bite, followed by a generous swig of fine wine brought from Jiang City. The following day, at the Oasis Market. Although this place is referred to as a market, it is significantly larger than the shifting sands town that Xiao Bieli had previously visited. The bustling atmosphere here is unmatched by that of shifting sands town. The merchants in transit and the wandering swordsmen with their blades traversed incessantly. Xiao Bieli, adorned with a sword at his waist and a conical hat that obscured part of his visage, entered the grandest tavern of the Oasis Market. He casually extracted a golden leaf and tossed it to the young attendant. Bring forth the finest delicacies your establishment has to offer. This audacious act left both the proprietor and the server momentarily speechless, compelling the innkeeper himself to attend to Xiao Bieli with utmost courtesy, serving the finest wines and aged spirits available. Master Ho, what is the meaning of this? You have hoarded that aged spirit for over a decade, and now you are willing to part with it? This provoked discontent among the regular patrons of the tavern. With one jesting, of course, it's simply a matter of your insufficient coin. If you were to offer a golden leaf, not just the spirit, even the innkeeper's wife would be on the table. Xiao Bieli paid little heed to the banter of the drinkers. Once merely a novice 4th grade master, he had now ascended to the status of a 3rd grade master, equal to the esteemed Tumoer, the king of the desert, who was also a 3rd grade grand master. Why should he remain modest? The Oasis Market was a crucial passage for those journeying from the south to Fengying Manor. Given that Cheng Ran had indicated that individuals from the Zhongyuan sword sect would arrive at Fengying Manor tomorrow, the timing suggested they would likely reach the Oasis Market today. It was fortuitous to await their arrival here. Chapter 80, The Storyteller. With the influence of the golden leaf, the proprietor personally instructed the kitchen to disregard the lamentations of other diners. Before long, a sumptuous array of dishes filled the table before Xiao Bieli. Many patrons cast curious glances at him, for he was remarkably youthful and journeying alone with weaponry, a perilous endeavor in the treacherous expanse of the desert, rife with marauding horse bandits. Yet, none dared to voice their concerns. After all, those who brave the world alone must possess their own confidence. Though the desert cuisine was rustic, it held a unique charm, and Xiao Bieli, having perfected various martial arts, possessed an appetite far exceeding that of ordinary wanderers. Unfazed by the stares of others, he indulged heartily. Just then, an elderly man clad in a faded long robe entered through the tavern's entrance and ascended to the 2nd floor. Oh, old Chun has graced us with his presence once more. Have the rewards from your storytelling run dry? A voice called out, Come, come. Yu Haven T finished recounting the tale of the 3 heroes of Tianyun Manor. As the elder reached the 2nd floor, the atmosphere grew lively. And through the exchanges of those nearby, Xiao Bieli discerned that this elder was a storyteller. However, Xiao Bieli shook his head. It was unlikely that a pinnacle 5th grade master would resort to telling tales in a tavern due to financial straits. A 5th grade master would have myriad avenues to convert their prowess into coin. Old Chun, with a knowing smile, settled into an unoccupied spot, and the attendant brought him a jug of inferior wine along with 2 small dishes, permitting him to stay. The tales spun by Old Chun were captivating and fresh, filled with curious anecdotes from distant realms, drawing numerous patrons to listen eagerly. Pouring himself a glass of wine, without concern for its inferior quality, Old Chun downed it in one gulp, savoring the taste before chuckling and saying, "Let us not discuss Tianyuan manner today. Instead, let us delve into matters from the southern region of Manzhou." Oh, upon hearing this, someone inquired, "As far as I know, Manzhou is merely a remote place plagued by miasma, and its martial world lacks any notable figures. Has something significant transpired there?" Before old Chun could respond, another interjected, "Ah, you are unaware. A great many events have recently unfolded in Manzhou. Not only has a prodigy emerged on the dragon and tiger ranking, but even a fourth-rank master has met his demise." A gasp of astonishment resonated throughout the tavern. Although the martial community of Yenzhou is stronger than that of Manzhou, even the esteemed Tuo Ling Zun, with only 4 masters under his command, coupled with other elite forces, could not muster more than 20 masters in total. The death of a single master is indeed a significant occurrence in their vast desert. Recently, the master of Fengying Manor, Shenzong, passed away, causing ripples of impact even in the oasis market, which was once under the influence of Fengying Manor but has since changed hands. Could it be that this master fell at the hands of the prodigy from the dragon and tiger ranking? Someone queried. Old Chin chuckled, pouring himself another glass of wine, and replied, "Though that master was elderly, it is unlikely he perished at the hands of the dragon and tiger prodigy, Xiao Bieli. It is more probable he met his end at the hands of an assassin from Bloodrobe Tower." Xiao Bieli hailed from a humble family in Manzhou, rising to prominence just 6 months prior, making a name for himself. With a single blade, he has left the experts of 2 counties unable to lift their heads. It is said that nearly all the masters from Manzhou's 2 counties perished by his hand. A collective intake of breath echoed through the tavern. All the masters of 2 counties, nearly all slain by a single individual? Is this truly the work of someone on the dragon and tiger ranking? Even those demonic prodigies cannot be so bloodthirsty, can they? Old Chun continued. However, from what I gather, Xiao Bieli's motivations for such carnage stem from a tangled love triangle. A love triangle? Upon hearing this, the patrons of the tavern leaned in with heightened interest. The waiter hurriedly roamed the establishment, collecting tips for Old Chin's narrative. The guests, eager to contribute, tossed small silver coins onto the tray. Xiao Bieli, in a gesture of generosity, tossed a gold leaf onto the tray. The waiter could not help but cast a lingering glance at Xiao Bieli, who casually dispensed gold leaves. Could it be that he hails from a family of moneylenders? Even Old Chun, upon seeing the gold leaf, was momentarily taken aback. Having spent nearly 2 decades in the oasis market, he had encountered the occasional young master who might part with a few taels of silver, but this was the first time he had encountered someone so lavish. Xiao Bieli tore off a chicken leg, signaling for Old Chun to continue. He was eager to see how his tail had transformed as it traveled into the vast desert. Ahem. Old Chun cleared his throat and resumed. Xiao Bieli's fiancée is Lin Xingyuan, a true disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect. However, the 7th-ranked master of the dragon and tiger ranking, Zhuo Qingyun, has been entangled with her in a dubious relationship. Naturally, Xiao Bieli became an obstacle in their pursuit of happiness. The forces from the 2 counties of Manzhou sought to curry favor with the Zhongyuan sword sect and thus targeted Xiao Bieli. However, they were utterly unprepared for the extraordinary prowess of Xiao Bieli, who not only decimated the elite martial artists from the 2 counties, but also claimed the life of Shui Zhou, another prodigy listed on the dragon and tiger rankings. As the tale of their fierce confrontation unfolded, Old Chun recounted it with vivid enthusiasm. Yet, Xiao Bieli suddenly lifted his gaze toward the entrance of the tavern. A group of 8 riders approached, and among the foremost 3 were unmistakably 3 grandmasters. With his keen insight, Xiao Bieli quickly identified one of them. The man bearing an ancient long sword must be Feng Lu of the Zhongyuan sword sect, the wielder of the soul-severing sword. Among these 3 4th-grade grandmasters, only Feng Lu exuded a piercing sword intent. The other 2, though also grandmasters, displayed a dimness in their spiritual centers. Despite possessing spiritual power, they only posed a threat to those who had yet to reach the 4th-grade realm, a stark contrast to Xiao Bieli's own initial foray into that level. As Shui Zhou met his end at the hands of Xiao Bieli, Feng Lu and his companions ascended to the 2nd floor just as Old Chun was narrating the climactic conclusion of their battle with great flair. However, as they approached, Feng Lu's expression darkened ominously. With a resounding slap, one of the 5th-grade experts following Feng Lu struck the stair railing, sending a splintered piece hurtling toward Old Chun. Imbued with a fierce energy, Old Chun narrowly evaded the attack with a roll, but the table before him was not so fortunate. shattering into fragments. His face paled as he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Gentlemen, may I inquire how I have offended you? Must you resort to such lethal measures upon your arrival?" A seventh-grade warrior within the tavern interjected, "Indeed, you do not appear to be desert dwellers. How can you be so brazen upon arriving at the oasis market without fear of repercussions?" "Humph," retorted the Tsang Yuan sword sect expert who had just attacked, raising his hand to unleash a swift sword energy. Sensing the imminent danger, Old Chun gritted his teeth and retaliated with his own palm strike. The clash resonated through the establishment, shattering nearby tables and chairs into splinters. The tavern keeper hastily intervened, bowing repeatedly to the Tsang Yuan sword sect experts, "Esteemed sirs, my humble establishment has dutifully paid the monthly fees to the Tuo Ling Venerable. I beseech you to exercise restraint." Chapter 81. I predict that you will die here today. Old Chun, realizing the formidable nature of these individuals, promptly bowed and said, "Gentlemen, I am a wind seeker under the Tuo Ling Venerable, stationed here at the Oasis Market. If I have inadvertently offended you, I sincerely apologize." The individuals before him exuded an air of strength, with the one who had attacked being a fifth-grade expert, while the others radiated a comparable aura. Moreover, the three leading figures instilled in him a sense of inscrutability akin to that he had felt when facing the revered grandmasters of the desert. Could it be that these three were all fourth-grade grandmasters? A murmur of astonishment swept through the second floor. Old Master Chun had spent many years at the Oasis Market, and everyone believed him to be merely a solitary old man who, after wandering the world in his youth, had settled down in the market in his old age. Little did they know he was actually a wind seeker under the command of the Camel Bell Master. Wind seekers were adept at levels 5 or 6, tasked with upholding the rules within the vast desert. Should anyone violate the Camel Bell Master's regulations or recklessly harm innocent people, it would be the wind seekers who would intervene to rectify the situation. Despite the numerous sand bandits in the desert, many merchants still ventured to transport their goods into its depths due to the high profits involved. Typically, the bandits adhered to a code. Taking a small sum of silver would suffice to ensure safe passage. Even in encounters with those who disregarded the rules, lives were seldom lost. The presence of the Camel Bell Master's subordinates? Feng Lu furrowed his brow and coldly declared, "Let today's incident pass. Should I hear you malign the Tsang Yuan sword sect again, I shall sever your tongue." Tsang Yuan sword sect? A cold sweat trickled down Old Master Chen's forehead. He had merely repeated what he had heard and was taken aback to confront the very individual in question. He was aware of the Camel Bell Master's connections with the Tsang Yuan sword sect, which was one of the 9 sects and 6 associations. Even the master would hesitate to offend them. "Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you." Old Master Chen bowed repeatedly. The one who had spoken earlier was equally pale, his body trembling involuntarily. The 9 sects and 6 associations held immense sway over the martial world, and even the most notorious rogues would think twice before crossing them. "Begone." Feng Lu merely glanced at the individuals on the second floor, prompting everyone to hastily drop their silver and flee downstairs. Only Xiao Bieli, seated by the window, remained motionless. The soul-severing sword Feng Lu cast a glance at Xiao Bieli, but the latter was mostly obscured by a wide-brimmed hat designed to shield against the wind and sand, leaving Feng Lu unable to discern his features. "Bring me something to eat," Feng Lu commanded, though he did not dwell on it. Although Elder Dongfang had pursued the assassin from Blood Robe Tower, he had arrived himself, bearing a letter from the 6th Prince, seeking the Camel Bell Master Zumuer's assistance to eliminate Xiao Bieli and the Blood Robe Tower's branch in the Yin State Desert. A monumental upheaval awaited the entire martial world, and Feng Lu believed Zumuer would grasp the situation clearly. Choosing to ally with the 6th Prince at this juncture was an exceptional opportunity. After a brief interval, the innkeeper cautiously brought forth the food. The group settled at 2 tables. The soul-severing sword Feng Lu, the phantom divine Pom Zhang Tao, and Elder Yulong from the Tianji Valley gathered at 1 table, while the others occupied the second. Zhang Tao took a bite of roasted lamb and sipped his wine, exclaiming, "The flavors of this desert fare are truly unique." Elder Yulong nodded in agreement. Indeed, while it may not compare to the delicacies of Jiangnan, the taste is still commendable. This wine is even stronger than the bamboo leaf spirit of Jiangnan. Only Feng Lu frowned slightly, sighing. "I have received word that Lin Mu has been enchanted by a mysterious woman at Wine Shadow Manor. What a waste. He pales in comparison to Lin's disciple. If not for Lin Shizhi's extraordinary talent, How could my junior brother Chen have taken Lin Mu as his disciple, even offering a precious Tan Xiao Dan? I am eager to discern the true background of that enigmatic woman. Zhang Tao chuckled. Young man, your youthful vigor is quite palpable. It is only natural to be unable to restrain oneself. Were we not similarly entranced in our youth? As for her mysterious origins, Lin Mu merely benefits from Lin Qingyuan's influence. Otherwise, he would not have reached this point, nor would he threaten the core interests of your esteemed sect. A small reprimand will suffice. Daoist Yulong nodded in agreement. Indeed. First, we must locate Xiao Bieli and eliminate him. I must return promptly. The sect leader has granted me but a month. Zhang Tao continued. In that case, Brother Yulong, why not further delve into the matter and ascertain Xiao Bieli's whereabouts? Should he be within the Blood Robe Tower's branch, we will need to seek out the Tua Ling Zuns. For the power of the Blood Robe Tower is not to be underestimated. Humph. Feng Lu scoffed. Blood Robe Tower. Do they truly believe themselves to still be the world's foremost assassin organization? How dare they oppose my Zhongyuan sword sect? This time, we shall teach them a lesson. I appreciate your assistance, Brother Yulong. Daoist Yulong nodded, retrieving several strange divination tokens from his sleeve, which he then cast upon the table. As the tokens settled, he began to calculate. Gradually, his expression grew peculiar, and he murmured, could it be that I miscalculated? No, that can't be. Zhang Tao frowned. Brother Yulong. What is the matter? The others turned their gazes toward Daoist Yulong. He shook his head, his countenance grave. I have discerned that Xiao Bieli is indeed nearby. Everyone was taken aback, and Feng Lu coldly inquired, where exactly is nearby? Surely, it cannot be within this tavern. Daoist Yulong shook his head, then nodded. I can only ascertain his approximate location. However, the divination indicates he is in our vicinity. Just as Daoist Yulong concluded, clang. Feng Lu's sword was drawn from its sheath, slicing through the air with a fierce intent towards Xiao Bieli's seated position. Clang. Two fingers deftly grasped the sword's tip, producing a resounding clash of metal. Xiao Bieli, seated at the table, wore a smile in his eyes as he regarded Daoist Yulong, saying, your celestial calculations are indeed impressive. However, today I have also divined that you shall meet your end here. Chapter 82. The emergence of the demon blade. Those who stand in its way shall perish. Xiao Bieli. Daoist Yulong stood, retreating 2 steps. Clang, clang. Every weapon was drawn, eyes fixed incredulously upon Xiao Bieli, particularly Zhang Tao, whose heart raced. Though Feng Lu's strike was but a casual one, the sheer ferocity of its intent left him unnerved. Yet, Xiao Bieli had effortlessly caught the blade with merely 2 fingers. What level of mastery does he possess? Has he already attained the 4th rank of master? Gu Xian perished at his hands? Countless thoughts raced through Zhang Tao's mind, his expression shifting dramatically. Though he yearned to leverage his connection with the Zhongyuan sword sect to ascend to the lofty heights of the 6th prince, Xiao Bieli was merely 17 years old, just shy of his 18th birthday. A master at 17? Is that not rather terrifying? Should he thoroughly offend Xiao Bieli? Even if the latter were to survive, it would be difficult for him to rest peacefully again. A 4th grade master? Gu Xian perished at your hands? You conceal your depths well. Feng Lu's gaze was profound as he regarded Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli smiled lightly. I have never claimed that Gu Xian did not die by my hand. All is but mere speculation on your part. I find it somewhat perplexing that Zhuo Qingyun, though a pinnacle 5th grade, even ranked within the top 10 of the Dragon Tiger list, would warrant such a long journey from a 4th grade master like you to confront me. Am I to believe that after I eliminate you, that Zhongyuan sword sect would dispatch a 3rd grade grandmaster, or even a 2nd grade harmonized being to deal with me? If I too have backing, is it not somewhat unwise to act for the sake of Zhuo Qingyun? Ha ha ha. Feng Lu laughed heartily. Do you truly believe you can survive beneath my sword? Although Zhuo Qingyun possesses extraordinary talent, destined for the 3rd grade grandmaster realm, with even a 2 in 10 chance to reach the 2nd grade harmonized being, Shuizhou may have fallen at your hands, but it is hardly sufficient to warrant a grandmaster's personal intervention. Swish. Feng Lu's long sword pivoted lightly, its fierce sword energy compelling Xiao Bieli to loosen his grip on 2 fingers. Feng Lu refrained from pressing the attack, merely holding his sword as he regarded Xiao Bieli. Speaking indifferently, the Bloodcloth Tower, after being besieged 90 years ago, saw 9 core assassins reduced to remnants, with many more gold medal assassins suffering casualties. For decades thereafter, the Bloodcloth Tower nearly vanished from existence. Yet in the past decade or so, it has regained some vitality, and become active once more in the martial world. This time, the sixth prince's intent to confront the Bloodcloth Tower is not merely to capture a few insignificant figures. Those old wretches are well concealed, and you are quite likely a successor nurtured by those core assassins. However, the imperial pressure is overwhelming. Not even the united forces of 9 factions and 6 sects can stand against the court. As long as the court desires to deal with the Bloodcloth Tower, you shall scurry like a rat. Now, I can offer you a chance. Come with me to meet the sixth prince and honestly disclose the whereabouts of those surviving elders of the Bloodcloth Tower, and you may yet preserve your life. Xiao Bieli furrowed his brow. So it all revolves around the Bloodcloth Tower? Am I to be collateral damage? Han Wuyin's invitation to join the Bloodcloth Tower was well-intentioned. Yet now it seems that while the sixth prince and his cohorts possess some knowledge about the Bloodcloth Tower, they cannot locate its most central figures. Furthermore, they suspect a connection between me and those core assassins, thus prompting a grandmaster to seek me out, without regard for my feelings. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao was taken aback. Having always believed that the Sun Yuan sword sect sought vengeance for Shuizhou, leading to all of this, he never anticipated the truth to be such. The Yulong Daoist chuckled. Indeed, Xiao Bieli, your talent is commendable. Remaining within the Bloodcloth Tower is merely squandering your potential. No matter how powerful a martial force may be, who can rival the authority of the court? Aligning with the court is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Xiao Bieli nodded slightly. So it appears that your heavenly mechanism valley indeed has ties to the court? Moreover, I observed your divination earlier, and it seemed devoid of any extraordinary qualities. How could you ascertain my whereabouts? With a derisive laugh, the Yulong Daoist retorted, the art of divination can only be mastered by those with exceptional destinies. Amongst hundreds of thousands, there may be but one who possesses such a gift. It is not accessible to everyone. 90 years ago, the Bloodrobe Tower was stealthily dealt a devastating blow precisely because the Astronomical Bureau intervened. Now, having shared so much, you should realize that the Bloodrobe Tower faces an adversary that you cannot hope to defeat. Choose swiftly. Feng Lu, equally indifferent, added, 90 years ago. Even the peak of the Bloodrobe Tower faltered before the court. Do not entertain illusions about this time. You are still young. Exercise your wisdom. Xiao Bieli adjusted the conical hat atop his head, shaking his head with a smile. Did I not already inform you? I too conducted a divination for you. And next year on this day shall be your day of sacrifice. However, in light of the clarifications you provided earlier, I shall allow you to depart a tad quicker. With a clang, the red-sleeved blade was drawn from his waist, its brilliance illuminating the room. Divine blade slash. With the emergence of the demonic sword, death awaited all who stood in its way. Though Xiao Bieli wielded merely the strength of a fourth-tier master, the technique, power, and swiftness of that strike were executed with unparalleled perfection, amplifying his mid-tier prowess to its utmost potential. In that fleeting moment of light, Feng Lu felt his hair stand on end. He had never beheld such a mesmerizing blade. It appeared unchanged. Yet he sensed the convergence of numerous sword techniques within that one strike, rendering him utterly perplexed and at a loss as to how to defend against it. Xiao Bieli's comprehension of the sword far surpassed his own, reaching an incomprehensible echelon. A formidable mental force had ensnared him, and the speed of the strike was simply too rapid. Spare me. Zhang Tao also recognized the terror of that blade. Yet he found himself unable to even lift a finger, reduced to pleading for mercy. I am from the heavenly mechanism valley. The Yulong Daoist could barely maintain his balance, one hand bracing against the table. Kill. At last, in a moment of desperation, Feng Lu thrust forth his sword. But how could such a hurried attack withstand the lethal demonic blade? In an instant, as the blade's light flashed, Feng Lu, Zhang Tao, the Yulong Daoist, and the 5 experts behind them were cleaved in twain, blood gushing forth. Experience 8,000. Experience 8,000. Experience 4,000. Experience 4,000. Chapter 83. Have you become a master? Less than 20 breaths after Xiao Bieli departed the tavern, the innkeeper ascended to the second floor and was so horrified by the scene before him that he stumbled and tumbled down the stairs in a panic. What is happening? The patrons on the first floor exchanged bewildered glances. Though they had seen the diners from the second floor rush down moments ago, the subsequent silence from above left them perplexed. What has frightened the innkeeper? He pointed towards the upper floor, speechless. A keen-eyed wanderer noticed blood flowing down the stairs of the tavern and, gathering his courage, ascended to the second floor. However, upon reaching the second floor, he rushed back down, retching violently. Despite his years of experience in the martial world, he had never encountered a scene as horrific as that on the second floor, which resembled a battlefield. The innkeeper, regaining his composure, urgently called out, "Quickly summon Old Chun," informed the leader. Moments later, Old Chun returned, accompanied by Yu Changtian, the leader of the Scorpion Gang. The Scorpion Gang is also a faction under the command of the Camel Bell Master, publicly recognized as the helm of the Oasis Market. Upon ascending to the second floor, both Yu Changtian and Old Chun were taken aback by the sight before them. Although they had seen death before, they had never witnessed a scene where all the corpses were severed in two. The murderer, Xiao Bieli, the young man from earlier, was he indeed Xiao Bieli? Gazing at the blood-stained words on the ground, Old Chun murmured in disbelief. Yu Changtian, suppressing his discomfort, approached the corpse of Feng Lu and picked up a token, his expression shifting drastically. "This belongs to an elder of the Zhongyuan sword sect, at least a fourth-grade master. We must inform the master at once." The entire tavern was sealed off. After some time, the sound of hooves echoed as a dozen swift horses arrived at the Oasis Market. At the forefront rode a tall and robust figure, muscles rippling and veins bulging, with a face chiseled as if carved from stone, exuding an unwavering aura. The wanderers within the Oasis Market regarded the newcomer with respect. In the desert, no one lacks reverence for the Camel Bell Master. And the rider was none other than the foremost expert under his command, Iron Arm Bear, Gong Xiong. Gong Xiong was renowned throughout the desert 3 years prior. A fourth-grade master from another state had defied the rules set by the Camel Bell Master and ultimately met his demise at Gong Xiong's hands. Without pausing at the outskirts of the Oasis Market, Gong Xiong entered the tavern directly. "Master Gong." Both Yu Changtian and Old Chun hurriedly greeted him. Gong Xiong nodded. "What has transpired?" Old Chun exchanged glances with Yu Changtian, then spoke. "A young man of extravagant means appeared in the Oasis Market earlier and bestowed a golden leaf upon me. However, after the arrival of the Zhongyuan sword sect members, we left the tavern, and within a short incense time, all of them were slain. This token was found on one of the corpses. According to the innkeeper, after we departed, the only individuals on the second floor, apart from the Zhongyuan sword sect members, were that lavish young man. If the inscriptions on the ground were indeed left by him, it is highly likely that he is Xiao Bieli, who ranks on the dragon and tiger list." Gong Xiong's brow furrowed. "We must investigate." Upon reaching the second floor, Gong Xiong's frown deepened. After a thorough examination, he declared, "This is troublesome." Yu Changtian was somewhat perplexed. "Master, the deaths of the Zhongyuan sword sect members have nothing to do with us. Could it be that the Zhongyuan sword sect might seek to trouble us?" Gong Xiong did not respond to Yu Changtian's inquiry. Instead, he shook his head. "Do you know the identities of those who perished? Duanhuan sword Feng Lu, illusory god Pom Zhang Tao, and the Yulong Daoist from the Tianji Valley. Each of these three is a fourth-tier master, and particularly, Duanhuan sword Feng Lu once graced the dragon and tiger ranking. His swordsmanship is certainly formidable even among fourth-tier masters. Yet, all 8 met their demise by a single blade." "A single blade?" Both Yu Changtian and Old Chun were taken aback. They had previously speculated that the assailant must possess martial prowess surpassing that of the master who perished in the inn, but they had not anticipated the involvement of 3 fourth-tier masters. Moreover, these 3 fourth-tier masters had all fallen to a single stroke. Gong Xiong continued, "I have never encountered such a malevolent strike. Each corpse appears as if meticulously cleaved in half with a ruler. Furthermore, among the deceased is the Yulong Daoist from the Tianji Valley. Regardless of whether the Zhongyuan sword sect will seek retribution against us, chaos is bound to engulf the desert. If the perpetrator is indeed Xiao Bieli, this individual has likely ascended to the 4th-tier master realm, far exceeding the ordinary 4th-tier masters. Even I may not stand a chance against him. It won't be long before his name appears among the 36 on the master ranking. We shall return the bodies for identification when the Zhongyuan sword sect arrives, and I will report back to the esteemed elder." Hiss. Both Yu Changtian and Old Chun drew in a sharp breath. How long has it been since a Xiao Bieli ascended the dragon and tiger ranking? Now, Master Gong is suggesting that it won't be long before Xiao Bieli's name graces the master ranking? Upon reaching the 4th-tier master level, regardless of who it is, significant time is required to advance further. Even some prodigies experience a deceleration in their training speed after attaining the 4th-tier master realm. A 17-year-old 4th-tier master is already sufficiently terrifying. Should Xiao Bieli make it onto the master ranking before the age of 20, barring any misfortune, he is destined to become a second-tier celestial being, or perhaps even a first-tier powerhouse. The news of Duanhuan's sword Feng Lu's death at the Oasis Market had already spread. The demise of a fourth-tier master stirred considerable unrest in the desert. Not only that, but the news swiftly reached other regions. Especially since the deceased was a fourth-tier master from the Zhangyuan sword sect, one of the 9 factions and 6 sections. At this moment, Xiao Bieli had returned to the Blood Garment building branch in Jiang City. Feng Xinyang, observing Xiao Bieli seated across from her, bore a complex expression. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. No wonder you did not seek assistance from the people in the building. It turns out you have already entered the 4th-tier master realm. And that one stroke, what manner of strike was it? As the head of the Blood Garment building branch, she had been promptly informed of the incident at the Oasis Market. She was well aware of the gruesome fates of Feng Lu and the others. A single stroke cleaving 8 masters in 2. She could scarcely fathom how a 4th-tier master could accomplish the feat of slaying 8 experts, 3 of whom were also 4th-tier masters, with a single blade. She even harbored doubts that the Xiao Bieli before her was merely a fade for some ancient monster. Xiao Bieli merely smiled, handing Feng Lu's renowned sword and a blood-stained letter found on him to Feng Xinyang. Feng Lu's mission, aside from targeting me, was this blood-clad tower. The imperial court intends to take action against the blood-clad tower. I wonder if you can withstand it. Feng Xinyang accepted the bloodied letter, glancing at it briefly before breaking into a cold smile. Within the Daoist court, we have our people. It is unlikely this is the court's intention. More likely, the 6th prince wishes to make a name for himself before the old emperor. The old emperor intends to choose one among the 3 princes to designate as heir. Using the martial world as a chessboard, he stirs the waters to weaken the martial factions. The Zhangyuan sword sect's early alignment is not a good omen. Rest assured, the esteemed Tuoling, Zhuamu heir, is no fool. He wouldn't be so foolish as to confront the blood-clad tower directly. However, you have killed the Daoist Yulong of the Tianji Valley. They are notoriously protective of their own, and as they possess only 3 or 4 masters of heavenly calculations, Yulong was among the elite. His demise may provoke a response from Tianji Valley towards Yanzhou. Xiao Bieli furrowed his brow. What exactly is this heavenly calculation? I observed that Yulong had no extraordinary skills. How could he pinpoint my location? Feng Xinyang shook her head. I am uncertain. A master of heavenly calculations from Tianji Valley appears only once in decades. Even in the Qintian Bureau, those adept in divination are few. They have always been shrouded in mystery, though perhaps the experts within the tower might know more. Xiao Bieli inquired further. Was the old emperor truly assassinated by the blood-clad tower 90 years ago? I heard that in that battle, the blood-clad tower suffered grievous losses, with even several core assassins encountering troubles. Feng Xinyang chuckled derisively. The old emperor was certainly not slain by us. Rather, someone needed us to take the blame. According to the elders within the tower, while we did indeed incur heavy losses, that generation has mostly passed away, leaving only a few who know the truth. Xiao Bieli nodded. In that case, what are your plans? With Feng Lu dead, if the 6th prince remains unrelenting, other experts may come. The location of the Jiang City branch has likely been identified. Feng Xinyang frowned. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. We must leave this place first. In Yanzhou, we have several other fallback locations. Though they may not match this well-established site, they are better than being completely wiped out. However, we must first inform the tower, otherwise, things could become complicated. The current blood-clad tower is not what it once was. If the 6th prince allies with certain martial factions against us, it could indeed cause significant issues. We must be prepared in advance. 3 days later, Xiao Bieli, ranked 50 on the Dragon Tiger list, slayed the Zhangyuan sword sect elder Duanhuan Jian Feng Lu, the illusory Palm Zhang Tao from Manzhou, and the 4th grade master Yulong from Tianji Valley at the Oasis Market in Yanzhou. Moreover, the 3, alongside 5 5th grade experts, were suspected to have been slain by Xiao Bieli in a single strike. The news spread throughout the martial world, sending shockwaves across it. Manzhou, Dongjiang County, Zhimu Hall. Clop, clop, clop. A sudden clamor of galloping hooves resonated through the air as an elderly man clad in gray dismounted from his steed with remarkable agility. With a swift motion, he tore down the freshly affixed dragon and tiger ranking that had barely changed color, applying a layer of paste before producing a new list from his bosom to replace it. Has the dragon and tiger ranking been updated once more? The previous update was instigated by the formidable Bloodblade King, Xiao Bieli. Could it be that another prodigious young talent has emerged? Surely, such exceptional individuals are not to be found in abundance. Historically, changes to the dragon and tiger ranking have had little to do with our man Zhou, often passing unnoticed without a single challenger. Might this be related to Xiao Bieli once again? Even the members of the Jinwu Hall, including Zhu Shou, observed with curiosity. The commander of Jinwu Hall, Xiao Long, stepped forward to greet the elder with a respectful gesture, inquiring, "Esteemed elder, has there been any alteration to the dragon and tiger ranking this time?" The old man, however, did not deign to acknowledge Xiao Long, instead extracting another list from his chest and affixing it beside the dragon and tiger ranking. Is that the master ranking? Xiao Long's heart raced with surprise. For decades prior to Xiao Bieli's emergence, not a single expert had appeared in Manzhou, let alone someone worthy of the master ranking. As the elder affixed the crimson list, he turned and departed. A throng swiftly gathered, encircling the newcomer tightly. Those at a distance could scarcely discern the words on the master ranking. Who has made the list? Would you mind reading it out loud? Someone yelled amidst the commotion. Step aside, let me have a look. Just then, the astute physician Zhou Wu fixed his gaze upon the master ranking and softly uttered the words, Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli, a native of Manzhou, weapon, red sleeve blade. Suspected to hail from the Bloodcloth building, adept in swordsmanship, with extraordinary prowess in mixed martial arts, having slain the 4th grade master Duanhuan Jianfeng Lu. The phantom divine Pom Zhang Tao, the Yulong Daoist from the heavenly mechanism valley, and 5 5th grade experts in a single stroke at the Oasis Market in Yenzhou. Currently ranked 36th on the master ranking. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The 36th position on the master ranking. Xiao Bieli has actually ascended to this status? How could this be? Does this mean that the esteemed Gu Baozhu also fell to the hands of this young hero? He is merely 17 years old. The astonishment was palpable among all, particularly for Zhu Shou, who had previously interacted with Xiao Bieli. Had he truly engaged with someone ranked among the masters? The trio from Wushan mingling in the crowd bore faces of disbelief. Although Xiao Bieli's reputation in Manzhou was somewhat tarnished, they firmly believed him to be a good person. Otherwise, he could have easily eradicated them, and the 12-linked fort would never have learned that Guan Yunpeng had perished at Xiao Bieli's hands. In Yunzhou, at the Tsangyuan Sword Sect, situated by the banks of the Tsang River on the slopes of Tsangyuan Mountain, the waters surged relentlessly, winding around the hills. How could it be that the scoundrel who killed brother Shui Zhou has now ascended to the master ranking? This rogue is but 17 years old. How could he possibly attain the 4th grade master realm? Surely, there must be a mistake on Jinwu Hall's part. Did not brother Zhou enter seclusion to break through to the master realm a year and a half ago? He has made several appearances since. Has he not reached the 4th grade? In recent days, news from Yenzhou has stirred the disciples of the Tsangyuan Sword Sect into a fervor. Every time Xiao Bieli gains notoriety, it serves to rub the dignity of the Tsangyuan Sword Sect into the ground. Deep within the Tsangyuan Sword Sect lies an area reserved solely for inner gate elders and true disciples. Within a secluded courtyard, 2 5th-tier masters in their 40s, each bearing a long sword, stood in the yard. Both were at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, having narrowly missed the chance to become true disciples. Although their hopes of ascending to the 4th-tier master realm were slim, they still held potential. Their status within the Tsangyuan Sword Sect was not insignificant, yet at this moment, they displayed utmost respect, gazing towards the room within the courtyard. They could sense the piercing sword intent emanating from that chamber, while others might be oblivious. They were aware that junior brother Zhua had already entered the 4th-tier master realm last year, and had even received a precious spirit pill from the sect leader. A year had passed, and junior brother Zhua had likely advanced to the mid or even late stages of the 4th tier. Their understanding of the sword allowed them to perceive just how formidable the sword intent within the room truly was. Moreover, junior brother Zhua had sealed his sword for 3 years. If he were to draw it again, it would undoubtedly be a strike that shook the heavens. After waiting for half an hour, a thunderous silence fell as the sword intent in the room finally dissipated. The door creaked open, and Zhuo Qingyun emerged, clad in a light golden robe. Though not strikingly handsome, he exuded a confident aura that would draw attention wherever he went. "What is it?" Zhuo Qingyun inquired. His brow furrowed slightly as he regarded the 2 men in the courtyard with a cold demeanor. He had just finished 2 months of seclusion and had instructed that he must not be disturbed unless a significant matter arose. Now, having utilized the 2 precious spirit pills worth 100,000 gold coins, which were exceedingly rare, He had only just broken through to the pinnacle of the fourth tier, still separated by a thin veil from truly manifesting his spirit as a third-tier grandmaster. He was acutely aware of the cost associated with obtaining those spirit pills. His aspirations for the position of sect leader had been irrevocably dashed. The position of sect leader would inevitably belong to Lin Qingyuan. However, he had no recourse. With her innate sword body and the direct tutelage of the sect leader, Lin Qingyuan was destined to become the preeminent figure in the sword arts of the Zhongyuan sword sect. He had no choice in the matter. At the very least, by consuming the spirit pills, he hoped to vie for a place among the top 3 on the Dragon Tiger ranking, keeping pace with those 3 true prodigies. There remained a chance to strive for the second-tier celestial realm in the future. One of the fifth-tier masters promptly bowed and handed a letter to Zhuo Qingyun, stating, "Not long ago, Shuizhou met his demise at the hands of Xiao Bieli. Now, Master Feng has also fallen to Xiao Bieli. Master Dong has sent a letter." Zhuo Qingyun took the letter, unfolding it to reveal a single line. "After 3 years of sealing the sword, it is time to unsheathe it. Xiao Bieli is the finest whetstone." Whetstone? Zhuo Qingyun furrowed his brow as he contemplated the letter in his hand. Initially, their intention to deal with Xiao Bieli had stemmed from the sect leader's subtle suggestion. He understood the leader's intent, that only by eliminating Lin Qingyuan's fiancée could one avoid tarnishing her reputation. Furthermore, as the foremost true disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, his standing was exceedingly high. Killing Xiao Bieli would inevitably bear some impact on his own reputation. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bieli, who was of similar age to Lin Qingyuan, had actually stepped into the realm of a master. Moreover, he was capable of slaying Uncle Feng of the Duanhuan sword. As he folded the letter, Zhuo Qingyun gazed into the distance, murmuring, "The potency of the Yuanshan pill has yet to be fully unleashed." However, entering a secluded meditation will not allow one to break through the threshold of life and death, nor ascend to the great master realm. Perhaps Xiao Bieli truly serves as a suitable whetstone for my sword. Do you know Xiao Bieli's current whereabouts? The two shook their heads, replying, "We only know that he might be in Yanzhou. However, Elder Dongfang has instructed you to seek him out after you exit your seclusion." Zhuo Qingyun nodded. "In that case, time is of the essence. I shall visit my master today." 2 days later, in Yunzhou, Longhe County, at the Jinwei Escort Agency, beneath the night sky, Zhuo Qingyun and Dongfang Yang stood atop a house, 300 meters away from the Jinwei Escort Agency. This Jinwei Escort Agency is also a prominent organization in Yunzhou. "I never expected it to be a liaison point for the Blood Robe Tower," Zhuo Qingyun exclaimed. Before joining the Zhongyuan sword sect, he had accompanied the Jinwei Escort's convoy to seek guidance at the sect. Little did he anticipate that today he would be personally responsible for its destruction. Dongfang Yang replied nonchalantly, "Xiao Bieli is likely the disciple of those old fogies from the Blood Robe Tower. Since he has slain Feng Lu in Yanzhou, he must naturally pay the price." The sixth prince has grasped the locations of several strongholds of the Blood Robe Tower, and tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Only the blood of the Blood Robe Tower's assassins can appease Feng Lu's spirit in the heavens. Moreover, this will allow you to reach your pinnacle before confronting Xiao Bieli, thus increasing your chances of success. Zhuo Qingyun furrowed his brow. Is Xiao Bieli truly that formidable? Dongfang Yang nodded. This young man advances at an astonishing rate, seemingly having perfected 2 master-level sword techniques. He may only be a step away from the 3rd realm of swordsmanship, where all things can be transformed into a blade. Even at the peak of my 4th grade master level, it would be difficult to slay 3 of Feng Lu's men with a single strike, let alone 5 5th grade experts. Furthermore, he has likely obtained the Yuanshan pill. He is probably just a step away from breaking through the life and death threshold, giving birth to his Yuanshan and entering the 3rd grade Great Master realm. However, you need not worry. Your Kongling Yifeng sword technique and the Sifang immovable sword technique have both reached their zenith. Your understanding of the sword path is not inferior to Xiao Bieli's. With me supporting you from the sidelines, Xiao Bieli will serve as your finest whetstone. Time's up. As Dongfang Yang's words fell, Zhuo Qingyun lightly tapped his toes, launching himself like a great bird towards the Jinwei Escort Agency, shrouded in darkness. Dongfang Yang remained still, holding his long sword, observing from the rooftop. Moments later, "Who are you? Why have you trespassed upon my Jinwei Escort Agency?" A voice erupted from within, followed by cries of alarm. Individuals fled from the Jinwei Escort Agency, but they were swiftly eliminated by the experts from the Zhongyuan sword sect stationed nearby. Zhuo Qingyun, A powerful roar reverberated from within the Jinwei escort agency, but moments later, the sounds of battle ceased abruptly. Zhuo Qingyun emerged from the escort agency, holding aloft a severed head, the head of the renowned chief escort He Qian from the Jinwei escort agency. The ramifications of this act were not confined to Jinwei alone. Throughout the 24 provinces of the Great Qian, nearly 20 strongholds of the blood-clothing pavilion were eradicated overnight, with 3 of their branches completely annihilated. The martial world was thrown into an uproar. However, the blood-clothing pavilion soon retaliated. Xie Cheng, a 4th-tier master from the Zhongyuan sword sect, was slain in Yongmen County, his head displayed prominently upon the city walls. The vice leader of the giant spirit gang, the 3rd-tier Grandmaster Cui Hao, met a gruesome fate in Donghai County, where he was dismembered by 5 horses. Kai Peng, the head of the Jinwu Hall in Yuzhou, fell victim to an assassination attempt by the blood-clothing pavilion's assassins. Though he survived, 3 of his fingers were severed. In the span of merely 10 days, such news proliferated, igniting fervor across the entire martial community. This was the most tumultuous period since the upheaval in the martial world 90 years prior. A time when news of a grandmaster's death would only surface once every few years. Yet now, the blood-clothing pavilion had struck, even claiming the life of the giant spirit gang's vice leader, a grandmaster on the cusp of the 3rd-tier pinnacle. The blood-clothing pavilion truly lived up to its reputation as the foremost assassin organization in the realm. In the depths of the desert, in Yenzhou, lies Full Moon City, the largest source of freshwater in this arid expanse, nurturing the surrounding area for dozens of kilometers. Full Moon City is situated upon the grandest oasis within the desert. The desert sovereign, the esteemed Zumuer, resides in Full Moon City. Given Zumuer's stature in the desert, even the Jinwu Hall in Yenzhou accords him a measure of respect, resulting in a meager branch of the hall with fewer than 10 members located within Full Moon City. Yet, unexpectedly, beneath the tavern adjacent to this branch of the Jinwu Hall lies a substantial underground space. This is the territory of the blood-clothing pavilion, and at this moment, Xiao Bieli finds himself within its depths. Before him, in Feng Xinyang, lies an array of exquisite wines and delicacies. Thanks to your reminder, although the news hasn't spread entirely, we have mitigated some losses, Feng Xinyang remarked, raising her cup filled with wine and downing it in one gulp. She turned to Xiao Bieli and said, "My father and the others have resolved to take action. If we do not display our fangs soon, those 9 factions and 6 gangs will think us easy prey." With that, Feng Xinyang produced a gray package, sliding it across the table to Xiao Bieli. Inside are 3 manuals, one for 3rd-tier internal cultivation, one 3rd-tier versatile martial art, and one 3rd-tier sword technique, all for free. Upon hearing Feng Xinyang's words, Xiao Bieli felt no surprise. He had long suspected her connections with those core assassins. It appeared likely that she was affiliated with that enigmatic leader of theirs. After all, even a 2nd-tier master would find it implausible to bestow such a plethora of 3rd-tier manuals in one go. Xiao Bieli accepted the 3 martial arts manuals without hesitation. Feng Xinyang smiled. Previously, you scoured the land for a single Guiyuan manual, yet now that you have these, you hardly seem interested in them? Each of these manuals surpasses the Guiyuan manual in merit, she continued. Xiao Bieli replied nonchalantly, "Now that they are in my possession, they won't sprout legs and flee. So what is the rush?" Feng Xinyang shook her head, saying, "This time, in addition to presenting you with the secret manual, there is another matter at hand." Xiao Bieli inquired, "What is it?" Feng Xinyang continued, "Recently, 2 contact points in Yenzhou have been cleared out by the men of the 6th Prince, resulting in the demise of 4 silver-ranked assassins. The assailants were the 2 leaders of Lian Yunjai. The other 2 gold-ranked assassins in Yenzhou are occupied with different tasks and cannot return for the time being. As I have yet to ascend to the 4th grade master realm, I must request your assistance. We must deal with Lian Yunjai. Their presence is quite bothersome. In addition to these 3 secret manuals, upon your return with their heads, you may demand any reward, be it silver or other treasures, and the establishment will gladly oblige." Chapter 86. The Devious Ones. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Bieli nodded. "Very well. Provide me with the map, and I shall set off at once. As for the reward, I shall forego it. The heads of 2 masters cannot compare to these 3 secret manuals." He was already lacking in experience. And in all of Yenzhou, aside from the legendary Desert King, Tualing Zunjizhuo Mu'er, he believed that with his current martial prowess, he could contend with anyone he encountered, at the very least ensuring his escape. Feng Xinyang declared. I shall accompany you. Xiao Bieli shook his head. No need. I am accustomed to working alone. If danger arises, I would rather not bear the responsibility of looking after you. He was in dire need of experience. And should Feng Xinyang accompany him and claim the heads for herself, he would find it difficult to voice his discontent. Feng Xinyang rolled her eyes but refrained from insisting on joining him, instead remarking, recently, the Zhang Yuan sword sect has stirred quite a commotion. The renowned swordsman Zhuo Qingyun has emerged from seclusion, and there are rumors that he seeks to challenge you. From the information I have gathered, Zhuo Qingyun has consumed a Yuan Shun Dan and is now at the pinnacle of the 4th grade master realm, just a step away from breaking through the threshold of life and death. His strength should not be underestimated. Should you encounter him, exercise caution. Xiao Bieli chuckled. The one who should be cautious is he. After bouncing around for so long, should I cross paths with him, I shall sever him with a single strike, just a step away from breaking the threshold of life and death. Alas, he has already surpassed it and entered the realm of the 3rd grade Great Master. Do not act recklessly. Feng Xinyang admonished seriously. The Tsang Lei sword hero, Dong Fangyang, remained on the master rankings for over a decade. Previously, a master from my Blood Garment Pavilion attempted to eliminate Dong Fangyang. Now, Dong Fangyang's martial skills have approached the pinnacle of the 3rd grade, and his sword techniques have reached the realm where all things can be wielded as a sword. For any ordinary great master in his presence, it would be challenging to withstand even 10 moves. Currently, Dong Fangyang is closely following Zhuo Qingyun. If you happen to encounter Zhuo Qingyun, it would be wise to withdraw. Xiao Bieli nodded. In that case, I shall refrain from killing him for now. Please hand me the map. I shall depart immediately. Feng Xinyang produced a map from her bosom and handed it to Xiao Bieli. The map imbued with a subtle fragrance. Upon receiving the map, he turned and left, quietly exiting from the full moon city. Donning a straw hat to shield himself from the wind and sand, Xiao Bieli rode upon his steed, taking his time. He retrieved the 3 secret manuals Feng Xinyang had given him from his robe and unfurled them in his hands. Hunyuan I Chi Gong, 7 Kill Saber Manual. Dragon Demon Golden Body Technique. He read the titles aloud, contemplating the secrets contained within. First, he perused the manual of the Hunyuan Yikigong, a profound martial art capable of transcending the threshold between life and death. This technique, rooted in Daoist traditions, embodies balance and tranquility, significantly mitigating the associated risks of such a transcendence. However, akin to the Guiyuan secrets, it can only be mastered by grandmasters who have broken through the life-death barrier. The advantage of this martial art lies in its adaptability. Transitioning to other inner strength practices poses no danger. Xiao Bieli set aside this technique, for he had already acquired the Chongqing Ju and had no intention of squandering effort on these martial arts. Regarding the 7 Kill Blade Manual, while it lacked the lingering charm of the version bestowed upon him by Ning Wanqing, it contained the last 2 formidable techniques: demonic thought arises and worldly annihilation. These techniques were akin to the abyssal 3 blades, both exceptionally sinister in nature. Even ordinary masters could easily lose themselves in their practice. Now, as a grandmaster who cultivated the divine Chongqing Ju, he harbored no fears. As he opened the final martial art, his expression shifted dramatically upon viewing the first page. Only when he reached the last did his countenance return to normal. The Dragon Demon Golden Body was an incomplete manuscript, derived by later generations from the remnants of the authentic technique. Remarkably, it mentioned the refinement of dragon blood, suggesting that this realm, akin to the tumultuous winds and clouds, harbored beings such as dragons and phoenixes. This manuscript was likely left by an exceptionally skilled predecessor, with the latter half detailing the true Dragon Demon Golden Body, while the former part outlined methods to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, refining oneself without the presence of beast blood, sufficient to fortify the physical body to a level impervious to even 3rd grade grandmasters. However, although devoid of beastly bloodlines, I possess experience. The Dragon Demon Golden Body, albeit incomplete, could be perfected through methods suitable for those with beast blood, potentially enabling one to contend with 2nd grade masters when fully realized. After a long moment, Xiao Bieli tucked away the 3 manuals, murmuring, "No rush. Let us first amass experience. Without experience, one can accomplish nothing." Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level, early 3rd grade grandmaster. Martial arts, Chongqing Ju, 35100, Yaowang Xinpian, complete, 7 Kill Blade, 12100. Draw blade technique, complete. Abyssal 3 blades, complete. Turtle breath technique, complete. Divine blade slash, 70100. Blade intent, copper skin iron bones, light as a swallow. Experience points, 40. Although he could not yet cultivate the 7 kill blade, Xiao Bieli's comprehension of blade techniques deepened, and his progress with the 7 kill blade was not slow. He was confident that with diligent retreat and research, he could perfect the divine blade slash within a year. However, achieving perfection merely required the elimination of 2 or 3 masters, a task that hardly necessitated a year of seclusion. With a gentle pat on the horse's rear, Xiao Bieli urged it onward, and the steed galloped away. A day later, after traversing a sand dune, a vast expanse of Gobi Desert unfolded before Xiao Bieli's eyes. In the low-lying areas, he could faintly discern some resilient flora. He consulted his map and noted that Lianyun village lay not far ahead. The Lianyun stronghold stands as the largest bandit stronghold amidst the vast desert. In the past, they adhered to the rules set forth by the desert king, Zumur. However, to the astonishment of the desert's elite, during the recent confrontation between the Zhongyuan sword sect and the Blood Robe Tower, Lianyun stronghold unexpectedly intervened. Within the assembly hall of Lianyun stronghold, 5 individuals were seated, and even the esteemed late-stage 4th-grade leader, the esteemed tiger, venerable Ding Pao, was not afforded the honor of occupying the foremost position. In addition to the 2 leaders of Lianyun, Ding Pao and the Sand Elder Lei Ming, there were 3 figures present, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men, named Hu Yang, was renowned as a formidable expert in the desert. The other, a middle-aged man clad in ordinary attire, exuded an unsettling aura, his fingers adorned with a flourish, and his face dusted with powder. The woman seated at the head of the table was adorned with jewels and intricate hair, her visage partially concealed by a white veil. Appearing to be in her 30s, her figure remained hidden, but even a glimpse of her face revealed her as a breathtaking beauty. Yet, no impure thoughts lingered in the minds of those present, for she was the illustrious Yunyue Fairy, ranked 29th on the master list. Any man harboring intentions toward her had met a grim fate. Furthermore, Yunyue Fairy, despite her youthful appearance, was indeed 58 years old, having mastered the art of maintaining her allure. Ding Pao raised his goblet and remarked with a smile, "Esteemed guests, I apologize for the inadequacies in our hospitality. Please forgive us." "Humph," interjected the androgynous figure with a scoff. "There is truly nothing edible in this desert. That Zumur is utterly ungrateful. The people from the Heavenly Machine Valley perished on his territory, and he has shown not the slightest reaction, retreating into seclusion instead. It infuriates me." "Calm yourself, Lord Ho," Ding Pao replied with a chuckle. "Is it not true that we have captured someone from the Blood Robe Tower? All we need do is pry open his mouth and ascertain the whereabouts of the fleeing members from Yenzhou. Even if Zumur remains inactive, with Yunyue Fairy present, we can surely subdue a branch of the Blood Robe Tower." The Sand Elder Lei Ming concurred. Indeed, with Lord Ho and Yunyue Fairy here, capturing a branch of the Blood Robe Tower should pose no difficulty. Upon hearing this, Lord Ho's expression brightened slightly. "That is indeed the case. Once we eradicate the Blood Robe Tower, I shall report to the 6th Prince, teaching this desert king a lesson." The renowned master Hu Yang offered a conciliatory smile from the side. Only Yunyue Fairy furrowed her brow, her voice icy as she declared, "I have previously made an agreement with the 6th Prince that I shall not intervene unless the Grand Master of the Zhongyuan sword sect appears. While the Blood Robe Tower may not be what it once was 90 years ago, it remains beyond the reach of us few. You all know that even the deputy leader of the giant spirit gang, Cui Hao, fell to the hands of the Blood Robe Tower's assassins. Those who struck were not the renowned core assassins from 90 years past. Though those individuals have aged, they are far from their demise. Warriors are, after all, defying the heavens, contending with fate for longevity. Some masters skilled in sustaining life can live to 167, while an ordinary grandmaster may approach 150 years. Let us not even speak of those above the 3rd rank." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of Ding Pao and the others shifted dramatically. Cui Hao, known as the Golden Hand in the martial world, had amassed considerable renown for decades. His hands had claimed the lives of countless masters. Yet now, the celestial maiden Yunyu asserts that those who dispatched Cui Hao are not the few core assassins. Is the blood-clothed tower truly so formidable? Eunuch Ho chuckled. "Fair maiden, your concerns are unwarranted. We have ascertained that it was the blood-clothed tower's premier assassin, Chun Long. who ended Cui Hao's life, and Chunlong's true identity is none other than the one who, 35 years ago, ranked second on the master list. The spear that shook the 9 prefectures, Gu Xiantong. Those old relics have long since perished, 3 of them over 90 years ago, while the remainder are in a state of uncertainty. Among the elite assassins, only Gu Xiantong possesses commendable martial prowess. We have pinpointed Gu Xuantong's location and dispatched someone to pursue him, so there is no need for worry. Furthermore, the sword hero Dong Fangyang and the 4 directions sword master Zhuo Qingyun are en route to Yin Prefecture. With their assistance, we shall prevail. Upon hearing Dong Fangyang's name, the celestial maiden nodded. She had previously witnessed his prowess. Within the realm of grandmasters, he was indeed a formidable force. Unless an expert of Gu Xuantong's caliber intervened, it would be most challenging for anyone to defeat Dong Fangyang. With his involvement, her mind was at ease. At that moment, Hu Yang suddenly spoke up, "Esteemed colleagues, do you not sense that the outside is eerily quiet?" Upon this remark, the assembled masters furrowed their brows. Indeed, as Hu Yang had pointed out, even within the confines of Lianyun village, an unsettling silence prevailed. The sounds of insects and birdsong had vanished. It was as if only the 5 of them remained alive in the entire village. Old man Huangsha, Lei Ming, abruptly turned and struck the door of the gathering hall with an open palm. Bang! The door splintered into pieces. The 2 5th-rank experts who should have been guarding the hall were now lying lifeless on the ground, devoid of visible wounds or even a trace of blood. All present wore grim expressions, including the celestial maiden Yunyu. Although the population of Lianyun village was not vast, comprising just over 40 individuals, most were skilled fighters recruited by Ding Pao from the Desert Swordsman, with the weakest being of the 7th rank and 3 at the 5th rank. The remainder were elite subordinates of the 6th prince, including 5 5th-rank experts. Yet now, they had fallen victim to an unseen assailant right under their noses. They had not even perceived the danger, especially the 2 5th-rank experts just outside the hall, who had perished without a sound. The blood-clothed tower. A singular thought flashed through the minds of the 5. It could only be the blood-clothed tower that was striking against Lianyun village. Indeed, even a dead camel is larger than a horse, though the blood-clothed tower may have diminished in power. It still possessed assassins in Yin Prefecture who rivaled those on the master list. Eunuch Ho called out with a sharp voice, "If you have arrived, why not reveal yourselves? Why lurk in the shadows?" Could it be that the assassins of the blood-clothed tower lacked the courage to show themselves? The 5 individuals remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Despite their utmost concentration and heightened mental acuity, they failed to detect the assassin lurking nearby. Each person guarded a different direction, preventing the concealed killer from seizing a lethal opportunity. It was not that they were afraid to show themselves. Rather, the members of the Lianyun Guild were seasoned veterans. If they were to be eliminated immediately, causing them to scatter in panic, it would indeed squander their extensive experience. A chilling voice pierced the air, and a striking young man clad in black attire, wielding a crimson curved blade, materialized before them. With a graceful leap, he descended from the rooftop, landing a mere 3 zhang from the entrance of the assembly hall. "Xiao Bieli?" Ding Pao exclaimed in astonishment. Who in the whole of Yenzhou had not heard of the name Xiao Bieli? At just 17 years of age, he had secured a place on the Master S list, albeit as its lowest-ranked member. Yet, those who made it onto this prestigious list were all formidable figures renowned across the land. Most did not achieve such recognition until well into their 50s or 60s. The enchanting Yunyu, for instance, was already 49 when she ascended the Master S list, making her one of its younger representatives. But Xiao Bieli was merely 17. His most distinguishing features were his handsome visage and that infamous crimson blade. It was said that the more blood it tasted, the more vibrant and fierce its hue became, rendering it extraordinarily captivating. Ding Pao regarded Xiao Bieli with a fierce glare, exclaiming, "Such ruthless tactics! Do you intend to eradicate the entire Lianyun Guild?" Xiao Bieli chuckled. "Not long ago, when you attacked my blood-cloaked pavilion, I did not see you show any mercy. Since you have taken the initiative, it is only right that none are left alive. Just you alone?" The enchanting Yunyu gazed at Xiao Bieli's youthful face, her eyes betraying a flicker of emotion. Once, she too had been as young as he, achieving fame in the martial world at an early age. Yet, she had not escaped the fate of becoming a pawn for the court's powerful elite. In the realm of martial arts, the more prominent one became, the more one attracted the attention of those in power. After achieving fame, if one possessed backing, they might navigate life according to their own wishes. However, for those like them, without any support, the inevitable outcome was to succumb to a dominant force. Although Xiao Bieli was backed by the Blood Cloak Pavilion, it was an organization the court sought to eradicate, marking it as an enemy of the realm. In truth, Xiao Bieli's fate had already been sealed. How many people would it take to eliminate you? Xiao Bieli shook his head, remaining still, showing no intention of striking. Gong Gong Ho laughed. And what do you think you can accomplish? Do you even know who stands before you? The enchanting Yunyu is ranked 29th on the Master S list. You cannot hope to compare. Offending the 6th prince has already sealed your fate. You shun the path to heaven, and yet you willingly walk into hell. Once we capture you, I am sure we will uncover the whereabouts of those in the Blood Cloak Pavilion. Everyone, join me in the assault. Boom. At the moment his words fell, his body shot forth like lightning. In less than a breath's time, Gong Gong Ho appeared beside Xiao Bieli, delivering a forceful palm strike aimed directly at Xiao Bieli's head. Though Gong Gong Ho appeared unremarkable, his palm technique was fiercely dominant. With a single palm strike, the surrounding air was explosively compressed. At the moment when Lord Ho made his move, the other four also sprang into action. Notably, Fairy Yunyu, though slightly slower than Lord Ho, exhibited extraordinary agility and managed to appear on the opposite side of Xiao Bieli just in time. Her palms danced with grace, akin to butterflies flitting among flowers, and in an instant, her palm strength accumulated 33 times. With a sudden thrust, she struck at Xiao Bieli's chest. In that fleeting moment, a terrifying force surged forth like a tidal wave, rushing towards Xiao Bieli. A foreboding sensation gripped her heart, compelling her to unleash her full power without any reservations. The other three also executed lethal moves, daring not to hold back in the slightest. Chapter 88. A night listening to spring rain in the pavilion. Just as their deadly strikes were about to land, Xiao Bieli burst into laughter. What does the Jinwu Hall know of my true strength? Having just slain Feng Lu and his companions, my mastery of the blade has advanced further. Today, I shall test whether my blade can slay someone on the master ranking without invoking the power of a third-grade grandmaster. Grandmaster? At the very moment Xiao Bieli spoke, the expressions of the others shifted slightly. However, they were already upon Xiao Bieli, and there was no reason to retract their attacks. Clang! At that moment, in their eyes, the crimson curved blade was drawn. Whoosh! As the blade's radiance illuminated the air, they felt their thoughts freeze in place. They could hardly articulate the brilliance of that strike. As the blade's glow vanished, thud, 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 the 5 figures disintegrated into 10 halves, plummeting from the sky. Blood splattered across the ground. Experience, 8,000. Experience, 8,000. Experience, 8,000. A night listening to spring rain in the pavilion. The Devil Blade, a night listening to spring rain? Xiao Bieli was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly gathered the spoils from the fallen bodies and searched the rooms of Ding Pao and the other experts from Lianyun village. After securing all the loot, he strapped it onto his horse and set off towards Full Moon City. Having traveled only halfway, the moon emerged. Xiao Bieli had no intention of continuing in the dark. He sought a sheltered slope to shield himself from the wind and sand, igniting a bonfire. He skewered a leg of lamb procured from the kitchen of Lianyun village over the flames, roasting it. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level, early stage 3rd grade grandmaster. Martial skills, eternal life technique, 35100. Divine pharmacist scripture, perfect, 7 kills blade, 12100. Blade drawing technique, perfect. Abyssal 3 blades, perfect. Turtle breathing technique, perfect. Divine blade slash, 70100. Blade intent, copper skin iron bones, light as a swallow. Experience points, 102,440. Awaiting collection, a night listening to spring rain. A journey through Lianyun village had propelled his experience points to a staggering increase of 100,000. The 5 grandmasters had each contributed 40,000 experience points to his ascent. Moreover, he had acquired the blade, a night listening to spring rain. Extract a night listening to spring rain. As Xiao Bieli's words fell, a curved blade, 3 feet in length, appeared in his hand. The hilt was adorned with a lustrous pearl. Clang! Xiao Bieli grasped the hilt, drawing the curved blade from its sheath. Unlike the red sleeve blade, the demonic sword Xiao Lu Yi Ting Chun Yu bore an azure hue, inscribed with the characters for Xiao Lu Yi Ting Chun Yu. This weapon possessed an inherent allure, transforming every wielder into a bloodthirsty fiend. In that moment, Xiao Bieli seemed to metamorphose from a youthful swordsman into an unparalleled demon lord. Swish, swish, swish. The curved blade danced in Xiao Bieli's hands, seemingly drawing upon the moonlight above, its blade emitting a gentle melody. A fine blade indeed. Sheathing the sword, Xiao Bieli settled by the campfire. The red sleeve blade would have to remain a mere keepsake, he sighed softly. While the red sleeve blade was formidable and exceptionally sharp, it lacked the demonic essence of the Xiao Lu Yi Ting Chun Yu. Moreover, the sword techniques he practiced were predominantly unorthodox, allowing the demonic blade to unleash its full potential far more effectively than the red sleeve blade. He expended 60,000 experience points to enhance the Eternal Life Technique. Eternal Life Technique, 41100, boom. A surge of pure energy flowed into Xiao Bieli's being, fortifying both his true essence and spirit, while his aura steadily intensified. Concurrently, an influx of experience related to the Eternal Life Technique flooded his mind. Realm, mid-stage of 3rd grade Grandmaster. After a brief moment, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He had finally reached the mid-stage of the 3rd grade. He then decided to consume 30,000 experience points to elevate the Divine Blade Slash. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke again. Now, raising even a minor realm required 60,000 experience points, and with his current inadequacy in experience, it would be wiser to perfect the Divine Blade Slash first, to see if it could also elevate his swordsmanship. After all, such an endeavor would not deplete too many experience points. He was no longer a novice in the martial world. If two individuals were of the same realm, the contest would hinge upon techniques and experience. At the 5th grade realm, a master who comprehended the essence of sword and blade could effortlessly surpass those of the same realm who lacked such understanding. Boom. An abundance of experience related to the Divine Blade Slash surged into Xiao Bieli's consciousness. He could distinctly sense that his comprehension of the blade had shattered a barrier, illuminating concepts that had previously eluded him. Divine Blade Slash, perfection, the realm of no blade. After a while, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes and murmured, "The notion of a swordless victory over a sword implies that with no sword in hand, yet a sword in heart, one achieves a perfect amalgamation of one's spirit and understanding of the sword path, liberated from the constraints of physicality. It does not mean that divine weapons are futile against such masters. As Ding Peng remarked, some may wield a divine blade, yet are destined never to become the god of blades. The realm of blade mastery is definitive. One either attains it or does not. An elevation in this realm profoundly enhances one's blade techniques, rendering the potency of the same move drastically different." Although the tomes he had perused offered no mention of it, it was likely that beyond the realm of no blade lay the heavenly